Demon's Diary Chapter 108 to Chapter 160. Martial Uncle Juan, even if you want to go into seclusion to break through a bottleneck, you don't have to hand these things over to me. Lu Ming was naturally shocked when he heard this and couldn't help but ask suspiciously. My seclusion this time is different from the past. When I was young, my meridians were injured by a great enemy. Originally, my cultivation was destined to stop at the beginning Spirit Master realm. Later on, I comprehended the Dark Bone method and found a method to break through the bottleneck. However, this method is extremely dangerous. If I forcefully break through, I'm afraid that I only have a 1/3 chance of surviving. The remaining 2/3 chance will be the same as the disciples who studied the Dark Bone method and wanted to break through the bottleneck to the Spirit Master realm. The Dark Bone method and the Green Death language are my blood, sweat, and tears for dozens of years. I don't want them to be lost without a trace. I have never accepted a direct disciple in my life. Originally, Ju-Er was a good choice, but unfortunately, his mental strength is average. He is fated to be stuck at the Spirit Apostle realm and cannot become a Spirit Master. In this way, you are the best person to inherit these things. If I can live to become a middle Spirit Master, everything will be fine. If I don't survive, you just need to make sure that these things are not lost. The fat old man spoke as if he was giving his last wishes. His words revealed a trace of sincerity for the first time. Martial Uncle, don't worry. I will do my best. After Lu Ming's mind quickly turned several times, he felt that there was no problem, so he agreed to it in one breath. Very good. I personally made this jade slips. Everything is recorded inside. You can place it on your forehead and use your divine sense to scan it. See if there are any problems. After the fat old man finished speaking, he took out a milky white jade slips from his sleeve. He touched it with his finger a few times reluctantly before handing it over. Lu Ming bowed and received the jade slips. He placed it on his forehead. After scanning it with his divine sense, his head immediately sank. 2 balls of light, one purple and one white, appeared in his mind. He used his divine sense to slightly touch the purple ball of light, and countless azure ancient characters immediately flew out of it, forming into lines of scriptures that were arranged neatly. It was the original text of the Dark Bone method written in the ancient Green Death language. However, when Lu Ming skimmed through it, he could not help but be slightly startled. When his divine will touched the white ball of light, it was a scripture that was a mixture of Green Death language and ordinary words. It was the explanation that the chubby old man had derived from his many years of studying the Green Death language. Lu Ming only took a quick glance at the two before withdrawing his divine sense from the jade slips. Martial Uncle Juan, why are there only 5 parts to the Dark Bone method? If I remember correctly, shouldn't the entire method have 9 layers? Lu Ming asked in surprise. Back then, the ancestor only obtained the first 5 levels of the cultivation method. Who knows where the last 4 levels are? However, the first 4 levels were enough. Back then, it took me decades of effort just to translate the 4th level incantation. If Martial Nephew Bai is able to translate and comprehend the 5th level incantation, then you can be considered a genius in the Green Death language. When you really become a Spirit Master, there is no need to continue cultivating the Dark Bone method. You can completely change to another suitable high-level cultivation method. The first 4 levels of the Dark Bone method can be considered as a good foundation for you. If you want to choose the later cultivation methods, the high-level cultivation methods of the corpse refining and balefulline branches are both good choices. The fat old man calmly replied. So that's how it is. Looks like what Martial Uncle said before about not needing to change to another cultivation method was just a lie. When Lu Ming heard this, he could not help but grin. Haha, this. If I didn't say this back then, I'm afraid that it would take a lot more effort to learn this cultivation method. The fat old man laughed, but his expression did not change in the slightest. When Lu Ming heard this, he could only be speechless. That's right, if I don't successfully break through to the middle Spirit Master level and you really do become a Spirit Master in the future, if you have the ability, help me take care of Guju. He can be considered one of the few relatives I have in this world. The fat old man's expression became a bit more serious. If I really have the ability, it is naturally something I should do. Lu Ming also replied with a serious expression. Very good, there is still some time now. If you have any questions while cultivating the dark bone method, you can ask me now. If I can answer, I will try my best to answer. Hearing this, the fat old man revealed a smile on his face. Thank you, martial uncle, there are indeed some parts of the dark bone method that I have yet to completely understand. One of them is. Lu Ming was overjoyed and immediately asked without hesitation. After an hour, Lu Ming finally left the forest with a satisfied expression and flew towards Nine Infant Mountain. The fat old man remained in the forest without moving. His eyes slightly narrowed as he looked at the gray cloud that was gradually disappearing into the distance. After an unknown amount of time, he suddenly said indifferently, "Sect leader senior, you have already been here for so long, why are you still hiding?" Just as he finished speaking, his gaze turned towards a nearby large tree with a schwa sound. Junior Yuan is worthy of being Martial Uncle Yan's direct disciple. This little bit of concealment cannot be hidden from you. An indifferent voice came from behind the large tree. A figure flashed and a yellow-robed old man walked out with a faint smile on his face. It was actually the barbarian ghost sect leader. Sect leader senior saw me give the item to Martial Nephew Bai and did not stop me. It seems that you have tacitly agreed to this matter. The fat old man said with a light laugh. Since Martial Nephew Bai is the only disciple who cultivates the dark bone method and has the possibility of becoming a spirit master, in addition to the fact that he only took a few duplicates and the original dark bone method is still in the scripture pavilion, I naturally have no reason to stop this matter. Actually, when I saw that Martial Nephew Bai, with a 3 spiritual pulse, became a late spirit apostle in such a short amount of time, I had already guessed that he cultivated the dark bone method. It is only that Martial Nephew Gu is actually your nephew's, as well as the fact that when the dark bone method is cultivated to the late stage, one can have a similar ability to the great controlling technique. This is the first time I have heard of this. The barbarian ghost sect leader said with a sigh. Don't have any ideas about Guju. You also heard before that his current cultivation is insufficient. Once he activates the bone control technique, it will greatly reduce his lifespan. The fat old man immediately said with some caution. Hee, Junior, don't worry. Since I know the true situation of this child Guju, I will definitely not be at ease leaving the few items in the sect to him to control. However, if Martial Nephew Bai is able to become a spirit master, letting him control it should not be a big problem. The barbarian ghost sect leader replied unhurriedly. Yes, if Martial Nephew Bai is able to become a spirit master, then the matter of his physical body collapsing will not occur. Using him to control those few items is quite suitable. This time, the fat old man nodded his head in agreement. Very good. Although a 3 spiritual pulse disciple with a strong mental strength is not too easy to find, as long as one diligently looks, they will always be able to find a few. As long as Martial Nephew Bai is able to successfully cultivate the dark bone method and become a spirit master, I will report to Martial Uncle Yen and specially find this type of disciple to cultivate this method. This way, Junior can be considered to have made a great contribution to the sect. The barbarian ghost sect leader clapped his hands as he continued speaking with a smile. Do you really think that any random 3 spiritual pulse disciple with a strong mental strength can rely on the dark bone method to become a spirit master? Hearing this, the fat old man's face revealed a trace of a strange expression. What, could it be that Junior's previous words were words of deceit? Hearing this, the barbarian ghost sect leader was slightly startled. It can't be considered deceit. I only said that the danger of breaking through to the spirit master level was slightly reduced. With his current situation, if he fails to break through to the spirit master level, I'm afraid that there is still a 50% chance that his body will explode and he will die. Moreover, the strength of his mental strength is far from what you think it is. When I first investigated, I discovered that Martial Nephew Bai's mental strength should be more than double that of a normal disciple. Moreover, after these years of cultivation, this difference will only become greater and greater. What? More than double? This time, the barbarian ghost sect leader really lost his voice. Senior sect leader, now you understand why I said this. If not for this, when he breaks through to the spirit master level, I'm afraid that he would not even have a 50% chance of survival. Of course, if his mental strength is stronger and his Fa Li is pure, the chance of him becoming a spirit master will naturally be higher. the fat old man said with a laugh. I understand. Looks like Junior's dark bone method isn't something that can be practiced by just anyone. I can only temporarily seal it and wait until I find a suitable person in the future. The barbarian ghost sect leader muttered to himself for a while before nodding his head in disappointment. If it wasn't like this, I would have directly reported it to Master. Why did I hide it until now? The fat old man had an indifferent expression. The barbarian ghost sect leader could only bitterly smile. That's right, Junior Ruan, are you really going to go into seclusion to break through to the middle liquid level? I still feel that it's a bit too dangerous. The barbarian ghost sect leader thought of something and asked with some worry. I have already talked to Master about this matter. Although I still have 20 to 30 years of life left, I can only maintain my body at peak condition in these few years. Once I pass this stage, even if I take the risk to break through to the next level, I won't be able to. As long as I can succeed, I will be able to live for another 100 years. A 1 in 3 chance is already worth the risk. The fat old man's expression became serious as he replied. Since Junior has really made up his mind, I won't say any more. I only hope that after a few years, Junior Ruan's seclusion will be successful and your cultivation will increase greatly. The barbarian ghost sect leader seemed to see that the fat old man had already made up his mind and did not try to persuade him anymore. In the following time, the two talked for a while about the barbarian ghost sect leader leading the group to the secret realm before hurriedly saying goodbye to each other and leaving the forest. On the morning of the second day, the sky above the mountain gate was filled with black gas. Within it, there was a huge bone boat over 60 feet long. On this boat, the barbarian ghost sect leader, Elder Huang, Martial Uncle Zhang, Lu Ming, and the other top 10 disciples were impressively standing on it. After the barbarian ghost sect leader gave the order, the bone boat immediately shook and, wrapped in the rolling black gas, broke through the sky into the distance. Along the way, the barbarian ghost sect leader, the middle-aged spirit master, and Elder Huang continuously discussed matters related to the secret realm. Lu Ming and the other 10 disciples were scattered around the bone boat, adjusting their breathing and cultivating. They did not have any intention of talking with each other. Thinking about it, this was a very normal matter. Those who were able to kill their way into the top 10 core disciples were naturally proud and arrogant. They simply did not want to form a group. However, as long as Lu Ming turned his head slightly, he would be able to see Gao Chong, who was sitting cross-legged in the distance, looking at him with a cold gaze. Seeing this situation, Lu Ming's expression did not change in the slightest. However, a trace of killing intent could not help but surface in his heart. If there was a chance to silently get rid of this trouble in the secret realm, he would definitely not be courteous. This bone boat was clearly a flying totem that was not a low-level one. It seemed to be even faster than the flying jade spirit boat that Lu Ming had sat on before. As it flew, the surging black gas continuously pushed it forward, allowing it to travel a distance of over 1,000 feet in a flash. 7 days later, the bone boat carried them to the sky above the lake. However, after flying for a long distance, the location of the suppressing Dragon Island had long since disappeared without a trace. In its place was a grayish-white volcano that emerged from the bottom of the lake. This volcano was only over 1,000 feet high above the lake. From the mouth of the volcano, black and red smoke continuously emitted from it. It looked like it could still spit out lava at any time. On the surface of the lake near the mouth of the volcano, a few floating reefs of various sizes were formed from the volcanic ash. The small ones were not more than 10 feet wide while the large ones were over 1,000 feet wide. They were like small islands. On top of a few of the largest floating reefs, a few simple stone halls were built. There were also a few people moving around on top of them. Following a resounding boom, the bone arc also found a floating reef to descend upon. The barbarian ghost sect leader brought Lu Ming and the others down from the bone boat. Fellow barbarian ghost sect, you have come late. The disciples from the Heavenly Moon sect, the Hall of Blood and our 9 Enlightenment Mountain have all arrived. Only the people from the Firestorm Way have not arrived yet. A burst of azure chi flew up from a nearby giant floating reef, and after a few flashes, it arrived above the floating reef where Lu Ming and the others were. Then, a handsome azure-robed man appeared, and he spoke with a faint smile on his face. So it is fellow Zhao He Hu of the 9 Enlightenment Mountain. We are not like your 9 Enlightenment Mountain, which is not far from here. Naturally, it took us some time to get here. As for the Heavenly Moon sect and the Hall of Blood, since the secret realm was discovered by them first, it is natural that they arrived earlier than us. The barbarian ghost sect leader sized up the green-robed male in the air before nodding his head and speaking. That's true. In fact, our disciples only arrived a day earlier than your esteemed sect. Because of this, our senior brother sect master would like to invite you over to discuss the matter of the mystic realm, Zhao Heihu said meaningfully. Understood. Wait for me to make some arrangements for the disciples, then I will bring my 2 juniors to pay a visit to your sect master. The barbarian ghost sect leader naturally understood the meaning behind Zhao Heihu's words and immediately agreed without batting an eyelid. Hearing this, Zhao Heihu was overjoyed. After saying a few more polite words, he turned into an azure chi and flew back to the original floating reef. At this time, the barbarian ghost sect leader had Lu Ming and the others begin to build a stone hall. He also had martial uncle Zhang and elder Huang set up a few simple restrictions near the floating reef. After the time it took to eat a meal, everything was completed. Only then did the barbarian ghost sect leader instruct the disciples and bring the 2 spirit masters to fly towards the floating reef where the 9 Enlightenment Mountain was. Most of the disciples entered the newly built building to meditate, while a small portion walked around the floating reef, looking around from time to time. Lu Ming also sat cross-legged in a corner of the stone hall. The barbarian ghost sect leader and the others left for half a day. When they flew back from the 9 Enlightenment Mountain, they were surrounded by a gray-robed old man with a triangular hairstyle. This old man's facial features were ordinary, but his hands were abnormally thick. A light green leather bag hung from his waist and his aura was extraordinary. After entering the stone hall with the barbarian ghost sect leader, he immediately sat on the stone chair in the center without any trace of politeness. After the barbarian ghost sect leader gave the order, all the disciples immediately gathered in the stone hall. You are all quite lucky to be able to see Martial Uncle Yan's true appearance today. Quickly come and pay your respects. Martial Uncle has just returned from the entrance of the secret realm and has some things to tell you. The barbarian ghost sect leader said to the crowd without hesitation. Hearing this, although Yang Gan and the others had already guessed it, they still couldn't help but be shocked. They all paid their respects to the gray-robed old man. Rise. You are considered the most outstanding disciples of our barbarian ghost sect. Originally, we should have trained you for a year before letting you participate in the life and death trials. However, we didn't expect the matter of the secret realm to occur, so we had no choice but to come. However, I heard from Martial Nephew sect leader that the strength of your group of disciples far surpasses the top 10 of the previous large competitions. This way, I can be more at ease. The gray-robed old man looked at Lu Ming and the other disciples and nodded with a satisfied expression. Martial Uncle, these 10 are definitely the most outstanding disciples of our sect in the last 60 years. Coincidentally, encountering the matter of the secret realm may be an opportunity for our sect to rise. The barbarian ghost sect leader stood next to the old man and replied with a smile. I hope so. Those old fellows and I have already used a secret technique to roughly explore the secret realm. Our initial judgment is that it is a very rare natural secret realm. There shouldn't be any restrictions inside, so the danger has decreased by more than half. Otherwise, I wouldn't have rashly agreed to use the secret realm as the life and death trials. Of course, even a natural secret realm has a certain amount of risk. What you need to do is to crazily search for all kinds of rare resources in the secret realm. Moreover, you don't need to use any methods. Because the benefits involved this time are too great, the Heavenly Moon sect and the Hall of Blood have already secretly formed an alliance. In order to deal with this matter, our sect and the 9 Enlightenment Mountain have also just discussed an alliance. Of course, an alliance is an alliance. If we really encounter something good, we will naturally do what we have to do. There is no need to care about which sect the opponent is from. If something really happens, everything will be decided by me. Martial Ancestor Yen said in a domineering manner. Natural secret realm. This is really too great. An alliance with the 9 Enlightenment Mountain? Astonishment, shock, excitement, and other different expressions appeared on the faces of all the disciples. They all had an expression of great surprise. Martial Ancestor Yen turned a blind eye to all of this and continued to speak. However, you all shouldn't lower your guard too much. A natural secret realm can also encounter unimaginable dangers. For example, there may be demonic beasts inside the secret realm, or the environment inside is extremely vile. It is simply impossible for normal people to survive. The barbarian ghost sect leader reminded them. This caused the hearts of all the disciples to shiver once again when they heard this. All of this is secondary. The most important thing is still the scarlet dragon that desperately escaped into the secret realm. Martial Ancestor Yen said something that caused everyone to jump in fright. What? That flood dragon also fled into the secret realm? Martial Uncle, you aren't joking, right? Then wouldn't the disciples of the various sects enter the secret realm like sheep entering a tiger's den? This time, Martial Uncle Zhang's expression changed greatly as he hastily asked. Humph, do you think that Martial Uncle would throw flowers around and joke about this kind of matter? However, you all don't need to worry. That scarlet dragon has already been severely injured. Even if it can escape into the secret realm, it should be on the verge of death right now and shouldn't have any strength to retaliate. It's a pity that when the demonic dragon escaped into the secret realm, it used the last of its strength to destroy the entrance, making it impossible for spirit masters and above to enter. Otherwise, there would be no need for you little fellows to make a move. Us old fellows would be able to sweep away all the resources inside and conveniently kill this evil dragon. Actually, speaking of which, this scarlet dragon should be the most precious treasure in the secret realm. Martial Ancestor Yen snorted as he spoke. How could Martial Nephew dare to think like this? Martial Uncle, please don't blame me. Martial Uncle Zhang remembered that his Martial Uncle Yen always cared about his face the most. His heart immediately skipped a beat as he hastily smiled apologetically. However, it's fortunate that it's like this. Otherwise, the two seniors from the Heavenly Moon sect and the Hall of Blood would have probably monopolized this secret realm and wouldn't have notified our 3 sections. Martial Uncle, this is actually a good thing. Old Man Huang said with a face full of smiles. Speaking of which, there is a reason. However, it seems that the ruins of the Suppressing Dragon Master on Suppressing Dragon Island were first discovered by our sect and the 9 Enchantment sect. Truly useless. We clearly found this place first, but we let the people from the Heavenly Moon sect and the Hall of Blood discover the entrance to the secret realm first. The gray-robed old man rolled his eyes again. Junior Zhu also didn't think that there would be an entrance to the secret realm hidden within the earth fire. Moreover, at that time, the evil dragon had just been born and they didn't even have time to hide. How would they have the time to carefully search the surroundings? The barbarian ghost sect leader explained. No matter how you say it, Zhu Qi and Zhong Girl were wrong to let the other sect's people seize the opportunity first. After this matter is over, I will naturally reprimand them. Martial Ancestor Yen said with his eyes still wide open. This kind of overbearing words caused Lu Ming and the others to be dumbstruck. The barbarian ghost sect leader and the other 2 spirit masters could only look at each other and smile bitterly. Fortunately, they all knew that this martial uncle of theirs was someone who spoke harshly but was soft-hearted. Otherwise, they would really be a bit worried for Zhu Qi and Zhong Yu. That's right, Martial Uncle Yen, how is the entrance to the secret realm? How long can it hold out for? The barbarian ghost sect leader asked with some concern. The entrance's situation isn't too good. That demonic dragon clearly knows the weakness of the entrance and may have even entered and exited it more than once. Therefore, that attack caused the entrance to basically collapse. It's relying on us old fellows taking turns to use treasures to barely maintain stability. However, this kind of situation can only be maintained for a month at most. If we also include the tremors caused by the various sects' disciples entering and exiting, it should only be half a month. Martial Ancestor Yen finally replied with a serious expression. Half a month to explore an unknown secret realm. I'm afraid that time is a bit too tight. After all, we still don't know how big this secret realm is and whether there are other exits inside. The barbarian ghost sect leader became somewhat worried when he heard this. There's nothing we can do about the tight time. We old fellows can only ensure that the entrance is safe and sound during this period of time. You all also listen carefully. After entering, you must calculate the time well. Once the time is up, no matter what else you discover, immediately evacuate from the entrance. If you come out late, you will be trapped inside forever. Martial Ancestor Yan warned the disciples. Lu Ming and the others naturally nodded their heads in agreement. In addition, the ranking of this time's life and death trials will be calculated based on the amount of resources you bring out. When the time comes, no matter how many resources you obtain in the secret realm, I will make the decision. You can all leave behind a tenth as a reward for risking your lives this time. Martial Ancestor Yan waved his hand and said. This time, the disciples were even more overjoyed. That's right, Martial Nephew Sect Leader, did you bring the things I asked you to bring from the storeroom? The gray-robed old man thought of something and asked. Since Martial Ancestor specifically warned me, how could Martial Nephew forget? The things have all been brought. The barbarian ghost sect leader heard this and replied without hesitation. That's good. Give them down now and let them familiarize themselves with them first. Martial Ancestor Yan nodded his head. Yes. The barbarian ghost sect leader replied and took out a light yellow silk handkerchief and thumb-sized white beads from his sleeve. With a shake, they shot towards Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming subconsciously moved his arm and caught the silk handkerchief and the beads in his hand. He curiously sized them up a few times. He saw that the silk handkerchief was as thin as a cicada's wing, but its surface was engraved with layers of light yellow spirit inscriptions. If one looked at it a few more times, they would have a strange feeling of dizziness. The beads looked clear and transparent, as if they were just ordinary crystals. These Sumeru handkerchiefs can be considered low-level totem. They have no other functions and only have one restriction. However, they can shrink large items by more than 100 times and wrap them up, making it easy to carry around. The only downside was that no matter how much these things shrunk, their weight would not change. As for those sensory beads, they had also been refined using a special secret technique, allowing them to sense each other's location within a range of 5 kilometers. Bring one of each with you. When you enter the secret realm, it will definitely be of great use. Martial Ancestor Yan explained a little. Hearing this, all the disciples bowed and thanked him again. Alright, go out and familiarize yourselves with these 2 items. When the Firestorm Way's disciples arrive tomorrow, they will immediately enter the secret realm. The barbarian ghost sect leader instructed with a slight smile. Understood. Yes. The group of disciples agreed and left the stone hall. They began to study the usage of the 2 new items in their hands. Once Lu Ming and the others truly left the hall, the smile on the barbarian ghost sect leader's face gradually disappeared. He turned his head towards the gray-robed elder, took a deep breath, and asked, Martial Uncle, what do you think of these disciples? Can they compare to the disciples of the other clans? It's hard to say. After all, I only looked at the other sect's disciples from afar and didn't personally test their strength. However, just based on the feeling they gave me, my sect may not be too optimistic. The gray-robed elder's expression became serious as he replied. Is it really like this? The 10 disciples that my sect has just brought are much stronger than the top 10 from the previous large competitions. Martial Uncle Zhang couldn't help but ask again. My sect's disciples are indeed not bad. If I'm not wrong, Yonggan seems to have purified the Fa Li in his body. If he is willing to advance to Spirit Master, I'm afraid he has at least a 30% chance. Looking at Feng Chan's face and the black gas between his eyebrows, it seems that he has also cultivated the Iron Corpse body to a rather deep level. The one whose entire body is filled with lightning attribute spiritual power should be that 9 lightning spiritual pulse brat. There is also that child Gachong. Looking at his aura, he seems to be close to a Spirit Master. He should have successfully refined the drop of monster dragon essence blood that I gave him. Of course, the others don't look weak either. According to the average level of the previous life and death trials, they should indeed be able to obtain a good ranking. However, if I'm not wrong, the other sect also have genius disciples with shocking aptitude. Their strength is probably even above Yonggan's. Especially a female disciple from the Heavenly Moon sect. When I was secretly observing her with my crystal-level cultivation, she was actually able to immediately sense it and look at me. This is no longer something that can be described as a heaven disciple. It can only be described as a monster. Martial Ancestor Yan's gaze was dark as he slowly spoke. What? She can sense the presence of martial uncle? How is that possible? If that's really the case, then it must be the female disciple from the Heavenly Moon sect with the sword communication spirit body. Old Man Huang and the middle-aged spirit master cried out involuntarily. Yes, I also think so. Other than the Heavenly Moon sect, the other sects also have a few disciples with extraordinary auras. I'm afraid that even if Yonggan and the others meet them, they won't be able to win. Martial Ancestor Yen said coldly. If that's really the case, then doesn't that mean that in this life and death trials, our sect will be at the bottom again? The barbarian ghost sect leader's face was not too good. That's hard to say. After all, this competition is decided by the amount of resources collected. As long as our sect's little fellows are a bit lucky and are a bit more clever to avoid the strongest people from the other sects, they might be able to give us an unexpected surprise. The gray-robed old man's face recovered its calmness. We can only hope so. The barbarian ghost sect leader's face changed for a while before letting out a long sigh. At the same time, Lu Ming was holding the light yellow silk handkerchief in his hand and playing with it. From time to time, he would use the silk handkerchief to cover a grayish-white stone the size of a watermelon. After shrinking it to the size of a bean, he would pick it up and enlarge it again. As for the white bead in his other hand, it was faintly flashing with a faint white light. If one were to carefully look at it, they would discover that there were 10 black dots the size of rice grains scattered around the bead. Some of them were motionless while others were constantly moving. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Ming seemed to have gotten tired of playing. After putting away the 2 items, he randomly found an empty corner and began to silently adjust his breathing. As he breathed in and out, a hair-thin needle hidden in his sleeve also faintly flashed as if it was secretly responding to him. On both of his arms, there were 2 soybean-sized bulges. Inside each bulge were 2 rice-sized objects, one white and one black. Similarly, as Lu Ming breathed in and out, they slightly expanded and shrank. They looked as if they were alive and were extremely strange. At this time, the sky had already gradually darkened. After the scarlet afterglow of the setting sun shone on Lu Ming and the other barbarian ghost sect disciples, it was as if they were smeared with a layer of fresh blood, giving people an indescribable feeling of solemnity. On the morning of the second day, Lu Ming, who was sitting cross-legged and adjusting his breathing, suddenly felt the floating reef beneath him shake. Although it was extremely weak, it still roused him from his meditative state. He immediately looked into the distance with some astonishment. In the end, he saw that the surface of the lake nearby was shockingly rippling. Moreover, the shaking beneath him was becoming stronger and stronger. The entire surface of the lake began to be swept up by the wind, forming waves. At this time, Lu Ming faintly heard a rumbling sound coming from the distant sky. At first, it was extremely soft, but after a moment, it became extremely loud. At this time, the entire surface of the lake shook even more violently. Such a large commotion naturally alarmed the other disciples, as well as the barbarian ghost sect leader and the other 2 who were resting in the stone hall. Their expressions were somewhat doubtful as they similarly raised their heads and stared endlessly at the horizon. As for martial ancestor Yen, he was nowhere to be seen. It was unknown when he had left the floating reef. On the other floating reefs, the Heavenly Moon sect and the other sects also had similar reactions. Many disciples stood up and gazed endlessly at the horizon. After a while, a black dot suddenly appeared in the distant sky, and it gradually expanded. In the blink of an eye, it had transformed into a black mountain that was around 2,000 feet tall, and it quickly flew toward the floating reefs. At this time, the rumbling sound in the sky was already deafening. The entire surface of the lake trembled endlessly, forming huge waves that were 10 feet tall out of nowhere. Flying Peak. Why did the firestorm wave bring this sect guarding treasure here? This isn't quite right. After clearly seeing the true appearance of the Black Mountain Peak, Old Man Huang's expression immediately changed greatly as he spoke to the barbarian ghost sect leader. It is indeed a bit strange. However, there is no rush. Let's see what the people from the Firestorm Way have to say when they arrive. I think that no matter how stupid the Firestorm Way is, they won't go as far as to challenge our 4 sects at the same time. The barbarian ghost sect leader also furrowed his brows as he replied. On the other floating reefs, a few people dressed as spirit masters were all whispering to each other. Their expressions clearly carried a trace of seriousness. After a while, the black mountain peak finally flew above the floating reefs with a gust of violent wind. It stopped several thousand feet above the surface of the lake with a squeak. After a wave of loud laughter came from the top of the black mountain peak, 40 to 50 people flew down. The leader was a middle-aged Taoist wearing a golden Taoist robe and loudly said in the air, "Fellow Taoists, please don't blame me. The reason why I'm slightly late is entirely because an esteemed guest just happened to come to our sect. He heard that a new entrance to a secret realm has been discovered here, so he specially brought a precious treasure to assist us." Once the golden-robed Taoist finished speaking, his body immediately moved to the side. A man in a python robe with a dovetail face and a hawk nose walked out from behind him. His expression was gloomy and his eyes flashed with a bright light. As soon as the man appeared, he coldly swept his gaze downwards and bluntly said, "That's right. Is this where you juniors are? Where is Master Ling Yu and the others?" As the python-robed man spoke, his body released an extremely strong aura. When the barbarian ghost sect leader and the others came into contact with it, they were all shocked. This person was also a crystal-level cultivator. Morong Xian, you didn't stay in the fusion sect and actually dared to come to our Dexian country. Do you really think that our sects don't have people? Suddenly, a cold snort came from the floating reef where the heavenly moon sect was. Following that, a white light flashed and rushed into the sky. After circling in the air, it surprisingly turned into an old nun wearing a white monk's robe. She wore a white monk's hat and had a silver longsword on her back. She held a Buddhist bead necklace in her hand and looked at the python-robed man with a murderous expression. Fusion sect. When the other spirit masters below heard this name, their faces all changed. I was wondering who it was, so it's none Ling Yu. Since there is someone in charge, it is naturally for the best. However, please don't misunderstand, fellow Ling Yu. This old man isn't here to cause trouble. It's just a sect master you said, I'm here to lend you a hand. When the serpent-robed man saw the old nun, his expression changed and a trace of fear appeared on his face. What a joke. What do we need your fusion sect to do? Fellow Morong, go back to where you came from. Nun Ling Yu bluntly refused. When the python-robed man heard this, his face darkened. At this time, the Firestorm Way sect leader forced a smile and said, Senior Ling Yu, don't be anxious. Senior Morong came here because of Martial Uncle Qi Yang's invitation. However, he encountered some matters on the way and was slightly delayed. However, he will immediately rush over and personally explain this matter to you seniors. What is old man Qi Yang doing? The fusion sect has always dominated the Qi and Yu countries and has never had any dealings with our sections. Why would they suddenly come to the Dexian country and especially pick such a good time? Hearing this, Nun Ling Yu's eyes widened as she spoke. Senior Morong is a good friend of Martial Uncle Qi Yang from many years ago. When our sect received the news of the secret realm, Senior Morong just happened to be a guest in our sect. Also, he happened to have a treasure that is very useful for maintaining the entrance to the secret realm. That's why Martial Uncle was the main force and invited Senior Morong to come with us. The sect master of the Firestorm Way seemed to be very afraid of Martial Aunt Ling Yu and hurriedly explained. To be able to maintain the secret realm's entrance, what kind of treasure is that? Nun Ling Yu was finally a little surprised. Our fusion sect has so many treasures that outsiders can't even imagine. If it weren't for the fact that this old man happened to be a guest of the Firestorm Way and that fellow Taoist Scarlet Sun sincerely invited me over, Ling Yu. Do you think I'm willing to come here? Morong Xian replied bluntly. If you're really here to help, I won't say anything. But what about those disciples? Master Ling Yu's expression slightly relaxed, but she still used her hand to point at the dozens of disciples flying down from the flying peak and asked. Among these disciples, other than 10 people who wore the green and red robes of the Firestorm Way, the others all wore light silver robes. They were all disciples of the fusion sect. Oh, I have to bear quite a bit of responsibility for using that treasure. You wouldn't really help me for free, right? These people are disciples that I brought to the Firestorm Way to exchange pointers. They are all spirit apostle cultivators. Now that I've come across this opportunity, I naturally cannot easily let it go. Morong Xian yawned as he spoke. What? You want your sect's disciples to enter the secret realm? That's definitely not possible. Once Nun Lingyu heard this, she once again became hostile. Hehe, Lingyu, why do you have to make things sound so absolute? Everything in this world can be discussed. Moreover, you can only speak for one sect. Whether it's possible or not, it naturally needs to be discussed with the other fellows before we can truly decide. Just at this time, another unfamiliar voice came from high up in the sky. Everyone was startled and looked over at the same time. In the sky above the black mountain peak, a cool breeze swept past and a horse-faced old man wearing a yellow robe suddenly appeared. He held a fiery red palm leaf fan in one hand and continuously fanned it. Both of his feet stood on an azure wheel-like object. Qi Yang, you've finally come. Is what they said just now true? Nun Lingyu's face darkened as she yelled at Ma Liang. Of course it's true. Lingyu, the reason why you oppose this matter is because you don't know what treasure fellow Morong has brought. Otherwise, you definitely wouldn't oppose this matter so firmly. The horse-faced elderly man laughed heartily. Immediately thereafter, the artifact beneath his feet rotated in the air before slowly descending with him on its back. As for the barbarian ghost sect leader and the other spirit masters of the other sects, because the crystal-level elders weren't here, they naturally didn't dare to interject. They could only stare helplessly at the three crystal-level experts talking. Humph, what kind of treasure would make an old fox like you willing to make such a big sacrifice? Could it be that it can double the amount of time the entrance can remain open? Nun Lingyu snorted in her heart. She was very surprised in her heart, but she didn't show any of it on her face as she coldly said. Hehe, this will have to wait for fellow Morong to see the true situation of the entrance before you can make a judgment. However, even in the worst-case scenario, it should be able to extend the time the entrance can remain open by at least 2 to 3 times. Master Qi Yang replied with a smile that wasn't a smile. 2 to 3 times. This time, Nun Lingyu was truly shocked and couldn't help but look at the large man in the python robe. Morong Xian, on the other hand, stood proudly in the air without saying anything. It was obvious that he agreed with these words. That's right. If it didn't have this kind of effect, how would I dare to rashly invite fellow Morong over? After all, I am very clear that this kind of method is a very taboo thing. Master Qi Yang yawned as he vaguely spoke. If it really can extend the time the entrance can remain open by at least 2 times and allow the fusion sect's disciples to enter the secret realm, it isn't something that can't be discussed. However, the number of people still needs to be strictly controlled. Nun Lingyu's expression once again softened as she spoke. Hehe, since it's like this, what are we waiting for? The two of us will first bring fellow Morong to the entrance to have a look. Then, we can discuss a few things with the other fellows. After all, time is of the essence. Every 15 minutes we drag on might affect our harvests. Master Qi Yang laughed as he spoke. Morong Xian's face also revealed a trace of a smile. Thus, in the following time, the three of them all changed directions and flew towards the volcano that was exposed above the lake. After a while, they all entered the mouth of the volcano and disappeared without a trace. The secret realm's entrance was actually within this volcano. However, the barbarian ghost sect leader and the other spirit masters of the various sects weren't in the mood to care about this matter. Instead, most of their attention was placed on the newly arrived Firestorm Way and Fusion sect disciples. It was unknown what method the Firestorm Way sect leader used, but he only cast a few hand signs at the black mountain peak. With a rumbling sound, the mountain peak rapidly shrunk. In an instant, it became the size of a palm and was carefully placed into his sleeve. Soon after, the golden-robed spirit master led the Firestorm Way and Fusion sect disciples to find a large floating reef nearby and directly landed on it. They clearly didn't have any intention of repairing the stone hull or setting up restrictions. Instead, they sat cross-legged on the floating reef and rested. This is a bit troublesome. I didn't think that Chiyue country's fusion sect would actually interfere. Spirit Master Huang muttered. It was unknown if he was talking to himself or to the people beside him. If it really is like what was said and we can maintain the secret realm's entrance for a longer period of time, our sects will naturally be able to collect more resources from the secret realm. This doesn't seem to be a bad thing. Martial Uncle Zhang furrowed his brows and had a somewhat doubtful expression. If Yonggan and the others can stay in the secret realm for a longer period of time, their harvest will obviously increase. However, at the same time, the chances of them clashing with the other sects will greatly increase. Especially if there are fusion sect disciples inside, I'm afraid that this time's life and death trials will be far more dangerous than we imagined. After all, the fusion sect is a true large sect that dominates a country. If our sects join forces, we might only be able to contend against them. The strength of their disciples can be imagined. Moreover, seeing how the Firestorm Way and the fusion sect are fighting so passionately, they most likely already discussed the matter of joining forces on the way. Otherwise, why would Master Qi Yang bring them along so eagerly? When the barbarian ghost sect leader heard this, he bitterly smiled as he replied. When the other two heard this, they thought for a bit and felt that this was true. Their faces couldn't help but become a bit ugly. Senior sect leader doesn't need to worry too much. We only discovered the secret realm's entrance recently. Even if the fusion sect is powerful, it is impossible for them to know ahead of time and send their strongest disciple over. From what I can see, these fusion sect disciples are most likely the more outstanding disciples that have come to the Firestorm Way to exchange pointers. If this is the case, our sects still have a high chance of victory. Old Man Huang thought for a bit before speaking with a smile. Yes, we can only hope so. The barbarian ghost sect leader nodded his head but still had a worried expression. After all, according to what Martial Uncle Yen had said, the barbarian ghost sect disciples did not have an advantage among the other sections. Now that they had joined the stronger fusion sect, the chaos in the secret realm could be imagined. When these uninvited guests landed on the floating reef, Lu Ming naturally sat down cross-legged again. To him, whether it was the Firestorm Way or the fusion sect, it did not have much of an effect. In any case, in the end, in order to gather more resources, there was an 80 to 90% chance that he would clash with the other sect members. At that time, he only needed to act according to the circumstances. Just as Lu Ming was secretly thinking, footsteps suddenly sounded from behind him. There was actually someone nearby. When he turned his head and saw clearly who it was, he couldn't help but be slightly startled. "Senior Callan, do you have something to discuss with me?" Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he asked. The person who had come was actually Callan. She had already returned to her original appearance of a delicate and pretty young girl. Among the disciples of the various sects, she was unremarkable. "Junior Bai, I know that your mental energy is much stronger than normal people. Did you sense something from the disciples of the fusion sect?" Jiao Lan's eyebrows were tightly furrowed as he asked a question that was out of the blue. Could it be that Senior has discovered something? I didn't feel anything strange from my side. When Lu Ming heard this, he had a slightly astonished expression. It might be my misperception. However, when we enter the secret realm, Junior should be more careful when you meet the fusion sect disciples. There seems to be someone in the fusion sect who is not affected by my Aphrodite body. Instead, he seems to be able to faintly restrain me. He should also have a very strong mental energy. Callan's expression changed a few times before speaking. The fusion sect has such a disciple. When Lu Ming heard this, he couldn't help but glance at the floating reef. Unfortunately, it was quite far away and he could only faintly see a blurry figure. He was unable to see anything else clearly. At this time, Callan didn't say anything more. She only nodded slightly and left just like how she came. "Junior Bai, what did Junior Callan say to you just now?" Just as Lu Ming was thinking about the fusion sect disciple that Callan pointed out, another person suddenly walked over and coldly asked. "So it is Brother Min. Senior was just chatting with me." Lu Ming frowned as he looked at the person who came over and replied blandly. The person who asked was actually Min Shou, the disciple ranked third on the lunar monument. His face was pale white and his eyes were long and narrow. He was a disciple of the poisonous spirit faction. Although he had never fought in the large competition, it was said that his poison techniques had been trained to perfection and he could poison his enemies to death without them noticing. Since it is just a casual chat, it is better for Junior to stay further away from Junior Callan. This will prevent Senior from misunderstanding anything. Min Shou's expression was gloomy as he spoke. When Lu Ming heard this, he was first startled. After carefully examining the green-robed youth, he let out a laugh and didn't say anything. When Min Shou saw this, he was enraged. A vicious light flashed in his eyes as he said, "It seems that junior brother Bai doesn't know yet, but our Min family has already requested a marriage alliance with Callan's family. I believe that junior sister Callan will be mine soon. Junior brother, you'd better be more tactful. Otherwise, look at the fate of this stone." After Min Shou finished his threatening words, he suddenly pointed a finger at a gray rock beside Lu Ming. Then, he immediately turned around and left. Lu Ming glanced at it and immediately saw the stone become extremely black. Then, it exploded with a bang. Lu Ming touched his chin with his hand. After a faint light flashed in his eyes, he threw this matter to the back of his mind and no longer cared about it. Time slowly passed by, and after around half a day, a streak of light finally emerged from the mouth of the volcano in the distance, and two figures flew out of it, heading straight for the floating reefs. After a while, the light disappeared and two people appeared in the air. It was Nan Lingyu and Qi Yang. "The entrance to the secret realm has been stabilized. Everyone, go down first and prepare to enter the secret realm," Nan Lingyu said coldly. "Disciples of the fusion sect, listen up. After our discussion, 10 of you can enter the secret realm. The rest of you will stay outside and quietly wait for news." Qi Yang spoke to the fusion sect disciples with a faint smile on his face. "Yes, we will obey senior's orders." Among the fusion sect disciples, a youth with a slender figure immediately stood up and bowed as he spoke. "Since there are no problems, let's begin." Nan Lingyu gave another order before turning around and flying towards the mouth of the volcano with Qi Yang. Under the lead of the spirit masters of their respective sects, the disciples of the various sects also flew in the direction of the volcano in groups. After a short while, Lu Ming and the others arrived directly above the mouth of the volcano. Looking down, they could even see the black-red lava and waves of black steam rising from it. "Be careful. With your current cultivation, you are still unable to withstand this kind of temperature. We will personally cast a technique to protect you all," the barbarian ghost sect leader said seriously. With a shake of his sleeve, a layer of scarlet-red light was immediately released. With a slight flash, it expanded in all directions and immediately enveloped Yang Qian, Feng Chan, and the other two within it. Then, it transformed into a ball of red light that shot downwards. With a flash, it disappeared into the lava without a trace. Seeing this scene, Lu Ming was slightly shocked in his heart. However, at this time, martial uncle Zhang, who was beside him, had already cast a similar technique. He, Lei Zhen, and Sichuan were also enveloped in the red light as they flew downwards. Lu Ming only felt the red light in front of him dim before brightening again. He was already in a scarlet-red lava. However, under the protection of the red light, he did not feel the slightest bit of heat. Moreover, under the guidance of a force, he quickly flew deeper into the lava. After flying for about the time it took to drink half a cup of tea, the surrounding red light disappeared and the surrounding scenery once again turned into black soil. However, this time, they only traveled downwards for a short while before their surroundings became bright and they found themselves in a huge cave. At a glance, the entire cave seemed to be more than 100 acres in size. The surrounding walls were abnormally smooth, black stone, as if someone had used a sharp knife to forcefully chop it out. In the center of the cave, there was a 5-colored formation that was more than an acre in size. Within it, there were densely packed black space crystals. At a glance, there was an astonishing number of hundreds of them. Moreover, each one was the size of a chicken's egg. Surrounding the formation were 6 stone platforms that were 10 feet tall. On each platform sat a person. They were martial ancestor Yin, Nun Lingyu, and a few other crystal-level cultivators. Among them, 5 of them each had a disc-shaped tool floating in front of them. From the disc-shaped tool, white light shot out and all of it gathered into a huge, dusky ball of light in the sky above the formation. This ball of light had a diameter of 70 to 80 feet, but it slowly rotated in the air. Moreover, it was completely silent and did not make the slightest sound. In the center of the formation, there was another huge, golden cauldron that continuously shot out golden glyphs. All of these glyphs flashed and disappeared into the gray ball of light. Just as Lu Ming was looking around, the disciples of the various sects all appeared in the cave and gathered together according to the sect they belonged to. After sweeping his gaze across the area, he suddenly saw a disciple from 9 Enlightenment Mountain glaring at him fiercely. It's him. After Lu Ming saw the face of the 9 Enlightenment Mountain disciple, he couldn't help but laugh. This person was the genius disciple Jin Yu who had fought with him on suppressing Dragon Island. The current him was a bit taller than 2 years ago and his shoulders were a bit broader. However, his overall appearance had not changed much. On the other hand, because he had used the marrow washing liquid, his appearance had changed quite a bit. To think that this person could still recognize him at a glance. After thinking about this, Lu Ming smiled at the other person and withdrew his gaze. However, because of what Callan had said earlier, he looked towards the direction of the fusion sect. He saw that the 10 disciples of the fusion sect were 3 females and 7 males. Among them, the 3 females were quite pretty and the 7 youths all had an extraordinary aura. However, if one looked closely, they would not be able to see anything abnormal. It seemed that either Callan had sensed wrongly or this person was as good at disguising himself as Callan. Lu Ming did not dare to look too much and withdrew his gaze. He then roughly swept his gaze over the other sections. The disciples of the Heavenly Moon sect all wore white robes and each of them carried a sword on their back. The disciples of the Hall of Blood mainly wore blood-colored robes and their bodies all carried an indescribable bloody aura. Although the 9 Enlightenment Mountain disciples wore mixed clothing, most of them had bulging leather bags on their waists. At this time, a strange male on the stone platform with skin that was almost translucent finally opened his mouth. Very good, since everyone is here. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, we will enter the secret realm. As soon as he finished speaking, his sleeve shook and with a so sound, a lit candle shot out and firmly inserted itself into the ground nearby. However, before that, let's explain the rules of the life and death trials. After all, the fusion sect is a guest and may not be too clear about the rules of the life and death trials. A tall and skinny male wearing a blood-colored robe glanced at the candle and said with a dark smile. Humph, this time is different from the previous trials. There are no rules. The only rule is that there are no rules. The disciples that enter the secret realm can use any method to collect resources. During this time, they are responsible for their own life and death. After all the disciples come out, we will use the amount of resources that each sect has obtained to determine the ranking. Marshal Nun Lingyu said expressionlessly. Hee, it seems that fellow Lingyu is very confident in the disciples that you have brought this time. Alright, let's do it this way. The male with translucent skin said with a strange smile. I don't have any objections. That would be for the best. The other crystal-level existences either tacitly agreed or nodded their heads. Mu Rongxian, the fusion sect's crystal-level expert, slightly narrowed his eyes as he controlled the disc in front of him. From start to finish, he did not open his mouth to speak. Very good. Since no one has any objections, then let the juniors begin to prepare. Master Lingyu looked at the candle beside him that was half burned and calmly said. We will follow the old rules. Each sect will send one person in at a time. Master Lingyu said indifferently. Regarding this method, the others clearly did not have any objections. Thus, when the candle finally burned out, the disciples of each sect began to walk into the formation in the middle. Then, under a suction force, they were forcefully pulled into the gray ball of light. Then, with a flash, they disappeared without a trace. On the barbarian ghost sect's side, the first to enter was Yonggan, the eldest senior from the last large competition. The first batch of disciples from the other sects to enter were obviously people with extremely strong strength. In case something unexpected really happened on the other side, they would be able to deal with it on their own. Lu Ming was in the 7th batch of disciples to be teleported. After a moment of dizziness, he half knelt in a patch of grass that was half the height of a person. He forced himself to stand up and looked around. He immediately saw the disciples that had entered first. They were all standing in groups nearby. 100 or so feet in the air, there was also a huge gray ball of light that slowly rotated without stopping. Even higher up in the sky, there was also a sun hanging high in the sky. Not far from where they were, there was an extremely dense forest and on the other side was a boundless prairie. They seemed to be at the intersection of the two regions. Lu Ming's thoughts quickly turned. After he slightly recovered, he walked toward where Yonggan and the others were. After a while, all of the disciples finally fell out of the ball of gray light and gathered together according to the sect they belonged to. Just at this time, Marshal Ant Ling Yu's extremely cold voice came from the other side of the ball of gray light. Listen up, because this entrance has the support of fellow Morong's treasure. The time it will take for it to collapse is much longer than before. You will be able to stay in the secret realm for 1.5 months before returning here. Remember, you only have 1.5 months. If you are late, then don't ever think of leaving. Once Marshal Ant Ling Yu's voice stopped, the ball of gray light once again became silent. Junior brothers, you all heard that. Let's discuss how to move. Originally, according to the sect leader and the others, if this small secret realm is not large, it would be best for us to move together to avoid being attacked by the other sect members. If the secret realm is large enough, then we will split up and move so that we can gather enough resources as quickly as possible. Yang Gan's gaze swept over Lu Ming and the others as he spoke indifferently. Hee, this secret realm has such dense spiritual chi of heaven and earth. It is clear that the area is not small. Naturally, we will split up. At the very least, I will definitely not travel with anyone else. Feng Chan, the strongest disciple of the corpse refiner faction with messy hair, laughed. I also have the same thoughts. I don't want to be dragged down by some weaklings that managed to sneak in by luck. This kind of large natural secret realm only appears once every several thousand years. I definitely don't want to waste this kind of opportunity that fell from the heavens. Min Shou also laughed coldly as he spoke. As for who the weaklings he was referring to, only the heavens knew. As for the remaining Qian Huinyang, Callan, Gao Chong, and the others, although they did not say anything, their expressions clearly had the same thoughts. Very good, since junior brothers all have the same thoughts, then let's split up and be responsible for our own lives. However, during this period of time, if we meet a fellow sect member that is in danger, we must still provide assistance at the first moment. Yang Gan nodded his head noncommittally. At this time, the disciples of the other sects also seemed to have finished their discussion. It was unknown who took the lead, but they all scattered. Some of them rushed into the nearby forest while others directly rode clouds and flew into the sky, exploring the depths of the grasslands. However, all the people who used the soaring sky technique were only 100 feet above the ground. They did not dare to fly too high. It seemed that no one was stupid. They all knew that flying too high in an unknown and dangerous place like this was just courting death. Seeing this situation, Feng Chan let out a wild laugh and also rushed toward the forest with black gas around his body. Min Shou and Gao Chong followed closely behind without a word. Yang Gan, Qian Huinyang and the others all summoned a gray cloud and flew towards the depths of the grass-fragrance forest. In the blink of an eye, only Lu Ming, Shi Chuan, and Callan were left. Be careful, junior brother. I'll be leaving first. After Shi Chuan warned Lu Ming, he also flew into the air. Looking at the direction he was going, it was to follow Yang Gan, the eldest disciple of the sect. After Callan smiled at Lu Ming, she turned around and flew toward the dense forest. Lu Ming raised his head to look at the sky and then looked at the few disciples from the other sects who had not left. He also summoned a gray cloud and flew toward the dense forest. However, when he flew to the edge of the dense forest, he suddenly changed his direction and followed the edge of the dense forest to the side. After a while, the remaining people also chose to leave one after the other. Just like this, Lu Ming used a formation plate to draw a map on the gray cloud while carefully observing his surroundings. The dense forest was obviously very big. It should be called a forest. After flying for half an hour in one breath, he still did not see the end of the forest. Instead, it was abnormally quiet along the way. Aside from a few unknown small insects, he did not see any beasts. However, Lu Ming began to consider whether or not to continue forward. According to his calculations, he was already quite far away from where the others had entered the dense forest. As long as he was a bit more careful, he should not meet the disciples of the other sects in a short amount of time. Just as Lu Ming was thinking, he suddenly heard a series of rumbling sounds. At first, it seemed to be only a little, but after a while, it became a rumbling sound. He looked toward the direction of the grasslands in shock. He saw that on the green horizon, a red wind wall had unknowingly appeared. Moreover, it was rapidly pushing toward the dense forest with a loud sound. Lu Ming's face darkened. Without any hesitation, he turned around and flew toward the dense forest. Although he did not know what this red wind wall was, it was definitely not something good. He also did not know if any of the disciples that entered the grasslands had been unlucky enough to be sucked into it. If that was really the case, then he could only pray for his own luck. The dense forest was filled with ancient trees that were 20 to 30 feet tall. Once Lu Ming entered the forest, he immediately stopped using the soaring sky technique and used the lighten body technique on himself. Then, he lightly floated between the trees. Not long after, he was several miles deep into the forest. His footsteps slowed as he looked around. It was obvious that no one had come to this forest for many years. Between the trees, there were many unknown black and green vines. The ground was covered with a thick layer of dried leaves that were several feet tall. The lower half of the leaves had completely rotted into mud, while the upper half of the leaves still maintained their original appearance. The entire dense forest was covered with layers upon layers of thick leaves. Only a small amount of sunlight was able to penetrate through, causing the air below to be abnormally damp and gloomy. Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he casually pulled at a nearby dried-up vine. After using 20% of his strength, he unexpectedly did not immediately break it. He couldn't help but be a little surprised. He carefully looked at the vines a few more times before once again clenching his fist and using 50% of his strength. After a ping sound, this time, the vine in his hand shattered into pieces. Lu Ming shook his head and immediately stopped paying attention to these things as he continued to float forward. After walking forward for the time it took to eat a meal, Lu Ming's expression suddenly changed. His body sank and he actually floated down from the tree, landing on the thick layer of dried leaves. With another flash, he appeared in front of a withered old tree that only had half a trunk left. The upper half of the tree had disappeared for some unknown reason. The lower half of the tree's bark was also dried up and abnormally yellow, without any signs of life. However, Lu Ming was not interested in this withered tree at all. His gaze was completely focused on the small black and red fungus that grew on the lower half of the tree, away from the sun. It looked like a normal fungus, but the edges of the fungus had circles of shiny golden patterns that emitted an extremely tempting fragrance. Lu Ming extended his hand into his bosom and unexpectedly took out a light silver thick ancient book. On the surface were 4 large words, Spirit Object Encyclopedia, and he quickly flipped through it. This book was specially distributed to the 10 disciples by the barbarian ghost sect leader before they left the sect. This was to prevent them from missing out on any rare resources. After all, these disciples were not specialized herb gatherers. Although they knew of a few spirit objects and spirit materials, most of them were only ordinary goods. Naturally, it was impossible for them to come into contact with a few legendary spirit objects. With this ancient book, they only needed to hastily look through it once and leave behind a general impression. Then, when they discovered something similar, they could take it out and compare it to the pictures and descriptions on the book to carefully identify it. This spirit object encyclopedia not only recorded spirit medicines and spirit grasses, but also many legendary rare ores and other spirit objects that were difficult to categorize. When his finger paused, the page of the book suddenly stopped. It really is a golden spirit ear. This item is a supplementary material for refining a few high-level spirit pills. It is rarely seen in the outside world. This small piece is probably worth close to 1,000 spirit stones. Lu Ming looked at the picture on the ancient book and then looked at the spirit object on the tree trunk. He couldn't help but mutter with joy. Soon after, he took out a small wooden box from his body. With a flip of his other hand, a cyan short sword suddenly appeared in his hand. With a slight shake of his wrist, a cyan light flashed and the golden spirit ear, along with a small piece of dead wood, was cut off. The golden spirit ear fell into the wooden box that he had prepared earlier. Lu Ming covered the wooden box with the summer handkerchief and shrunk it to the size of a soybean. He then put it into his bosom and continued to search the nearby area. In the end, after 2 hours, he found another 2 pieces of golden spirit ear on 2 other dead trees nearby. One of them was about the same size as the one he had found earlier, while the other was 3 to 4 times the size. In other words, in a short amount of time, he had obtained 5,000 to 6,000 spirit stones worth of resources. This naturally made Lu Ming quite satisfied. Although he knew that if he continued to expand the search area, he would definitely have other gains, he still suppressed his excitement and left the area, continuing to move forward. Although the golden spirit ear was not cheap, it was still not worth wasting too much time on. After all, his time in the secret realm was limited. He still had to find the true treasures of the secret realm. Just like this, Lu Ming walked in a certain direction in the dense forest. If he came across some spirit medicine or spirit grass on the road, he would immediately stop and search for it. Once he found nothing in the nearby area, he would immediately continue on his way. Not long after, his Sumeru handkerchief had 7 or 8 different spirit grass. Among them, there were some that were not as valuable as the golden spirit ear, but there were also some that were more valuable. It could be considered a good harvest. Suddenly, Lu Ming, who was in the middle of jumping, stopped on a certain huge tree. He gazed at the branch of another large tree not far away. He saw that at the tip of the branch, which was as thick as an arm, there was the corpse of a small gray furry beast. A small part of its body had already disappeared without a trace, and the remaining part was still dripping with bright red blood. At the same time, the smell of blood filled the nearby area. It was obvious that the beast had died not long ago. Although Lu Ming already knew that in such a large natural secret realm, there would definitely be beasts, his heart still jumped when he saw this scene. Lu Ming's gaze quickly swept through the surroundings, and when he didn't find anything out of the ordinary, his body moved and floated over. When he got closer, Lu Ming discovered that this furry little beast was an astonishingly fat, giant gray rabbit. Its size was more than twice the size of a rabbit in the outside world. Furthermore, from the 2 abnormally sharp fangs exposed in its petal-like mouth, it was obvious that this giant rabbit was not a vegetarian. After Lu Ming looked at it, he bent down and pressed one of his palms on the head of the giant rabbit's corpse. At the same time, a warm flow instantly surged out from his 5 fingers. But in the next moment, Lu Ming's face slightly darkened. There were residual FA fluctuations in the giant rabbit's corpse. As expected, it wasn't a normal rabbit, but a low-level monster. At this moment, with a sound, a black-red slender thing suddenly shot out from the trunk of the big tree. Its speed was so fast that in a flash, it reached Lu Ming's neck, directly piercing through it. Lu Ming, who was originally bent down and motionless, suddenly moved his arm and firmly grabbed the black-red thing with a backhand. With a low shout, he forcefully pulled it in front of him. Pung! A large piece of yellow-green bark on the trunk of the big tree was suddenly forcibly pulled off. But as it flew over, it suddenly blurred and transformed into a mid-level monster that looked like a giant gecko. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it directly clawed at Lu Ming. That black-red slender thing was impressively the monster's long tongue. Pooh! Pooh! 2 sounds rang out, 2 wind blades shot out from Lu Ming's hands. After a flash of green light, the newly appeared monster was cut into 3 pieces. After the corpse fell heavily to the ground, fresh blood flowed out continuously. Only then did Lu Ming let go of the monster's tongue. He floated down from the branch and landed next to the new monster's corpse, sizing it up again. This demonic beast was less than 5 feet long, and its body was abnormally flat. After its death, its yellow-green body had turned into a layer of unusually smooth milky white skin. Its 4 claws were slightly curved and looked abnormally sharp. It's actually a chameleon beast. No wonder I couldn't find it at such a close distance. After Lu Ming saw the beast's face clearly, he muttered to himself happily. Although the color-changing lizard's level was not high, its skin was extremely rare in the outside world. It was one of the main materials used to refine many kinds of spirit armor and clothes. With a shake of Lu Ming's sleeve, a light green short sword appeared in his hand. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, there were only 3 piles of flesh left on the ground. As for Lu Ming, he kept the 3 pieces of milky white beast skin and continued on his way without any hesitation. 2 days later, Lu Ming stood motionlessly on the branch of a large tree. On the other trees around him, there were a few leopard-like beasts that were nearly 10 feet in size, surrounding him. These beastkins' fur were all printed with crimson patterns, and their eyes were flashing with green light. Under the groan of one of the beastkin, all the beastkin suddenly opened their mouths and spouted fist-sized fireballs. Then, their figures moved and turned into phantasms that pounced at Lu Ming. Puff! Puff! Lu Ming's sleeve moved slightly and a black rope flew out like lightning. With a slight wave, the fireballs were extinguished. Then, he flicked a finger from his other sleeve and a green light shot out. It only flickered a few times in the surroundings before it pierced through the heads of the beasts and flew back. These beasts immediately fell from the sky without a sound and no longer had any signs of life. Lu Ming didn't even look at these beasts. With a movement of his body, he floated over the corpses. These beasts were only fire leopards that were commonly seen in the outside world. Naturally, he wouldn't stop for them. 5 days later. In a hidden place in the dense forest, Lu Ming was hugging a flowering tree that was half the height of a person. He turned into a green shadow and jumped quickly between the trees. He was no longer as calm as he was a few days ago. Not far behind him, there was a loud buzzing sound. A large black cloud was chasing closely behind him. Suddenly, Lu Ming raised one hand behind him and a crimson-red fireball shot out, exploding in the black cloud. Immediately, a rolling wave of heat rolled out and a dense number of black dots fell from the black cloud. They were all ferocious-looking black wasps. Each of them was the size of a finger and their bodies were covered in light silver markings. Their tails revealed a jet-black poisonous stinger that was about an inch long. Although the entire swarm of wasps was blocked by the fireball for a moment, the falling black wasps didn't wait for them to land on the ground. They immediately spread their wings and flew up again with a buzzing sound. Such a powerful fireball didn't seem to cause much damage to them. After the black cloud paused for a moment, it once again chased after Lu Ming. An hour later, Lu Ming was covered in a layer of black gas and hid in a pond that was about an acre in size. He hid 20 to 30 feet below the surface of the water. The swarm of wasps buzzed above the pond for a while before flying away helplessly. After a while, Lu Ming let out a long breath and rushed out of the water. After the black gas on his body disappeared, his clothes were as clean as before and not a single drop of water could stain them. However, when Lu Ming looked in the direction that the swarm of wasps left, a trace of fear flashed across his face. This swarm of silver spider wasps was even more difficult to deal with than the rumors. Not only were they extremely fast, they were also extremely resistant to most spells. If it wasn't for the fact that Lu Ming found a pond in advance and spent a lot of effort to clean up the school of strange fish that were hiding inside, he might have had to use his 2 totems to fight against these wasps. However, with the number of silver spider wasps in the swarm, even if he could wipe them all out, his Feli would be nearly exhausted. In a place like this where danger was everywhere, doing this would naturally be a very dangerous matter. Not to mention the time he would have to waste in order to recover his Feli. As Lu Ming thought about it, he lowered his head to look at the silver flowering tree in his hand and couldn't help but smile. The flowering tree was covered in silver spots, and there was a palm-sized silver sunflower at the top of the tree. At the center of the flower, there were several tens of light silver seeds, all of which were abnormally plump and emitted an extremely pure aura of origin energy. Mysterious water sunflower. To think that I could find such a true heaven and earth spirit object in this place. Just this item alone is enough to exchange for a low-grade totem in the outside world. It seems that the number of spirit objects in this secret realm far exceeds what I originally imagined. Lu Ming muttered to himself and took out the summer handkerchief to shrink the flowering tree and put it away. With a trace of excitement on his face, he continued on his way. In another part of the dense forest, in an open area filled with thorny bushes, a Hall of Blood disciple was carefully approaching the center of the bushes. Surrounded by thorny bushes, a spirit grass that was as red as blood was quietly growing there. This Hall of Blood disciple held a long, blood-colored blade in his hand and continuously hacked at the thorny bushes that were blocking his way. Every time he got closer to the spirit grass, the fire on his face became even more intense. Just when he saw that he only needed a few more steps to get the spirit grass, a sudden change occurred. The thorny bushes that seemed to be inanimate suddenly flashed with a bloody light, and as if they had come alive, they madly entangled the Hall of Blood disciple. Since this Hall of Blood disciple was chosen to participate in the life and death trials, he was naturally not an ordinary person. Although he was greatly surprised by the situation, he immediately made a hand sign and a layer of blood-colored light appeared on the surface of his body. At the same time, the long, blood-colored blade in his hand suddenly waved and created countless blade shadows that madly chopped at the surrounding thorny bushes. When these blade shadows met the surrounding blood-colored thorny bushes, a series of muffled sounds could be heard. The seemingly powerful and crazy chopping actually only managed to cut 3 or 4 of the thorny bushes. However, even with this, the Hall of Blood disciple's hand heated up and the blade in his hand almost flew out. Following this, the thorny bushes took the opportunity to madly circle around the Hall of Blood disciple. However, all of the thorny bushes were forcefully blocked by the layer of blood-colored light and were unable to truly harm the Hall of Blood disciple. The Hall of Blood disciple's heart, which had been raised to his throat, immediately relaxed. He immediately made a hand sign with one hand and sparks appeared beside him. He was about to use some kind of powerful fire attribute spell to attack the surrounding thorny bushes. However, just as these sparks appeared, the surrounding thorny bushes suddenly trembled and the densely packed thorny bushes immediately let out an ear-piercing screech as they continuously shot out. The strength of the thorny bushes was so strong that it was as if they were shot from a bow. Ah! When the Hall of Blood disciple saw this, he naturally cried out in fear. He wanted to change to another defensive method, but it was already too late. The layer of blood-colored light on his body only lasted for a breath's time before it was extinguished with a flash of light. After another miserable scream, the Hall of Blood disciple was pierced full of holes by the densely packed thorny bushes. At the same time, the thorny bushes around him tightened and he forcefully tore apart the spirit apostle. Countless amounts of flesh and blood were forcefully squeezed out from the gaps of the thorny bushes. Once the flesh and blood fell onto the ground below, countless white thread-like roots immediately came out of the soil and pierced into the blood and began to absorb it as if it were alive. In an instant, the flesh and blood disappeared at a speed that could be seen by the naked eye. The thorny bushes that were originally wrapped around the Hall of Blood disciple slowly loosened and everything returned to normal. If it wasn't for the blood-colored long blade and a few tattered clothes and other miscellaneous items on the ground, no one would be able to tell that anything was amiss. However, it was these items that slowly wriggled in the nearby soil and slowly sank into the ground, disappearing without a trace. Just at this time, behind a large tree at the edge of the empty field, the murmur of an unfamiliar male suddenly sounded. "Tsk tsk, what a powerful demon tree. However, since you've already revealed your tracks, dealing with you will be an easy task." Just as he finished speaking, a figure flashed behind the large tree and a tall young man wearing the attire of the Firestorm Way walked out. On his waist was a scarlet-red palm leaf fan. At first glance, it seemed to be exactly the same as the one in Qi Yang's hand. The young man had red eyebrows and big eyes. Once he appeared, his skin immediately flashed with a dense scarlet spirit inscription. It seemed that the surrounding temperature had also increased by a few degrees. The young man calmly took out a light blue glyph from his sleeve. With a flick of his wrist, the glyph immediately disappeared into thin air with a blur. In the next moment, above the center of the thorns, there was a fluctuation, and a light blue unknown rune appeared. Then, with a poof sound, the rune shattered out of thin air, turning into a blue light curtain that covered the blood-red spirit grass. Subsequently, the young man calmly took out the palm leaf fan from his waist and started chanting. With a wung-wung sound, the palm leaf fan began to shine. At the same time, scarlet inscriptions floated out from the surface and began to dance around the fan. After a moment, the entire fan emitted a suffocating high temperature, causing it to become extremely hot. However, the young man ignored the temperature of the fan in his hand and instead waved the fan in his hand at the thorns. Puchi! A scarlet-red pillar of fire rolled out from the palm leaf fan and transformed into a surging sea of fire that enveloped the entire area in front of it. In an instant, the thorns once again danced wildly in the flames. However, under the fierce burning of the flames, they were all turned into black ash in the time it took to breathe. Within the sea of fire, only the blue light barrier was still faintly flashing with light. The spirit grass inside looked completely unharmed. When the sea of fire completely dissipated, the young man immediately stepped on the slightly charred ground and calmly walked toward the blue light barrier. At the same time, in another part of the forest, a beautiful female disciple of the Heavenly Moon sect was currently using her movement technique. In her hand, a crystal-clear longsword was fiercely fighting against a huge black and red python that was 70 to 80 feet long. The girl suddenly let out a long hiss. Under the dance of the longsword in her hand, it transformed into a silver halo of light. After her figure and the huge python crossed paths again, the huge python's head was immediately chopped off amidst the bloody light. Only then did the female from the heavenly moon sect twirl in the air before steadily landing on the branch of a nearby large tree. She glanced at the huge body of the python that was still continuously whipping the ground, and expressionlessly sheathed the long sword in her hand into the sheath on her back. With a turn of her body, she floated away. In the depths of the plains, a male and a female disciple of the fusion sect, who looked similar, were holding hands as they slowly walked through a gray wolf pack. There were over 1,000 gray wolves, and each of them was the size of a calf. They bared their fangs, but they completely ignored the man and woman who were passing by, as if they didn't exist. A moment later, the male and female disciples from the fusion sect passed through the wolf pack and walked further and further away. Finally, they turned into two small black dots and disappeared without a trace. Deep underground, not far from the grassland, in a cave whose walls were covered with glittering spiritual stones, lay two incomplete tiger-shaped puppets, several ferocious monsters that were also torn to pieces, and a shriveled corpse that had shrunk to almost twice the size of a normal person. The corpse wore an ordinary blue robe, and there was a fist-sized hole on its forehead, but no blood flowed out. 7 days later, Lu Ming stood on the branch of a huge tree at the edge of the forest and looked into the distance with an extremely serious expression. The size of the forest far exceeded what he had imagined. After a few days of trekking, he finally walked out. However, when he clearly saw the marvelous scenery in the distance that was completely unobstructed, he was greatly shocked. With an oddly long canyon a few miles away as a boundary, on one side was a scorching sun, and on the other side was a world of ice and snow. Even with Lu Ming's calmness, he was greatly shocked when he saw this scene. His eyes focused and carefully looked into the distance. He discovered that in the world of ice and snow, although he could not see too clearly due to the heavy snowfall, he could still faintly see a huge mountain peak that pierced through the clouds hidden behind the wind and snow. Lu Ming could not help but feel his heart beat faster. No matter where it was, the place with the highest concentration of yuan qi was usually the place with the highest mountain peak. It was also the easiest place for various spiritual beings to live. This mountain hidden behind the wind and snow was so huge, it was very likely that it was the center of the secret realm. As long as he could enter this mountain, he would not need to go to other areas to search for resources. After all, this secret realm was so big, and he had to calculate the time needed to return. Even if he wanted to explore other areas, he might not have many opportunities. Lu Ming thought to himself as he looked to his left and right. When he did not find any traces of other people, he immediately formed a one-handed sign and immediately summoned the gray cloud to fly towards the canyon in the distance. Not long after, he was close to the canyon. Just as he was about to fly over the canyon, a creepy feeling suddenly surged from his heart without any warning, causing his expression to change. He almost subconsciously paused and immediately shot backward. He retreated until he was 100 feet away before he steadied his body with a slightly pale face. Such a strong omen was almost the same as when he was on Savage Island before he mastered the secret technique. He was faced with a fierce person that he could not win against and had a death stare at him. At that time, if it was not for Uncle Qian saving him, he would have been torn to pieces by that fierce person. Lu Ming's expression changed several times as he slowly descended from the sky. The feeling of danger in his heart slowly disappeared. His eyes flashed and he hesitantly walked forward a few feet. He looked at the opposite side of the canyon and the bottom a few times. He saw that the canyon was about 300 to 400 feet wide, but 70 to 80 feet down was astonishingly filled with a thick gray fog. He could not see clearly what was below. This caused Lu Ming to frown. However, his gaze swept the ground nearby and he bent down to pick up a withered branch. He weighed it with one hand and after feeling the weight, he took a deep breath. His arm suddenly thickened and he fiercely threw the object in his hand towards the opposite side of the canyon. With a sound, the withered branch shot towards the opposite side of the canyon. However, after flying for 30 to 40 feet, it suddenly stopped and fell down. Its speed seemed to be even faster than before. Lu Ming's face darkened. Without hesitation, he picked up a head-sized rock from the ground nearby. His body quickly spun and his arms exerted force. The rock flew out like a catapult with a whistling sound. However, this time, the rock only flew for 70 to 80 feet before it also suddenly changed direction and fell into the canyon. It was as if there was some kind of huge force forcefully pulling it down. A natural gravitational field. Lu Ming finally made a judgment after taking in a breath of cold air. If his heart's reaction had been slightly slower, it was likely that he would have been like the withered branch and rock from before, directly pulled into the depths of the canyon by the invisible gravitational field. Although he did not know what was below the fog, it was definitely not something good. Although this kind of natural restriction was extremely rare, once it was formed, the danger it posed was far greater than a normal restriction. As a mere spirit apostle, it was definitely impossible for him to forcefully resist the gravitational field and fly over it. However, it was naturally impossible for him to give up on exploring the treasure mountain not far away. As a result, Lu Ming could not help but worry. It seemed that if there really was a stone bridge that led directly to the other side, he might not have a chance. When Lu Ming thought of the two-word stone bridge, his heart could not help but move. After looking left and right, he suddenly rose into the air again and flew along the edge of the canyon in a certain direction. 4 hours later, when Lu Ming saw a densely packed natural stone pillar standing in the middle of the canyon, he could not help but be overjoyed. Not only were these stone pillars abnormally thick, but they were also very densely packed together. In the middle, the larger ones were only 2 to 3 feet away while the smaller ones were only 3 to 4 feet away. After Lu Ming searched these stone pillars for a while, he finally found the most suitable route. Without hesitation, he shook his sleeve and a black rope shot out. With a flash, it fiercely wrapped around the top of a stone pillar 20 feet away. After taking a deep breath, Lu Ming fiercely stomped on the ground with one foot and his body abruptly shot towards the stone pillar. With a pu sound, he had only traveled a few feet away from the canyon when he suddenly felt his body sink and fall down. However, Lu Ming's arms suddenly pulled on the black rope and his body still flew forward. With a flash of green light, a green short sword was inserted into the stone wall beside the stone pillar. Lu Ming's body was firmly stuck to the stone wall. At this time, he only felt that his entire body had become incomparably heavy. Every movement was incomparably slow, as if there was 1,000 kilograms of force pulling him down. Even with his current physical body that far surpassed that of a normal disciple, he still felt that it was extremely strenuous. However, in the next moment, he took a deep breath. Suddenly, the veins on his forehead bulged and his 4 limbs simultaneously became thicker. Another force surged out of his body. Lu Ming pulled out the green short sword and pulled on the black rope again. He actually slowly climbed to the top of the stone pillar. After he barely managed to stabilize his body, he shook his sleeve again. Immediately, the black rope loosened from the stone pillar below him and wrapped around another stone pillar a few feet away. Lu Ming gave another low shout and with a push of his leg, he leaped towards the next stone pillar. In another part of the canyon, an unknown distance away, there was a thick stone pillar that stretched across the 2 sides of the canyon. Gao Chong's 2 hands were clenched into fists as he walked on it. Every step he took caused the stone pillar below him to tremble. Although his breathing gradually became coarse, he still walked step by step towards the other side of the canyon. At the edge of the canyon, a female disciple wearing the uniform of the Heavenly Moon sect stood on a gray cloud and floated at a low altitude. After looking at the other side of the canyon, she suddenly shook her wrist and fiercely threw the giant gray rabbit in her hand towards the other side. As a result, after the giant rabbit flew a few feet away, it fell straight into the depths of the canyon with extreme fear. Seeing this, the young girl's eyebrows moved slightly. Her face revealed a contemplative expression as she calculated something. After a while, the eyes of the female disciple of the Heavenly Moon sect flashed. Suddenly, she pulled out the snow-white sword that was stuck in her back and held it horizontally in front of her. Immediately, a shocking sword aura rushed out of her body. With a shout, the sword chi that soared into the sky circled once in the air and was thrown back into the long sword in her hand. With a flash, it disappeared without a trace. The female disciple from the Heavenly Moon sect suddenly waved her snow-white treasured sword and stepped on the ground with one foot. She turned into a cold light that was 10 feet long and shot toward the other side. Her speed was as fast as lightning. If someone saw this scene, they would definitely scream out in shock. This was the body and sword becoming one technique that could only be grasped after a sword cultivator reached the Spirit Master realm. However, even though it was said like this, many sword cultivators with slightly less talent were unable to use this technique even after reaching the Spirit Master realm. Just like the female disciple with the surname Yu from the Heavenly Moon sect who had died in the mouth of the Scarlet Serpent, although she had a middle-grade totem in her hand and her cultivation was far above that of the female disciple, she was unable to use this ability. Furthermore, this technique was used to combine all of the Fali in the body with the treasured sword. It was used to kill strong enemies. Using it to escape into the canyon was really overkill. The force of gravity pulling down from the canyon was astonishing. However, after a few flashes of the strange cold sword light, it forcefully broke through the restrictions of the force field and directly escaped to the other side of the canyon. After the cold light disappeared, the figure of the female disciple from the Heavenly Moon sect once again appeared. The female's handsome and beautiful face was slightly pale. It was obvious that the flight just now had used up a lot of Fali. However, after looking back at the canyon, she lightly smiled and stuck the treasured sword behind her back. Then, she walked toward the snowy area. In the air above another canyon, a person in a blood-red robe was walking slowly in the air. With every step he took, a bloody light would appear on the surface of his body. At the same time, a blood-colored lotus would appear under his feet and his body would not fall. One after another, the blood-colored lotus bloomed in the air and dissipated. The person in the blood-red robe did not stop at all when he arrived at the other side of the canyon. After raising his head, he shockingly revealed a face of 20 years old that was filled with arrogance. His eyes were fiery as he looked at the huge mountain hidden in the snow. Then, with a flash, he rushed into the snow in front of him. Whoosh! When Lu Ming felt the gravity on his body suddenly disappear, he immediately pulled on the black rope in his hand with great joy. His entire body flew over the last 10 feet like an arrow and directly appeared on the opposite side of the canyon where a protruding stone block was tightly entangled by the black rope. He turned around to look at the canyon behind him and felt his entire body aching. He couldn't help but grin bitterly. Then, he put away the black chain and took a deep breath before striding forward. After the time it took to finish a meal, he arrived at the edge of the snowstorm. Looking at the vast expanse of white in the distance, he gritted his teeth and walked into it. However, after taking a few steps, a gust of wind and snow swept toward him. Lu Ming shivered and felt as if his entire body was about to be frozen. His face suddenly changed and without hesitation, he formed a one-handed sign. Immediately, black gas surged out of his body and wrapped his entire body tightly. At the same time, Fali from his spirit sea surged out and completely expelled the cold air in his body. Then, the Fali continued to flow throughout his meridians, allowing his body to maintain a trace of warmth. Lu Ming continued to walk forward slowly, step by step. The intensity of the snowstorm here was far beyond his original expectations. Moreover, in the midst of the snowstorm, there were some fist-sized crystal hailstones that made muffled pung-pung sounds when they hit his body. If it wasn't for him using the dark bone method to release Fali to protect his entire body, these hailstones would probably have broken his head, let alone continue forward. But even so, after the gust of wind and snow passed by, it still made him feel bone-piercing cold and the blood in his entire body seemed to freeze from time to time. The only thing he could do now was to madly activate the Fali in his body. However, the result of doing so was that his Fali was quickly consumed. Luckily, this snowstorm world wasn't too wide. Even though he couldn't walk step by step in the air, he only walked for about 2 to 3 miles before the snowstorm suddenly stopped. After Lu Ming let out a long breath, his body immediately shook and the black gas on his body dissipated. Looking at the huge mountain that was already in front of him, a trace of surprise appeared on his face. The mountain in front of him was really a bit too strange. Looking down from the top half of the mountain, other than the fact that it seemed to take up too much space, everything else was normal. However, looking up from the top half, the entire mountain was actually divided into 5 smaller mountain peaks of different sizes. From afar, it looked like a giant palm that held up the sky. Just as he was lost in thought, in the snowy world hundreds of feet away, a huge figure rushed out with a frosty aura. Lu Ming was shocked and hurriedly took 2 steps back to look. He saw that the huge figure was a giant ape puppet that was 30 feet tall. Its entire body was black, as if it was made out of fine iron. 9 Enchantment Sect Disciple. Lu Ming relaxed a bit. No matter what, the barbarian ghost sect and the nine enchantment sect still had an alliance. However, after his gaze swept left and right, he was a bit surprised. The area around the giant ape puppet was empty and there wasn't the slightest trace of other people. Hee, so it's Junior from the barbarian ghost sect. Junior is able to come here safely at such a young age. It can be seen that your strength is not ordinary. Suddenly, a man's voice came from the giant ape puppet. You are. This naturally made Lu Ming jump in fright. His gaze immediately fell on the giant ape. Oh, it must be the first time Junior has seen such a large puppet. I will come out and meet Junior. After some apologetic words, a white light suddenly flashed from the abdomen of the giant ape, revealing a small door that was half the height of a person. From it, a blue-robed youth came out. He had a round face and a smile, giving people a good impression of him. I am Taiyu, sorry for the embarrassment. The round-faced youth walked out and greeted Lu Ming with a face full of smiles. So it's Brother Tai, I am Baitsong Tian. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and he also cupped his hands as he replied. Baitsong Tian. You are the barbarian ghost sect disciple that defeated Junior Jinyu. Haha, what a coincidence. When Taiyu heard this, he was startled at first, but he immediately laughed out loud. Oh, Brother Tai knows me? Lu Ming had a trace of surprise. Junior Jinyu is a proud and arrogant person. The talent he has in controlling puppets is 1 in 1,000 within the sect. However, after losing to you, he has become even crazier in his cultivation. He has always declared that he will personally defeat Brother Bai. Taiyu clicked his tongue as he spoke. He looked at Lu Ming as if he was looking at something strange. I was only able to win last time because of luck. If we were to fight again, how would I have any chance of winning? However, Brother Tai's puppet is very strange. When Lu Ming heard this, he couldn't help but slightly crease his eyebrows. He then changed the topic and said. Indeed, this kind of puppet that can be stored is rare even in our 9 enchantment sect. However, this kind of puppet also has its advantages and disadvantages. It is naturally very useful when used to travel or pass through the vile area just now. However, if it is used to fight with others, it is just a big target. After all, its size is a bit too big. After Taiyu explained a bit, he sighed. So that's how it is. However, since Brother Tai has come here, what do you plan to do next? Lu Ming nodded his head and asked a question without any change in expression. Is there even a need to ask? Since I have come to this treasure mountain, of course I cannot return empty-handed. Junior Gao, do you want to travel with me? If I have a puppet to scout the way, it will be safer than you taking the risk alone. Taiyu blinked his eyes as he replied. Thank you for Brother Tai's good intentions. I have used up some Fa before and should rest for a bit before considering the matter of entering the mountain. Hearing this, Lu Ming replied without thinking. Since it is like this, then I will not force Junior Bai. I will leave first. Hearing this, the round-faced young man did not have any change in expression. Instead, he smiled and cupped his hands together. Following this, he turned around and once again burrowed into the body of the giant ape. Following this, the giant ape puppet made a rumbling sound and stood up straight again. With large strides, it walked towards the huge mountain in the distance. Although the puppet did not move much, every step it took covered a distance of over 2 meters. In an instant, it disappeared into the nearby mountain forest without a trace. Lu Ming looked in the direction that the giant ape disappeared into. After squinting his eyes for a while, his body moved and he shot off in a slightly slanted direction. Not long after, Lu Ming found an empty tree hole at the edge of the mountain forest. Slapping the leather bag at his waist, the white-boned scorpion immediately appeared in a cloud of green gas. It used its front pincers to intimately rub against Lu Ming's calf twice before disappearing into the soil. Only then did Lu Ming feel at ease as he sat cross-legged in the tree hole and began to recover the Fa that he had previously used up. He stayed in the tree hole for half a day. When he opened his eyes, not only did the Fa in his body recover to its original state, even his mental state was clearly much better than before. After all, the experiences of the past few days had greatly exhausted his mental state. Pooh! Green gas rolled out of the tree hole and the white-boned scorpion came out of the soil. It let out two gua-gua sounds at Lu Ming and seemed to have a trace of pride on its face. Lu Ming was slightly startled. Only then did he realize that the scorpion's front pincers each had a dark green crystal spirit stone. Wood crystal stones. Lu Ming took the two green crystal stones and flipped them over in his hand. After examining them for a bit, he let out a cry of surprise. "Didn't I tell you to stand guard nearby? Where did you find these things?" Lu Ming was shocked and couldn't help but ask the white-boned scorpion. As a result, the green flames in the ghost's eye sockets flickered a few times before it suddenly twisted its body and burrowed back into the soil. After a short while, it came out again with two green crystal stones in its front pincers. Could it be that there are a lot of wood crystal stones down there? This time, Lu Ming was truly shocked and his heart thumped. It must be known that the value of the wood crystal stone was extremely high. Among the 5 elemental crystal stones, it was considered one of the best. After all, regardless of whether it was the planting of spirit herbs or the healing of illnesses, the wood crystal stone was an item that was consumed in large amounts. However, the production of the wood crystal stone was much rarer than the other 5 elemental crystal stones. A low-level wood crystal stone like this could be sold for 20 spirit stones in the outside world. If it was a middle-level wood crystal stone, its value would increase by 20 times. As a result, Lu Ming flipped his hand without hesitation and revealed the crystal-clear short sword. After injecting his Fa Li into it, it released a half-foot-long green light and slashed at the ground below him. After the green light swept through the ground, the soil was easily sliced apart like tofu. Lu Ming's other hand grabbed at the air and lifted it up, throwing a washbasin-sized clump of soil out of the tree hole. At the same time, the white-boned scorpion's 2 pincers danced wildly as it helped Lu Ming dig around. 2 hours later, a 20-foot-long tunnel appeared in the tree hole. The soil outside had even piled up into a small mound. The white-boned scorpion suddenly stopped digging. With a twist of its body, it turned into a green gas and disappeared into the ground. Seeing this, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The green short sword in his hand flashed with a cold light as it slashed downwards. With a selah sound, the ground below was astonishingly no longer soft soil. Instead, it was a thick layer of rock. Without saying anything else, he urged the short sword in his hand to slash downwards a few more times. Immediately, his body lightened and his entire body fell from the sky. Below him was impressively a natural stone cave that wasn't very big. It was only a few 100 feet long and wide. However, the uneven grayish-white stone walls were surprisingly embedded with a few light green crystal stones and some unknown ores of other colors. Some of them were as big as a fist, while others were as small as a bean. At the same time, the entire cave was filled with an aura of vitality. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He was just about to walk over to the stone wall to take a look when he suddenly smelled a dense scent of plants. His gaze swept around, and he noticed another emerald green grass in the corner of the cave. It was only 2 inches long, but it was crystal clear and almost transparent, and it was wrapped in strands of milky white mist. Levitation grass. Lu Ming only needed to recognize the grass for a moment before he cried out in surprise. He quickly took out the Encyclopedia of Spiritual Objects and flipped through it. He immediately found an identical picture on one of the pages. Levitation grass, a natural spiritual plant. It is extremely rare and only grows in places with dense wood spiritual qi. If consumed raw, it can make one's body as light as a swallow, repel poison, and clear one's heart. It is the main ingredient for refining purple eye pill, clear heart powder, and other elixirs. The way to identify it is, after Lu Ming quickly finished reading the introduction on the picture, he compared it to the emerald green grass in the corner. After confirming that it was really the same, he walked over without any hesitation and bent down to touch it lightly with a finger. An icy feeling came from the tip of his finger. He then reached out and absorbed a strand of milky white mist from the grass. He put it under his nose and inhaled lightly. Immediately, a thick fragrance entered his nose, and at the same time, his spirit was lifted. Not bad, all the descriptions are the same. This is definitely the spiritual grass. Although such a good thing can be used to refine elixirs, it naturally can't be taken outside. After Lu Ming muttered a few words, his eyes lit up as he plucked the spiritual grass from the soil. After washing it with a ball of water, he put it into his mouth. The green grass, which he originally thought would be quite unpalatable, actually melted into a sweet juice the moment it came into contact with his tongue. The juice flowed down his throat. After swallowing his saliva, Lu Ming felt that his mouth was filled with the taste of saliva. However, after stretching his legs and jumping around a few times, he didn't feel any abnormal changes. It seemed that the grass's transformation was a gradual process and the effects couldn't be seen right away. But even like this, Lu Ming was very satisfied. Although he didn't know how many spirit stones this spiritual grass could be sold for in the outside world, since it was called extremely rare in the ancient records, its value could be imagined. After savoring the sweet taste in his mouth, Lu Ming wanted to check the crystal stone ores on the four walls of the rock. Suddenly, the white-boned scorpion next to him let out a strange gua-gua sound. It raised its front pincers high up and aimed at a nearby rock wall, acting as if it was facing a great enemy. Lu Ming was startled and hurriedly looked at the rock wall. Only then did he discover that there was an astonishingly long crack on the rock wall. From it, a purple mist was surging out. This is... Lu Ming's mind turned, but before he could react, he suddenly felt dizzy and a faint fishy smell entered his nose. It's poisonous. Lu Ming cried out involuntarily. He immediately held his breath and slid to the side. At the same time, he quickly took out an emerald green bottle and poured out a scarlet-red elixir into his mouth. At this time, he felt the dizziness in his head lessen. Lu Ming naturally didn't know that the poison of the purple mist was far stronger than he had expected. The antidote elixir he had just taken did not have much of an effect. If it weren't for the fact that he had just swallowed the levitation grass and had used the marrow-cleansing liquid to refine his body, he might have already silently died. The white-boned scorpion didn't seem to be too afraid of the purple mist. After Lu Ming retreated, the stinger on its back straightened and the green flames in its eyes burned brighter. At this time, a hissing sound came from the crack. A large amount of purple mist suddenly surged out and a 4 to 5 foot long centipede crawled out. Its tentacles were abnormally long and its entire body was dark green. From its mouth, it continuously spat out a purple mist. With a single glance, anyone could tell that it was definitely not a normal poisonous insect. With a chee-chee sound, the stinger on the back of the poisonous scorpion moved and turned into a dozen or so black lines that shot out. The huge centipede that had just crawled out was caught off guard and a dozen or so small black and red holes appeared on its body. Dark green poisonous blood immediately splattered out from the holes. After the centipede let out a cry of pain, it angrily coiled its body and jumped up. At the same time, the tips of all of its legs wriggled and a small purple and red spike appeared. It was about to fiercely stab at the bone scorpion. The white-boned scorpion's body swayed and immediately dodged the opponent's attack. At the same time, its stinger suddenly shook and pulled the centipede away from the low altitude. With a so sound, the scorpion transformed into a green shadow and jumped onto the opponent's body. It waved its front claws and madly clamped down. However, the carapace of the centipede seemed to be incomparably hard. Even with the sharpness of the bone scorpion's front claws, it was only able to make a few cuts of varying length and was unable to seriously injure the opponent. On the other hand, the stinger on the back of the scorpion continued to madly stab down and poke numerous small holes on the opponent's back. However, the huge centipede's life force was extremely strong. Even though it had suffered so many injuries, it still continued to roll and twist its body on the ground. Not only did the spikes on its lower limbs leave countless claw marks on the ground, but the poisonous gas it spat out became denser and denser. It almost condensed into a large ball of deep purple gas that enveloped the entire area within a few dozen feet. Under the corrosion of the poisonous gas, the nearby gray stone ground began to melt and soften. Lu Ming originally wanted to go and help, but after taking 2 steps forward, his nose smelled a trace of a fishy smell. His head sank and he immediately retreated in shock. Since the bone scorpion had completely gained the upper hand, he was not in a hurry to go forward. As for long-range attacks, with the huge centipede and the bone scorpion fighting each other and the purple gas blocking his line of sight, it was even more difficult for him to rashly attack. However, Lu Ming's calmness was only maintained for a short while before his face suddenly became gloomy. Under the cover of the thick purple gas, the originally incomparably brave white-boned scorpion's movements actually slowed down after a series of fierce attacks. At the same time, the green flames in its eyes dimmed a bit. The dark green centipede broke free from the bone scorpion's grasp and flipped over, beginning to tear at the scorpion. The white bone scorpion's originally dense white bones began to have an abnormal light purple poison spot appear on its body. The purple gas's poison was so strong that after a while, even the white bone scorpion was unable to withstand it. Lu Ming's thoughts quickly turned and he used the communication spirit technique to communicate with the white bone scorpion's consciousness. In the next moment, the bone scorpion's stinger suddenly danced wildly and forced the centipede to retreat half a step. With a movement of its lower limbs, the centipede flew out of the poisonous gas in a flash. The dark green centipede had previously suffered a great loss, and seeing this situation, it was naturally unwilling to give up. Immediately, it let out a "si" sound and chased after the centipede with its body covered in green blood. However, as soon as it rushed out of the purple gas, Lu Ming raised his two hands and with a so-so sound, 7 or 8 wind blades instantly shot out. The centipede was startled and wanted to retreat back into the poisonous gas, but it was already too late. With a flash of cyan light, all of the wind blades accurately cut into the huge centipede's body. However, after a "kacha" sound, the wind blades were only able to penetrate a small half of the centipede's body and were unable to penetrate any further. Under the pain, the poisonous centipede rolled on the ground and retreated back into the purple gas. An evil look flashed across Lu Ming's face. With a flip of his hand, a cyan short sword appeared in his hand. With a low shout, he slashed at the air within the gas. With a pu sound, a cyan sword light shot out from the short sword and with a flash, it pierced through the poisonous gas. In the next moment, there was a loud si sound from within the gas. Green blood violently gushed out, followed by a series of pung-pung sounds. It was as if the poisonous centipede was still struggling with all its might. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and put away the short sword in his hand. His two hands formed a hand sign and scarlet-red fireballs appeared in his hands. With a flick of his wrist, 5 or 6 fireballs flew out. Hong-hong sounds rang out as the fireballs exploded within the poisonous gas, transforming into surging flames that submerged everything within. The poisonous mist gradually dissipated in the sea of fire. After a while, there was no more sound. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and shook his sleeves toward the sea of fire. A gust of wind swept past and extinguished all the flames, revealing the 2 pieces of the scorched centipede corpse on the ground. He couldn't help but be a little surprised. This poisonous insect was actually quite resistant to fire. Otherwise, it would have turned into ashes in the sea of fire. How could there be remains left? But at this moment, with a so sound, the bone scorpion that was originally a little listless actually rushed out from his side. Once it reached the side of the centipede's corpse, it used its 2 front pincers to tear the centipede's corpse and took out 2 things from it. A purplish-red meatball and a green crystal stone. The meatball was only the size of a fist. From time to time, 1 or 2 drops of purple liquid dripped from it. When it fell on the ground, it immediately pierced a black hole. This meatball was the poison sac of the giant centipede. As for the other green crystal stone, at first glance, it seemed to be a wood crystal stone. But after a closer look, one could find that the color of the crystal stone was much thicker and muddier than a normal wood crystal stone. Without waiting for Lu Ming to take a few more looks, the bone scorpion opened its mouth and swallowed the entire poison sac into its stomach. Then, it let out a strange cry and the purple poison spots on its body suddenly spread. After its body trembled a few times, it suddenly lay on the ground and stopped moving. Seeing this situation, Lu Ming hurriedly used the psychic technique to communicate with the bone scorpion. However, the ghost's consciousness was dizzy and had no reaction at all. After Lu Ming frowned, he didn't show a panicked expression. His bone scorpion was quite intelligent. Since it took the initiative to swallow the poison sac, it should be fine. However, he was afraid that the bone scorpion would be unconscious for a few days. If that was the case, it would be really troublesome. One had to know that the next 10 days were the most critical period. It was very likely that there would be fierce conflicts with the disciples of the other sect. If he lost Bone Scorpion, this powerful helper, his strength would be reduced by as much as half. As Lu Ming was thinking, the purple poison on the surface of the white bone scorpion's body had already spread to every part of its body. Its front claws loosened and the emerald green crystal that was originally tightly clamped rolled out. At the same time, green gas surged out from its body, wrapping its entire body in an impenetrable manner. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Ming took a few steps forward and picked up the emerald green crystal. He placed it in front of his eyes and examined it carefully. At such a close distance, he discovered that there were some silky, milky white things inside the crystal, and they gave off a faint fishy smell. His mind spun quickly, and he went through all the things recorded in the Encyclopedia of Spiritual Objects, but there was nothing similar. It seemed that he would have to wait until he got out of here and find someone to identify the spoils of war. As Lu Ming thought about this, his gaze swept around the cavern a few times before he walked over to a nearby stone wall. Taking advantage of the fact that the white-boned scorpion was unable to move, he would first take care of the wood crystal stones and other ores in the cavern. Perhaps there would be other surprises. One by one, the wood crystal stones were carefully pried out from the stone wall using the Xian short sword. There were at least 50 to 60 of them. Most of them were the size of a finger, and the largest was only the size of 2 fists. However, Lu Ming unexpectedly discovered 2 middle-tier spirit stones, both of which were the size of chicken eggs. Such a large middle-tier wood crystal stone should be rare even in the outside world. 2 of them together should be able to sell for 7 or 8 spirit stones. However, the other accompanying ores made Lu Ming slightly disappointed. Most of them were miscellaneous ores that were not very valuable. He only picked a few of the most valuable ones, and was too lazy to even clean up the rest. After he put away the wood crystal stones and other items with the summer handkerchief, he glanced at the white-boned scorpion and discovered that it still did not show any signs of waking up. He immediately shook his head and began to walk around the cavern to see if there were any places that he had overlooked. After a while, Lu Ming's gaze fell upon the crack that the giant centipede had crawled out from. His heart moved and he immediately walked over. Using his palm to lightly pat the side of the crack, a dong-dong sound actually came from it. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. With a shake of his sleeve, the Xian short sword appeared in his hand. A cold light that was a foot long slashed through the air and fiercely struck the stone wall with a pung. Immediately, a circular hole that was a few feet wide appeared in front of him. However, it was completely dark inside, so Lu Ming did not dare to rashly walk in like this. After muttering an incantation, he flicked his finger and a scarlet-red flame shot out. Lightly floating into the black hole, it floated in the air without moving. The hole was filled with a red light, completely dispersing the darkness. After Lu Ming saw it clearly, his expression immediately changed. He lowered his head and entered the hole. The neighboring cavern was only 30 to 40 feet wide. However, the ground was covered with piles of white bones and a thick layer of withered grass. In the most gloomy and damp corner, there were surprisingly 2 large insect eggs that were covered with purple stripes. They were about the size of a fist and emitted an overflowing vitality. It was obvious that these 2 insect eggs were left behind by the giant centipede from before. Seeing this, Lu Ming was overjoyed. Since the giant centipede from before was so powerful, its insect eggs were most likely not low level. Whether it was incubating and cultivating them or selling them outside, the price would definitely not be low. He immediately took out a jade box from his body and carefully placed the 2 insect eggs inside. Then, he used the summer handkerchief to carefully store them away before examining the bones on the ground. Unfortunately, they were all bones of low-level monsters. After he did not discover anything else, he retreated. In the remaining time, Lu Ming found a clean place in the cavern, sat down cross-legged, and quietly waited. He had already decided that he would wait for the bone scorpion for at most half a day. If the ghost did not wake up, he would first store it in his cultivating soul bag. Finding treasures was more important. Just like this, time slowly passed. After about an hour, the green gas on the surface of the bone scorpion began to roll. Moreover, the color quickly changed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, it became the same purple color as the poison mist that the giant centipede had spat out. Seeing that the ground around the mist was slowly melting and turning black, the poison mist's toxicity was not as toxic as the giant centipede's poison mist, but it was not too far off. This white-boned scorpion had only swallowed the poison sac of the giant centipede, but it had unexpectedly inherited more than half of the poison mist from the giant centipede. After a goose sound came from within the mist, the purple mist rolled and disappeared without a trace. The white-boned scorpion once again appeared. At this time, other than a few dark purple spots on the surface of the ghost's body, everything else was impressively the same as before. Lu Ming squinted his eyes and suddenly used his mind to communicate with the ghost. In the next moment, the bone scorpion shook its head and opened its mouth, spitting out a cloud of purple mist at the nearby stone wall. Pung! The mist rolled out and the stone wall that was covered by it instantly began to corrode and melt layer by layer. Seeing this, Lu Ming was very satisfied. Without hesitation, he stood up and patted the cultivating soul bag on his waist. A black cloud rolled out and the white bone scorpion shrunk and was stored inside. Afterwards, he made a hand sign with one hand and summoned a gray cloud under his feet. He then slowly flew out of the tunnel that he had dug. However, when he flew out of the tunnel, he suddenly saw a bloody light flash in front of him. A long, bloody blade was in front of him like lightning, about to cut off his head from his neck. However, when he flew out, it looked like he didn't have the slightest bit of defense. However, with the cautious habits that he had developed on Savage Island for so many years, the hand that was hidden in his sleeve still instinctively held on to the Cyan Moon Sword totem. Now that he saw this situation, his arm blurred and blocked in front of him with the short sword. However, when he flew out, it seemed like he didn't have any defense at all. However, after so many years on Savage Island, he had developed a habit of being cautious. His hand, which was hidden in his sleeve, still instinctively held on to the Cyan Moon Sword totem. Now that he saw this situation, his arm became a blur and he used the short sword to block in front of him. However, with a honk sound, Lu Ming only felt his arms heat up and his body was hit by an unstoppable force. He flew diagonally out of the tunnel and forcibly broke through the tree hole behind him. Following this, a green light flashed in front of him and 7 or 8 green wind blades shot out with a sharp sound, wanting to cut him into several pieces in an instant. If it was any other normal disciple, after receiving such a fierce attack, the alien in their body would be agitated and they wouldn't be able to put up any defense. However, Lu Ming's expression only changed and with a thought, one of his arms immediately shone with a green light. Dense green threads wildly emerged from his body and interweaved together to form a layer of faint green shadow. At the same time, his body suddenly bent as if it didn't have any bones. Most of the wind blades were dodged by Lu Ming's inconceivable movements, but there were still 3 wind blades that hit him. However, after a series of muffled sounds, they all dissipated in a flash. After Lu Ming's body returned to normal, he lightly landed on the ground a few feet away. There were a few thin and long wounds on his chest and fresh blood flowed out. Fortunately, the wounds didn't seem to be too deep. The alien in his body only needed to block the wounds and the blood stopped flowing. At the same time, the layer of faint green shadow on his body finally materialized with a few wild flashes. Impressively, it was an armor made of countless interweaved vines. Although it was extremely simple, it was enough to protect a few of the most fatal spots on his upper body. At the crucial moment, Lu Ming had activated a spirit vine seed planted on his arm and instantly transformed it into a suit of armor that protected his entire body. If it weren't for the opponent's sneak attack being too sudden and not allowing the power of the armor to completely materialize, it was likely that these wounds wouldn't have left behind. However, at this time, Lu Ming's expression was abnormally ugly. A small part of it was because of the convulsive pain from using the bloodvine technique. The other half was naturally because of the 2 people, one male and one female, who had joined hands to sneak attack him. The male wore a blood-red robe and held a blade in one hand. His face was full of killing intent and he looked to be around 27 or 28 years old. The female was wearing the clothing of the Firestorm Way. She had a voluptuous body and a pair of peach blossom eyes. She held a short green ruler in her hand. Both of their faces were filled with shock. It was obvious that their sneak attack had not been successful. This was something that was out of their expectations. "You are seeking death." Lu Ming stared at the 2 people in front of him and felt the pain from the wound on his chest as he spat out each word. Under normal circumstances, with the glyph armor given to him by Martial Ant Zhong, even if the wind blades pierced through the Rotten shadow, they would not be able to injure him. However, when he was attacked, the alien in his body was in a state of shock and he was unable to pour alien into the glyph armor. As for the talisman armor without any magic power, it was just a seemingly ordinary bamboo stick. It didn't have any defensive power at all. The wind blades easily cut through the bamboo stick and injured his body. However, his Fali had already recovered. After pouring a bit of Fali into the bamboo stick on his body, the damaged area of the glyph armor immediately flashed with a green light and quickly healed. Hearing Lu Ming's cold words, the Hall of Blood youth and the Firestorm Way female disciple looked at each other and suddenly laughed at the same time. Hee, kid, you don't look that old, but your tone is not small. Do you really think that just because you were lucky enough to dodge that attack, you are our opponent? If you are tactful, immediately hand over all of the treasures on your body. If Junior Marshal Sister Wu and I are kind enough, we might even spare your little life. The blood-robed youth's figure flashed and he walked to the side of the Firestorm Way female disciple. Looking at little brother's age, you should have only entered the sect for 3 or 4 years. If you have only cultivated for a few years, even if you are a genius, how much battle experience would you have? Just like what Senior Sun said, you were able to dodge our combined attack because your reaction was a bit faster. Do you really think you are our opponent? It is better for you to obediently hand over the items. No matter how good the treasures are, they cannot compare to your life. The Firestorm Way female disciple giggled as she spoke. Do you think I am a 3-year-old child? Hearing this, Lu Ming squinted his eyes and the short sword in his hand suddenly flashed. After pouring Fali into it, he shook his wrist and a green sword chi suddenly pierced through the ground below his feet. Pooh! A fist-sized hole appeared on the ground, and after a shrill cry, a stream of blood gushed out. Following that, the nearby soil cracked open, and a black snake several feet long suddenly flew out from it. There was a bloody wound on its body, and it was almost cut in half. With a swing of its tail, it went straight to Lu Ming and fiercely pounced at him. However, Lu Ming seemed to be prepared for this. The moment the black snake appeared, the green short sword in his hand had already slashed twice in the air. After the cold light swept past, the black snake was cut into 3 pieces and fell heavily to the ground. The snake's blood instantly stained the nearby soil red. You dare to kill my Xiao Hei? When the Firestorm Way girl saw this, she was first startled, then she screamed in anger. This black snake looked ordinary, but in reality, it was a young spirit snake with a trace of the Flood Dragon's bloodline. This woman had spent a lot of effort to buy it from the market. If it was carefully nurtured by someone for hundreds of years, it would not be impossible for it to have the strength of a spirit master. Therefore, when she saw that she was killed, the pain in her heart could be imagined. When the youth from the Hall of Blood saw this, his face also darkened. It was obvious that although the two of them seemed to be persuading Lu Ming, in reality, they wanted the black snake to sneak into the ground nearby, preparing to launch a surprise attack. They had no intention of letting Lu Ming leave alive. However, Lu Ming's mental strength was very strong. In addition, the white-boned scorpion was also proficient in burrowing, so it was naturally very sensitive to any abnormalities underground. When the black snake had sneaked within a few feet of Lu Ming, it was discovered. Naturally, it attacked first and gained the upper hand. At this moment, after hearing the Firestorm Way girl's flustered and exasperated shout, Lu Ming was too lazy to say anything else. He patted the cultivating soul bag on his waist with one hand, and a purple light immediately rolled out from the bag. With a gwa-gwa sound, the white-boned scorpion's several feet long body appeared in the surging purple gas. With another wave of its tail, it disappeared into the soil in a flash. It's a ghost. Junior Wu, be careful. Let's first take care of this brat. Without its master, this ghost naturally won't be a threat. When the youth from the Hall of Blood saw this, he immediately gave a low shout and made a hand sign with one hand. Blood chi surged out of his blood-colored robe, causing his figure to become indistinct. On the other side, the Firestorm Way girl heard her companion's low shout and seemed to have recovered from the pain of losing her spirit beast. She looked at Lu Ming with an extremely venomous gaze and muttered an incantation. She began to wave the cyan ruler in her hand. Immediately, spots of cyan light appeared and a layer of cyan light appeared on the surface of the girl's body. Following that, her body slowly floated up until it was about 70 to 80 feet above the ground. It was obvious that this was to prevent the white-boned scorpion from sneaking an attack from underground. Subsequently, the girl made a hand sign with one hand and several cyan wind blades began to appear in front of her. There were about 7 or 8 of them. Wind blade technique, large success. Seeing this, Lu Ming's eyes slightly flashed. Without saying anything, he quickly made a hand sign with one hand and 7 or 8 cyan wind blades also appeared in front of him. When the enchanting girl from the firestorm way saw this, her expression changed slightly. At this time, the disciple from the Hall of Blood that was wrapped in the blood mist gave a loud shout. The arm that was holding the blood-colored long blade moved and a bloody blade light rolled out. It let out a shrill cry as it headed straight for Lu Ming. At the same time, the girl from the firestorm way used the short ruler in her hand to point at Lu Ming. 7 or 8 wind blades shot out with a piercing sound. Lu Ming's sleeve shook and the wind blades in front of him also shot out with a chi-chi sound. Following that, the cyan short sword in his hand shook and a streak of cyan sword chi shot out. In an instant, the dozen or so cyan wind blades collided in the air. However, the wind blades of the girl from the firestorm way only had a flash of cyan light before they were all forcefully cut into pieces by the opposing wind blades. The undamaged wind blades only trembled slightly before appearing in front of the girl from the firestorm way in a flash. The girl was greatly shocked, but she once again waved the cyan ruler in her hand. A hurricane immediately appeared in front of her and rushed into the sky, engulfing all of the wind blades that were shot at her. A loud sound that shook the heavens and the earth, the cyan sword chi and the blood-colored blade light fiercely collided with each other. Under the interweaving of the cyan and blood-colored light, they immediately devoured each other and tore at each other. Finally, with a muffled sound, they exploded. Waves of air rolled out in all directions, forcefully shaving off a thick layer of the nearby soil. Facing this scene, the youth from the Hall of Blood was not the slightest bit surprised. He suddenly stomped on the ground with one foot and his entire body was wrapped in blood chi as he flew towards the airwaves. Seeing this scene, Lu Ming did not say anything and formed a hand sign with one hand. Another 7 or 8 cyan wind blades appeared and instantly shot towards the figure in the blood chi. After a series of chaotic dang-dang sounds, the blood blade in the Hall of Blood disciple's hand danced wildly and knocked away all of the wind blades. Then, with another jump, he rushed to a distance of 70 to 80 feet away from Lu Ming and stopped. However, the blood blade in his hand became a blur and he suddenly held it high above his head with both hands. At the same time, he quickly chanted an unknown incantation. In an instant, all of the blood chi rushed towards the blood blade like a violent gust of wind. The blood blade that was originally only 3 feet long suddenly grew in size and became a strange-looking blade that was 10 feet long. At the same time, the aura of the youth from the Hall of Blood became extremely dangerous. The Way of Fire and Way girl, who had just used the hurricane to destroy the wind blades, did not attack Lu Ming again. Instead, she flipped her hand and crushed a white glyph in her sleeve. At the same time, the cyan short ruler in her hand pointed at the youth from the Hall of Blood. A white light flashed on the body of the youth from the Hall of Blood and wisps of white gas immediately surrounded his body. Seeing this, Lu Ming's face darkened. Without thinking, the cyan short sword in his hand trembled and another ray of cyan sword chi flew out. The soil under the feet of the youth from the Hall of Blood parted and 2 huge black pincers shot out like lightning. The youth from the Hall of Blood let out a wild laugh. With a flash of white light, he suddenly split into 3 indistinct phantoms. The cyan sword chi and the 2 huge pincers instantly flashed past the legs of the middle shadow and shockingly landed on empty space. At the same time, the huge blades in the hands of the 3 shadows fell down at the same time and fiercely slashed at Lu Ming. Hong! 2 of the humanoid figures immediately vanished in a flash, while a streak of crimson glacial light shot forth from the leftmost projection. In the beginning, it was only a streak of light, but after a blur, the streak of light had become so massive that it seemed to blot out the entire sky. Lu Ming only felt the bloody light brighten in front of him. It was as if the entire sky was covered by the color of blood, causing one's mind to be shaken. If a normal person was faced with such a scene, they would probably either turn pale with fright or quickly retreat to avoid it. However, Lu Ming's face turned serious and after a long whistle, he poured all of his Fa Li into the short sword in his hand and suddenly took a step forward. The 3 layers of cyan inscriptions on the short sword flashed and disappeared. With a few swoosh-swoosh sounds, 7 to 8 thick cyan sword chi were madly slashed at the bloody light in front of him. These sword chi became blurry and combined into a cyan full moon. With a spin, it fiercely collided with the bloody light. Qila, a loud sound was heard. After the full moon and the bloody light collided with each other, a muffled rumble was heard. It vaguely formed a huge whirlpool of cyan and blood. It crazily sucked in everything around it and caused the surrounding space to tremble. At that moment, there was a slight fluctuation behind Lu Ming and a blurry shadow appeared like a ghost. With a flash of the bloody light, a long, bloody blade slowly slashed towards Lu Ming's neck. Pooh! After Lu Ming's body swayed, he instantly turned around with his face facing behind him. After his arm became a blur, he flicked a finger at the flying carpet in front of him. A black glow flashed on the tip of his finger as if something had flashed and shot out. A shrill scream was heard, the shadow's body trembled and the bloody blade in its hand was thrown away. It covered its face with both hands and fell to the ground. It was the young man from the Hall of Blood. However, at this moment, his body only twitched a few times on the ground before stiffening and no longer making any sounds. Lu Ming gestured at the corpse with one hand and with a piercing sound, a dark green needle flashed out of thin air. With a blur, it disappeared into his sleeve without a trace. It was the Jade Shadow Needle. Originally, the strength of this Hall of Blood youth was not weak and he also had many other strong secret techniques from the Hall of Blood. However, he was too confident in his close combat abilities and never expected that Lu Ming would have other totems. Moreover, it was the rarely seen flying needle totems. Furthermore, he was able to use two totems at the same time. This was why Lu Ming was able to break through the Fa, protecting his body with a single needle and forcefully pierce through his head, killing him. At this moment, without anyone controlling it, the blood light that filled the sky was instantly swept away by the cyan full moon. The situation below was once again revealed. When the Firestorm Way girl saw the corpse of the Hall of Blood youth, she immediately cried out involuntarily with an expression of disbelief. No wonder this girl was like this. Just a moment ago, the Hall of Blood youth had clearly used a strong secret technique and had the upper hand. However, in the blink of an eye, the technique had been broken and he had turned into a corpse. The sudden change in situation was something that no one would be able to accept. However, when Lu Ming's body turned around and expressionlessly looked at the enchanting girl's beautiful face lost all color. The enchanting woman's beautiful face paled again. She came to a sudden realization and abruptly turned around. Then, she turned into a ball of azure light and flew away. However, at this moment, Lu Ming had already formed a hand sign with both of his hands. He brought them together and separated them. Immediately, a 5-foot-long wind blade appeared in front of him. With a shake of his arm, the giant wind blade turned into a cyan line that flashed and disappeared. The Firestorm Way girl only heard a sudden sharp sound in her ears. Immediately, she was startled and fiercely swung the short ruler in her hand backward. A cyan ruler shadow that was 10 feet long flashed and appeared behind her. However, in the next moment, after a few cracking sounds, the giant wind blade cut through the ruler shadow and the cyan light protecting her body. It then swept past her waist. The enchanting girl screamed and her delicate body was split into two halves. She fell from the sky and heavily fell to the ground. However, under these circumstances, the woman did not immediately die. Instead, with a malevolent expression, she quickly took out a talisman from her bosom and was about to crush it. However, in the next instant, a black line shot out from the soil, piercing through the woman's head in a flash. At the front of the black line was an abnormally sharp black scorpion hook. This time, the woman's mouth only moved a few times before the object in her hand fell to the ground. Her neck tilted and she stopped breathing. At this time, the white-boned scorpion crawled out from the nearby soil and pulled out its scorpion hook from the corpse. Only then did Lu Ming walk over calmly. After glancing at the things that fell near the corpse, he grabbed them with one hand and pulled them into his hand out of thin air. It was a light green talisman, however, the surface of the talisman was engraved with crimson spirit patterns. After scanning it with his mental power, he could immediately sense that it contained extremely violent wind and fire yuan qi. At first glance, he could tell that it was not an ordinary item. This was clearly a high-level attack talisman. Lu Ming bluntly put it away. The white-boned scorpion moved its huge pincers and picked up another two items from the nearby ground and brought them to Lu Ming's side. Lu Ming looked carefully and discovered that it was the green jade ruler. However, it had already been split into two. It seemed that this item was only a top-tier practitioner weapon and not a totem. Otherwise, even if the huge wind blade broke through the illusionary ruler's shadow, the original body would not have been split apart. Even though this was the case, Lu Ming still put away the two pieces of the broken ruler. Furthermore, he found a dozen or so glyphs, a few bottles of pills, two middle-tier practitioner weapons, and a leather bag filled with miscellaneous items from the Firestorm Way girl's corpse. Within the leather bag, he also found a small and exquisite cloth bag. It was actually a summer handkerchief. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he immediately held the cloth bag in his hand. After weighing it in his hand, he muttered an incantation and used his other hand to make a few hand signs. Then, he grabbed a corner of the bag and lightly shook it on the ground. A multicolored light swept past. Suddenly, a small pile of items appeared on the ground. There were a few ores that seemed to have some value and 6 or 7 jade and wooden boxes. Lu Ming only glanced at the ores before opening the jade and wooden boxes one by one. As a result, a slight smile appeared on his face. As expected, the items in the wooden boxes were all valuable spirit grasses and spirit medicines. Although they could not compare to the levitation grass that he had obtained, the value of 2 of them were not below that of the mysterious water sunflower. Without hesitation, Lu Ming put all of these items into his summer handkerchief. Then, he walked back to the place where the Hall of Blood Youth had died. At this time, the upper half of the enchanting woman's corpse was shocked. The entire purple and black body quickly melted, turning into a pool of blood in an instant. As for the other half of the corpse, when it came into contact with the blood, it also quietly melted. The poison from the white-boned scorpion's stinger was unexpectedly this powerful. A moment later, Lu Ming's harvest from the Hall of Blood Youth's corpse was even greater than the Firestorm Way female disciples. Aside from the blood-red blade that seemed to be a low-tier totem, he also found a green lingxi that could be consumed raw from the summer handkerchief. It seemed to be at least 300 to 400 years old. Lu Ming was overjoyed and immediately took out the spirit medicine and swallowed it. Once the spirit medicine entered his stomach, a warm flow immediately flowed through his meridians. After Lu Ming turned the Hall of Blood Youth's corpse into ashes with a fireball, he had the white-boned scorpion stand guard outside. He then returned to the cave and began to meditate. After a full hour, he let out a long breath and opened his eyes. At this time, the FA in his body had increased by quite a bit. It was enough to make up for a month of bitter cultivation. This was the result of him suppressing the majority of the medicine's power and only refining a small portion. If he were to completely refine it, he believed that it would be enough to make up for half a year's worth of FA. Unfortunately, although there were a few other spirit medicines that could increase FA, there were too many impurities in them. He had to refine them into pills. Otherwise, if he consumed a few more, he would be able to directly push his cultivation to the peak late spirit apostle level. He wouldn't need to buy any other FA increasing pills. Lu Ming let out a light sigh and stood up. With another hand sign, he summoned the gray cloud and flew out of the cave. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Lu Ming had already put away the white-boned scorpion and slowly disappeared into the forest. Half a day later, a male wearing the fusion sex clothing appeared in the nearby area. When he neared the vicinity of the forest, his pupils slightly shrank. After sweeping his gaze around, he immediately saw the traces of the previous battle and discovered the cave that Lu Ming had dug. After hesitating for a bit, he quickly circled the area a few times. After confirming that there was no one else nearby, he jumped into the cave and quickly examined it. However, when this scholarly-looking man once again flew out of the cave, he stooped down and stared at the pool of blood that the Firestorm Way girl had turned into. After sniffing a few times, he revealed a serious expression and muttered to himself, "It's not a big deal. What a strong poison." I don't know which sect he belongs to, but he was able to fight 1 against 2 and kill the disciples of 2 different sects at the same time. Whatever, since this person came up the mountain from nearby, I'll go to another place. It's best if I don't come into contact with this kind of fiend. The scholarly male shook his head and changed directions as he floated away. Similarly, at the edge of a long valley, Yangon and a tall, black-faced young man stood shoulder to shoulder. The black-faced young man's eyes were abnormally bright. He wore a shiny silver armor and held a light gold short rod in his hand. Not far away from the valley was a land of surging lava. Waves of black and red smoke rose in spirals and dyed most of the sky a black and red color. It was as if standing here, one could feel the rolling heat coming from the other side. However, through the red light and black smoke, the huge mountain 7 or 8 miles away could still be clearly seen by the two of them. It's a bit strange. We clearly walked in a perfectly straight direction, but the compass in our hand shows that we seem to have gone in a big circle and unknowingly arrived here. Looking at this place, it should be the center of the secret realm. Brother Yang, what do you think of this? The black-faced young man lowered his head and looked at the cyan disc-shaped item in his hand as he clicked his tongue in wonder. What do you mean, what do I think? Of course, since we're already here, we should take things as they come. It's not strange for a few strange things to happen in the secret realm. On the contrary, being able to find the center in time is a very good thing for us. After all, most of the treasures in the secret realm should be in that huge mountain. Yangon seemed to be very familiar with the black-faced young man and calmly replied. What you say makes sense. Since it's like this, let's see who gets there first. The black-faced young man nodded his head and suddenly laughed. With a shake of his shoulder, the armor on his body made a series of rattling noises and with a blur, it transformed into a pair of silver wings that were 10 feet long. The black-faced young man fiercely flapped the wings that had transformed and his entire body rose into the air as he boldly flew towards the other side. Although his flying speed slowed down a bit when he flew over the valley, his expression did not show any signs of strain. After a while, he slowly flew to the other side and did not stop at all as he continued to fly forward. Seeing this, a trace of surprise flashed through Yangon's eyes. However, with a cold snort, he slapped the black leather bag at his waist. Immediately, black gas rolled out and condensed into a 2 feet tall bone ghost with the head of a bull and the body of a human. Go! Yangon single-handedly formed a hand sign and expressionlessly yelled in a low voice. Immediately, the ghost in front of him rolled on the ground and transformed into a 10 feet tall giant bone bird within the rolling black gas. The bird flapped its 2 white bone wings and rose into the sky while wrapped in black gas. After circling once in the air, it swooped down and used its claws to hook onto Yangon's shoulders. After lifting him up, it also flew towards the other side of the canyon. Above the surging lava, Duan Kanzu looked at the male and female who had similar faces in front of him. His face was abnormally pale and the long robe covering his body had shockingly been torn to shreds, revealing a shriveled body wrapped in bandages of yellow cloth. In addition, there were a dozen or so yellow bandages wildly dancing around him, transforming into a world of interweaving bandages. However, even under such a tight defense, Duan Kanzu still revealed a trace of despair as he spoke to the two people in front of him. You two really want to kill me? If I don't care about my life, I might be able to drag one of you down with me. Elder brother, did you hear this guy's crazy barking? A weakling is a weakling. He actually dares to use words of risking his life to threaten us. Originally, I wanted to give him a quick death, but now, it seems that we can't let him die so easily. The 17 or 18-year-old girl looked petite and cute, but after she sweetly smiled at the male next to her, she unexpectedly spoke words that caused one's blood to run cold. This girl and the male next to her were astonishingly wearing fusion sect clothing. Where would we have the time for you to play now? Since this person has discovered our secret, we definitely can't let him continue living. Hurry up and act. If another person comes over, it will be troublesome. The handsome male next to her snorted as he spoke. Really, ever since I left the clan, I haven't had the chance to properly play much. However, since it is elder brother's command, as a younger sister, I can only obey. The petite girl pouted as if she wasn't too happy. However, when the opposing Duan Kanzu heard these words, his body slightly trembled. Suddenly, he crushed the glyph in his hand and countless green threads of light appeared on the surface of his body. His body abruptly moved backwards and transformed into a ball of green light that flew away. Hee, you still want to leave in front of us, brother and sister? You must be daydreaming. When the petite girl saw this situation, not only did she not panic, she instead began to giggle. Subsequently, a few light blue spirit inscriptions suddenly appeared on the girl's face. With a twist of her body, she transformed into a ball of blue light that tore through the air and chased after Duan Kanzu. Her speed was so fast that after a few flashes, she arrived in front of Duan Kenzu like a flash of lightning. Upon seeing this situation, Duan Kenzu's face turned blood red. Suddenly, he let out a loud yell and all of the cloth that was fluttering on his body suddenly tightened. Unexpectedly, it turned into a pale gold color as it wildly danced in the air. Wherever the strip of cloth passed, a loud chi-chi sound would ring out. It was as if dozens of dense sharp blades were madly slashing at him at the same time, causing Duan Kenzu's body to be completely wrapped in a golden blade shadow. However, the petite woman turned a blind eye to these sharp blades. With a chuckle, she plunged into the layers of blade shadows. With a flash of cold light, at least a dozen blade shadows instantly slashed through the petite woman's body. However, a shocking scene appeared. A burst of blue light swirled around the petite woman's body, and she was able to withstand all of the attacks as if nothing had happened. However, there were no injuries on her body at all. Duan Kenzu was greatly alarmed and hastily took out a short green blade from his sleeve. He was about to hack at his opponent, but it was already too late. The petite woman's body blurred again, and she flashed past him with a fragrant wind. Duan Kenzu only felt his vision darken as he immediately let out an extremely mournful scream. On his face, 2 bloody holes had impressively appeared. The 2 eyeballs that were originally in his eye sockets had shockingly been forcibly dug out by the woman using an inconceivable method. Even though Duan Kenzu was considered an outstanding disciple of the barbarian ghost sect, after his eyes were suddenly blinded, he was completely terrified. He could only desperately crazily hack at the dark green blade in his hand in all directions. Streaks of saber chi crisscrossed, leaving white scars in the nearby space. However, the petite woman's laughter was erratic near him, making it impossible to determine her exact location. Duan Kenzu's heart immediately sank. "Little sister, you've used too much time. Forget it, I'll personally take care of it." At this moment, the man's cold voice suddenly rang in his ear. In the next moment, Duan Kenzu suddenly heard the sound of waves in the nearby empty space. An enormous force violently surged forth from all directions. The ribbons dancing around Duan Kenzu's body only trembled for a moment before they were forcefully pushed back by this force. Duan Kenzu himself felt his body become heavy and he couldn't even move his pinky finger. "You guys," he let out a loud trembling yell as if he was about to take a deep breath and shout something. However, the moment he opened his mouth, a violent yuan qi immediately poured into his mouth, forcefully blocking the words he was about to say. Duan Kenzu's face was completely devoid of blood. At this moment, if his eyes were still there, he could clearly see that in the empty space not far from him, the petite woman was pouting as she stood behind the fusion sect man. The fusion sect man's 2 hands were in a hugging position. His head full of long hair was fluttering in the wind while his white face was covered with deep blue spirit inscriptions. His pair of eyes had astonishingly turned a deep blue color as well. The empty space around Duan Kenzu continuously emitted the sound of waves and from within, light blue glyphs continuously surged forth. These blue-colored glyphs circled around Duan Kenzu and fluttered about. In a short period of time, they wrapped around his body so that even wind and rain couldn't pass through. Seeing this situation, the male's deep blue eyes flashed. His 2 hugging hands suddenly closed in the middle and he spat out the word die. Immediately, all of the glyphs abruptly squeezed towards the center. Duan Kenzu, who was trapped within, only slightly swelled up before he exploded with a muffled sound. Countless pieces of flesh and blood flew in all directions and this barbarian ghost sect disciple disappeared from this world without a trace. "Brother, your great waterfall technique is becoming more and more powerful. It seems that perhaps we don't need to wait another 10 years before we can return to the sect." Witnessing this scene, the petite woman's face lit up with happiness. "Little sister, didn't I say that we shouldn't rashly talk about clan matters in this place? If it weren't for your careless words earlier, how could we have been discovered by this brat? If it were to be heard by others, it would attract a lot of trouble." The male withdrew his secret technique and knitted his eyebrows as he spoke. At the same time, the blue spirit inscriptions on his face flashed and disappeared. "This isn't the outside world and they are only human chi refining cultivators like us. At worst, we'll just kill everyone." The petite woman used her pink tongue to lick her red lips as if she didn't care at all. "What nonsense are you saying? Let's not talk about whether we can accomplish this or not. If only the two of us were to walk out of this secret realm, do you think those human elders in the outside world would let us off so easily? Although we have used our clan's secret medicine since we were young and under normal circumstances, no one would be able to discover our true origins. However, if a crystal-level human personally used a secret technique to investigate, we wouldn't be able to get away with it. The male's expression changed as he reprimanded in a low voice. If it's like this, then what's the point? It wasn't easy to come across such a natural secret realm. Don't tell me we still have to be polite and share the resources and treasures with these human disciples? The petite woman tilted her head as she spoke in an unconvinced manner. You've forgotten our previous plan. It's fine if we give the other resources in this secret realm to the human cultivators. However, we must obtain the corpse of the crystal-level spirit scarlet dragon. As long as we obtain the corpse of the dragon, we will have made a great contribution to the clan. At that time, we might not even need to stay in the fusion sect and could use this contribution to directly return to the sect. The male's face finally revealed a trace of passion as he replied. If we can really find this monster dragon, that would naturally be the best thing. However, this secret realm isn't very big, but it isn't small either. In order to not attract attention, we are unable to use our clan's escape technique to look around. Finding this monster dragon is not an easy matter. Unless brother is willing. The petite woman first nodded her head, but then she blinked her eyes and revealed a hesitant expression. That's true. Right now, half of the time has already passed. It seems that I have no choice but to use that item. Hearing this, the male let out a light sigh. Brother, you have to think this through clearly. That item is used to stimulate the power of your bloodline when you attempt to break through to the liquid level. It is an item that the elders of the clan specially bestowed upon you. If you use it now, the clan will definitely not give it to you a second time. Hearing this, the petite woman's expression became serious for the first time. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Although that bottle of sea dragon essence blood is precious, how can it be compared to an entire crystal-level scarlet dragon? As long as we can obtain the corpse of the monster dragon, with such a great contribution, it will be an easy matter to exchange for a bottle of sea dragon essence blood from the clan. On the contrary, if I don't grasp this opportunity, I will regret it for the rest of my life. The male's face revealed a trace of determination as he spoke. Since brother has thought it through, as your sister, I won't stop you. Do you want to use the technique now? The petite woman sighed as she spoke. Let's take a break for now. That scarlet dragon is heavily injured. It is very likely that it is in this huge mountain and is borrowing the Denchuan Qi here to preserve its life. Once we enter, I will use the technique to sense the location of the dragon. This will save us from wasting that bottle of essence blood. The male said with extreme confidence. Hearing this, the petite woman naturally did not have any objections. Thus, the two of them searched the summer handkerchief from the almost burnt flesh and flew side by side towards the huge mountain peak. At the entrance of the secret realm, Nun Lingyu, Master Lingyu and a few other crystal-level experts were still sitting cross-legged on their respective stone platforms. They continued to use the disc in their hands to maintain the stability of the secret realm's entrance. The huge golden cauldron in the middle also continuously emitted the same inscriptions without any signs of stopping. Fellow Morong, since you are willing to pay such a large price in exchange for your disciples to enter the secret realm, I believe that among the disciples you have brought this time, there must be extremely powerful juniors. Nun Lingyu suddenly opened her mouth and asked Morong Xian, who was opposite her. When Qi Yang, Lingyu, and the others heard this, they couldn't help but be slightly startled. Immediately after, they all revealed different expressions. Fellow Taoist Lingyu, you should have seen the 10 disciples who entered the secret realm with your own eyes. What are your thoughts? Which one of them caught your attention? When Morong Xian heard this, he was also stunned, but he immediately smiled and asked a question. It's hard to say about the other disciples, but those 2 disciples with similar appearances should have cultivated some kind of special secret mental technique. Nun Lingyu asked indifferently. That's right, I also noticed those 2 people. Although their cultivations are still shallow, the mental ripples that they emit are definitely not something that a normal disciple can have. Martial Ancestor Yan's eyes flashed as he spoke. The mental abnormalities of the Lan brothers and sister were indeed not hidden from you fellows. Those two siblings are indeed not normal disciples. Not only are their mental strengths strong, they also have the natural talent of superimposing mental strengths. Therefore, they also cultivate the most powerful secret mental technique of our fusion sect. Morong Xian laughed and revealed a bit of arrogance. Superimposing mental strengths? It's the rumored ability to combine the mental strengths of several people together. It can be seen as a single person casting a technique together. Nun Lingyu's expression slightly changed. Fellow Lingyu is indeed experienced and knowledgeable. You actually immediately knew the use of this ability. However, this ability can only be used on the two of them. They cannot actively superimpose their mental strengths with other people's. Morong Xian replied with a slight smile. This is already an extremely monstrous talent. The mental strengths of the two disciples of your fusion sect are originally stronger than a normal disciple. If they are able to superimpose their mental strengths and cast a secret mental technique, a normal person of the same level would not be able to resist. No wonder fellow Morong was willing to pay such a great price for this opportunity. I wonder how your esteemed sect found a disciple with such monstrous aptitude. Master Lingyu sighed with slight jealousy. Brother Lingyu, you are wrong this time. The Lan brothers and sister were not found by our fusion sect. Instead, they were the direct descendants of an elder from several generations ago. They came to our sect on their own with a keepsake. They have only been in our sect for a little over a year. When they arrived, they were already late spirit apostles. Furthermore, they easily squeezed into the top 10 disciples of our sect. Morong Xian shook his head as he replied. Voluntarily seeking refuge? The fusion sect has really picked up a treasure. Martial Ancestor Yen muttered, not concealing the envy on his face. At this time, he couldn't help but think of Callan, the female disciple of the barbarian ghost sect who possessed the Aphrodite body. If Callan's Aphrodite body were to encounter these two from the fusion sect, not only would it have no effect, it would instead be greatly restrained. This can only be said to be because our sect's luck is good. That's why a disciple like this is willing to join us, Morong Xian replied proudly. The others glanced at each other and began to worry for their own disciples. With the Lan siblings' mental energy layering technique, if they were to use a powerful mental energy secret technique, it would be enough to injure the enemy without leaving a trace. No one dared to say that their own disciples would definitely be able to withstand it. 2 days later, under an extremely hidden cliff at the foot of the enormous mountain, Callan expressionlessly looked at the male disciple of the Heavenly Moon sect 100 or so feet away. However, a purple glow continuously circulated in her eyes. The male disciple held a silver longsword in one hand and stood motionlessly in the same spot as he stared at Callan. However, the expression on his face alternated between a silly smile and gnashing his teeth. The longsword in his hand was sometimes raised and sometimes lowered. It was as if there were two people in the same body. After a while, a trace of sweat faintly appeared on Callan's forehead. However, after a cold snort, the purple glow in her eyes became even more intense. Upon closer inspection, there were actually 2 grain-sized glyphs that were faintly discernible in the depths of her pupils. The body of the male disciple from the Heavenly Moon sect trembled and a silly smile once again hung on his face. Finally, his expression did not change back. He slowly raised the longsword in his hand and finally placed it against his own neck. Callan's face was still expressionless, but a low shout suddenly came from her mouth. Putong! The male disciple of the Heavenly Moon sect suddenly used force in his arm and actually used the longsword in his hand to cut off his own head. The headless corpse immediately swayed and fell to the ground. After the head rolled a few times and stopped, its face astonishingly still had a silly smile on it. Callan let out a long breath, but an abnormal dark red suddenly appeared on the 2 sides of her face. She hurriedly took out a small bottle from her bosom and poured out a light blue pill into her mouth. Following that, the purple glow in her eyes disappeared and her entire person once again turned into an ordinary delicate and pretty girl. Without caring about anything else, she sat cross-legged on the ground and began to breathe in and out. After the time it takes to eat a meal, Callan's expression relaxed and she once again stood up. Her gaze swept over the headless corpse on the ground and she shook her head. Afterwards, her gaze moved and landed on a small golden grass on top of the cliff. The reason why the male disciple from the Heavenly Moon sect attacked her without saying anything was because of this legendary golden speargrass. 3 days later, Lu Ming appeared on a slope halfway up the huge mountain. He raised his head and looked up at the mountain that had suddenly become so steep that it was almost vertical. He couldn't help but slightly furrow his eyebrows. In these few days, he had always been at the bottom half of the huge mountain searching for various spirit grasses and spirit medicines. Moreover, his harvest was quite plentiful. During this time, he had also killed a few monster beasts and met other disciples of the sect several times. However, under the fear of each other, no one had any intentions of making a move. They only pretended not to see each other and went about their own business. It was obvious that these people were very clear that the people who were still alive on the mountain were probably not weak. Without certainty, they naturally wouldn't rashly start a fight. Seeing that there wasn't much time left, Lu Ming reluctantly left a small valley that had a lot of spirit medicine and continued to go up. Because the top half of the huge mountain had as many as 5 mountains, Lu Ming naturally chose the mountain that was closest to him. However, when he reached this point, there was shockingly no place in front of him that he could walk to. Below, he could either use his hands and feet to climb up or use the soaring sky technique to directly fly up. Just as Lu Ming was thinking like this, a long and miserable cry suddenly came from the top of the mountain. Following this, a whistling sound could be heard and a black object fell from the sky. It looked like it was about to smash into his body. His heart trembled and without thinking, his body flashed and he retreated a few dozen feet away. In the end, with a hong sound, a corpse wearing the barbarian ghost sect disciples' clothing fell heavily onto the rocks of the mountain, becoming a bloody mess on the spot. Lu Ming's face was full of astonishment as he hastily looked up at the sky. After not discovering any abnormalities, he quietly took a few steps forward and carefully looked at the corpse that was facing downwards. He lifted his foot and kicked the corpse over. Min Shou. Although his face had been smashed by the rocks on the ground until it was bleeding profusely, he still recognized the owner of the corpse and couldn't help but be greatly shocked. This barbarian ghost sect poison spirit faction disciple had just threatened him not too long ago. Now, he had unexpectedly died in front of him. Could it be that he had been ambushed by someone up there? Lu Ming's heart was somewhat aghast, but at the same time, his thoughts quickly turned as he examined the corpse from top to bottom. Although the corpse's surface was a bloody mess, it clearly wasn't the cause of its death. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and suddenly fell on the corpse's head. At the top of the corpse's head, there was shockingly a bloody hole the size of a bowl. A large amount of fresh blood continuously flowed out with a goo-goo sound. Lu Ming's eyebrows creased and he suddenly bent down to pick up an item from the corpse's hair. He placed it in his palm and carefully examined it. It was shockingly a light black feather. It felt extremely hard and its edges were extremely thin. It was unexpectedly as sharp as a knife's edge. After Lu Ming finished examining the black feather in his hand, his expression slightly changed. This was going to be a big problem. There was unexpectedly a demonic bird up there. Although he didn't know what this demonic bird looked like, he could almost imagine Min Shou's ferocious appearance when his head was crushed by the bird's claw. Otherwise, with Min Shou's body of poison techniques, no matter how bad he was, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Demonic birds were originally the most difficult demonic beasts to deal with. Often, even if they weren't a match for a strong opponent, they only needed to spread their wings and fly, and anyone could only stare helplessly from behind. If he were to encounter a demonic bird that could attack from a long distance, then he could only pray for his own good. Lu Ming shook his head and immediately extinguished his thoughts of continuing up. After searching Min Shou's body for items, he immediately turned the corpse into ashes with a fireball. He then changed his direction and walked towards a nearby mountain peak. 4 hours later, Lu Ming stood on top of a large tree and looked down at the lively situation in the dense forest not far away. He couldn't help but be somewhat dumbstruck. He saw a black-faced youth with a pair of silver wings on his back waving a thick, long, golden rod. He was fighting against a giant ape that was several tens of feet tall that was hugging a large, green tree. Between the two of them, one of them was extremely agile, and with a wave of the golden rod in his hand, it transformed into layers of continuous rod shadows. The other one was carrying a huge log that was over 100 feet long, and with just a few simple movements, he was only smashing it vertically and sweeping it horizontally, but every strike was extremely ferocious, and actually forced his opponent to continuously retreat. Wherever the man and the ape passed, countless trees would be shattered and sent flying. In an instant, holes of various sizes would appear in the dense forest, causing those who saw it to feel fear and trepidation. It was obvious that if anyone were to get slightly closer, regardless of whether they were hit by the huge tree or the goldenrod, they would most likely turn into a ball of minced meat and immediately die. As for Lu Ming, his eyes flashed a few times. In a few other areas of the dense forest, he faintly discovered that there were a few other people hidden. He just didn't know if they were the hidden companions of the black-faced youth, or if they were fellows like him who had other ideas. At this moment, the black-faced youth seemed to be in high spirits as he suddenly let out a wild laugh. He abruptly slapped something in front of his chest with one hand. Immediately, after a series of gotcha sounds, a blood-colored armor immediately appeared on his body. At the same time, a dozen or so blood-colored bamboo thorns suddenly grew out of the armor. All of them flashed and pierced into a few hidden acupuncture points on the youth's chest. In the next moment, the aura on the black-faced young man's body suddenly increased. The blood vessels on his skin trembled and all of them turned into green earthworms that protruded out. His body, with a muffled sound like a firecracker, suddenly grew to the height of a human head. Countless blood-red spirit inscriptions faintly appeared on the surface of his body, covering every inch of it. After the black-faced young man laughed, the goldenrod in his hand also swayed and became almost half its size. Both of his hands clenched tightly and he actually did not dodge or avoid the giant green wood in the hands of the monster ape and began to smash it. In an instant, a series of loud noises came from the dense forest. Lu Ming only heard a few noises before he felt as if there was lightning flashing and thunder roaring beside his ears. He faintly felt a prickling pain. His expression changed and he quickly formed a hand sign with one hand. After the Fa in his body surged to his ears, he felt slightly better. However, he could not help but be greatly shocked in his heart. Ever since he cultivated the dark bone method, he believed that his strength was not something that a normal disciple could compare to. However, compared to the black-faced young man and the gray monster ape, he paled in comparison. If he were to forcefully enter the battle between the two, he would probably be shaken to the point of vomiting blood and being forced to retreat after a few exchanges. However, under his shock, he could see that the reason why the black-faced young man's strength suddenly became so shocking was because he used some kind of secret technique that stimulated his potential. Moreover, the strength of the technique was far greater than the secret techniques of mortals that Lu Ming knew. He just did not know if there would be any serious side effects after activating it. At this time, there seemed to be 3 or 4 figures moving at the edge of the dense forest far away. It was obvious that those people who were too close to the battle were affected by the rumbling noises and hid themselves. Even so, because of the distance, Lu Ming could only roughly see a few flickering shadows. He was unable to clearly see the true faces of these people. Of course, if he were a bit closer, he would definitely be able to see them more clearly. However, the consequence of doing so was that he would most likely expose his tracks. In a situation where these people were friend or foe, this kind of method was naturally extremely dangerous. Lu Ming's eyebrows furrowed. However, in the next moment, he suddenly thought of something. With a movement of one hand, he took out a white crystal bead from his sleeve and sent a few hand signs into it. In the next moment, the crystal bead released a misty white light. At the same time, a black dot the size of a rice grain appeared. There were actually barbarian ghost sect disciples over there. Lu Ming estimated the approximate location of the black dot in the crystal ball and then looked at the dense forest. A trace of surprise appeared on his face. At this moment, the fierce battle in the distant forest finally came to an end. The black-faced young man, who had used a unique secret technique to increase his physical strength by several times, let out a roar. The giant golden rod in his hand finally shattered the giant green wood with a shake of the rod. Then, it smashed down fiercely on one of the monster ape's shoulders. The gray monster ape let out a mournful cry and half of its arm drooped down powerlessly. It was clear that its shoulder had been smashed by the huge rod. Its originally bloodshot eyes finally revealed fear. Without waiting for the black-faced young man to attack again, it immediately turned around and quickly fled backwards with a few leaps. The black-faced youth snorted coldly and was about to give chase with the giant staff in his hand. However, his legs suddenly went soft and he almost fell to the ground. It seemed that the fierce battle just now had consumed most of his stamina. After the blood armor and the blood markings on the black-faced young man's body quickly faded, the giant golden rod in his hand shook and also became smaller. At the same time, when the monster ape had just escaped to the other side of the dense forest, a muffled sound suddenly came from the ground nearby. Countless pieces of dirt flew into the air and a giant bone ghost with the head of a bull and the body of a human rushed out from the ground wrapped in black gas. With a low roar, it pounced on the gray monster ape. In an instant, the two giants, which were about the same size, pounced and tore at each other. Behind a large tree near the black-faced young man, a figure flashed. A gray-robed young man wearing a silver mask silently walked out and asked indifferently, "What are you doing?" He asked indifferently, "How are you? Can you still walk?" "Hee, don't worry, I'm just a bit exhausted. I just need to rest a bit and I'll be fine. However, with you here, those fellows who want to fish in troubled waters shouldn't dare to have any ideas about me." The black-faced young man laughed as he spoke. "I really don't know what you're thinking. The 9 enchantment sect is clearly most proficient in the mechanical puppet technique. As the big senior of this generation of the 9 enchantment sect, you actually went to learn some body refining techniques. However, with your current brute force, even if that guy from the Hall of Blood met you, he would probably have a headache." The gray-robed young man was long gone and when he heard what was said, he said with displeasure, "Last time, my body refining technique hadn't reached the great accomplishment realm. If I can encounter that poisonous snake again this time, I might have to ask him what realm his blood blade secret technique has reached." The black-faced young man said with a sneer. "Forget it, I'm not interested in things like being competitive. What's important is to quickly get rid of these monster marquises on the mountain so that we can plunder more treasures." Yangon snorted as he replied. "If we really want to get rid of those monster apes on the mountain, it will really be a bit difficult with just the two of us. Just luring this one down took 3 to 4 days. If we use the same method to deal with the remaining ones, I'm afraid that the remaining time will definitely not be enough. Don't forget, it will also take a certain amount of time for us to return to the entrance." The black-faced young man's expression became somewhat serious. "Since the two of us are not enough, then let's find another two. If I'm not wrong, one of the people hiding at the side and watching just now should also be a disciple of your 9 enchantment sect. As for the other person..." As Yangon spoke, he suddenly lifted up a white crystal ball with one hand and glanced at it indifferently. After the white light flashed on the crystal ball, there was also a small black dot on it. At this time, in the battle between the two enormous beings in the distance, the gray ape was clearly at a disadvantage due to its injured shoulder and being unable to use one of its arms. It had already been pressed onto the ground by the huge bone ghost and its 2 sharp horns had pierced nearly half of its chest. Countless amounts of bright red monster blood gushed out. Even though the monster ape gave a mournful howl and used its remaining arm to attack the bone ghost's body with all its might, it was unable to move it at all. At the very least, its strength was becoming weaker and weaker. When the bone ghost gave a low roar and suddenly swung its head upwards, the 2 horns were like huge blades as they immediately cut open the monster ape's chest. A few brightly colored internal organs immediately rolled out. After the huge ape gave another desperate cry, its neck finally tilted to the side and it completely stopped breathing. Seeing this result from the large tree, Lu Ming shook his head and planned to leave. Since this mountain peak was being targeted by such a powerful person, he naturally had to change to another mountain peak. However, at this time, Yangon, who was in the dense forest, suddenly turned his head and looked towards where Lu Ming was. He then raised his hand and beckoned. Seeing this, Lu Ming could not help but be slightly startled. Just as he was thinking about whether or not the other party was really calling out to him, Yangon's faint voice entered his ears. "No matter who Junior is, there is no need to hide now. Come directly. Brother Yun and I have something we need to discuss with you." "You?" How clever was Lu Ming? Once he heard this, he immediately reacted. He could not help but look into the distance in surprise. He saw that in the dense forest, the black-faced young man used some unknown method of communication and another person actually walked out from the nearby forest. It was also a blue-robed young man wearing the 9 enchantment sect's clothing, but his face was extremely gloomy. It's him. After Lu Ming saw the young man's face clearly, he was greatly surprised. This newly appeared young man was the genius disciple of the 9 enchantment sect, Jin Yu, whom he had defeated once. Humph, what are you still hesitating for? Don't tell me you want me to personally invite you down. Since I have come to find you, I naturally have benefits for you. Just as Lu Ming was hesitating, Yang Gan's somewhat impatient voice entered his ears. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed, but after thinking for a while, he still leaped out of the tree and walked into the distance. Not long after, he also appeared in the dense forest and stood in front of Yang Gan and the other 2 people. It's you, Bai Song Tian. After Jin Yu saw Lu Ming's face clearly, he immediately clenched his fists and shouted. Even if Junior Jin and I are old acquaintances, there is no need to be so excited now that we have met. Lu Ming replied with a smile that was not a smile. What nonsense are you saying? Although I lost to you the last time, that was because I was careless and not because my strength was insufficient. Now that we have met, let's have another match. Jin Yu was furious when he heard what Xiaochen said, and said rudely. So you are the Bai Song Tian that Junior Jin often mentions. No wonder our junior had such a big reaction. However, Junior Jin, this time, Brother Yang and I did not summon you here for you to fight among yourselves. We really have something important to discuss. After hearing this, the black-faced young man looked at Lu Ming's face and a trace of surprise flashed across his face. However, his face immediately darkened as he spoke to Jin Yu. Yes, Senior Yun. Then after we are done with the matters here, I will find this Bai brat to settle the debt. Jin Yu seemed to be extremely respectful towards the black-faced young man and did not dare to disobey as he reluctantly agreed. However, he still used a fierce gaze to look at Lu Ming a few more times. Then it's up to you. The smile on Lu Ming's face disappeared as he replied indifferently. Yang Gan, on the other hand, crossed his arms and stood to the side without any intention of interrupting. I wonder what important matter the 2 seniors have called us over to discuss? Lu Ming turned his head and asked Yang Gan. Do you want the resources and treasures on this mountain peak? Yang Gan's eyes flashed as he asked. Senior Yang means. Lu Ming's expression changed as he asked. If you help us get rid of the remaining monster apes on the mountain, the 2 of you can also come with us to search for various spirit objects. This mountain peak is so tall. Even if the 4 of us split it, we should be able to return with great rewards. The black-faced young man said with a smile. There are other monster apes on this mountain? Jin Yu, who had just personally witnessed the terror of the gray monster ape, sucked in a breath of cold air when he heard this. That's right. Other than the one we just killed, there are 7 others. The gray monster ape's strength is only above average among all of the monster apes. Among them, there is a golden fur monster ape whose strength is probably only half a step away from the Spirit Master realm. Even if the 2 of us were to meet it, we would not be its opponent one-on-one. Yang Gan said seriously. When Lu Ming heard this, his expression could not help but change slightly. However, you don't have to worry too much. Although these monster apes are strong, their intelligence is not high. As long as we use a little trick, we can lure them down one by one. The only problem is that doing this will take too long. However, now that you 2 have joined us, we can take a risk and lure 1 or 2 more down at a time. The black-faced young man added. With the strength of the 2 seniors, if the 2 of us join, dealing with 2 or 3 monster apes at a time shouldn't be a problem. However, that does not include the strongest golden fur monster ape. Lu Ming thought for a while and slowly said. That's natural. We will definitely try to get rid of the other 6 first, then work together to deal with the golden fur monster ape. That's right, the 2 juniors probably don't know, but if the gallbladder of these monster apes is consumed with the help of medicinal wine, it can increase one's strength by 10 to 20%. Of course, this thing must be consumed while it's fresh and cannot be consumed too many at a time. Also, the stronger one's strength is, the stronger the effect will be. If we succeed, we can each get 2 gall. The black-faced young man first had an uncaring expression, but he suddenly revealed a mysterious expression as he spoke. There's such a good thing. Hearing this, Jin Yu said with some surprise, but his face did not reveal much joy. This was a very normal thing. He was not a body cultivator, so whether his strength was a little stronger or a little weaker, it did not have much meaning. However, when Lu Ming heard this, his heart skipped a beat, but he did not show it on his face. Instead, he furrowed his brows and continued to ask. "Two seniors, do you really have to go up this mountain? Since these monster apes are so troublesome, we can go to other mountains. Unless the other mountains also have strong monsters?" Haha, Junior Bai's words are correct. A few days ago, we roughly explored all 5 peaks. Other than this one, which had a few demon apes, the other 4 were occupied by even stronger demonic beasts such as the iron-feathered eagle and the silver-crowned python. Although these demon apes were powerful, they were still relatively easy to deal with. We don't have much time to stay in the arcane realm, so we naturally have to pick on the weaker ones. The others wanted to ascend the other peaks. They will most likely be like us and have no choice but to cooperate. The black-faced youth replied with a laugh. So that's how it is. In that case, I have no more opinions. On the matter of joining forces. Lu Ming let out a sigh of relief. He did not reveal too much of a surprised expression. Jinyi naturally had no other opinions. Very good. Since the 2 junior brothers have agreed, let's discuss the specific steps of action. Although the original method of luring them was effective, now that we have to lure 1 or 2 more of them down, some things will naturally have to be changed, the black-faced young man said happily. Following this, the few people discussed in the dense forest for the time it took to eat a meal before finally deciding on the specific plan. At this time, the bone ghost with a bull's head and a human's body had already forcefully dragged the corpse of the demon ape in front of them. The black-faced young man immediately took out a sharp blade from his bosom. After randomly slicing through the corpse, he finally found a light black gall the size of a red date. The ice emitted a thick fishy smell. The black-faced young man did not mind the fishy smell on the gall at all. Instead, he happily swallowed it in one gulp. He then quickly took out a flask of wine from his body and gulped down 2 mouthfuls. Afterwards, he narrowed his eyes and carefully savored it, as if he was slowly tasting an extremely delicious delicacy. When Lu Ming saw this, he could not help but feel speechless. It seemed that this 9 enchantment sect senior brother's personality was truly different from normal people. However, he did not know how he was able to be on such good terms with Yonggan. At this time, other than the head that was chopped off by Yonggan, the rest of the corpse of the demon ape was turned to ashes by a fireball. There's no time to lose. Brother Yun, bring the 2 of them to the agreed location to set up the ambush and recover their strength there. I will first go up the mountain and observe the movements of the remaining demon apes. We will officially begin the operation tomorrow morning. Yonggan said. The 3 of them did not have any objections to this. Thus, after Yonggan put away the huge bone ghost, he flew towards the nearby mountain top. The black-faced young man shook his sleeve and a yellow ball rolled out. After a muffled sound, it transformed into a huge wolf puppet that was around 10 feet long. The black-faced youth swaggered on his mount and galloped towards a secret place nearby. Jinyu and Lu Ming naturally obediently followed. At the foot of another mountain, a male and female disciple from the fusion sect with similar appearances were currently standing on a huge rock. They were gazing towards the peak of the mountain, but their expressions were not very good. Brother, you didn't sense wrong, did you? The aura of the scarlet dragon actually came from up there? There were clearly a few silver-crowned pythons up there. The petite girl's eyebrows creased as she asked. I can't be wrong. Since I have already used that bottle of sea dragon essence blood and used the clan's secret technique, I should be able to sense the aura of other dragon species within 10 days. This is definitely not a problem. Perhaps that demonic dragon has some method of sneaking up there without being discovered by those silver-crowned pythons. The male also withdrew his gaze and said thoughtfully. If that is the case, then it will be a bit troublesome. Those silver-crowned pythons have clearly already matured. Even if the 2 of us work together to deal with them, I'm afraid that we will have to expend a lot of effort. The petite girl began to worry. Even if they are difficult to deal with, we will have to get rid of them. I have already used up most of the sea dragon essence blood, so I definitely cannot return empty-handed. If worst comes to worst, I will return to my original body and use the clan's secret technique to deal with these demonic pythons. The male said without hesitation. Since brother has already made up his mind, I will naturally cooperate with you. I will set up a few simple restrictions nearby. This way, when we fight, we won't have to worry about others secretly peeking. The petite girl thought for a while before finally becoming serious. Very good. I have displayed extraordinary talent in formations since I was young. Even though I am limited by my cultivation and time, I am unable to set up overly complicated restrictions. However, it is definitely more than enough to deal with the human spirit apostles that have entered the secret realm. This way, I can also go all out. After the male heard this, he naturally became overjoyed. Then please wait for another 2 days. This long period of time should be enough for me to prepare everything. The petite girl replied with a serious expression. This time, the man only thought about it for a moment before he agreed to it. On the hill where Min Shou had fallen to his death, a girl from the Heavenly Moon sect with a snow-white longsword on her back silently stood there. She looked at the extremely precipitous peak of the mountain and surveyed something. After an unknown amount of time, the girl's arm suddenly moved. One of her lily-white hands pressed on the hilt of the sword on her back. At the same time, she turned her head and coldly said to a huge rock nearby. Who is hiding there sneakily? Come out. Hee, as expected of the sword communication spirit body that only appears once in 1,000 years in the Heavenly Moon sect. My breathing was only slightly rough and I was discovered by Junior. After a laugh from behind the huge rock, a tall and skinny man in a blood-red robe walked out with a smile. Xianxia, so it's you. When the girl from the Heavenly Moon sect saw the face of the man in the blood-red robe, she was slightly surprised. Other than me, who else would dare to speak to Junior Zhang like this? Looking at Junior's appearance, you should also be quite interested in these iron-feathered eagles. If we can obtain a few eggs from these demonic birds with great potential, even if there are no other treasures on the mountain, it is worth it for us to risk it. Xianxia said unhurriedly. Us? When did I say that I wanted to ally with others? The girl from the Heavenly Moon sect muttered to herself for a while before replying with a cold laugh. Junior Zhang must be joking. Let's not talk about our two sects allying together. Could it be that you want to deal with the iron-feathered eagles on the mountain by yourself? When Xianxia heard this, his face became somewhat ugly. Do I need you to teach me what to do? Right now, either you leave immediately or you take 3 of my sword strikes. If you can still stand here unharmed after 3 strikes, perhaps I will consider the matter of joining forces. The young girl from the Heavenly Moon sect said expressionlessly. With a shake of her wrist, the snow-white longsword on her back was immediately pulled out by a few inches, revealing the sparkling blade of the sword. Immediately, a strange cold air swept out. When Xianxia came into contact with the cold air, he immediately quivered and shivered. However, with a low roar of anger, the aura on his body suddenly rose and a wave of blood chi soared into the sky. It swirled and condensed before pouncing down and coiling around the man a few times. From afar, it looked like an abnormally thick blood-colored python. Seeing this, the girl from the Heavenly Moon sect did not have the slightest expression on her face. However, with a slight shake of her wrist, the long sword on her back was suddenly pulled out by a small portion. Immediately, the cold air became tangible and swept out in all directions. Wherever the white expanse of cold air passed, the nearby ground made a loud crackling sound and a thick layer of frost condensed. Alright, since Junior's sister wants to test my abilities, I'll have to experience the profoundness of the sword communication spirit body. The blood-robed man narrowed his eyes and stared at the young girl from the Heavenly Moon sect for a while like a poisonous snake. Then, he suddenly laughed evilly as he replied. When the young girl heard this, a trace of surprise finally flashed across her face. However, her mouth did not hesitate as she spat out, the first strike. As soon as she finished speaking, the long sword on her back became a blur and appeared horizontally in front of the man. With a sudden shake, a large amount of cold light surged out. With the sound of breaking through the air, it suddenly transformed into a dense mass of sword shadows that shot toward the man opposite her. After a short while, Xianxia was still standing in his original spot, but his face was abnormally pale. At the same time, his black hair had turned blood red. The ground nearby was covered with densely packed sword marks and a huge ditch that was about 70 to 80 feet long. Since you were able to receive 3 sword strikes, it seems that you are even stronger than the rumors say. Since it is like this, I will agree to your alliance. However, if we obtain 2 or more iron-feathered eagle eggs, I will take 2/3. You don't have any objections to this, right? The young girl from the Heavenly Moon sect placed the snow-white longsword back into the sheath on her back with a chung-lang sound. Who would have thought that your sword arts had been trained to such a level? My strength is far inferior to yours, so naturally we will do as you say. Xianxia raised one of his arms and looked at his palm that was filled with fresh blood. With a bitter laugh, he replied. Very good, with the 2 of us working together, we should have a very high chance of dealing with these iron-feathered eagles. The girl from the Heavenly Moon sect nodded her head. She then raised her head to look at the precipitous mountain peak not far away. A hint of killing intent flashed across her face. On an empty stone platform at the edge of the tallest mountain peak in the middle, Gao Chong, Feng Chan, and 7 or 8 other disciples from the various sects were gathered together. However, they did not attack each other. Instead, they were discussing something in low voices. While they were talking, there would occasionally be people who could not help but turn their heads to look at the tall mountain peak not far behind them. Their faces were filled with greed. In a cave at the foot of the huge mountain, Lei Zhen's entire body was surrounded by arcs of electricity. Both of his hands held a small silver hammer that was similarly flashing with electricity. He was currently madly hacking at a huge black rock that was embedded in the stone wall. Every time he waved, a thick silver arc would shoot out and fiercely strike the huge rock, causing it to tremble slightly. Traces of cracks appeared on its surface, which gradually widened and deepened. After the time it took to eat a meal, Lei Zhen fiercely waved another attack with a loud yell. Immediately, the arcs of electricity on the surface of his body disappeared and he quickly put away the silver hammer. He then sat cross-legged on the ground and began to adjust his breathing. At this moment, the aura on his body was abnormally weak. It was obvious that he had used too much Fa. However, at this moment, a strange scene appeared on the black rock. After the attack stopped, the cracks on the surface of the stone began to slowly close up. Not long after, the surface of the black stone became extremely smooth again, but it seemed to be a size smaller than before. After a few hours, when Lei Zhen opened his eyes, his aura had finally recovered. He casually picked up a piece of rock beside him, and with a flick of his wrist, he threw it at the black rock. Boom! As soon as the pebbles were around 10 feet away from the black rock, they were suddenly pulverized by some kind of invisible power. At the same time, all of the powder drifted into the huge black rock and became a part of it. This won't do. The temperature hasn't dropped to a level that I can endure yet. I have to continue before I can take out the treasures inside. Lei Zhen murmured. He looked at the darkness with a fiery gaze. This black stone was discovered 2 days ago when he accidentally chased after a demonic beast. When the demonic beast that was being chased approached the black stone, it turned into a bloody pulp and was sucked into it. Lu Ming immediately knew that he had discovered an extraordinary treasure. Thus, for the rest of the time, he continuously bombarded the black stone with the power of thunder and lightning, which he was most proficient in order to wear down this strange external power bit by bit. However, with the results of these 2 days of attacks, if he really wanted to wear down the strange power inside, he would definitely not be able to do it without 10 days to half a month. However, fortunately, he didn't really need to squeeze out all of this power. He only needed to wait until it weakened to a point where he could defend against it. Then, he could forcefully approach the stone and use his totem to directly smash the stone and take out the item inside. Although he didn't know the origin of this treasure, with its strange behavior, he absolutely believed that as long as he could obtain this item, his harvest in the secret realm would definitely not be inferior to others. In a hidden pool surrounded by shrubs, Jiao Lan's eyes were flowing with purple light as she stood at the side of the pool. She was facing off against 3 small beasts with a horn on their heads and green scales all over their bodies. These 3 small beasts steadily stepped on the surface of the water with their 4 paws and did not move at all. Their 6 eyes flashed with blue light as they stared straight at Callan without the slightest hint of fear. It seemed that they were also demonic beasts with naturally strong mental strength. Behind the small beasts, in the center of the pool, there was another sparkling, light blue lotus floating on the surface of the water. Around it, there was a dense amount of water yuan qi. After an unknown amount of time, Callan suddenly let out a muffled groan. Her body could not help but take 2 steps back in self-defense. A blue light flashed in the eyes of the 3 small beasts. Their bodies also trembled as they took a step back. Jialan took a deep look at the 3 little beasts. His body moved, and he disappeared into the bushes behind him, disappearing without a trace. To her, to be able to find this water yuan lotus in the secret realm that was very useful to her, it could be said to be a pleasant surprise. This item would be very useful to her in the future. Even though these 3 unknown water attribute demonic beasts were difficult to deal with, she had to find a way to get rid of them. However, she still had a long time to stay in the secret realm, and this place was hidden enough. She did not need to rush to fight these 3 demonic beasts. It would not be too late to come back after she thought of a safe method. On the morning of the 2nd day, when Lu Ming opened his eyes in a hidden valley, his energy and Fei had recovered to their peak. Not far away from him, Yonggan and the other 2 were also meditating and adjusting their breathing. Lu Ming's awakening seemed to have startled them. After a while, the 3 of them stopped meditating and opened their eyes. "Brother Yun, how is your strength recovering? You might be able to fight again today." Yonggan asked the black-faced youth with some concern. After he had finished investigating the movements of the demonic apes on the mountain, he had reunited with Lu Ming and the others last night. "Don't worry, I have already completely recovered. I definitely won't make any mistakes." The black-faced youth stood up and stretched his arms and legs before replying with abnormal confidence. "Very good. Since it's like this, let's act according to the plan today. I will go up the mountain again and use the head of the demonic ape from yesterday to lure the demonic apes down. I will try to limit the number to around 2 or 3. If there are only 2, Brother Yun and I will each take one. Junior Jean and Junior Bai will support us from the side. If there are 3, the 2 juniors will each take care of one of them. Brother Yun and I will first work together to take care of one as quickly as possible. Then, we will immediately come to help you," Yonggan said seriously. With regards to what Yonggan said, Lu Ming and the others naturally had no objections. Thus, in the remaining time, Yonggan carried the somewhat shriveled head of the gray ape on his back and left the valley once again. Lu Ming and the other 2 found a secret place to hide not far from the entrance of the valley. Among them, Lu Ming hid in a large tree with dense branches and leaves, while Jinyu hid behind a pile of rocks. What made Lu Ming speechless was that the black-faced youth actually stood arrogantly at the side of the entrance. He then raised his hand and released a pangolin puppet. The puppet's body curled up and wrapped around the black-faced youth. Following that, the puppet's body changed shape and actually transformed into an enormous yellow mountain rock. Its appearance was so realistic that it was impossible to tell whether it was real or fake even when standing close to it. Time slowly passed by. After an unknown amount of time, a faint cry came from outside the entrance of the valley. Following that, the ground began to tremble with a hong-hong sound, as if some enormous creature was quickly approaching. Lu Ming took in a deep breath and without saying anything, he slapped the leather pouch at his waist. Immediately, a black light rolled downwards and the white-boned scorpion appeared under the large tree wrapped in purple gas. After communicating with his spiritual sense, the ghost immediately rolled into the mud and disappeared without a trace. Jinyu, who was behind the pile of rocks, also shook his sleeve and 3 balls of different colors rolled out. They quietly lay at his feet and did not move. On the other hand, the black-faced youth, who was hiding in the enormous rock that the pangolin had transformed into, did not make any abnormal movements. In this short period of time, the cry became louder and louder. Suddenly, the sound of something tearing through the air could be heard from the entrance. Yonggan shot in from the outside like an arrow. In just a few flashes, he had flown hundreds of feet away. Then, he turned around and stopped. With a serious expression, he yelled, "There are 3 monster apes. Immediately act according to the plan." As soon as he finished speaking, he made a hand sign with one hand and black gas rolled out from the leather pouch at his waist. A huge bone ghost with a bull's head and a human's body immediately appeared and let out a low roar as it stared at the entrance of the valley. Hong, hong, hong. After 3 loud sounds, 3 huge monster apes jumped in from outside the valley. One was around 30 feet tall and had jet black fur all over its body. The other 2 were around 20 feet tall and had gray fur. Impressively, they had the same appearance as the gray monster ape from yesterday. Once these three monster apes jumped into the valley, they immediately let out cries and pounced at Yonggan. Yonggan gave a snort and made a hand sign with one hand. The black gas on the surface of his body rolled out and condensed again. Immediately, it transformed into a huge black palm and fiercely slapped at the huge black ape flying in front of him. At the same time, the bull-headed bone ghost beside him also rushed out with large strides. At the same time, there was a gabbing sound from where Jinyu was hiding. Instantly, three leopard-shaped puppets that were around 10 feet tall flew out from behind the pile of rocks. Their bodies moved and they pounced at the closest gray monster ape with lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, they were fighting together. On the other side, the body of the other monster ape that was running suddenly rolled to the side. The ground where it was originally standing split open and its two huge pincers missed. However, before the huge ape could stand up, there was another chi-chi sound in the air. 7 or 8 wind blades shot out from the big tree that Lu Ming was on. With a few flashes, they arrived in front of the huge ape. The gray monster ape let out an angry roar and suddenly stomped fiercely on the ground with its large foot. Immediately, the surroundings shook and a wall of earth actually shot out from the earth like lightning. After a few paw sounds, the wind blades only left a few faint marks on the wall. Under the infuriation of the ape, its body leaped several feet and directly pounced at the big tree that Lu Ming was on. With this, the three huge apes were separated in the blink of an eye. At this time, a wild laugh came from within the yellow boulder. A rumble came from within the boulder and with a blur, it turned back into the armor-piercing beast puppet. As soon as the black-faced young man appeared, he took out the short golden rod from his sleeve at lightning speed. With a shake of the wind, it turned into a huge golden rod over 20 feet long. He let out a long roar as he took large strides towards the black giant ape, completely ignoring the other two gray monster apes. On Yonggan's side, he and the bull-headed ghost had already joined forces and were engaged in a fierce battle with the black monster ape. The demonic ape pulled out a black iron staff from somewhere, and as it swung it around, a gust of wind was kicked up. The black staff shadows overlapped to form a small mountain that came crashing down, forcing Yonggan and the bull-head bone ghost back step by step. They didn't dare to take the attack head-on. Hong! A golden rod pierced into the black rod shadows. The shockwave from the collision of the two caused the black giant ape's body to tremble and it could not help but take half a step back. As for the black-faced young man who had just arrived, he was in an even worse situation. With his hands hot, he could not help but take 7 or 8 steps back and almost let go of the golden rod in his hand. This monster has such great strength. After the black-faced young man steadied himself, he cried out involuntarily. Isn't that obvious? Aside from the golden monster ape, this black monster ape is the strongest. Even if the two of us join forces, we still have to be careful. Yonggan said with a cold snort. Following that, he clapped his hand at the empty space in front of him. The black gas on the surface of his body rolled and condensed, once again turning into a huge palm that slapped forward. It was just in time to block the monster ape that wanted to take advantage of the situation to chase after the black-faced young man. The black monster ape was extremely angry and it suddenly swung the metal rod in its hand into the air. With a thunderous sound, it smashed the black palm into pieces. However, with this delay, the black-faced young man, who had caught his breath, spoke and made a hand sign. Countless blood vessels appeared on his body, and the blood-colored armor appeared again. His chest was pierced by a dozen sharp bamboo spikes into various secret acupoints. His body immediately swelled up, and with an angry roar, he waved the golden rod in his hand again. Together with the ox-headed human body bone ghost, they charged forward and blocked the monster ape that was about to pounce on Yonggan. The black monster ape was naturally furious. As it waved the black metal rod in its hand, the wind nearby became even fiercer. Even though it was 1 against 2, it was still able to force the two opponents to continuously retreat. However, at this moment, Yonggan took out an item from his sleeve. It was surprisingly a white bone bow the size of a palm. He grabbed it and waved it in the wind. Immediately, it turned into a half-foot long amidst the flow of black light. Yonggan muttered an incantation and slowly pulled the bone bow in his hand. The black gas in the vicinity immediately surged in front of him. After the black gas condensed on the blood-colored bowstring, it transformed into a shiny black arrow amidst the emergence of countless black inscriptions. It was steadily aimed at the black monster ape that was not far away. With a so sound, Yanggan's incantation stopped and his two hands relaxed. The black arrow disappeared from the bone bow with a blur. In the distance, the black giant ape let out a miserable cry. A bloody hole appeared out of nowhere in its chest. The black arrow had actually pierced through it at an unbelievable speed. A large amount of fresh blood shot out from the giant ape's chest. Even though it used one of its large hands to block the arrow, it was naturally unable to truly suppress it under the combined attacks of the black-faced young man and the black bone monster. This caused a sliver of fear to finally appear on its face. Yanggan, who had shot out the arrow, had his aura drop. It seemed that he had used up a lot of Fa. After putting away the bone bow in his hand, he still controlled the hand formed from the black gas to join in the attack. With this, even though the monster ape tried its best to counterattack, it was still gradually showing signs of being unable to hold on. At the same time, the three leopard-shaped puppets that Jinyu controlled were smashed by a white stone rod that the gray monster ape had casually condensed from the ground and were sent flying. They had no power to defend themselves. It was a good thing that Jinyu was only standing far away and casting his technique. Furthermore, there were more puppets and they continuously pounced without fear of death. Even though their bodies were riddled with wounds, they were still barely able to hold back the monster ape. On Lu Ming's side, his body flashed quickly and did not really come into contact with the giant ape. Furthermore, a green light flashed wildly in his hand and wind blades shot out continuously without stopping for even a moment. Even though the gray monster ape that was not far away continuously roared, it was unable to use its full strength to chase after Lu Ming due to the attacks of the giant pincers and tail hooks that occasionally appeared from the ground. In particular, the speed of the black line attacks from the latter was so fast that even the gray ape was afraid of it. It could only grab a handful of dirt from the ground from time to time and quickly condense it into rocks the size of a head and throw them wildly at Lu Ming. However, with the speed at which Lu Ming dodged and the speed at which he cast the wind blade technique, these rocks were either easily flashed past or were directly sliced into pieces by the wind blades. However, the ape did not notice that although Lu Ming kept on dodging, the area that he could escape to was limited to a small area nearby. Furthermore, clouds of purple fog continuously surged out from the nearby dirt. At first, it was very faint, but after a while, it became a thick layer and began to spread into the sky. The entire empty space was filled with a faint fishy smell. Lu Ming had already secretly consumed a few antidote pills. As his body floated, he even avoided a few areas where the poisonous gas was the thickest. Meanwhile, as the gray ape charged around, it unknowingly inhaled a large amount of the fishy smell. In this chase and evasion, the monster ape let out a low roar and once again bent down to grab a handful of dirt from the ground. Suddenly, its head became dizzy and it almost fell to the ground. At this moment, there was a loud chee-chee sound from the nearby dirt. A dozen or so black lines shot out from the ground at the same time. The gray ape hastily dodged in alarm, but its entire body was enveloped by a feeling of powerlessness. Its movements were at least more than half as slow as before. A blood-curdling screech, a dozen or so thumb-sized bloody holes appeared in one of the ape's thighs. In an instant, the edges of the bloody holes became incomparably black and spread at a speed that could be seen by the naked eye. In the time of a few breaths, the ape's entire thigh had become abnormally purple and black. The gray ape fell to the ground with a putong sound. At the same time, it let out an extremely frightened cry. The purple and black thigh astonishingly began to melt bit by bit from the wound. In the distance, Lu Ming's footsteps suddenly came to a stop. He brought his hands together and then separated them. A huge green misty wind blade appeared out of thin air. With a flick of his wrist, it shot out in a flash. With an explosive sound, the huge wind blade transformed into a green light and appeared in front of him in a blur. Even though the ape screeched and knew that the situation was far from good, in a situation where its body was unable to move, it could only forcefully use its two arms to block in front of its body. With a pu sound, a bloody light appeared. The two halves of the ape's arms, along with its head, were all chopped off. Fresh blood immediately spurted from its neck several feet into the air. The headless corpse of the monster ape swayed a couple of times before directly falling nearby and no longer moving. The nearby dirt parted and the white-boned scorpion instantly rushed out. Its two huge pincers randomly searched the corpse of the gray ape for a while before finding a purple-red gallbladder. It then quickly slithered over to Lu Ming's feet. Lu Ming's expression was calm as he beckoned with one hand and the gallbladder was sucked into his hand. He then casually placed it into a wooden box before turning his gaze towards the other two battlefields. He saw that on Yanggan's side, the black monster ape was already covered in blood under their combined attacks. Its body was on the verge of collapse, as if it could fall at any moment. On Jinyu's side, two of the three leopard-shaped puppets were already lying on the ground, unable to move. The remaining one was also tattered all over and did not look like it could hold on for much longer. However, the puppets that were entangled with the gray monster ape astonishingly had an additional black tiger puppet and green wolf puppet. Jinyu himself was far away, his 10 fingers constantly moving around and concentrating on controlling the three puppets. He was unable to be distracted in the slightest. Seeing this, Lu Ming faintly smiled and with a movement of his body, he walked over to Jinyu's side. The white-boned scorpion, on the other hand, rolled on the ground and once again disappeared into the ground. Jinyu naturally saw Lu Ming walk over and his expression became somewhat ugly. He immediately clenched his teeth and urged the three puppets to become even more powerful. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the cyan short sword in Lu Ming's hand let out a clear cry and a number of cyan, misty swords swept past. The gray monster ape, which was covered in cuts and bruises and had been thrown onto the ground by the two puppets and the white-boned scorpion, was chopped into several pieces. Very good, who would have thought that the performance of the two of you would be so much better than what I expected? Especially Junior Bai, TSK, your white-boned scorpion is truly unusually intelligent. I'm afraid that a normal late spirit apostle would not be its opponent. To the side, the black-faced young man, who had also just finished his battle and was planning on coming over to help, saw this scene and immediately clapped his hands in joy and praised. Senior Yun is too kind. Although my white-boned scorpion has some intelligence, how can it compare to a late spirit apostle? Also, when I came over to help, the monster ape had already used up most of its FA. Adding on the fact that I was working together with Junior Jean, it was naturally easily taken care of. Hehe, I'm not talking about this monster ape, but the one that you took care of by yourself. Your ghost's poison is very overbearing. It must have been acquired through mutation. A normal white-boned scorpion does not have such a strong poison. The black-faced young man shook his head and said. However, this time, Lu Ming only smiled and did not reply. Okay, now is not the time to relax. Quickly take care of these corpses and quickly recover your FA. If these three monster apes have not returned to the mountain, I can't guarantee that the remaining few will obediently guard the mountain. Quickly go to the next location and hide. Yanggan also walked over and urged. Hearing this, everyone's heart trembled. Immediately, Jinyu took out the gallbladder from the corpse of the gray ape while the others released fireballs to turn the three corpses into ashes. Subsequently, the four of them left the mountain valley without any delay. The area immediately became quiet again. For hours later, the rumbling sound of footsteps came from outside the mountain valley once again. Subsequently, a black shadow flashed and two monster apes, one gold and one black, appeared at the entrance with a flash. Of the two, the golden-furred monster ape was not taller than 10 feet. However, it wore a simple wooden armor and in its hand, it held an emerald-purple wooden club. Its eyes continuously flashed with a silver light, as if it was full of intelligence. After a few leaps, the two monster apes arrived at the place where the three monster apes had been killed and circled around. The black monster ape sniffed with its nose and a trace of doubt appeared on its face. The golden-furred monster ape, on the other hand, grabbed a huge, black stick from the nearby mud. The top of the stick was surprisingly covered in bloodstains. It also used its nose to sniff and immediately raised its head to let out an angry roar. Following that, all the hair on the ape's body stood up straight and its body abruptly expanded to become over 40 feet tall. After a few sudden leaps, it jumped onto the pile of rocks that Jinyu had previously hidden himself in and abruptly slammed its two hands downwards. With a hong sound, all the rocks within a radius of several dozen feet instantly turned into powder. Moreover, all of the crushed rocks quickly gathered in the monster ape's hands, impressively transforming into a stone rod that was 70 to 80 feet long. The giant ape's two hands that were holding the rod suddenly slid to the two ends. The surface of the stone rod immediately became much smoother, and at the same time, it changed from a grayish-white color to a faint silver metallic luster. The golden-furred monster ape swung the huge silver rod and fiercely smashed it downwards. Immediately, there was a loud sound that shook the earth and mountains below. The entire pile of rocks had become a huge pit that was half a foot deep. Following that, the giant ape waved the huge silver rod in its hands chaotically, almost causing half of the entire valley to collapse. Only then did its anger subside slightly. Its body returned to its original size with a flash. After casually tossing the huge rod in its hands onto the ground, it left with the black ape. After the huge silver rod left the monster ape's hands, in the time it took to take a few breaths, the silver light on the ground faded away and it once again became a grayish-white color. After a light breeze blew past, the entire rod turned into powder with a pu sound, rolling away and disappearing without a trace. When the two monster apes walked to the exit, the golden-furred monster ape that was walking at the very front suddenly twitched its nose. It abruptly crouched down, and with a ferocious push of its legs, it pounced toward a nearby mountain rock like a giant eagle. "Not good, we've been discovered. Quickly run!" A frightened voice immediately came from behind the mountain rock. Following that, with two so-so sounds, two human figures shot out in different directions like arrows. They were two youths wearing the uniform of the Firestorm Way. It was obvious that the two of them had been attracted by the commotion in the valley earlier. However, when they saw the shocking power of the golden-furred monster ape, they did not dare to show their faces again. They did not think that the golden-furred monster ape's sense of smell was so sharp that it still revealed its tracks. Under such circumstances, the two of them could only flee in shock. The golden-furred monster ape in the air let out a low roar and fiercely punched at the two of them with two hoo-hoo sounds. The two Firestorm Way disciples only felt a huge force surging toward them from behind. Without any other choice, one of them could only dodge to the side with a sway of his body while the other could only stand still and turn around, forcefully slashing out with his sword. Boom! Boom! A huge pit immediately appeared next to one of them. After the airwave rolled out, he was also affected and almost fell down. The other person was even worse off. As soon as the sword chi came into contact with the enormous force, it was forced back. If he had not hurriedly crushed a glyph in his hand, causing the green light on the surface of his body to wildly flash and block the sword chi, it was likely that he would have been cut in half. However, even with this, the huge force that followed caused his body to tremble. He violently spat out a mouthful of blood and his entire body flew backward like a piece of straw. Just at this moment, the golden-furred monster ape twisted its body and pounced in a different direction. It had already arrived in front of the man who had just struck out with the sword chi with an evil gust of wind. The Firestorm Way disciple had just steadied himself, and when he saw this scene, he naturally paled in fright. He could only open his mouth and a green light shot out. At the same time, the longsword in his hand suddenly trembled and immediately, a surging flame violently rolled out from the sword. Seeing this scene, the golden-furred monster ape did not even think and let out a loud roar. A wave of white sound wave violently surged out and completely crushed the green light and fire wave that was shooting toward it. It also took the opportunity to shake the body of the man in front of it, causing blood to flow out of his 5 sense organs. The giant ape's body moved again and it appeared behind the man as if it had teleported. Its 2 arms became a blur and tightly gripped the man's shoulders. The Firestorm Way disciple let out a loud ah, and when he wanted to do something, it was already too late. The golden-furred monster ape only used force with its 2 arms and tore the man in its hands diagonally into 2 pieces. It then opened its mouth and bit off a large half of the heart that was still slightly beating. When the other Firestorm Way disciple in the distance saw this, he was scared out of his wits. Almost without thinking, he crushed all of the glyph on his body in one breath. 3 different colored light barriers immediately appeared on the surface of his body. At the same time, 2 different colored glyph inscriptions, green and white, danced around his feet. With a pu sound, he turned into a ball of green light and broke through the air. He actually did not care about the risks of flying too high. However, when the golden-furred monster ape saw this, it did not immediately chase after him. Instead, it threw away the corpse in its hands and with a leap, it arrived in front of a green mountain rock that was the size of a water tank. With a shake of its shoulders, the aura on its body wildly increased by several times. Its hair stood on end and it once again turned into a 40 feet tall giant ape. Its two arms moved again and it grabbed the huge green rock, effortlessly lifting it over its head. After the giant ape gave a low roar, silver light suddenly shone from its two large hands. The originally ordinary-looking mountain rock turned into a bright silver color. Following this, the two arms of the giant ape became thicker and it forcefully threw the silver rock into the air far away. Its target was the Firestorm Way disciple who had already flown a distance away. The man was currently using his Fali to fly forward with all his might. Suddenly, he heard a muffled hoo sound and before he understood what had happened, his body was forcefully smashed by the huge silver rock from behind. Under the pressure of the huge rock, several layers of protective barriers shattered like paper. The man himself let out a wretched cry and died on the spot. His badly mangled body no longer looked like a human as it fell from the sky. The golden-furred giant ape leaped a few times like lightning and grabbed the falling corpse at a low altitude. With a movement of its arms, it tore apart a few pieces of the corpse before throwing it away. Then, it fiercely pounded its chest with its two hands and raised its head to let out a long, mournful roar. The roar rumbled through the 9 heavens and even traveled over 5 kilometers. When the disciples of the 6 sects that were still nearby heard this roar, their hearts all trembled. Unless they were extremely confident in their own strength, they all tacitly stayed far away from this area. However, in a natural cave 7 or 8 kilometers away, Lu Ming, Yanggan, and the others who were meditating couldn't help but open their eyes when they heard the roar. It looks like the monster apes on the mountain have already discovered the disappearance of their companions. If that's the case, they must be extremely cautious right now. It won't be good for them to act in the next 2 days. We must wait for 2 days before using the bait tactic. Yanggan said with a frown. Senior Yang is right. However, we can't waste these 2 days. Why don't we temporarily split up and act on our own? On the 3rd day, we can meet back here. Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he spoke. Split up. Yes, this idea is not bad. Every day in the secret realm is exceptionally precious. Naturally, we should make full use of it. Hearing this, the black-faced young man was full of agreement. Jin, you didn't have any objections to this. Since it's like this, then it's decided. Once we've rested, we will act on our own for 2 days. Yanggan naturally had no reason to object. Junior Jin, I have 2 bottles of medicinal wine. When you return, drink the monster ape gallbladder as soon as possible. Otherwise, if you take too long, the effects will be greatly reduced. The black-faced young man suddenly smiled as he spoke to Lu Ming and Jinyu. Then, he flipped his palm and 2 slender porcelain bottles appeared in his hand. Thank you, Brother Yun. Then I will be polite. Hearing this, Lu Ming didn't hesitate to accept the bottles. Of course, Jinyu wouldn't refuse. Thus, in the remaining time, the few of them didn't chat much. Instead, they all focused on adjusting their breathing. After a few hours, when Lu Ming opened his eyes again, there was no one else in the stone cave other than him. He wasn't surprised at all. Instead, he calmly took out the porcelain bottle that he had previously put away. He opened the lid and lightly sniffed. Then, his eyes flashed as he thought for a while. Then, he took out a white pill from his body and crushed it before pouring it into the bottle. He shook the porcelain bottle lightly and looked inside before nodding his head in satisfaction. He took out the wooden box that contained the monster gallbladder from before. After a while, he forcefully endured the strong fishy smell and placed the purple-red monster gallbladder in his mouth. Then, he used half a bottle of medicinal wine to directly drink it down his stomach. In an instant, Lu Ming felt a wave of hot air surge out from his lower abdomen. Immediately, he didn't dare to delay as he closed his eyes again and began to slowly refine the gallbladder. After more than 2 hours, he finally let out a light breath and stood up. After moving his arms and legs slightly, a faint explosive sound came from all of his joints. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. With a slight push from his legs, his entire body actually lightly floated up several tens of feet. With a blur of his arm, he grabbed onto a protruding rock at the top of the stone cave. Then, he exerted some force with his 5 fingers. With a ping sound, the seemingly hard rock immediately turned into broken rocks. Lu Ming twisted his body and floated down again, as if his entire body didn't have much weight. Not bad, my strength has increased by quite a bit. However, the effects of the levitation grass that I consumed earlier seem to be equally obvious. Now, even if I don't use the soaring sky technique, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. As for speed, Lu Ming raised his hands and carefully examined them a few times before muttering a few words. However, when he said the last sentence, his shoulders suddenly shook and his entire body shot out from his original position like a light wind. Following this, the entire stone cave was filled with the sound of breaking air and blurry shadows began to appear one after another. For a moment, it was as if there were 7 or 8 Lu Mings simultaneously appearing in the cave. When all of the shadows converged and pounced at the same place, they once again converged into an abnormally clear figure of Lu Ming. Not bad. In terms of speed alone, it should be at least 30% faster than when I first entered the secret realm. Lu Ming muttered to himself, his words filled with joy. It was no wonder, this was the result of not having any spells or secret techniques. If he used other enhancements, his speed would be even faster to an unbelievable degree. No wonder the levitation grass could be listed among the spirit objects of heaven and earth. Its effect was indeed amazing. However, this grass seemed to have the effect of detoxifying and calming the heart. As for how these two effects were, there was no way to test it at the moment. Probably only when he encountered related troubles in the future would he be able to see a thing or two, Lu Ming thought again. In the remaining time, he did not plan to continue staying in the stone cave. Instead, he packed up his things and left unhurriedly. Near the perfectly straight mountain peak, a ball of white light was circling around the mountain peak. Behind it were 2 dark demonic birds, one big and one small. Their 4 wings flapped as they chased relentlessly. In the blink of an eye, the 3 circled around the mountain peak 7 or 8 times and unknowingly landed at the foot of the mountain peak. The latter seemed to be about to catch up with the former. Suddenly, there was a shout from within the white light, and a white cold light rolled out. The 2 demonic birds seemed to have suffered from something. Immediately, they let out a sharp cry and hurriedly flapped their wings. Only then were they able to barely avoid the cold light. At this moment, another bloody light rolled out from the nearby cliff that seemed to be empty. It flashed and turned into a giant bloody blade that was several tens of feet long. It slashed at the smaller demonic bird. The smaller demonic bird was shocked and hurriedly flapped its wings. Suddenly, there was a loud chee-chee sound, and a large number of feathers shot out like a black rain. Immediately, after a series of explosions, the bloody light was pierced into thousands of holes. However, the remaining bloody light did not stop and continued to slash at the smaller demonic bird. With a hong sound, it was the other demonic bird that shot over. It fiercely flapped one of its wings and hit the remaining bloody light, scattering it. However, at this moment, a cold voice suddenly came from the white ball of light in the distance. Body and sword as one. As soon as the voice fell, the blurry figure in the white ball of light seemed to move. Following that, a shocking rainbow flashed across the sky and swept toward the huge demonic bird. Before the streak of light had even approached, the huge demonic bird had already felt a fatal sense of danger. It hurriedly flapped its wings in an attempt to evade. However, at that moment, the crimson light that had been scattered by its attack suddenly blurred and transformed into crimson threads that quickly wrapped around its body. The threads then tightened, causing it to be unable to move freely. During this brief moment of hesitation, the cold streak of light flashed past the body of the huge demonic bird. After circling once, it also circled around the smaller demonic bird at lightning speed. When the sparkling sword light disappeared, a young girl wearing the uniform of the heavenly moon sect appeared in the air. She held the snow-white sword in her hand, and her face was very pale. It was obvious that the attack just now had consumed a lot of her magic power. At this moment, blood suddenly spurted out from the bodies of the 2 demon birds. They were split into 4 halves and fell from the sky. Junior Zhang's technique is very powerful. The feathers of these iron-feathered eagles can even easily break through my blood blade, but they were both killed by Junior's sword. However, Junior, are you all right? You don't look too good. A bloody mist exploded from the cliff and a blood-robed person appeared in a flash. He spoke to the female from the heavenly moon sect with a light smile. Do you want to try and see if I can still use the body and sword as one? Hearing this, the young girl from the Heavenly Moon sect coldly laughed as she replied. Cough. Junior thinks too much. I was only casually asking. However, after spending so much effort, we have finally gotten rid of half of the iron-feathered eagles. Now, there are only 2 left on the mountain. After Junior has rested, should we directly kill our way to the top of the mountain and get rid of them? Xuexi's eyes flashed and he hastily coughed as he asked. The strength of the remaining 2 iron-feathered eagles cannot be compared to the 2 we have now. If you were able to deal with one by yourself, I do not mind dealing with the remaining one. The female from the Heavenly Moon sect glanced at the blood-robed young man before replying indifferently. Junior Zhang must be joking. Just now, I was unable to deal with one. Naturally, I would not be able to deal with 2 on the mountain. Hearing this, Xuexi laughed bitterly. Humph, since it is like this, then don't say anything about directly killing our way up. Naturally, we still need to think about how to deal with the remaining 2 iron-feathered eagles. However, before that, it is more important for me to recover my Fa Li. The female from the Heavenly Moon sect snorted as she spoke. Then, without a care for anything else, she rose into the air and flew towards a small forest in the distance. The blood-robed male looked at the disappearing figure of the female and his face darkened. However, a strange light flashed in his eyes before he snorted and walked in the opposite direction. Under the tallest mountain in the middle, 9 spirit apostles, including Feng Chan and Gao Chong, were working together to deal with a huge monster. This beast had the head of a lion and the body of a tiger. Its entire body was 50 feet long and its body was covered with light blue scales. At the same time, there was a pair of purple-red wings on its back. Its mouth spat out countless bull-sized fireballs, turning the area around its body into a surging sea of fire. The people surrounding it were also bombarded into a sorry state. No matter what kind of technique or weapon the people surrounding it used, as soon as they got within a foot of the monster, they would definitely be struck by a blue arc of lightning that appeared on its own with a boom. This monster was actually a spirit beast that possessed both lightning and fire natural endowments. If it were not for the fact that there were many people surrounding it and that most of them had prepared various protective glyphs that specialized in restraining the power of lightning and fire, perhaps there would have already been casualties. However, just like that, when the protective shield of these people was about to break, one of them finally saw that the situation was not good and yelled, "Retreat!" Everyone immediately scattered and fled down the mountain. Seeing this situation, the monster with the head of a lion and the body of a tiger was first startled. However, immediately after, it seemed to be enraged. It suddenly opened its mouth and what it spat out was not a fireball, but an extremely thick blue arc of lightning. After a flash, it heavily struck the body of a fusion sect disciple that had just flown into the air, instantly turning the light barrier around his body into a pile of black ash. Following this, the wings on the back of the monster suddenly flapped and it quickly chased after another Hall of Blood disciple. An hour later, when everyone once again gathered under a huge tree, there were shockingly only 7 people left. Moreover, most of them had abnormally pale faces. I never would have thought that this lion-tiger beast would be even more terrifying than the rumors. I'm afraid that only spirit masters can deal with it. Our previous actions were a bit too rash. A male Heavenly Moon sect disciple looked left and right at the other people and slowly said. Indeed, our attacks are unable to break through its protective spell, not to mention killing it. If we really can't do it, let's just forget about it. Another female fusion sect disciple also sighed and said. Hearing this, Feng Chan and Gao Chong's faces became rather ugly. However, after the 2 of them subconsciously looked at each other, Feng Chan's eyes flashed and he opened his mouth. Although this lion-tiger beast is extremely troublesome, it is still only a monster. We previously underestimated its strength, so we used the method of surrounding it and forcefully attacking it. If we had used another method, we might have been able to take it down. However, during this process, I'm afraid that everyone can no longer hide their trump cards. I don't believe that after everyone uses their strongest techniques, we still cannot break through the defensive spell of this beast. I will say this first. I have a corpse chi lightning that was given to me by an elder. It is equivalent to the full power attack of a beginning spirit master, so it should be useful. If there was anyone who was unwilling to reveal their trump card, they could leave now. Those who do not contribute, after we kill this lion-tiger beast, naturally do not have the qualifications to go up the mountain with us. Since Senior Feng has said it, I will also say it. I have a blood demon all that specializes in breaking through various defensive spells. It should also be able to enter this beast. Gao Chong immediately followed up. Hearing the two of them say this, the others could not help but look at each other. Following that, most of their expressions became unsettled. It was obvious that they had not decided whether or not to reveal their true strength. Just at this time, a light laugh came from the large tree. "Oh, if that's the case, why don't the two of us join as well?" Just as the words were spoken, a man and a woman lightly jumped down from the tree. The man was tall and had red eyebrows and big eyes. He wore the uniform of the Firestorm Way and had a scarlet-red palm leaf fan on his waist. His face was full of smiles. The woman had an oval face and was quite pretty. However, she wore the uniform of the barbarian ghost sect and had a helpless expression on her face. "That's great, Junior Tian. Junior Qian, why is it you?" Everyone was shocked at first, but after seeing the faces of the two people clearly, a female Firestorm Way disciple immediately became overjoyed while Feng Chan cried out in surprise. Gao Chong, who was at the side, looked at Qian Huinyang's face and could not help but be startled. Lu Ming naturally did not have the slightest idea of what was happening in other places. He also did not have any interest in participating in other matters. Instead, he planned on using these 2 days to go to the lower half of the huge mountain to find some spirit medicines. Of course, if he could find some spirit medicines that could be directly consumed, that would naturally be the best. As for spiritual items that could increase one's magic power, aside from the 300 to 400-year-old green Lingji mushroom, he had also found 2 other similar spiritual herbs. However, they were only around 100 years old, so the effects after consuming them weren't too obvious. Hopefully, the gains of these 2 days would give him a pleasant surprise. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the morning of the 3rd day, when Lu Ming once again returned to the cave, Yang Gan and the other 2 were already waiting there. "Junior Bai, you've come a bit late. The 3 of us have already waited for you for a long time," Yang Gan said indifferently when he saw him. "My apologies, I was slightly delayed on the road." Hearing this, Lu Ming replied with a smile. Since Junior Bai has a reason for doing this, then it is naturally understandable. "Brother Yang, let's hurry up and act. We don't have much time left in the secret realm," the black-faced young man said with a smile. "Okay. Yesterday, I went up the mountain to investigate the situation and discovered that those monster apes are much more vigilant than before. If we use normal methods, I'm afraid we won't be able to easily separate them. So, after discussing with Brother Yun, we feel that we can only seek victory in the midst of danger." Yang Gan's eyes focused as he slowly said. "Seek victory in the midst of danger? Brother Yang means?" Jin Yu had a puzzled expression. "It's very simple. Since we can't separate that golden fur monster ape from the other monster apes, we might as well lure them down the mountain and finish them all off," Yang Gan said with a deep voice. "Brother Yang must be joking. That golden fur monster ape is so powerful. If 4 of them work together, how will we be able to kill them all at the same time?" Hearing this, Jin Yu jumped in fright. "Hee, who said we have to kill them all at the same time? When I said finish them all off, we still have to do it in order. First, we have to think of a way to trap that golden fur monster ape alone. After we kill the other 3 monster apes like yesterday, we will work together to deal with the last one. Even though that golden fur monster ape is powerful, with the 4 of us working together, it will be more than enough to deal with it." The black-faced young man laughed as he continued. "That method is not bad. But how do we trap that golden fur monster ape alone? These monster apes all have extraordinary strength. Normal methods of trapping them probably won't work." Hearing this, Lu Ming frowned as he asked. "Of course we can't use normal methods. I have a set of 6 illusionary information flags here. As long as we place them in place, we should be able to trap that golden fur monster ape for half an hour. According to the results of our battle 2 days ago, this amount of time is just enough to finish off the other 3 monster apes. If that's the case, do you 2 juniors have any other opinions?" Yang Gan replied without hesitation. So Brother Yan has a formation flag on you. How generous. I can rest assured now. Hearing this, Jin Yu's expression changed slightly. Array tools such as array flags and array discs could be easily set up by ordinary cultivators who were not proficient in the Tao of arrays, so one could imagine how valuable they were. Therefore, even the simplest set of formation tools was definitely more expensive than normal totems. But because most simple formation tools could be easily broken by spirit apostles, they were only suitable for special occasions. Therefore, formation setting tools were expensive, but their practical value was greatly limited. Even most spirit masters wouldn't be willing to buy them. As a late spirit apostle, Yonggan actually had a set of formation flags on him. This was indeed something that exceeded everyone's expectations. Since there is a formation, I naturally have no problem with it. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise before he nodded. Gone, I will go and place restrictions in the forest nearby. Later, Brother Yun and I will go together to lure them down. You only need to set up an ambush near the spell formation. As long as we succeed this time, all the resources on this mountain will be ours to collect. Yang Qian's eyes flashed with a trace of passion as he spoke. Hearing this, the black-faced young man snickered while Jin Yu was extremely excited. However, Lu Ming only gave a slight smile. In the following time, they walked out of the cave at the same time and flew towards a forest not far from the mountain peak. At the same time, in the air behind another mountain peak, a man and a woman, two monsters with the upper body of a human and the lower body of a huge fish tail, were controlling huge waves. They were fighting fiercely with a huge green python that was over 100 feet long and had a silver flesh crown on its head. The man and woman were half human, half fish monsters. From their upper bodies, they were the Lan brother and sister that Mu Rongxian had mentioned. However, their bodies were currently surrounded by a large amount of blue water waves of unknown origin. From their faces to their arms, they were covered with unknown blue spirit inscriptions. At the same time, their eyes had become a deep blue color. As for the huge silver python, its eyes were blood red and it spat out a green gas. The flesh crown on its head became silver as it was filled with blood. It was extremely ferocious. After a while, densely packed water arrows shot towards the huge python like a torrential rain. After a while, the huge python opened its mouth and a dozen or so light green wind bullets shot out, destroying the water waves in front of it. The three of them were actually in a deadlock situation. It was unknown how long it would take for a winner to be decided. In a hidden depression at the bottom of the mountain peak, there was the remains of a blue formation that was almost completely destroyed. There were also two silver-crowned python corpses that were much smaller in size. At the center of the pool, Callan bent down and used the jade scepter in her hand to lightly knock on the blue lotus flower. After the blue light on the surface of the spirit flower trembled, it lightly fell off the stem and landed in a jade box that was already prepared in her other hand. Jiao Lan closed the lid of the jade box and carefully placed it into her sleeve. She then glanced at the motionless corpses of the three small beasts floating in the water and sighed as she floated away. In a pile of rubble, Feng Chan, Gao Chong and the other spirit apostles once again surrounded the lion-tiger beast and attacked it violently. However, this time, 2 of the 9 people were replaced by the Firestorm Wei youth with the banana fan and Qian Huingyang. The lion-tiger beast was still as ferocious as before. The blue lightning on its body continuously flashed and it spat fireballs in all directions. However, this time, the 9 people surrounding it were clearly much more relaxed than last time. Whenever a sea of fire appeared, the youth with the banana fan in his hand would gently wave and all of it would be instantly extinguished. As for the lightning protecting the lion-tiger beast, it was also beginning to be broken through by the group of people using a few special methods. This caused the surface of the beast to be covered with wounds of various sizes. As a result, the 9 people were overjoyed and naturally began to attack more frequently. However, what no one noticed was that even in this situation, the lion-tiger beast's eyes were still abnormally cold. There was not the slightest trace of fear or panic. On the other side, in the mysterious underground cave, Leijin gave a low shout and the small silver hammer in his hand once again fiercely struck out. The silver lightning that was released finally shattered the surface of the black rock that had countless cracks on it with a muffled sound. Compared to a few days ago, this black rock had shrunk to a third of its original size. Lei Zhan originally thought that it would take at least another 4 or 5 days before he could wear down this strange power to a point where he could endure it. He never would have thought that the treasure could appear now. Seeing this scene, Lei Zhan was first startled and then became overjoyed. His hand once again quickly waved the small silver hammer a few times. After all of the rubble on the surface had been struck off, the true appearance of the treasure was finally revealed. Impressively, it was a light brown ore that was the size of a head. Its surface was covered with countless strange silver patterns that overlapped on top of each other. It was as if the entire ore was covered in layers of these silver patterns. Lei Zhan forcefully suppressed the excitement in his heart and put away the small silver hammer. He once again picked up a piece of rubble from the ground and with a flick of his wrist, threw it at the ore. Pung! The stone hit the brown ore without any hindrance and seemed to bounce off as usual. There didn't seem to be any abnormalities at all. Lei Zhan was overjoyed. He immediately took a few steps forward and was about to bend down to pick up the ore to take a closer look. However, the moment his finger touched the brown ore, there was a sudden chi-chi sound and dozens of silver threads instantly ejected from the ore. At such a close distance and without any warning, Lei Zhan's entire body was penetrated by the silver threads before he could even react. He shouted in shock and anger. Suddenly, countless electric arcs flashed wildly on the surface of his body. At the same time, he waved his sleeve and the Thunder God's chaser appeared in his hand. He was about to rush down madly. However, at this moment, the silver patterns on the surface of the brown ore suddenly lit up and slightly expanded and shrunk. All of the silver threads trembled and suddenly split apart. It was like a sharp blade that sliced the person in front of it into countless pieces of flesh. Even the small ball of black gas that was formed by Lei Zhan's soul was crushed into pieces in a flash of silver light. The small silver hammer fell to the ground with a dang sound and a large amount of blood gushed out from the ground. Lei Zhan, the Nine Lightning spiritual pulse disciple that many spirit masters of the barbarian ghost sect had placed all their hopes on, had unexpectedly fallen in this nameless cave. However, in the next moment, something even more shocking happened. The silver threads that shot out from the brown ore danced in the air and with a flash, they all stabbed into the nearby pool of blood. They emitted a chi-chi sound as they quickly absorbed the blood. These silver threads were astonishingly hollow and were extremely thin tubes. As large amounts of blood were absorbed into the brown ore, the silver patterns on the surface of the ore became more and more dazzling. At the same time, they began to continuously expand and contract as if they were truly alive. Under the simultaneous absorption of dozens of silver threads, the nearby blood was instantly sucked dry. However, these silver threads seemed to still be unsatisfied. After swinging one after another, they all stabbed into the nearby pieces of flesh. Immediately, the pieces of flesh that were Lei Zhan's corpse became abnormally dry in an instant. It was as if even the last drop of liquid inside had been sucked dry by these silver threads. After doing this, the silver patterns on the surface of the brown ore expanded and contracted a few more times. Suddenly, a muffled pung sound came from within. At first, there was only one sound, but after a while, there was a second sound, then a third sound. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the brown ore expanded and contracted with an extremely rhythmic and continuous sound. At the same time, there was a sound that broke through the air. More and more silver threads shot out from within. Under the densely packed sound, they seemed to enter every inch of the nearby cave. Moreover, they began to spread and grow at an astonishing speed, all of them piercing into the depths of the huge mountain. The originally brown ore's surface gradually became as red as blood. It was as if at this moment, it had finally returned to its original appearance. This was impressively a huge heart that was slowly recovering its vitality. At the same time that this heart recovered its vitality, the inside of the huge mountain also began to change at a speed that could not be seen by the naked eye. Lu Ming continued to hide on top of a huge tree as he silently headed toward the nearby mountain peak. Less than 100 feet away was the 6 illusionary Yin formation that Yang Gan had laid down earlier. This formation did not have the ability to injure the enemy and only had the ability to confuse and trap the enemy. Furthermore, it was very simple and anyone who had some general knowledge about formations could easily break it. However, this formation should be more than enough to trap a monster ape for a period of time. As Lu Ming thought about this, he withdrew his gaze and looked toward another small tree nearby. That small tree looked normal, but in reality, it was a puppet beast that Jinyu had transformed into. His original body was hidden within it. It looked like he had absorbed Senior Yan's methods to use this kind of concealment method. It looked like these puppet beasts were quite useful. If there was a chance, it would be better to buy two with similar auxiliary abilities. Presumably, he would be able to use them in the future. When Lu Ming thought about this, he couldn't help but start to ponder. The last time he went to the Weizhou market, he seemed to have seen puppet beasts for sale. However, the prices weren't too cheap. He didn't realize that there was an object the size of a soybean in his dantian that was faintly flickering. It was the mysterious bubble that should have disappeared. He didn't know when it started, but it silently reappeared in Lu Ming's dantian. Lu Ming didn't even notice it at all. After waiting for a while, a long roar came down from the mountain peak. Although it was extremely far away, Lu Ming could still hear it clearly. After his heart trembled, he immediately withdrew his consciousness and looked toward the mountain peak again. The roars on the mountain came one after another and became louder and louder. It was obvious that it wasn't the sound of a single monster ape. Moreover, it seemed that they were all coming down the mountain at an extremely fast speed. After the time it took to take a few breaths, a ball of black air and a ball of silver light simultaneously came down from the sky close to the mountain peak. Within the black air was a huge bone bird. A pair of sharp claws tightly gripped onto the two sides of Yonggan's shoulders. Within the silver light, the black-faced young man's silver wings flapped wildly as he flew down. After a few flashes, the two arrived at the foot of the mountain. Immediately, they changed directions and shot straight toward the dense forest. Almost at the same time, several huge rocks were suddenly thrown down from the mountain, fiercely smashing into the place where the two of them were just a moment ago, creating several huge craters that were around 10 feet in size. Immediately thereafter, a series of bird cries rang out, and 4 blurry projections, 1 golden, 1 black, and 2 gray, plummeted from above. After a few booms, the 4 monster apes steadily landed on the ground nearby. After the golden-furred monster ape in the lead let out a low roar, it leaped as if it was flying and hurriedly chased after Yongqian and the other man. At the front, Yonggan and Yishiwen weren't too panicked. After all, the formation was just a short distance away, and with the distance between them and the demon apes, this amount of time was more than enough. But after a few flashes, when they were only about 100 feet away from the forest, something unexpected happened. After the golden-furred monster ape let out a low roar, it suddenly leaped diagonally and actually jumped onto the shoulder of the black giant ape. Then, its body instantly curled up. The black monster ape's 2 hands moved without saying anything and suddenly grabbed onto the leg of the golden ape that was around 10 feet in size. Its body spun wildly on the spot, and then its 2 hands suddenly loosened. The giant golden ape shot straight toward the black-faced young man in front of them like a huge rock. With its ferocious momentum, if it really hit, even if the black-faced young man didn't die on the spot, his head would still bleed. The black-faced young man was naturally paying attention to the situation behind him and saw the scene clearly. Under his great shock, he could only abruptly flap the silver wings on his back and dodge to the side with a sway of his body. Hong! The giant golden ape swept past the black-faced young man and suddenly spread out its 4 limbs, landing steadily at the edge of the dense forest. Then, it raised its head to look at Yonggan and Yishiwen. Its face actually revealed a human-like malevolence. Such an unexpected scene caused the hearts of Yonggan and Yishiwen to tremble, and they unconsciously stopped moving forward. After all, with the strength of this golden-furred monster ape, one person definitely wouldn't be able to deal with it alone. However, in this moment of delay, the 3 monster apes behind them leaped a few times and managed to catch up. Not good, the situation has changed. Quickly, go and provide support. Lu Ming was a person who knew how many life and death battles. With a glance, he saw the predicament that Yonggan and Yishiwen were in. Almost without thinking, he gave a low yell at Jinyu. His body moved, transforming into a shadow that flew out of the dense forest. Seeing this, Jinyu, who was originally hiding in the puppet, also hurriedly put away the shape-shifting puppet. With a shake of his sleeve, he tossed out 3 round balls. After a blur, they transformed into 3 azure giant wolf puppets and followed closely behind Lu Ming as they charged out. The giant golden ape obviously also heard the sounds coming from behind and immediately turned its head. Its eyes were extremely ferocious as it looked at Lu Ming and the three puppet beasts. Immediately, it bared its fangs and let out a low, threatening growl. Brother Yun, Jin Yu, Lu Ming, you guys deal with the three monster apes behind us first. I will lure this golden ape into the formation. Yang Gan was worthy of being the barbarian ghost sex big senior. After a few quick thoughts, he immediately came up with a countermeasure. He immediately formed a hand sign with one hand and the giant bone bird above his head immediately became blurry within the black gas. It once again transformed into a giant bone ghost with a twisted head and a human body. With a large step, it took the lead and rushed toward the golden-furred monster ape. At the same time, with a shake of his sleeve, the small white bone bow appeared in his hand. Furthermore, the black gas on his body surged and condensed, transforming into a large, black hand that slammed toward the opponent. Hearing this, Lu Ming and the others naturally moved without hesitation. Each of them chose a monster ape and rushed over, fighting together. The opposing golden monster ape raised its head and let out a long roar. Its two hands suddenly clenched into fists and hammered its chest. As its hair stood on end, it suddenly transformed into an enormous creature that was 40 feet tall. Without saying a word, it suddenly punched toward the large, black hand. At the same time, it raised its large foot and kicked at the bull-headed bone ghost that was pouncing over with lightning speed. Pooh! Hong! The large, black hand was immediately dispersed by the blow. Although the bull-headed bone ghost used both of its hands to block, it was still sent flying by the large foot. It was as if it could not even withstand a single blow. Yang Gan was shocked. Without thinking, the bone bow in his hand suddenly shook in the wind and became several feet long. With another pull, countless amounts of black gas violently surged into it and transformed into a black arrow. His hand loosened and the black arrow disappeared into thin air with a blur. Almost at the same time, the giant golden ape suddenly opened its mouth and a white sound wave violently rolled out. A tearing sound rang out. The black arrow appeared out of thin air only a few feet away from the giant ape. However, it only advanced a few feet with difficulty in the sound wave before quietly stopping. Pa! The giant ape's large hand waved like lightning and grabbed the black arrow out of thin air. With a forceful squeeze, it directly exploded. On the opposite side, Yang Gan's eyes behind the mask could not help but flash with a hint of shock. His heart sank and he knew that he had still underestimated this golden monster ape. Its strength was not something that one or two people could deal with. However, it was a good thing that he did not really need to fight this monster ape head-on. As long as he charged into the dense forest on the opposite side, he would be able to lure it into the formation. Yang Gan thought like this in his heart and immediately began to chant. The black gas on his body began to wildly revolve around him, appearing to be extremely shocking. However, the giant golden ape directly walked towards Yang Gan with large strides. So. 5 identical shadows flew out from the black gas and shot out in different directions. Seeing this, the golden monster ape was first startled. However, it immediately became enraged. Its two hands suddenly grabbed at the ground 4 times and immediately, a few clumps of dirt turned into 4 pieces of green stones. Whoosh! Whoosh! A few sounds were heard. The giant ape wildly threw out the 4 green stones like lightning. As a result, after the 4 shadows were hit by the giant stones, they instantly burst like bubbles and disappeared. Only one of the shadows flashed and directly disappeared into the dense forest. Seeing this, the giant golden ape raised its head and gave a sharp howl. Without hesitation, it jumped up and also chased into the dense forest. After a while, when the giant golden ape followed Yang Gan into the middle of a few large trees, the surroundings suddenly fluctuated. Countless amounts of black gas wildly surged out from all directions and covered everything in the surroundings. The giant golden ape was shocked, but it still charged forward. However, after a few consecutive leaps, it shockingly reappeared in the center of the empty black gas. It was very obvious that the intelligence of the monster ape was still unable to understand what was going on. It let out a few low roars and charged around in the black gas a few more times. However, it still returned to its original spot in confusion. This caused it to involuntarily become enraged. Outside the formation, Yang Gan stood on a large tree and looked down at the situation within the restriction. He could not help but let out a light laugh. He immediately turned around and was about to walk out of the dense forest to meet up with the black-faced young man. However, at this moment, a loud sound that shook the mountains suddenly came from behind him, causing the nearby trees on the ground to suddenly tremble. Yangon was caught off guard and almost lost his footing and fell down from the tree. In his shock and anger, he hurriedly turned around to look at the formation. As a result, his expression changed greatly. Out of nowhere, the golden-furred monster ape had taken out a huge silver rod that was 60 to 70 feet long. It was furiously smashing the black gas, causing the nearby ground and the entire spell formation to sway. It looked as if it would collapse at any moment. This monster ape's originally blind action of purely venting its anger had actually accidentally become an action of using brute force to forcefully break the restriction. Originally, a truly powerful illusion formation would naturally not be easily shaken by brute force of this level. However, the 6 illusionary formation that Yangon had set up with a set of formation flags was really too simple and crude. It could not withstand this monster ape's crazy smashing. In his shock, Yangon did not think too much and suddenly took out a small black flag from his bosom. With a leap, he actually disappeared into the restriction without a trace. A moment later, 6 black pillars of light suddenly shot out from the black gas. The formation that was originally about to collapse once again stabilized with a hum. This was impressively Yangon using the supporting formation flags and not sparing any FALI to personally control this formation. However, the golden-furred monster ape in the formation seemed to feel the strengthening of the restriction. It immediately angrily waved the huge rod in its hand even more violently. The shadow of the rod was like a small mountain as it swept out in all directions. Waves of vibrations once again rumbled out from within the black gas. This caused Yangon, who originally only wanted to slightly stabilize the formation and leave, to have no choice but to stay in the formation while complaining. He madly poured the FALI in his body into the formation flags. Immediately, within the entire formation, the black gas and the rod shadows fiercely collided with each other. From time to time, it would create a black hurricane that soared into the sky, causing the entire restriction to constantly tremble. Outside of the forest, Lu Ming's figure flashed like a ghost as he flashed past the gray monster ape whose legs were tightly gripped by the white-boned scorpion. At the same time, several azure sword chi flashed past and cut the huge ape into several pieces, dyeing the ground red. Subsequently, Lu Ming's figure did not stop at all. With a wave of his hand, another 4 or 5 wind blades shot towards another battle. On the other side, the black-faced young man once again used a body-refining secret technique. He was currently waving the golden rod and fighting the black monster ape head-on. However, compared to the gray monster ape, the black monster ape's strength was clearly much stronger. Although the black-faced young man consecutively used several support secret techniques, he was still unable to win and was forced to continuously retreat. If it wasn't for the 2 silver short tubes that could be manipulated freely on his shoulders at some point in time, and the balls of silver lightning fire that spurted out from time to time, forcing the demon ape to temporarily retreat, he might really not have been able to hold on. The black monster ape violently smashed the black metal rod in its hand forward 3 times, causing the black-faced young man to retreat a few steps. Just as he wanted to take another step forward and continue attacking, he heard a chi-chi sound and several wind blades shot towards him. The monster ape gave a low roar and the black metal rod in its hand suddenly moved horizontally in front of its body. With a slight wave, it caused the several wind blades to fly away with a crisp sound. At this moment of delay, the pair of silver wings on the back of the black-faced young man suddenly flapped, and his body shot up into the sky. After circling once, he shook his wings, and countless silver rays shot down. They were actually countless silver needles that were as thin as cow hair. The black ape wasn't fearful in the slightest upon seeing this. Instead, the black staff in its hand blurred and transformed into a vast expanse of staff projections that shielded itself within. The streaks of silver light appeared to be as dense as a torrential downpour, but before they could even come into contact with the cudgel projections, they were all swept away by the gale-force winds nearby. Following that, the short silver tube on the dark-faced strange young man's shoulder made a piu-piu sound, and a dozen or so balls of silver lightning fire shot out from within the silver light. The silver wings on his back flapped a few more times, and he shot down like a crossbow arrow. At the same time, he borrowed the force of the dive and smashed the golden rod in his hand downward. At the same time, Lu Ming had already arrived in front of the ape in a few flashes. Without saying anything, he shook the azure short sword in his hand, and after a few so-so sounds, 4 or 5 streaks of azure misty sword chi joined together and shot out. Although the two hadn't discussed this beforehand, the timing of their collaboration was seamless. The giant black ape naturally discovered that it was being attacked from both sides. Moreover, the attacks from both sides were very aggressive, and neither side seemed to be able to be ignored. It immediately let out an angry roar, and all the hair on its body stood on end. The metal rod in its hand suddenly shook, and in a blur, it split into 2 and transformed into 2 huge rod projections that were several tens of feet long. Each of them smashed towards Lu Ming and the sky respectively. Boom, boom. 2 earth-shattering noises sounded out almost at the same time. On Lu Ming's side, streaks of sword chi and streaks of chi intertwined and exploded. In the sky above the giant black ape, the silver lightning fire and the golden rod collided with the black rod projections, and a shocking wave of chi swept out. The monster ape let out a cry, and its body suddenly sank. Both of its calves were actually knee-deep in the soil. The black-faced youth in the air was in an even worse state. Under a huge rebound, his body was immediately sent flying backwards. He flipped over a dozen times before he spat out a mouthful of blood and stabilized his body in the air. In this head-on clash, even though the black ape had Lu Ming at the side to divert a small portion of its attention, the black-faced youth still suffered a small loss. Of course, the ape's situation wasn't too good either. Both of its calves were in the soil, and it was actually paralyzed and unable to move. However, at this moment, Lu Ming didn't say anything and stamped on the ground with one foot. He transformed into a shadow and shot towards the monster ape. When the giant black ape saw this, it let out a threatening growl. Its arm moved, and the black metal rod whistled through the air. Before it actually hit its target, a huge, invisible force pressed down on Lu Ming. A bright light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes, and he twisted his body. With the push of the invisible force, he flew up like a willow leaf and floated over the top of the black metal rod. At the same time, he muttered an incantation and formed a hand sign with one hand. He raised his hand again, and 3 scarlet-red fireballs shot out. However, what no one noticed was that the instant the fireballs were shot out, a strand of green light shot out from between Lu Ming's fingers. The giant black ape naturally didn't notice that there was something special about it. Its 2 large hairy hands suddenly slapped down, and the 3 fireballs were extinguished. However, at this moment, an opening was revealed. The green light flashed, and with an indescribable speed, it pierced through one of the giant eyes of the black ape. The monster ape let out a miserable scream, and under the intense pain, it suddenly threw away the metal rod. Its 2 hands fiercely smashed the ground nearby, and its calves finally pulled out of the soil. Then, it rushed towards Lu Ming while swaying. Seeing that only one of its eyes was open, and the other eye was bleeding, it was obvious that it hated Lu Ming to the bone. It didn't care about the black-faced youth in the air at all. When the black-faced youth saw this, he was naturally surprised and happy. He immediately let out a low shout and calmed the Fali in his body. He was about to swing the rod and rush down again. However, at this moment, there was a sudden change below. The black monster ape had just rushed 2 steps when the soil below suddenly split open. 2 black giant pincers reached out and clamped down on one of its hairy calves with lightning speed. The black ape let out a loud shout and almost subconsciously bent its body. One of its large hands rushed down and scooped. With a chi-chi sound, a dozen or so black lines shot out from the soil, and with a flash, they pierced through the large hand. The giant ape let out another cry of pain, but in its rage, it suddenly clenched its other hand into a fist and fiercely smashed it into the ground like a huge black hammer. Boom! A muffled sound rang out. A huge pit with a diameter of 10 feet appeared under the feet of the monster ape. The white-boned scorpion's entire body was revealed from within the pit, and it appeared to be dizzy. A sinister expression appeared on the face of the giant ape, and its calf suddenly shook. A huge force surged out from within, and it actually forcefully bounced the 2 giant pincers away. Following this, a large hand scooped down like lightning, forcibly grabbing the white-boned scorpion from the ground. With a bit of strength from its 5 fingers, it immediately squeezed the scorpion's body until it couldn't move at all. If it weren't for the fact that the white-boned scorpion's body was incomparably tough, it would have directly exploded. However, the black ape obviously wasn't satisfied with this. It opened its bloody mouth, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. It was about to send the white-boned scorpion into its mouth, wanting to directly bite it to pieces to avenge the hatred in its heart. However, at this moment, the white-boned scorpion let out a goo-goo sound and suddenly spat out a thick purple mist from its mouth. At such a close distance, it just so happened to be able to spit out the giant ape's face. The giant ape let out a miserable cry and fiercely threw the white-boned scorpion to the ground. It then used its 2 hands to cover its face and continuously cried out. All of this seemed complicated and slow, but in reality, it only took the time of 2 breaths. Lu Ming was even light as a feather, and had yet to land on the ground. Seeing this situation, he immediately raised his eyebrows and pointed a finger at the empty space of the monster ape. Pooh! The green light that had disappeared once again shot out from the nearby empty space. With a flash, it actually entered one of the black ape's ears and came out from the other ear with a string of beads of blood. Then, with a blur, it shot back and disappeared into Lu Ming's large sleeve without a trace. The black monster ape let out a pu-tong sound and its huge body fell to the ground, losing all signs of life. However, at this time, the monster ape's entire arm became jet black and red. The dozen or so black holes on its palm also slowly dissolved into black blood. Junior Bai, you really have good methods. You actually single-handedly took care of this monster ape. Only then did the black-faced young man slowly descend from the sky. Looking at Lu Ming, there was a hint of shock in his eyes. Brother Yun overpraises me. If you hadn't attracted its attention, I wouldn't have been able to take care of it so easily. Brother Yun, go and help Senior Yang first. He hasn't returned yet, so it looks like he's met with some trouble. After Junior Jean and I take care of the remaining gray ape, we'll immediately meet up with you. Lu Ming smiled and looked in the direction of the formation in the dense forest as he spoke. Okay. The gallbladder of this black ape belongs to you. I'll go and help that little Yangon first. The black-faced youth thought for a bit and immediately agreed. With a shake of his wings, he transformed into a ball of silver light and shot into the dense forest. Lu Ming used his consciousness to communicate with the bone scorpion and told it to take out the gallbladder of the black ape. Then, he turned around and walked towards the last group of battle. On that side, the 3 green wolf puppets were still entangled with the gray monster ape. Jinyu had long since arrived nearby and was hiding behind a large tree not far away. He was completely focused on using his puppet techniques. It was obvious that he had learned his lesson this time. The green wolf puppets he controlled only blindly fought and didn't fight head-on with the gray ape at all. When Jinyu discovered that Lu Ming was walking over, the serious expression on his face immediately relaxed. An hour later, an earth-shattering boom rang out in the dense forest, and a huge ball of light that resembled the sun appeared out of thin air. It erupted with an astonishing wave of air, and even the nearby trees were flattened. After the ball of white light faded, a massive crater that was around an acre in size had appeared at the center of the crater, and all of the formations and restrictions that had been set up nearby had also disappeared. At the edge of the huge pit, 4 figures stumbled and regained their footing. This ape is really scary. Previously, it was clearly beaten to the brink of death by the 4 of us, but it still had the ability to self-destruct. If it wasn't for the power of the restriction blocking it, some of us might have really died on the spot. The black-faced young man's outer robe had already been destroyed by the explosion. After looking at the charred pieces of flesh in the huge pit, he couldn't help but mutter with some lingering fear. That's right, I also didn't think that this monster ape would have such a violent personality. Seeing that it couldn't win, it didn't try to escape and instead planned to die with us. The silver mask on Yang Gon's face also had a small part of it charred. He similarly took a deep breath and said. However, Senior Yang's formation flags can be considered to be completely destroyed. What a pity. After changing into a new robe, Lu Ming looked around and suddenly said with a smile. No matter, it's only a set of formation flags. As long as we can obtain enough benefits on the mountain, it will be enough to make up for this loss. Yang Gon said without a care. It's a pity that this monster ape's gallbladder is gone. With this ape's strength, the effects of its gallbladder will definitely surpass other monster apes. The black-faced young man also took off his tattered outer robe and said with a pitiful expression, "This can't be helped. Who would have thought that it would self-destruct?" Yangon said indifferently. "Two seniors, let's talk about other things in the future. Shouldn't we hurry up the mountain? There are no monster apes on the mountain now, don't let other people go up before us." Jinyu couldn't help but say. "Humph, we put in so much effort to get rid of these monster apes, who dares to go up first? If there really is someone, then don't even think about coming down the mountain alive." Hearing this, the black-faced young man said with an ominous glint in his eyes. "Junior Jin's words make sense. Brother Yun, Junior Bai, let's hurry up and go. We don't need to walk together. Once we reach the mountain, the spirit item will belong to whoever finds it. However, if we really meet a stranger, immediately shoot a fireball into the sky to notify the others so that we can work together to chase away other outsiders," Yangon said. When Lu Ming and the others heard this, they naturally didn't have any objections. Thus, they immediately rose into the air and flew straight to the mountain peak not far away. Pooh! A light blue giant blade that was over 100 feet long chopped down like lightning. It chopped off the head of the silver-crowned python that was sealed in a layer of blue frost. Only then did the Lan brother and sister let out a sigh of relief. They slowly dispelled the hand signs in their hands. Voila! The giant blue blade that was originally floating in the air immediately turned into a pool of blue seawater and dispersed. From it, a thumb-sized blue short blade appeared and disappeared into the man's sleeve in a flash. "Haha, I've finally dealt with this silver-crowned python. We didn't waste all our efforts on this. In that case, we can go up the mountain to search for that crimson python." The man released the petite woman's hand and looked at the headless python's corpse before laughing wildly. "Elder brother, it's best if you quickly retract your true form and recover your magic power. Otherwise, if we were to be seen by others, I'm afraid that anyone would be able to guess that we are of the sea race." The petite woman's temperament changed greatly after her transformation as she cautiously spoke to her elder brother. "Little sister's words are reasonable. I was indeed a bit carried away just now. However, there isn't much time. Let's not rush to recover our magic power. Let's go up and find that crimson python first. Otherwise, if an accident were to happen during this period of time, it would be a huge mistake." The man first nodded his head before speaking with some hesitation. "Elder brother, you are really muddle-headed. Although that crimson python was said to be heavily injured by those strong humans and should not have the slightest ability to resist, it was, after all, a crystal-level existence. Even if it only recovered a little of its ability to move, our little lives would be lost here. Therefore, just in case, we should go up the mountain in our best condition. That is the wisest move. Since we have already wasted so much time here, half a day more won't make a difference." The petite woman shook her head as she spoke. "Okay, I'll listen to you." Although the man was still a bit unwilling in his heart, he knew that once his little sister recovered her true form, her wisdom would be far greater than that of a normal person. Her previous judgments had never been wrong, so after hesitating for a while, he still agreed. Thus, the two of them each grabbed a white leather bag from their waists and tossed it into the air. After chanting an incantation and forming a hand sign, the blue seawater that was surrounding them immediately surged violently and transformed into two pillars of blue water that poured into the two leather bags. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, all of the seawater had been sucked up by the two leather bags without leaving a single drop behind. At this time, the two of them changed their hand signs and their bodies suddenly became blurry. Then, they returned to their original human appearance. In the following period of time, the two of them put away the leather bags and immediately consumed a pill each. Then, they sat cross-legged and began to rest. Hong! A grayish-white stone spike that was 10 feet long shot out from the ground without any warning. It pierced through the lower body of a fusion sect disciple who was unable to dodge in time. The layer of light covering his body instantly shattered like paper and did not have much of an effect. Yet, in this situation, the fusion sect disciple did not immediately die. Instead, he let out a miserable cry for help. However, at this time, other than the lion-tiger beast, there was an additional 30 feet tall stone person that was covered in moss. This stone person's outer appearance was similar to that of a human, but its entire body was covered in a thick layer of unknown hard rock. Also, there were 7 or 8 huge green rocks that were the size of a human head circling and dancing around its body, forcing the nearby disciples of the various sects to continuously retreat. At the same time, the stone person seemed to be moving slowly, but whenever a yellow light flashed in its eyes, a stone spike would definitely shoot out from the ground nearby. There were at least 30 to 40 of them densely packed around it, greatly restricting the movements of the disciples of the various sections. Dodging became more and more difficult. On the other side, the lion-tiger beast that was covered in cuts and bruises was also continuously spitting out fireballs and arcs of lightning as it flew around. Not far behind it, there was also the completely charred corpse of a Firestorm Way disciple that was curled up on the ground. What was even stranger was that every time someone wanted to turn around and escape, they would definitely hit an invisible wall of chi at the edge and bounce back. The situation around the pile of rocks was completely different from before. The originally messy pile of rocks of various sizes had unknowingly piled up together with the center of the battle and vaguely formed a simple natural stone formation. Feng Chan, Gao Chong, and the others were secretly complaining in their hearts under the pursuit of these two monsters. Previously, they had used all kinds of methods and had already injured the lion-tiger beast. Just when they thought that they would be able to truly kill it with a little more effort, a rock spirit that was also only seen in legends suddenly appeared from the ground. This rock spirit could be said to be a half-spirit, half-monster and could barely be considered a type of monster. However, from the day it was born, it could innately use many earth elemental techniques. Furthermore, its skin and flesh were extremely thick. It could also use any kind of earth and stone to easily form an outer shell and repair it at any time. Thus, normal methods were unable to harm it in the slightest. Although Feng Chan and the others had heard of the rumors of the rock spirit, it was, after all, only something recorded in ancient records. At that time, they had already injured the lion-tiger beast. Under such circumstances, they were naturally unwilling to give up halfway. Immediately, they braced themselves and stayed where they were, thinking of killing the lion-tiger beast first. However, they never would have thought that once the rock spirit appeared, it would silently affect all the rocks in the surrounding area. In an instant, it actually formed a natural stone formation, forcefully trapping them there. Under normal circumstances, even if this stone formation still had some mysteries, it would naturally be impossible for it to truly trap them. However, if there were two powerful monsters in the formation that were constantly chasing them, the situation would naturally be completely different. What was even more frightening was that the lion-tiger beast, which seemed to be on the verge of death, suddenly had its abilities greatly increase. No matter if it was the fireballs it spat out or the power of the lightning protecting its body, they all seemed to have increased by a small half compared to before. This monster had actually not used all of its abilities. Only when the rock spirit appeared did it display its extremely terrifying strength. If it were not for the fact that the young man from the Firestorm Way, surnamed Tian, had suddenly displayed an extremely powerful secret technique that merged water and fire and blocked most of the lion-tiger beast's attacks, it was likely that these people would have been completely slaughtered by the two monsters in a short while. However, just like that, 2 people had been killed in the blink of an eye. Brother Tian, we can't continue like this. We must break through this stone formation. Feng Chan once again dodged a stone spike that shot out from under his foot and yelled with an abnormal gloominess toward the other side. Not far away, the young man surnamed Tian was waving the palm leaf fan in his hand that had wildly expanded to a size of 10 feet. He released red and blue glyphs that forcefully sent the lion-tiger beast flying. Naturally, I know this principle. As long as there are people cooperating, I can use brute force to break through this stone formation in the shortest amount of time as long as I attack with all my strength. However, there must also be people who can stall these two monsters. Only then will I have the time to cast the technique. The young man surnamed Tian said indifferently. Even at this moment, this disciple of the Firestorm Way still did not panic. I have a secret technique that can temporarily trap this rock spirit for a short while. However, during this period of time, I will not be able to attack this monster. Feng Chan's eyes flashed as he quickly spoke. If it's the lion-tiger beast, leave it to me. If I don't mind using my Fa Li, I also have a way to trap it for a short while. If that's the case, Brother Tian should not have any problems. When Gao Chong heard this, he also clenched his teeth and spoke. At this moment, they naturally could not care about anything else. They could only work together to break through the restriction first. Alright, then I'll leave these two to you. The other fellows should also use your most powerful techniques and cooperate with me in attacking the same point of the formation. The young man surnamed Tian suddenly took a step back and spoke without thinking. Gao Chong, on the other hand, did not say anything as he flashed forward. With a low shout, the blood on the surface of his body suddenly surged out. Following this, he pointed a finger at the lion-tiger beast that was pouncing at him again. A sparkling and translucent thread of blood was forced out from the tip of his finger. With a pung sound, it turned into a ball of blood mist and exploded. Under Gao Chong's control, the blood mist immediately condensed into a blood-red tentacle that was as thick as an arm. With a sudden curl, it wrapped around the lion-tiger beast, which was caught off guard, and wrapped around it. The lion-tiger beast was shocked, and the lightning on the surface of its body flashed as it madly attacked the tentacle. However, the blood-colored mist was clearly different from the technique that Gao Chong had used earlier. Not only was it not immediately dispersed, it instead tightened within the lightning and tightly bound the beast. Under the pain, the lightning on the surface of the lion-tiger beast's body became even more vigorous. Symbol Chi. Someone could not help but cry out involuntarily after sensing the terrifying aura that the blood-colored tentacle emitted. The other people also revealed shocked expressions. After Feng Chan gave Gao Chong a deep look, he also rushed towards the rock spirit with a flash. A yellow light flashed in the eyes of the rock spirit, and a stone spike shot out like lightning from where Feng Chan's foot had landed. However, Feng Chan's body suddenly shriveled, and the surface of his body instantly became jet black. He actually continued to charge forward, not caring about the stone spike beneath him. Hong! The stone spike heavily pierced into Feng Chan's waist at an angle, but with a shake, it shattered on its own. Almost at the same time, Feng Chan's body flashed again, and he forcefully charged in front of the rock spirit. Black gas curled around his two hands, and a pair of light silver gloves astonishingly appeared. He was about to attack the rock spirit. However, at this moment, a series of muffled sounds immediately rang out. It was the 7 or 8 huge green rocks that were spiraling and dancing in the air. They continuously smashed into Feng Chan's body, but it was as if they had smashed into fine iron, and all of them exploded. Although Feng Chan continuously retreated due to the vibrations, there was not the slightest injury on his body. Instead, he abruptly stomped on the ground with one foot, and with a blur, he charged in front of the rock spirit. His two hands violently attacked. In an instant, the sound of the air being pierced rang out. Under the wild flashes of countless silver fist shadows, a large amount of crushed rock immediately fell from the rock spirit's body. Although the rock spirit's movements were slow, it was not to the extent of not retaliating after being attacked at such a close range. Immediately, it let out a low, strange roar and abruptly lifted its foot to stomp on the ground. Immediately, rocks of all sizes on the ground nearby floated into the air. With another tremble, they shot toward Feng Chan like a torrential rain. Feng Chan let out an angry roar and the silvery fist suddenly changed direction. Like a blossoming flower, it wildly shot out in all directions, shattering most of the rocks. However, there was still a small portion that smashed onto Feng Chan's body and exploded. However, Feng Chan still looked as if he was not injured at all. The two of us won't be able to hold on much longer. Brother Tian, hurry up and do it. Although Feng Chan's entire body seemed to be impervious to swords and spears, causing the rock spirit to be unable to do anything to him for a while, his mouth still anxiously urged. It was obvious that such a terrifying defensive method could not be maintained for long. After the shock on the face of the youth surnamed Tian disappeared, he gave a sound of agreement and turned around to face the stone formation behind him. He abruptly threw the palm leaf fan in his hand high into the air. After that, his 10 fingers continuously flicked and formed hand signs. These hand signs all disappeared into the palm leaf fan in a flash. Then, with a loud buzzing sound, blue and red glyphs surged out. Qian Huinyang and the rest of the people also began to cast their techniques, preparing to cooperate with the youth surnamed Tian in a shocking attack. Pooh! Pooh! When the red and blue glyphs near the palm leaf fan increased in number and practically filled every inch of the surrounding area, the aura on the youth surnamed Tian's body suddenly flourished. Two thick rings of light, one blue and one red, suddenly appeared on his body at the same time and circled around him. Ice and fire spirit vein. Seeing this scene, someone immediately cried out in shock. Just at this moment, the incantation from the youth's mouth stopped and the hand sign in his hand suddenly changed. After the palm leaf fan trembled slightly, it fiercely swung toward the messy stone formation. A muffled sound rang out, a red and blue pillar of light shot out. After a flash, it heavily collided with the invisible wall of qi not far away and turned into a huge ball of light that continuously rotated. At the same time, it gave off a loud rumbling sound, causing the nearby space to become blurry and tremble. Seeing this, the other four people naturally did not hesitate to make their moves. Xianxia let out a delicate shout and a crystal ice spear that was 10 feet long immediately shot out in a ray of crystal light. Among the other three people, a scarlet-red fire python, a huge yellow stone shadow, and a dense green light shot out. All of them struck the area near the red and blue ball of light. Only then did the youth surnamed Tian raise his arm and solemnly point at the light ball in the air. After a deafening roar, the light ball and the other attacks exploded at almost the same time. The invisible wall of qi that was blocking in front of them was forcibly torn apart. The nearby piles of rocks also trembled, and most of them shattered into powder out of thin air. Success, let's go. Seeing this situation, the others immediately rushed out of the stone formation with great joy. Gao Chong and Feng Chan, who were currently entangled with the rock spirit and the lion-tiger beast, shot back without saying anything. The rock spirit's movements were slow and could not catch up to Feng Chan at all. The lion-tiger beast, on the other hand, had yet to break free from the blood fog and could only watch as Gao Chong escaped. After a while, the lion-tiger beast let out an angry roar and broke free from the blood fog on its body. The group of people had already disappeared without a trace. The rock spirit expressionlessly chased them to the edge of the pile of rocks and silently sunk into the ground, disappearing without a trace. With this, the lion-tiger beast only let out a few low roars before turning around and returning to its own mountain peak. Lu Ming stood on a gray cloud and raised his hand to pluck a huge black and red lingxi from the cliff. He then put it away with a somewhat happy expression. The gray cloud under his feet moved again and he flew even higher up the cliff. At that place, there was a light yellow spirit grass that emitted a rich fragrance. This mountain was worthy of being the place with the densest spiritual qi in the secret realm. Various spirit medicines that were originally hard to find in other places were found one after another not long after he climbed up the mountain. Among them, there were a few that immediately increased FAli after consuming and refining them. This naturally caused Lu Ming's spirit to rise. He immediately followed a fixed route and slowly searched up the mountain. Just like this, time slowly passed. 4 hours later, when he flew onto a huge mountain rock and raised his head to look even higher, his heart could not help but move slightly. He only saw a small peach forest on a huge platform that was a few hundred feet high. On it, there were a few hairy peaches that were half green but not red. Most of them were shriveled and not small, causing people to not have much desire to eat them. However, at the edge of the peach forest, there were a few young ape corpses that had been chopped into several pieces lying on the ground. Seeing this, Lu Ming's heart could not help but move. How could he forget that those few monster apes were quite intelligent and were able to occupy this mountain for such a long time? There was an 80 or 90% chance that there were some valuable spirit objects in their nest. Looking at the situation in front of him, it was obvious that someone else had already taken the initiative. But even so, Lu Ming immediately soared into the air and flew up high. After a while, Lu Ming steadily landed on the stone platform. His gaze swept past the corpses of a few young apes. Then, he looked past the dozen or so peach trees in front of him and saw an abnormally large stone cave not far away. He immediately did not hesitate and walked with large strides through the peach trees towards the stone cave. As soon as his feet stepped into the cave, he could immediately see everything inside clearly. The cave was impressively a natural cave filled with all kinds of stalactites. Moreover, the size of the area was far beyond what he had expected. Apart from a small pond at the center of the cave, there were also some short shrubs planted around the cave. There were a few conspicuous spots of freshly plowed soil in the shrubs. It was obvious that someone had dug away some things. Not only that, but the four walls of the cave were also full of potholes from being hammered by someone. It seemed that important items had also been pried away. It seemed that he had really come a step too late. All the slightly valuable things had been swept away by the person who had come before him. After laughing bitterly, Lu Ming was still a bit unwilling to give up and carefully searched the stone cave again. However, he did not find anything at all. He even jumped into the pond in the middle and searched for a bit. However, apart from a few ores that were not very valuable, he did not find anything else at all. Helplessly, he could only walk out of the stone cave gloomily and go to other places to search for spirit medicines. Since this place had been searched so cleanly, it seemed that it was most likely either Yonggan or that senior Yun. It was even possible that the two of them had come here from the beginning. Who knew how many treasures they had obtained from the monster ape's nest? As Lu Ming's thoughts quickly spun, he passed by a peach tree. There was a peach that was half red above his head. It was about the size of an egg. Almost subconsciously, he moved his arm and grabbed the peach. He brought it to his mouth and took a small bite, looking like he was about to throw it away. However, in the next moment, Lu Ming's legs suddenly stopped. The expression on his face also instantly changed. It was first extremely shocked, then it became an expression of disbelief. This peach is, he seemed to still be in disbelief. After muttering to himself, he suddenly took a second bite and quickly swallowed it into his stomach. The flesh of the fruit instantly turned into a liquid that flowed into his stomach. An extremely abundant amount of yuan li immediately began to circulate throughout his body. These peaches were actually the same as those 100-year-old spirit medicines, having the miraculous effect of increasing Fa Li. Lu Ming quickly and efficiently ate the flesh of the fruit in his hand. After confirming its effects, he immediately began to move with extreme joy. His figure continuously flashed as he began to pick the fruits on the peach trees. At this time, he discovered that although there seemed to be a lot of peach trees, there were only 7 or 8 peaches on each tree. Adding up the 10 or so trees, he could only pick around 100 peaches. After picking all of the spirit peaches and forming a large pile at his feet, Lu Ming let out a long breath and picked up a peach. He placed it in front of his eyes and began to carefully examine it again. However, after Lu Ming looked at it for a long time, other than feeling that the thing in his hand was a little smaller than a normal peach, there really wasn't anything unusual about it. It was probably because of this that the people who came here earlier didn't realize that these peaches were actually spirit fruits. Otherwise, they definitely wouldn't have left a single one on these trees. He immediately picked up a few more spirit peaches from the ground and stuffed them into his clothes. Then, he used the summer handkerchief to put away the pile of spirit fruits on the ground. After glancing at a nearby peach tree, he suddenly remembered something and walked over. Both his arms moved and hugged the main trunk of the spirit tree. He used all the strength in his body to suddenly shake it. Hong! A muffled sound rang out. After the entire peach tree shook a few times, it actually didn't break. Lu Ming was shocked in his heart. After using the strength in his arms, he suddenly changed the direction of his arms from shaking to pulling. However, even though the spirit tree was slightly shaken and countless leaves rolled down, the bottom of the tree was still deeply rooted in the ground and didn't look like it was going to loosen at all. Seeing this, Lu Ming didn't get angry but instead became happy. He loosened his arms and shook his sleeves. Instantly, a green misty short sword appeared in his hand. He turned around and walked to the center of the dozen or so peach trees. Immediately, his wrist shook and a few streaks of green misty sword chi interweaved and cut down. After a while, when Lu Ming used the sword chi to forcefully cut out a large pit that was 30 to 40 feet deep, he saw that the dense and thick roots were still connected to an unknown depth in the soil. The joy on his face deepened a little. Immediately, the sword chi in his hand swept wildly. After digging along the roots for 7 to 8 meters, he finally found a small ball of light golden clay among the countless densely packed roots. When Lu Ming saw this light golden clay, his face couldn't help but be overjoyed. After taking a deep breath, he immediately took out a jade box. With a shake of his sleeve, a softening force surged out, and the ball of light golden clay was completely lifted out, and it was stably placed into the box. Lu Ming bent down again and pulled out a half-a-foot-long root from the nearby soil. With a shake of his wrist, he directly inserted it into the light golden clay. An incredible scene appeared. In the instant that the yellow roots came into contact, they stood up straight and turned green. Then, they began to sprout leaves at a rate visible to the naked eye, and they gradually grew tender branches. It really is the gold essence resting soil. Otherwise, those ordinary peach trees wouldn't have mutated into heaven and earth spirit trees, and the fruits they bore wouldn't have the effect of increasing magic power. If this growing soil was taken to the outside world, who knows how many ling plant masters and pill masters would go crazy for it. Lu Ming murmured in ecstasy. With a wave of his hand, he pulled the root out of the golden clay. Then, he closed the lid and carefully put it away. Although this kind of gold essence resting soil had the name of resting soil, it was a completely different matter from the resting soil that could increase the growth of spiritual plants. The former was a rare and genuine spiritual item of the world, while the latter was only the most common type of spiritual soil in the cultivation world. Of course, the metal essence resting soil was originally an ordinary resting soil that had been cleansed by spiritual qi for tens of thousands of years before it slowly mutated. If it wasn't for the fact that he had once read in a book, there would only be a small chance of finding the metal essence resting soil in the depths of a place where more than 10 spiritual plants were gathered. He probably wouldn't have thought of digging deep into the ground to find this item. This metal essence resting soil seemed unremarkable, but in the outside world, every tale was worth tens of thousands of spiritual plants. Moreover, there was no market for it, and basically no one was willing to sell it. This was because the metal essence resting soil not only had the inconceivable effect of increasing the medicinal efficacy of spiritual plants and shortening the maturing period, it was also a necessary item to refine a totem-level cauldron. Furthermore, if a normal low-grade charm tool cauldron was mixed with 50 taels of metal essence resting soil, it could instantly be raised to the limit of a charm tool. And what a totem-level cauldron meant to a pill master was something that all cultivators clearly knew. Put it this way, if one side took out 10 totems that were not low-grade, and the other side took out a low-grade totem-level cauldron, any pill master would choose the latter without hesitation. This was because as long as one had a totem-level cauldron that could be refined and connected to one's mind, any pill master's success rate in refining pills would increase by a quarter or even a third. With such a large amplification effect, it was naturally a treasure that any pill master dreamed of possessing. Moreover, the metal essence resting soil was incomparably heavy. The ball of resting soil that Lu Ming had just put away seemed to be only the size of a fist, but in reality, it was over 3 kilograms in weight. Just the value of this item far surpassed all of his previous harvests. However, if this item was seen by other people, even a disciple of the same sect like Yonggan would not be able to resist and take action to steal it, let alone people from other sects. Lu Ming forcefully suppressed the excitement in his heart. With a movement of his body, he lightly flew out of the pit and once again returned to the surface. However, after looking around, he could not help but be slightly startled. He saw that the dozen or so peach trees had all become extremely withered. All of their leaves had fallen and not a single trace of green could be seen on them. Lu Ming's thoughts quickly turned and he suddenly formed a hand sign with his 2 hands. The dozen or so fireballs split into 2 waves and shot out in all directions. In an instant, all of the peach trees were engulfed by the rolling flames and turned into black ash. Lu Ming still did not stop. The cyan short sword in his hand flashed again and he slashed 7 or 8 times at the huge pit in the center. Immediately, the entire platform was filled with deep ravines, destroying everything nearby to the point that not a single trace of it could be seen. Only then did Lu Ming put away the cyan short sword with satisfaction. With a turn of his body, he returned to the original cave and began to meditate and refine the pure yuanli that he had eaten from the peach. 2 hours later, when Lu Ming opened his eyes again, his face was replaced with a solemn expression. The yuanli within the flesh of the spirit peach was much purer than he had imagined. In such a short amount of time, he had completely transformed it. However, the amount of Fa that had been transformed was not enough. It was only enough for a month of bitter cultivation. Luckily, he had harvested close to 100 spirit peaches this time. As long as he ate half of them, it would be enough to push his Fa to the level of a perfect late spirit apostle. However, if he brought these spirit peaches out, he would have to give over half of them to the sect. This way, his plan to increase his FA would be ruined. It seemed that he had to find an opportunity to eat most of these spirit peaches a few days before he left the secret realm. As Lu Ming thought about this, he immediately got up and left the cave. He continued to search for other spirit medicines on the mountain. The Lan brother and sister opened their eyes at almost the same time. After looking at each other, they rose into the air without saying anything and flew straight to the top of the mountain. An hour later, the two of them stood at the highest point of the spacious mountain peak and looked around. "Brother, the rest will depend on your senses," the small girl said seriously to the man. "Don't worry. Even if he is hiding 10,000 feet underground, I will still be able to find him." The man's eyes were burning with passion as he spoke. Following that, he closed his eyes and quickly formed a hand sign with his two hands. At the same time, light blue inscriptions appeared on the two sides of his face. As he spoke, the man began to slowly walk. Although his eyes were closed, it was as if he could see everything. He walked around a few large trees that blocked the way and walked step by step towards a certain direction. After the petite woman raised her eyebrows, she silently followed him. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the sea race man suddenly opened his legs and shouted with some excitement, "It should be here." As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his eyes. However, when he clearly saw the huge object in front of him, he could not help but be slightly stunned. In front of him, there was a huge gray-white mountain rock that was over 100 feet tall. "Brother, this is the place that you sensed?" The small girl looked at the mountain rock in front of her and furrowed her eyebrows as she spoke. "It shouldn't be wrong." The sea race man walked around the huge rock a few times and said with a serious tone, "Then this is simple. Just break this rock and see what is inside. Won't it be clear?" The small girl said with a light laugh. "Little sister's words are reasonable. Step back a bit." The man immediately nodded and crushed a glyph in his sleeve. A thick blue light barrier appeared on the surface of his body. Only then did he take a deep breath and spread his 5 fingers apart, pressing both of his palms onto the rock. In the next moment, his 10 fingers trembled slightly, and 10 strange shockwaves silently sank into the rock. After a hung sound, the gray-white rock turned into a pile of fragments and collapsed. The man's body instantly swayed and flew back 100 feet. Only then did he and the small girl nervously look towards the pile of fragments. However, it was empty and there was no sign of the scarlet python. This time, the sea race man could not help but be stunned. The small girl's eyes flashed and she walked over to the pile of rocks. After a brief inspection, she suddenly picked up an item. It was a sparkling and translucent scale the size of a palm. A faint red light flickered on its surface. "Dragon scale. Impossible, could it be that the thing I sensed was this?" When the sea race man saw this, he couldn't help but be shocked and angry. That may not be the case. A normal dragon scale's dragon aura is minuscule. It is impossible for it to attract brother here. Unless this is one of the few reverse scales on the scarlet dragon's neck. The small girl slowly said. "Reverse scale? That is even more impossible. To a dragon, every reverse scale is second only to the dragon pearl. How could it be casually thrown here?" The sea race man was shocked. Under normal circumstances, that is indeed the case. However, if this scarlet dragon is about to lose its life, a mere reverse scale is naturally nothing. "Brother, clean up the rubble and see if there's anything else down there," the petite woman said with a smile. "Okay." The sea race man immediately spread open his arms and an enormous force immediately surged out from his body, forcefully pushing away the large amount of rubble in front of him. Suddenly, a dark hole was revealed beneath it. There really is something mysterious underneath. The scarlet dragon is definitely hiding inside. When the sea race man saw this, he immediately yelled with joy. If that scarlet dragon is really down there, then brother must be even more careful. The small girl's eyes flashed as she reminded him. "Of course I know this." The sea race man shook his sleeve and a short, translucent blade appeared in his hand. With a serious reply, he formed a hand sign with one hand and a fireball was shot into the hole. A hong sound rang out. The fireball instantly exploded in the depths of the cave. After the rolling flames spread out, it immediately illuminated the surrounding scenery. This cave was actually a winding tunnel. The four walls were made of mud and it led deeper into the ground. With a leap, the sea tribe man jumped into it. After a slight hesitation, the little girl also followed. The sea race male stepped on the mud in the tunnel and took out a white bead the size of an egg. He threw it into the air and it turned into a ball of white light that floated above his head. It illuminated everything nearby clearly. The tunnel was circular and it was filled with a thick damp smell of mud. After the sea race male took a deep breath, he held the blade with one hand and carefully walked down the tunnel. The layer of blue light on his body was still there, obviously afraid of being suddenly attacked by something. The two of them walked down the winding tunnel for about 100 feet. Suddenly, the footsteps of the sea race male in front of them stopped. His eyes flashed as he stared at a faintly black blood stain on the mud wall. "This is..." The little girl couldn't help but ask. The sea race male didn't immediately reply. Instead, he moved his arm and grabbed a handful of the mud that contained the black blood. He placed it under his nose and sniffed it. That's right, it was left by the scarlet dragon. In the next moment, the sea race male said with great joy. The little girl nodded and didn't say anything more. Her brother, on the other hand, excitedly threw the mud in his hand and sped up his footsteps to continue down. After a short while, a huge cave appeared at the end of the tunnel. The Lon brother and sister's expressions froze and they walked over with extreme caution. However, when the sea race male walked into the cave and looked up, he was immediately scared out of his wits. High up in the air, a scarlet dragon that was over 100 feet long coiled its body into a ball. It extended its huge head and glared fiercely at the two of them with its round eyes. "Not good, little sister, quickly retreat." The sea race male shook his wrist without thinking and the crystal blade in his hand shook. Immediately, it turned into a long crystal blade that was a few feet long. With a loud yell, he was about to attack the scarlet dragon in the air. Wait a moment, it seems to be a dead object. In the instant that the petite woman saw the crimson wyrm, her face also paled, but she immediately noticed that something was amiss. Dead object. The sea race man was stunned when he heard this. Only then did he realize that the sky serpent had not moved from beginning to end. Its eyes had not even blinked once. Could it be that this scarlet dragon has already died from its injuries? Let me give it a try. The sea race man was pleasantly surprised. After a slight hesitation, he shook the long blade in his hand and a cold light swept toward the dragon. Pung! The glacial light was repelled by the wyrm's massive body, but the wyrm was forced back several tens of feet as a result. No, it's so light, this doesn't seem to be the corpse of a scarlet dragon. When the petite girl saw this scene, her expression immediately changed as she spoke. The sea race male naturally also discovered the abnormality. Without another word, he rose into the air and directly flew in front of the scarlet dragon. After carefully inspecting it, he cried out involuntarily, "This is just an empty shell that has been shed. The real scarlet dragon is not here." When the petite girl heard this, her heart shook. She immediately twisted her body and flew into the air. She arrived above the scarlet dragon and carefully inspected it. Indeed, she discovered that there was a long, thin crack on the back of the dragon. The petite girl then used her slender foot to lightly tap the scarlet dragon, causing it to sway a few times. As expected, it was extremely light. It was just an empty shell with no flesh or blood inside. Why is it like this? Where did the scarlet dragon's main body run off to? Why didn't my secret technique detect it? The sea race male stared at the empty shell of the dragon in front of him with an extremely ugly expression. There are only two situations when a dragon sheds its skin. One is when its cultivation greatly increases and its body expands, so it has no choice but to shed its original layer of skin in order to grow new skin to accommodate an even larger body. The other situation is rumored to be the truth restoration ability that even pure-blooded dragons rarely have. It is said that any dragon that possesses this innate ability can shed its original dragon shell at the cost of a drastic drop in cultivation when its life is in danger. It can reconstruct its entire body and obtain a chance to be reborn. The petite girl slowly said. With the dragon's heavy injuries, it obviously cannot be the first situation. This means that this demon dragon is an extremely rare pure-blooded dragon. That is why it used the truth restoration ability to shed its dragon skin. Could it be that its injuries have already healed? Then what cultivation realm can it still maintain? Why can't I sense its location? The sea race male's expression changed several times before he sucked in a breath of cold air. The truth reversal divine ability is a great divine ability that rarely appears even among the flood dragons. Naturally, outsiders have even less understanding of it. The only thing I know is that if this dragon truly used this ability, it definitely does not have a crystal level cultivation. No, it might not even have a liquid level cultivation and is still extremely weak. Otherwise, it would have already appeared and killed all of us. As for why you are unable to sense its existence, I am not too sure. Perhaps it is the additional effect of the truth restoration ability, or perhaps the dragon's current concealment technique can block your senses. The petite girl said with a slight hesitation. This means that this scarlet dragon may recover a portion of its strength at any time and appear to slaughter all of us. The sea race male's expression changed greatly as he asked. This possibility cannot be ruled out. To be on the safe side, we should leave this place as soon as possible. Since this place has the shell left behind by the dragon, perhaps it will come back to take a look. The petite girl also suggested with a serious expression. Alright, I'll take this dragon skin and we'll leave immediately. Although we did not find the body of the scarlet dragon, such a large piece of dragon skin is enough to make up for the loss of the sea dragon's blood essence. However, the size of this dragon skin is a bit too large, so it should shrink a bit first. Since it is a fire attribute scarlet dragon, it should shrink when encountering fire. The sea race male thought for a moment before coming to a decision. Subsequently, he formed a hand sign with one hand and several fireballs flew out. They all smashed into the empty shell of the dragon with a loud bang, turning into rolling flames that burned fiercely. A shocking scene appeared. When this large piece of rubber was submerged by the sea of fire, it suddenly shrunk with a flash of red light. After a short while, it had shrunk to the size of 3 feet. This size should be enough. The sea race male muttered to himself. With a flash of cold light from the crystal clear long blade in his hand, he actually cut a small wound on his wrist. Then, with the FALE in his body, he actually forced out a pea-sized mini conch. This conch looked small and exquisite, and its entire body emitted a misty white light. The sea race male grabbed the conch and used a bit of FALE to push it. In an instant, it actually shrunk to the size of an egg. At the same time, dense silver inscriptions appeared on its surface. Fortunately, when we left the clan, you and I were rewarded with a Sumeru conch. Otherwise, we would not be able to hide it from those old human ghosts outside. The sea race male raised the conch in his hand and suddenly said with a smile. The Sumeru conch is a natural spatial strange object of the deep sea and is not an artifact that was refined. Even in our sea race, it is extremely rare. If it weren't for the fact that we were carrying a heavy responsibility this time, the clan elders would not have made an exception and bestowed one to us siblings. Those human crystal level cultivators are not weak, but they still did not discover its existence. It is a pity that the space inside is a bit too small. After putting down the dragon's skin, there is not much space left. The petite girl also replied with a smile. At this moment, a white mist shot out from the conch and covered the shrunken dragon's skin. With a blur, it disappeared without a trace. Okay, let's go. The sea race male weighed the conch in his hand and said with a satisfied expression. The petite girl smiled slightly and was about to reply to her brother, but in the next moment, her face suddenly changed. She turned around and shouted, "Who is hiding there? Who's hiding there? Come out with me." As soon as she finished speaking, the girl raised one hand and immediately, over 10 white lines shot out at the same time. It was the water arrow technique that had been cultivated to the perfection stage. With a pu sound, the white lines all flashed into the entrance of the tunnel. However, after that, there was silence and nothing abnormal happened. "Little sister, what is going on?" The sea race male's expression became serious and he hurriedly stuffed the conch in his hand into his sleeve. He quickly flew to his sister's side and looked at the entrance with the crystal clear long knife in his hand. "I just felt that there seemed to be someone there, but when I really turned around, the person disappeared," the petite girl said with a serious expression. There is such a thing. Not good, he is here. The sea race male first furrowed his eyebrows, but when his gaze swept across the other parts of the cave, his eyes immediately widened. The petite girl was shocked and followed the male's gaze to look in the same direction. As expected, she saw a black figure standing quietly in the corner of the cave. However, because the light was too dim, the two of them were unable to see the other person's face clearly. Who are you? When did you come in? Did you hear our conversation just now? The sea race male quickly recovered his original calmness. He looked at the blurry black figure and asked with a trace of killing intent on his face. However, the black figure still stood quietly in the same spot and did not have the slightest intention of opening his mouth to reply. Seeing this, the petite girl at the side furrowed her eyebrows and suddenly shook her sleeve. Immediately, a few crystal-clear beads flew out and spun in the air nearby. At the same time, they released a piercing white light. In an instant, the originally dark cave became as bright as day. The face of the black figure was exposed to the Lan brother and sister. It's you. Once he saw the true face of the black figure, the sea race male immediately cried out with a face full of shock. The black figure raised his face slightly and revealed an abnormally pale face of a youth. He suddenly smiled at the sea race brother and sister in the air. Brother, do you recognize him? The cute girl suddenly asked. This person is one of the 10 barbarian ghost sect disciples that entered the secret realm. Because he has a sliver of demonic chi on him, I have some impression of him. The sea race male regained his composure and said. This black shadow was actually the Xianxia that had not appeared in front of anyone since entering the secret realm. However, the current him was much paler than before. At the same time, his gaze towards the Lan brother and sister was filled with a strange smile. So he is a barbarian ghost sect disciple. How did he enter this place? Could it be that he has been following us in secret? Forget it, regardless of whether he followed us here or accidentally barged in, we cannot let him leave this place. The cute little girl looked at Xianxia, who was still not saying a word, and a stern expression flashed across her face as she spoke. Little sister, even if you don't tell me, I won't let him live. The sea race male laughed as he spoke. Suddenly, the crystal long blade in his hand trembled and a 30 to 40 foot long blade light came out. With a flash, it arrived in front of Xianxia at an unbelievable speed and was about to cut him in half. Pung! The smile on Xianxia's face did not change in the slightest. Instead, he moved his arm and used a single hand to forcefully disperse the blade light. This scene immediately caused the Lan brother and sister's expressions to change greatly. At this moment, Xianxia's expression did not change as he extended his palm toward the two of them. Moreover, he spoke in a somewhat cryptic manner. Give what? The sea race male asked with a gloomy expression. You, just, took it. Xianxia continued to speak shakily. You are talking about the dragon skin. An ominous glint flashed in the sea race male's eyes. If you don't give it, then I will eat you. Xianxia's voice did not contain any emotion, but the smile on his face slowly disappeared. Eat us. What do you think we siblings are? Do you really think that just because you showed off a bit of skill, you can play tricks here? The sea race male became angry and suddenly slapped the leather bag on his waist. Immediately, the sound of water rang out and blue seawater surged out. In an instant, it created waves that surrounded him. The moment the seawater appeared, the sea race male made a hand sign with one hand and blue spirit inscriptions appeared on the surface of his body. At the same time, his legs became a blur in the seawater and transformed into a light green, giant fishtail. Brother, be careful. This person seems a bit off. The petite woman also patted her leather pouch to summon a large amount of seawater before revealing her true form of the sea tribe. However, she frowned as she spoke in a cautious manner. Don't worry, he's just a human spirit apostle. Even if he has some tricks up his sleeve, after I reveal my true form, killing him will be as easy as raising my hand. The sea race man laughed evilly as he spoke. Then, he stabbed the crystal long knife into the water in front of him. Suddenly, he opened his arms and slowly hugged Xianxia. With a wing sound near Xianxia, a terrifying force surged out of nowhere. At the same time, it aggressively pressed down on the center of Xianxia, wanting to crush him into a pile of minced meat. However, Sichuan's expression did not change in the slightest when faced with such a huge pressure. With a pu sound, a layer of surging scarlet flame suddenly appeared on the surface of his body. At the same time, his black hair instantly turned scarlet red and stood up like flames. The aura on his entire body became extremely strange. Seeing this scene, the sea race male's heart trembled. He hurriedly gathered the Fali in his body and began to chant. In the air near Sichuan, a humming sound suddenly became louder. Some areas even began to twist and become blurry. However, Sichuan, who was wrapped up in flames, ignored it. Instead, his eyes suddenly flashed and became long and thin. Within them, there were faint traces of scarlet light that flickered endlessly. "If you don't hand it over, then I will eat you." Sichuan muttered a couple of times and suddenly, the flames on his body suddenly curled up. His entire body became blurry and disappeared from the huge force. The sea race male only felt a wave of fire suddenly roll in front of him. Following that, he felt his chest heat up. A sharp object that was covered in scarlet red scales pierced through his chest. The deep blue light barrier that originally covered him was like a piece of paper and did not block the attack at all. "Ah!" The sea race male let out a blood-curdling scream. Immediately, he felt all the strength in his body disappear, and the Sichuan that appeared in front of him as if he had teleported had turned into a terrifying half-human, half-dragon monster. His face seemed to be that of a normal human, but a pair of dragon horns that were a few inches long appeared on his head of scarlet hair. At the same time, a layer of scarlet red scales appeared on most of his body and his two hands directly turned into sharp dragon claws. "No, you are that scarlet dragon. How did you become like this?" The cute girl nearby originally wanted to go and help her brother in shock, but after looking closely at Sichuan's current appearance, she could not help but cry out involuntarily as she took 2 steps back in fright. After clenching her teeth, she suddenly turned around and became a ball of white light that shot toward the entrance of the tunnel to escape. It was clear that this girl knew that her brother had no chance of survival after being so heavily injured. She was the only one left, and it was even more impossible for her to be a match for this half-human half-dragon monster. The face of the monster that Sichuan had transformed into did not have any expression. The claws that were stabbed into the flesh trembled, and with a ting sound, a wave of fire came from above. In an instant, the limp sea race male's body was completely engulfed by the fire, turning him into a charred corpse. Following this, his body shook again, and with a flash of faint red light, he disappeared into thin air. The cute girl's figure flashed a few times, and just as she was about to rush into the tunnel, an explosion suddenly sounded beside her ear. A faint shadow flashed in front of her and Sichuan blocked the entrance of the tunnel like a ghost. The cute girl's face became incomparably pale with a schwa sound. However, her body slightly paused before instantly flying back over 100 feet. Following that, a series of glyphs were crushed in her sleeves and layers of multicolored light immediately appeared on her body. The surging seawater also began to revolve around the woman in a frenzy. "The thing that you want is on my brother's body. Senior has also seen that my brother and sister are not of the human race. Can you let me go?" The cute girl stared at Sichuan and asked with a slightly trembling voice. "Whoever enters this place dies." A cold light flashed in Sichuan's slender eyes as he said expressionlessly. When the cute girl heard this, her last sliver of hope disappeared. She immediately clenched her teeth and did not waste any more words. After letting out a long howl, she suddenly shot out 2 light blue glyphs from her sleeves. Following that, she continuously formed hand signs with both hands. Pung! Pung! After the 2 glyphs flew out, they immediately turned into 2 balls of blue light and exploded. 2 light blue water pythons pounced out and fiercely pounced at Sichuan. At the same time, the sound of air breaking could be heard from the sea water in front of the cute girl. Numerous white lines also shot out toward the opposite side. Facing such a fierce attack, Sichuan's expression did not change in the slightest. He only slowly opened his mouth and immediately let out a low roar that did not sound like a human's. The flames on his body rolled up and actually transformed into a crimson dragon head the size of a house. It opened its large mouth and swallowed the 2 water pythons that were pouncing at him. As for the white lines that shot out from behind, they were all shattered inch by a light red gust of wind from the dragon head. When the petite woman saw this, her heart immediately sank. However, Sichuan let out a low and sinister laugh and suddenly took large strides toward the girl. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, two charred corpses that had a small portion of their body bitten off lay quietly in the cave. Not only were all the things on their bodies taken away, the half-dragon monster that Sichuan had transformed into was also completely gone. These two sea race disciples that were sent to the human race sect by the sea race with great effort to hide had actually died in this nameless cave just like that. It could be assumed that this ending was something that this pair of brother and sister would never have imagined when they were alive. In the underground cave where Lei Zhen had fallen, the heart-like thing that was covered with countless silver spirit inscriptions had astonishingly become the size of a wash basin. As it slightly expanded and shrunk, the number of silver lines that shot out from it was several times more than before. Under the dense amount of silver lines, they had already covered every inch of the cave. If someone was able to follow these silver lines deeper into the stone soil, they would discover that after a certain distance, each silver line would split into a few other silver lines that would continue to extend and take root in even more directions. Within the belly of the huge mountain, in another long and narrow cave, an ugly Hall of Blood disciple was excitedly collecting the many colorful and strange spirit flowers that grew on both sides of the cave. However, when he grabbed a spirit flower and was about to pull it off along with its roots, he suddenly pulled and was unable to immediately pull it off. This Hall of Blood disciple let out a cry of surprise. After using a bit more strength in his hand, he was able to pull out the flower's roots from the stone wall. However, after his gaze focused, he could not help but become dumbfounded. He saw that the spirit flower's roots were actually tightly wrapped around a light silver line and the other end was still connected to the stone wall. Could it be that I found another spirit object? This Hall of Blood disciple was startled at first, but he immediately couldn't help but think with great joy. Just as he was about to continue investigating along the silver line, a chee-chee sound suddenly came from the stone wall and dozens of silver lines shot out without any warning. At such a close distance, this Hall of Blood disciple did not have any time to defend himself. With a miserable scream, his body was pierced by all of the silver lines. In the span of a few breaths, all of his flesh and blood were sucked dry by the silver lines, turning him into a shriveled corpse that no longer had any signs of life left. Following this, all of the silver lines trembled and silently retracted back into the stone wall. In another underground cave not far from this place, there were several 4 to 5 feet long earthen yellow pythons that had also turned into shriveled corpses and laid motionlessly in their nests. The same situation continuously repeated in various places within the belly of the mountain. At the top of the precipitous mountain peak, on top of a huge rock, the young girl from the Heavenly Moon sect slowly sheathed the snow-white longsword in her hand. She took out a spirit pill from her bosom and consumed it. Immediately, she sat down cross-legged and began to meditate. On the ground not far below the enormous rock, there was the corpse of a 10 long black-colored flying beast that had been chopped into two. Shockingly, a small portion of its pitch-black iron feathers had been cut off, and its entire body was covered in various scars. Moreover, fresh blood was flowing out endlessly with gurgling sounds. After an unknown amount of time, when the Heavenly Moon sect girl's complexion had slightly recovered, there was a sudden sound from below the mountain peak and a cloud of bloody mist flew up. With a ping sound, Xianxia rushed out of the bloody mist in an extremely sorry state. He stumbled and almost fell to the ground near the huge rock. The Heavenly Moon sect girl opened her beautiful eyes and glanced at the blood-robed man. She only asked indifferently, looking at you, "You should have taken care of the other iron-feathered eagle." "I have. Otherwise, thanks to Junior Zhang, I would not have been able to return alive." After Xianxia regained his balance, he stared at the Heavenly Moon sect girl and fiercely replied. From his tone, it seemed that he had suffered greatly from this girl. "Humph, if I had not heavily injured the iron-feathered eagle first, then let you lure it away. Do you really think that you can deal with a spirit bird whose strength is comparable to a late perfection spirit apostle?" The Heavenly Moon sect girl snorted as she spoke. "But even if you wanted to use me as bait, shouldn't you have told me first?" Xianxia still asked angrily. "Ask you? If I had told you the plan first, would you still have obediently lured that spirit bird away? At that time, the most likely possibility is that you would have watched me be surrounded by 2 iron-feathered eagles and happily watched the battle from the side. The young girl from the Heavenly Moon sect said without any trace of politeness. These are all just your guesses. How do you know what I will do at that time? Hearing this, Xianxia became even angrier. So what if it's just my guess? Don't tell me you want to turn against me now. The young girl from the Heavenly Moon sect narrowed her eyes as a cold light flashed through her eyes. When the crimson-robed man heard this, his face turned ashen. However, after glaring at the woman for a long time, he took a deep breath and said, "All right. Let's forget about this matter for now. Let's divide these iron-feathered condor eggs first. It should have been like this a long time ago. Let's go." The young girl from the Heavenly Moon sect coldly laughed. She then formed a hand sign with one hand and her body flew towards a 400 feet tall tree not far away. On the giant tree, there were two huge bird nests that were several dozen feet in diameter. They were close to each other and both were built with withered branches. When Xianxia saw this, he also activated the blood mist to wrap his body and followed closely behind. In one of the nests were two giant light gray eggs the size of watermelons, while in the other nest, there was only one egg. There are actually 3 of them. That's just as well. It saves me the trouble of talking. When the girl from the Heavenly Moon sect saw this, she muttered to herself. Without another word, she took out her sumeru bag and shrunk the 2 spirit eggs into it. Then, she left without paying any attention to Xianxia. Xianxia coldly looked at the back of the young girl as she left. He did not have the slightest intention of stopping her. Only when her figure disappeared from the top of the mountain did he let out a low hum filled with resentment and collect the remaining iron-feathered condor spirit egg. After a while, the girl from the Heavenly Moon sect, who was flying down on a gray cloud, suddenly said indifferently, "Are you sure that this guy is extremely dangerous and that if I were to keep him, I would have to pay a large price?" The Hall of Blood is a powerful sect that is second only to the Heavenly Moon sect. Xianxia is also the eldest senior of the Hall of Blood. How could his abilities only be revealed on the surface? If it weren't for the fact that the power of your body and sword as one was too shocking, I'm afraid that he would have had ideas about you instead. As soon as she finished speaking, a leather pouch on the girl's waist moved and a ball of green light flew out. After spinning and condensing, it transformed into a colorful parrot. It landed on the girl's shoulder and unexpectedly began to speak in the human language with an overflowing air of an old man. However, being able to obtain these 2 iron-feathered condor spirit eggs this time is already a great harvest. With my help, hatching them and raising them into spirit birds is only a matter of time. When that time comes, with their help and your own flying sword techniques, I believe that in the entire Yunchuan continent, there will be very few people that can match up to you. With my abilities, raising 2 iron-feathered condors at once is already my limit. Even if I could get one more, it would not be of much use. In this kind of situation, there is no need to take any more risks. Okay, I'll leave the matter of the spirit eggs to you. I believe that you will not disappoint me. Hearing this, the young girl from the Heavenly Moon sect nodded her head and continued to urge the gray cloud to fly down a cliff not far away. Impressively, there was a strange-looking dark green small tree with a few bunches of grape-like purple-red berries growing on it. When the young girl flew close to the tree, she raised her lily-white hand and was about to pluck one of the bunches of berries. However, at this moment, a chee-chee sound suddenly rang out and densely packed silver thread shot out from the stone wall without any warning. The young girl from the Heavenly Moon sect was startled. She did not make any movements, but the snow-white longsword on her back suddenly let out a clear cry. The blade of the sword suddenly pulled out a few inches by itself and at the same time, a layer of misty white light rolled out. Pung! A loud sound rang out. After the dense cold light and the silver threads collided, the young girl from the Heavenly Moon sect was actually sent flying dozens of feet away. Only then did the girl let out a delicate cry of alarm and anger. The snow-white longsword on her back became a blur and appeared in her hand. At the same time, the sound of the stone wall breaking through the air could be heard and even more silver threads shot out from within. The young girl from the Heavenly Moon sect did not say anything and shook the longsword in her hand. Immediately, a dense cold light was emitted and 4 to 5 layers of sword curtains were laid out in front of her. A series of muffled sounds rang out and every layer of sword curtains was pierced by the silver threads, causing the young girl to take a step back from the shock. In the blink of an eye, the young girl retreated a few steps and the 4 to 5 layers of sword curtains were all broken. Seeing this, the young girl raised her eyebrows and held the long sword horizontally in front of her. After taking a deep breath, she planned to use her true sword techniques to deal with the silver threads. However, at this moment, the stone wall in front of her suddenly let out a ping sound and completely shattered. Thousands of silver threads shot out from within and wildly danced in the air. Then, they turned into densely packed silver rays that shot towards the young girl from the heavenly moon sect. In an instant, the entire sky was filled with flashes of silver light, as if there was a torrential rain of silver threads. Not good, quickly run. This thing is not something you can deal with. Seeing this, the gorgeous parrot flapped its wings wildly and yelled. I know. The young girl replied with a pale face. Suddenly, the aura on her body surged and she turned into an awe-inspiring sword light that was 10 feet long and shot backwards. After a few flashes, she had surprisingly escaped over 100 feet away. After the silver threads chased after her for a distance of 450 feet, they finally rolled back powerlessly. At this time, the young girl from the heavenly moon sect turned her head back to look at the mountain peak. A rare trace of lingering fear appeared on her face. However, in the next moment, the roars of beasts suddenly sounded from the vicinity of the mountain peak. Following that, the young girl saw various large and small demonic beasts madly rushing out from several extremely hidden caves. Among them, there were huge pythons that were several feet long and there were also demonic rats that were only the size of a fist. In the instant that these demonic beasts rushed out, a large portion of them were pierced by the countless silver threads that shot out from the caves. Some of them were pulled back into the caves while others twitched a few times before turning into dried corpses. The remaining demonic beasts did not care at all and madly rushed down the mountain. However, they did not run very far before their bodies were pierced by the silver threads that appeared from the nearby soil and rocks. Only a few demonic beasts that could fly took advantage of the chaos to fly away from the mountain peak. Moreover, they madly flew even further away with strange cries. Even though the girl from the heavenly moon sect was usually calm, she could not help but be shocked when she saw such a shocking scene. Just as she was about to turn her head to ask the parrot on her shoulder, the entire mountain peak suddenly seemed to tremble slightly. Following that, with a loud rumbling sound, the entire mountain peak began to shatter and collapse. Countless rocks of various sizes rolled downwards. In this earth-shattering chaos, there were even more silver threads that shot out from various parts of the mountain peak and madly danced without end. This time, the girl did not wait for the parrot on her shoulder to say anything. Without hesitation, she turned around and hurriedly flew away from the entire mountain peak. In the direction of the other mountain peaks that were even further away, the same scene was playing out. Countless birds and beasts madly rushed out from the various mountain peaks and madly fled the entire mountain in all directions. This towering mountain that stood at the center of the entire secret realm seemed to have come alive. Lu Ming's body was wrapped in a layer of green light. With a speed that was many times faster than normal soaring sky technique, he wanted to quickly flee through the air. Not far away from him, there were astonishingly a dozen or so ferocious-looking unknown demonic beasts that were also fleeing for their lives. If it was a normal day, these demonic beasts would naturally not hesitate to pounce on such a nearby food. However, right now, they did not even turn their heads and only madly flapped their wings. In one breath, Lu Ming flew more than 10 miles away. Only then did he relax slightly and stop. He turned his head to look at the huge mountain behind him. Not long ago, he had just discovered a piece of rare ore and was confronting a pangolin-like demonic beast nearby. Suddenly, from all directions, densely packed silver threads attacked him. The pangolin demonic beast was instantly pierced through by the silver threads and its flesh and blood were sucked into it, turning it into a withered corpse. Fortunately, he had activated the bloodvine technique in time and activated his talisman armor. Only then did he manage to block the silver threads. Thus, he had the opportunity to use the Divine Strider talisman to escape the mountain peak before it collapsed. At this moment, he turned his head to look into the distance with a grave expression. This was because the huge mountain in the distance was still rumbling and collapsing. Layer after layer of dirt and stones rolled down from the mountain. In the blink of an eye, the entire mountain was much shorter than before. Who knew how many spirit trees and spirit herbs were all submerged in the dirt? This waste was so great that even Lu Ming could not help but feel that it was a great pity. So, not far away, a crystal light shot over. With a blur, it turned into a handsome girl wearing the Heavenly Moon Sect's uniform. The girl carried a snow-white longsword on her back and stopped in the air not far from Lu Ming. She coldly glanced at Lu Ming before turning her head to look at the huge mountain in the distance. When Lu Ming saw the girl, he could not help but narrow his eyes. Without any reason, the girl gave him a strange feeling that she was extremely dangerous and that it was best to stay away from her. Lu Ming's thoughts quickly turned and he could not help but guess the girl's identity. The Heavenly Moon Sect was known as the #1 sect in the Daxian country. On the way to suppressing Dragon Island, the barbarian ghost sect leader naturally told them about the outstanding disciples in this generation. However, there was no disciple that matched the girl's appearance, unless the girl was like him and was a disciple that the Heavenly Moon Sect had recently recruited. However, looking at the girl's age, it did not seem like it. Lu Ming estimated the girl's age and felt a bit suspicious. He naturally did not know that when the girl was young, her sword communication spirit body was discovered by the higher-ups of the Heavenly Moon Sect. Without hesitation, she was accepted into the sect and was meticulously nurtured with a large amount of resources. However, this matter had always been concealed by the Heavenly Moon Sect. It was only in recent years when they could no longer conceal it that some rumors were leaked. Otherwise, no matter how talented the girl was, it would be impossible for her to become one with the sword at the Spirit Apostle stage. However, at this moment, the collapse of the mountain in the distance finally stopped with a quang sound. It revealed the hidden true appearance of a huge, greenish-black hand. As for the dancing silver threads, it was as if they were only hairs on the hand. Seeing such a shocking scene, not only did Han Li's heart turn cold, but even the girl from the Heavenly Moon Sect was dumbstruck. Bang! A muffled sound came from the distant giant hand. When Lu Ming heard this, his heart actually started to beat. At the same time, all the blood in his body froze, as if it had completely stopped flowing. His expression changed drastically, and without saying anything, he turned around and flew toward the world of ice and snow not far away. Almost at the same time, the female from the Heavenly Moon Sect turned pale and fled in the same direction. As for the muffled sounds coming from the huge mountain, they continued to ring out one after another. Moreover, they were getting faster and stronger. Every sound seemed to contain unimaginable power, causing the hearts of those who heard it to involuntarily quicken and their breathing to become ragged. To those demon beasts and spirit birds with low cultivation bases, these muffled sounds were even more astonishing. Many of the demonic beasts felt weak and powerless after hearing a few sounds. They fell to the ground and could no longer move. As for those demonic beasts with higher cultivation bases, although they didn't lose their ability to move, they became even more terrified after hearing the muffled sounds. They could only flee in all directions with all their might, not even daring to turn their heads back. Although these demonic beasts had only lived for a few hundred years, the fear of the huge hand behind them had been deeply imprinted in their blood for tens of thousands of years. In addition, a few of the more intelligent demonic beasts could faintly know from the inheritance of their blood that after a long period of time, the huge hand would appear and massacre them. The stronger the demonic beast, the harder it was to escape the pursuit of the huge hand. On the other hand, a few of the weaker existences might be able to escape with their lives if they hid well. As a result, the most powerful group of demonic beasts naturally became even more terrified. As for the disciples of the various sects that had entered the huge mountain, they suffered heavy casualties from the sudden attack of the silver threads. Over 10 of them were unable to defend in time and turned into dried corpses. The other disciples with strong cultivation bases or abnormally clever also fled for their lives in the midst of the demonic beasts. Some of the faster disciples had even plunged into the world of ice and snow, or into the region of lava. With a flash, Lu Ming and the female from the Heavenly Moon Sect entered the world of heavy snow one after the other. The giant hand behind them shook slightly, and with a loud rumbling sound, it slowly rose from the ground, finally revealing the lower half of its body. This Jin Tian's huge hand had been cut off at the wrist. However, at the center of the palm, a silver heart was embedded in it. Moreover, it was beating rhythmically. The shocking pung-pung sounds came from it. In the midst of the beating sounds, the fingers of the huge hand began to slowly move. Some of them shook slightly, some of them bent down slightly, and some of them actually began to twist. These 5 fingers actually all made different movements at the same time, as if they were 5 completely independent individuals. Pooh! After the silver heart in the center quickly beat a few times, a pitch-black fog suddenly surged out from it. At the same time, thick black scales appeared and quickly covered the entire palm. From afar, it looked extremely ferocious. Lu Ming, who was in the middle of the heavy snow, desperately fled in the direction of the huge mountain, suddenly felt something in his dantian suddenly jump when the black gas surged out from the silver heart. Immediately, his expression changed and he hurriedly swept his mental strength into his body. In the next moment, his expression became extremely unsightly. In his dantian, the mysterious bubble was faintly flickering without stopping. It also faintly emitted a strange feeling, as if it was thirsting for something. Lu Ming did not have the time to carefully analyze what the strange feeling from the bubble was. He could only silently curse, and with a movement of his arm, he took out another spirit-traveling glyph and slapped it on his body. After a dozen glyphs flashed and disappeared, the green light on the surface of Lu Ming's body instantly became twice as thick. At the same time, the FALI in his body was madly activated. His entire body was wrapped in layers of black gas, and he actually broke through the air a few feet above the ground. Behind him, the female from the Heavenly Moon sect was slightly startled when she saw this. However, after a quick thought, she also took out a glyph from her body and casually crushed it. From within, wisps of white light wildly gathered behind her. In the next moment, a pair of misty white wings suddenly appeared on the female's back. With a slight flap, she shot forward while wrapped in white light. Her speed was actually slightly faster than Lu Ming's. Not good. This is demonic qi. Such a large amount of demonic qi. This is the palm of an ancient giant demon. This place is not a natural secret realm, but a place where the ancient giant demon's body was sealed. The person who spoke was the black-faced young man with a slightly trembling voice. Yangon stood shoulder to shoulder with him. With the strength of these two, when the shocking change occurred on the mountain peak, they naturally escaped the attack of the silver threads and fled to this place as if they were flying. However, when the black-faced young man looked at the sinister giant hand in the distance, his entire face became incomparably pale, as if he had seen a ghost. In his hand, there was a strange, disc-shaped object. On top of it, there was a needle-like object that crazily spun in circles. What ancient giant demon, is it the owner of this giant hand? Yangon, who was listening to the side, was completely confused and quickly asked a question. Don't talk nonsense, quickly run. If this giant hand really was left behind by an ancient giant demon, then even our martial ancestor would not be able to withstand a single blow from it. If we don't quickly escape from the secret realm, then only death awaits us. The black-faced young man spoke with great urgency. After putting away the disc, he immediately released a giant tiger puppet. He then pulled Yangon onto it and turned around, charging into the world of ice and snow. What is an ancient giant demon? You said that our martial ancestor is not a match for it, is that true? Although Yangon was confused, he did not object due to his trust in the black-faced young man. However, after forming a hand seal with one hand and releasing layers of rolling black qi to protect his body, he could not help but ask. I have only read a little about the ancient giant demon from an ancient book, so I cannot be completely sure that this hand belongs to an ancient giant demon. However, all you need to know is that 80 to 90% of the human race on the Yunchuan continent has been swallowed by an ancient giant demon. The black-faced young man's face was filled with nervousness. After quickly answering a few sentences, he madly urged the giant tiger puppet under him to madly rush through the ice and snow. What, 80 to 90% of the human race on the continent has been eaten by an ancient giant demon? You must be joking. Hearing this, Yangon's body shook, appearing to be in complete disbelief. This matter is definitely not false. Also, the current sea race and some other foreign races were only the servants of the ancient giant demon back then. Alright, as for the other matters, it will not be too late for me to tell you in detail after we are able to preserve our lives. The black-faced young man bitterly laughed and did not reply any further. After hearing this, Yangon's expression became unsettled. Feng Chan and Gao Chong, one covered in rolling grey qi and the other covered in a bloody mist, fled for their lives above a patch of scorching lava. Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out behind them. After being startled, they could not help but turn around at the same time to look. Not far behind them, a ball of scarlet-red light shot over like an arrow. Its momentum was extremely shocking. Chuan, it's actually him. After Feng Chan clearly saw the face of the person in the scarlet light, a strange expression immediately appeared on his face as he spoke. Hearing this, Gao Chong's expression also changed slightly. Seeing that the ball of light formed by Chuan was about to catch up, the two of them looked at each other. Feng Chan's body suddenly moved and actually blocked Chuan's path. Moreover, a sinister smile appeared on his face as he loudly said, "Junior Chuan, slow down. I have something to say to you." Chuan, who was within the scarlet light, acted as if he did not hear it. His flying speed did not decrease in the slightest as he charged head-on at Feng Chan. "Chuan, did you not hear what I said?" Feng Chan was shocked. Although his body dodged to the side, the grey gas on the surface of his body curled up in his anger. At the same time, one of his arms suddenly shriveled up and grabbed at Chuan's shoulder with lightning speed. Pung! Feng Chan's palm grabbed Chuan's shoulder and forcefully pulled him back. A cold light flashed in his eyes and his 5 fingers exerted force at the same time, planning to give Chuan some pain. However, a shocking scene appeared. Feng Chan's 5 fingers were clearly several inches deep into Chuan's shoulder like iron hooks. However, Chuan only expressionlessly turned his head and glanced at him. Following that, his seemingly normal eyes suddenly flashed and became incomparably slender. His mouth said woodenly, "Go, die." Just as he finished speaking, one of Chuan's arms became a blur and a palm covered in scarlet red scales pierced through Feng Chan's chest. Shockingly, a bright red heart that was still wriggling appeared in his 5 fingers. The pupils of Feng Chan's eyes widened. He lowered his head and looked at the palm that had pierced through his chest. His lips moved a few times as if he wanted to say something, but no sound came out. With the iron corpse body that he cultivated, he was actually unable to block Chuan's attack that pierced through his heart. A trace of fierceness flashed across Chuan's face. His other arm moved again and 5 cold fingers pressed onto Feng Chan's head before suddenly closing together. With a ping sound, Feng Chan's head actually exploded like a watermelon. At such a close distance, most of the brain matter that shot out in all directions landed on Chuan's body. Chuan pulled back his 2 palms and allowed the soft corpse to fall down. He then opened his mouth and swallowed the heart in his hands. Following that, he extended a long purple-red tongue and licked the white liquid on his fingers. Then, he looked at the other person nearby without the slightest emotion. Gao Chong had long been dumbstruck by the scene that had just happened. Previously, when Feng Chan exchanged glances with him, he originally wanted to take advantage of the fact that Chuan was alone to extort a sum of money from him. After all, after leaving the secret realm, 1/10 of the resources obtained could be reserved for himself. As for the two of them, they had busied themselves for nothing and were unable to harvest many spiritual herbs. Naturally, they wanted to make up for it with Chuan. However, he never would have thought that the eldest senior of the 9 infants faction, who was supposed to be easy to bully, would actually use such a cruel method to kill Feng Chan. It must be known that with Feng Chan's strength, even though it was mostly because he was not on guard, the strength of the other party could be imagined. At the very least, Gao Chong was very clear that even if he used the power of his guardian qi, he would definitely not be able to easily break through Feng Chan's iron corpse body in a short amount of time. However, when his gaze swept over the opponent's purplish-red tongue and scale-covered hand, his face paled. He suddenly turned around and flew away in a cloud of blood mist. At this moment, how could he not understand that the Chuan in front of him was not the original Chuan? Perhaps it was simply some other strange thing that had transformed into it. Thus, when he discovered that he was also in danger, he immediately fled without saying a word. Gao Chong asked himself if he was a peerless cultivation genius with an earth spiritual pulse. How could he die in a mere secret realm? Seeing this scene, Chuan opened his mouth slightly and actually grinned to the back of his ears. 2 rows of abnormally sharp teeth could be faintly seen. Following this, his shoulders shook, as if he was planning to chase after Gao Chong. However, at this moment, an earth-shattering sound came from behind him. Following this, the entire ground trembled with a rumbling sound. Countless deep cracks appeared in the air and scarlet-red pillars of fire shot out from within. It was the 5 fingers of the demonic hand that supported the sky behind him that suddenly slammed down from the sky. The countless monsters that were paralyzed and unable to move nearby were all crushed into minced meat. Goo-goo fresh blood immediately flowed out from the bottom of the huge hand. With a chee-chee sound, the densely packed silver threads once again shot out and instantly pierced into the bloodstains below. Seeing this scene, a trace of fear flashed through Sichuan's eyes. His body moved and he turned into a ball of scarlet-red light, continuing to fly forward. He had completely given up on chasing after Gao Chong. As for Gao Chong, seeing this scene, he naturally let out a big sigh of relief. However, when he turned his head to look at the huge black hand in the distance flying up again and once again pressing down with a shocking aura, his heart immediately trembled. He also madly urged his Fali to escape for his life. However, the direction he was heading in was naturally far away from the previous Sichuan. Lu Ming followed the route recorded on the compass in his hand. Once he rushed out of the world of ice and snow, he returned to the part of the canyon that was filled with stone pillars. At this moment, his heart finally relaxed slightly. He also turned his head to look into the distance and saw that the huge black hand was leisurely slamming down. It was unknown how many monsters were instantly turned into minced meat. With the terrifying size of the huge hand, after a dozen slaps, all of the trees and protruding parts below were forcefully flattened. Moreover, it formed a huge basin over 100 feet deep into the ground. Under the continuous movement of the huge hand, this basin continued to expand towards the edge of the area. This huge hand that could hold up the sky seemed to not give up until all of the monsters were killed. Seeing this scene, Lu Ming's heart also slightly chilled. Without any hesitation, he shook his sleeve and a black rope coiled around the stone pillar that was closest to him. At the same time, at the edge of the other part of the canyon, the young female from the Heavenly Moon sect took a deep breath and suddenly pulled out the snow-white longsword from her back. Following that, a wave of sword chi soared into the sky and her entire body turned into a dense sword light as she flew towards the other side of the canyon. After a few flashes, the sword light disappeared and the female from the Heavenly Moon sect astonishingly appeared on the other side of the canyon. Her face was extremely pale. She turned her head back and faintly glanced at Lu Ming's direction. Then, she formed a one-handed technique and summoned a gray cloud. She silently flew into the sky and flew into the distance. So this is the ability of a sword cultivator. It really is extraordinary. Lu Ming resisted the huge gravity on his body and spent a lot of effort to climb to the top of the stone pillar. He looked at the back of the female from the Heavenly Moon sect in the distance and could not help but feel very envious. However, after the time it takes to eat a meal, he finally jumped to the other side of the canyon with a body full of sweat. This was also thanks to the fact that his Fali and strength had increased quite a bit compared to the last time he came. Otherwise, he would not be able to move so quickly. Once Lu Ming escaped from the terrifying gravity, he could not help but let out a big sigh of relief. Taking advantage of the fact that the effects of the teleportation glyph on his body had not disappeared, he immediately soared into the sky and turned into a ball of green light as he shot towards the dense forest in the distance. However, the mysterious bubble in Lu Ming's dantian flashed more and more frequently. The strange feeling of extreme thirst that was emitted from it also became more and more abnormally strong. Although Lu Ming felt very uneasy in his heart, he did not dare to stop and think about it. He could only wait until he found a secret and safe place to solve this problem. However, when he entered the dense forest with a flash, the green light disappeared and he stopped on the branch of a large tree. Just as he was about to use his Fali to continue moving forward, something that he never expected suddenly happened. The mysterious bubble in his dantian actually burst open with a flash. As for Lu Ming, he only felt a pain in his dantian. His vision darkened and he directly fell from the branch. With a ping sound, he fell onto the thick leaves below and lost consciousness. In the next moment, strands of black gas surged out from Lu Ming's skin. After spinning and condensing, they turned into unknown black glyphs that surrounded Lu Ming and began to crazily revolve around him. As the black light flashed, it faintly formed a strange glyph array that was about 10 feet wide. The black glyph array only flashed a few times and the black gas in the center condensed. Impressively, it transformed into a fist-sized sparkling bubble. Within it, there was a faint silver light that slowly emerged. Almost at the instant this silver light appeared, from an unknown distance away, the demonic hand that was pressing down on a large group of limp monsters on the ground suddenly stopped moving and actually stopped in midair. The light silver heart that was embedded in the center of the giant hand flashed wildly. In an instant, it became dazzling and the silver threads that were released from it danced wildly. Pung, pung. With two loud sounds, the silver heart suddenly turned into a ball of silver light and exploded. The giant hand that could hold up the sky seemed to collapse as if it had lost its support and turned into rolling black gas. Then, it covered the sky and the earth as it surged wildly in the direction of Lu Ming. Lu Ming felt that he had slept for a very, very long time. In the dream, it was as if he had once again returned to that gray and mysterious space. At the same time, his entire body was entangled by countless long black snakes, but he was unable to move at all. Moreover, in the surrounding space, there were countless blurry black shadows flashing endlessly. Some of these black shadows were only faintly discernible nearby. Some of them moved close to his ear and whispered in a very strange language. However, the content of what they were saying was not audible, causing him to be very anxious in his heart. And among these black shadows, there was only a tall black shadow that lowered its head and stood quietly in the corner. The other black shadows all stayed far away from where it was, but no one seemed to care about it. After an unknown amount of time, the tall black shadow suddenly raised its head and slowly walked toward Lu Ming. Seeing this, the other black shadows gave way and one after another turned into clouds of mist and disappeared. The tall black shadow walked in front of Lu Ming in a few steps and bent down, as if it was looking at Lu Ming face to face. All Lu Ming felt was that he could only feel the wisps of hot air that the black shadow exhaled. However, the black shadow's face was a complete blur. Even if he desperately blinked his eyes and tried to look, he could not see the other's face at all. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. At this moment, suddenly, there was a sudden clap of thunder in the clear sky, and a silver arc actually flashed nearby. Using this faint light, Lu Ming finally saw the black shadow's face clearly. He immediately cried out involuntarily. "Impossible, how can it be you?" That person's facial features were shockingly exactly the same as Lu Ming's. It was as if he was looking at his other self in a mirror. The only difference was that the other person's eyes were tightly shut and there was not the slightest expression on his face. What made him even more absent-minded was that the words that the group of people shouted just now seemed to have subconsciously treated the other person as an extremely familiar existence. At this time, the eyes of the Lu Ming in front of him suddenly opened. His pupils were actually filled with a dazzling silver light that was extremely blinding. Lu Ming was startled and involuntarily closed his eyes, waking up from his dream. His surroundings were pitch black and his nose was filled with the smell of moist soil. His thoughts quickly turned and he suddenly realized that he was buried alive in the ground. If it wasn't for the dark bone method that he cultivated releasing threads of black gas to protect his body, he might have unknowingly suffocated to death. Pung! Lu Ming gave a low shout and in the midst of the tumbling soil, he jumped out from several feet underground. It was shockingly bright outside and he didn't know how much time had passed. He quickly surveyed his surroundings. This was the edge of the dense forest where he had fainted, but he didn't know how he had sunk deep into the ground. After Lu Ming's expression changed a few times, he suddenly thought of something and hastily formed a hand sign with one hand. He used his divine sense to scan the spirit sea within his body. He saw that the spirit sea was empty and the mysterious bubble that had burst did not appear again. He then used the dark bone method and circulated the Fa Li within his body. Everything was normal and there was nothing wrong with it. Lu Ming's eyebrows furrowed tightly. Could it be that the dream he had before was really just a dream? But everything he felt in the dream was so real. The other Lu Ming gave him a hair-raising feeling and caused a chill to spread from the depths of his heart. After pondering for a while, he only felt that his mind was a mess. He had no clue at all. He immediately shook his head and put all of this to the back of his mind. With a flash of his body, he lightly flew up to a large tree and swept his gaze across the distance. In the end, his pupils suddenly shrank. The huge basin in the center of the secret realm was still there, but the giant hand was nowhere to be seen. Just how long had he been unconscious for? It couldn't be that he had exceeded the time limit for staying in the secret realm, right? After Lu Ming thought about this, he was really a little worried. He immediately stopped thinking about other things and flew into the depths of the dense forest. After a few hours, Lu Ming, who was leaping forward in the dense forest, faintly heard a roar. His face immediately lit up with joy as he changed direction and leaped toward the source of the sound. After a short while, he appeared on a large tree at the edge of an open space. Not far away in front of him, there was surprisingly a man and a woman engaged in a fierce battle. The man wore the attire of the Hall of Blood and his entire body was surging with blood qi. He waved the long, blood-colored blade in his hand and rays of dense, bloody light shot toward his opponent like poisonous snakes. However, his eyes were tightly closed and he did not look at his opponent at all. The woman's face was incomparably delicate and her body was like a fairy that constantly danced up and down. However, the purple light in her eyes continuously flowed and in her hand, there was a miniature copper type that was about an inch tall that would occasionally sway. It was shockingly Callan. The man from the Hall of Blood had a fierce expression and his eyes seemed to be tightly closed. However, every time he swung his blade, it was as if he was personally witnessing the place where Callan was dodging. He forced her into a great disadvantage and she did not dare to stay in one place for even a moment longer. Luckily, the small bell in the young girl's hand seemed to have an inconceivable effect. Every time it shook, it would let out a clear ring that would cause the movements of the man from the Hall of Blood to pause. Then, he would take the opportunity to release 2 or 3 techniques to counterattack. However, even if this was the case, the attacks of the man from the Hall of Blood became faster and faster. Rays of blood-colored blade qi emitted a thick, bloody aura as if it had completely enveloped the young girl. As for Callan, her face was extremely pale and it seemed that she had used too much Fa Li. It was obvious that she could not hold on for much longer. "Senior Callan, do you need me to help?" At this moment, Lu Ming floated out from the tree and spoke to Callan with a slight smile. "Humph, another barbarian ghost sect disciple. Good, consider yourself lucky. Next time, don't let me meet you alone." When the fierce man saw Lu Ming appear, his expression changed and he actually immediately put away the blood blade in his hand. His figure instantly retreated from the battle, but he still spoke fiercely before entering the forest before disappearing with a flash. "So it was Junior Bai. This time, it's all thanks to you." When Callan saw Lu Ming appear, she was first startled before revealing a trace of happiness. After the purple glow in her eyes disappeared, her body became blurry and she returned to the appearance of a delicate and pretty young girl. "Who is this person? Why did he stop you?" Although it was not the first time that Lu Ming had seen the young girl's appearance before and after her transformation, he still couldn't help but be secretly amazed when he saw this scene. His mouth was a bit serious as he asked. "This person is the third-ranked disciple of the Hall of Blood, Xuanu. He cultivates a special cultivation method that unexpectedly doesn't fear my eye of nightmares. The reason he stopped me is naturally because of the spirit medicine on my body. Could it be that Junior hasn't met anyone from the other sect in these 2 days?" After Callan explained a bit, she asked a bit strangely. "I won't hide it from Senior. I had an accident and slept in a place for a period of time. I just woke up. However, from the looks of it, I shouldn't have been unconscious for too long." When Lu Ming heard this, he revealed a thoughtful expression. "So that's how it is. Junior, don't worry. Right now, there are still a dozen or so days until the 1.5-month deadline. However, the area around the Secret Realm's exit is extremely dangerous. There are many disciples from the other sect lying in ambush there, specifically waiting to rob other people of their resources. No, it should be said that the entire area has become extremely dangerous. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been discovered and immediately attacked. I'm afraid that in the last few days, when everyone has no choice but to gather here, that will be the time to truly fight for their lives." Callan gave a bitter laugh as she replied. "So that's how it is. However, Senior, do you know where the giant hand at the center of the secret realm ran off to? When I woke up, it disappeared without a trace." After thinking for a bit, Lu Ming couldn't help but ask about the matter that he was most concerned about. "The giant hand only appeared for a few hours. 2 days ago, it disappeared on its own. At that time, When Callan heard this, her face froze as she told Lu Ming about the scene where the giant hand collapsed on its own and turned into a boundless black gas that rolled towards the dense forest. However, it strangely disappeared again. What? The black gas that the giant hand turned into suddenly disappeared at the edge of the dense forest. Lu Ming was shocked. That's right. At that time, when I saw the black gas cover the sky and cover the earth, I thought that this time, everyone would be unable to escape. However, I didn't think that after such a shocking black gas rushed into the dense forest, it would instantly disappear without a trace. This matter is extremely strange. If it wasn't for the fact that this is the best place to hide before leaving the secret realm, I definitely wouldn't be willing to stay here. Callan frowned as she spoke. Since that giant hand didn't appear again, it seems that it has most likely disappeared. Moreover, there are only a few days left before we leave the secret realm. When that time comes, as long as we can safely leave, even if something strange appears here in the future, it won't have anything to do with us. Lu Ming said thoughtfully. That's what I thought as well. I wonder what Junior Bai plans to do next. Are you going to find a place to hide and wait for a suitable opportunity to leave the secret realm, or are you planning to continue searching for spirit items in the forest? Callan nodded and suddenly asked. A few days ago, I already had some decent harvests, so I don't plan on taking any more risks. I plan on hiding by myself for a few days first. Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he replied. I understand what Junior means. I plan on going to a remote place to see if there are any other harvests. At the same time, I can also avoid the intense fighting during this period of time. Callan nodded with a face full of agreement. In the remaining time, the two of them chatted for a bit more before saying goodbye to each other. Unexpectedly, the two of them didn't mention moving together. Half a day later, Lu Ming found a large tree hole that was covered by densely packed shrubs. Immediately, he happily entered the hole. Feeling that the inside was quite clean and spacious, he patted the leather pouch on his waist without hesitation. A black cloud rolled out and the white-boned scorpion appeared from within the rolling purple gas. Go, stand guard outside. If anyone comes near, immediately wake me up. Lu Ming single-handedly formed a hand sign and used the communication spirit technique to communicate with the white-boned scorpion's mind. The white-boned scorpion made a few goo sounds and immediately rolled into the soil, disappearing without a trace. At this time, Lu Ming finally relaxed. He reached into his sleeve with one hand and took out a slightly green peach. After looking at it for a bit, he unceremoniously took a big bite. In the remaining few days, he would eat large amounts of these spirit peaches and then refine them one by one. This way, he would be able to push his cultivation to the peak spirit apostle level in one go. In this way, after he left the secret realm, he wouldn't need to worry about the matter of pills to increase his FA Li. He only needed to focus on breaking through to the spirit master level. Once Lu Ming felt the rolling pure yuan qi in his stomach, he immediately closed his eyes and quickly entered a meditative state. From then on, he was completely unaware of everything that was happening around him. At this time, the Hall of Blood disciple Xuannu who had left Lu Ming and Callan was currently hiding in a large tree with lush leaves. His eyes were also closed as he meditated. Although he had the upper hand in the battle with Callan, he had also used up a lot of FA Li. He planned to first recover before thinking about what to do next. After an unknown amount of time, Xuannu seemed to have sensed something and suddenly opened his eyes without any warning. In the end, he immediately saw that in front of him, a youth with a head full of red hair and two strange dragons was quietly sitting there, looking at him with an expressionless face. It was Chuan. Who are you? Xuannu was naturally shocked. Naturally, this was not a small matter. He angrily shouted and with a flick of his sleeve, a small, blood-red knife appeared in his hand with a flash. Without waiting for the Hall of Blood disciple to do anything else, the opposite Chuan suddenly opened his mouth and a purple-red shadow flashed. Pung! Even though Xuannu had all of his abilities, at such a close distance, he did not even have the time to summon the blood mist that protected his body. His neck was pierced by a purple-red tongue. Because his throat had been cut, he did not even have the time to let out a scream. He only had the time to throw the blood-colored knife in his hand fiercely toward the other side before falling powerlessly from the tree. Dang! Chuan only used one finger to push forward and the knife that was flying toward him was flicked away. Following that, a fierce expression flashed across his face. His body suddenly moved and became a ball of red light that pounced toward the falling Xuanu. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, there was an additional corpse that had been torn in half and a small portion of it had been bitten off. At the same time, everything on his body had been searched. 4 hours later, when a female from the fusion sect passed by this area, she finally discovered the bloody scene. Immediately, her expression changed greatly and she immediately left this area. Half a day later, in a certain swamp area in the dense forest, a 9 enchantment sect disciple with a stocky build had just commanded a huge bird puppet to kill a completely blood-red fox-like monster. Just as he was about to happily go up to receive the spoils of war, a heat wave suddenly engulfed his back. Following that, he felt a pain in his chest and his vision turned black as he lost consciousness. A day later, in another place in the dense forest, a young man from the Firestorm Way was holding a green gourd in his hand. He released a green hurricane that forced a male disciple from the Heavenly Moon sect to continuously retreat. He was unable to approach him at all. Just as the young man from the Firestorm Way was letting out a wild laugh, a figure suddenly flashed in the nearby dense forest. There was actually a faint red shadow that shot out with a flash. The young man from the Firestorm Way could be considered to be someone with rich battle experience. His expression immediately changed and without thinking, he suddenly changed the direction of the green gourd in his hand. It just so happened to be aimed at the faint red figure that was approaching. Pooh! A fierce wind suddenly rose in that direction. With a shake of his sleeve, a green light flashed and a green, transparent long rope wrapped around the faint red figure. It then suddenly tightened and tightly bound the figure. Humph, you actually dared to launch a sneak attack on me. Did you really think that I wasn't prepared for this? No, what kind of monster are you? The Firestorm Way disciple originally spoke arrogantly, but when he saw the true face of the pale red figure tied up by the long green rope, he could not help but turn pale with fright. In the middle of the green ropes was a half-human, half-dragon monster with scarlet scales all over its body and a head full of scarlet hair. The monster lowered its head and looked at the long green rope on its body. It suddenly grinned and struggled with its 2 arms. Immediately, rolling scarlet flames surged out of its body and instantly burned the long green rope into nothingness. When the young man from the Firestorm Way saw this, he was immediately frightened out of his wits. He suddenly urged the green gourd in his hand and over 10 green wind blades shot out with a flash. At the same time, he formed a hand sign with one hand and his body immediately shot backwards. However, the half-man half-dragon monster only shook its shoulder slightly, and its entire body suddenly became blurry, disappearing from where it was. All of the wind blades missed in a flash. At the same time, the space in front of the young man from the Firestorm Way fluctuated and the half-man half-dragon monster appeared in front of him like a ghost. The young man from the Firestorm Way was greatly shocked and wanted to do something, but it was already too late. The monster's mouth opened and its body pounced forward like lightning. Its 2 steel-like arms hugged the young man, and with a tilt of its head, it bit down on most of the neck of the opponent in its embrace at an unbelievable angle. Then, it used its mouth full of sharp teeth and suddenly tore. No, the young man only had time to let out a miserable cry before half of the flesh and blood on his neck disappeared into thin air. Fresh blood violently gushed out with a goo-goo sound. Half of it directly poured into the monster's mouth, while the other half was sprayed in all directions. The young man's body only twitched a few times in the arms of the half-dragon monster before he no longer had any reaction. Only at this time did the half-dragon monster loosen its jaws and coldly look at the other male disciple from the Heavenly Moon sect with a face full of blood. The male disciple from the Heavenly Moon sect had long been dumbstruck by the great change in front of him. When he saw the savage monster looking at him, he was so frightened that his heart trembled. He suddenly turned around and without saying anything else, he madly fled in the direction behind him. The half-dragon monster only coldly looked at the escaping male disciple from the Heavenly Moon sect and actually did not chase after him. Instead, it lowered its head and continued to madly suck the blood from the corpse in its embrace. After an unknown amount of time, its arms loosened and the corpse softly fell to the ground. Suddenly, it raised its head and a strange howl appeared on its face as a trace of pain appeared on its face. This howl was abnormally mournful and pierced through the 9 heavens. Almost all the people and beasts within a radius of over 100 miles could hear it clearly. There were a few disciples from the various sects who happened to be in the area. When they heard this shocking howl, their expressions all changed greatly. As for the male disciple from the Heavenly Moon sect who was currently escaping, after he heard it, he hated that he could not grow 4 legs and ran even more desperately away from the direction of the howl. Pooh! A purplish-red dragon tail grew out from the butt of the half-human half-dragon monster. It swayed with the wind and suddenly whipped towards the nearby ground. After the ground shook for a while, a pit with a diameter of around 10 feet appeared out of nowhere. If this monster was said to be 50% human before, at this moment, only 20 to 30% of Xianxia's figure could be seen. In the next moment, the howl from the monster's mouth stopped. Its body suddenly flashed and it became a ball of scarlet-red shadow that disappeared into the dense forest. Looking at the direction it was chasing, it was astonishingly the direction that the male disciple from the Heavenly Moon sect had escaped to. After another 2 or 3 days, the news of a half-dragon and half-human monster killing in the dense forest quickly spread among the disciples of the various sects through various methods. At this moment, the number of disciples from the various sects that were still alive was less than half of the original number. However, these disciples were naturally not weak and were abnormally cautious. In less than a day or 2 after they heard the news, they immediately formed alliances of different sizes and did not dare to rashly move alone. As for the remaining small portion of people that were still traveling alone, they all became extremely cautious. Most of them hid in secret places and did not rashly move outside. For a moment, the monster seemed to be unable to find a suitable target and actually turned its head to attack the various monsters in the dense forest. Immediately, the corpses of various monsters that had their blood drained and torn apart could be seen everywhere in the dense forest. Because of this, the disciples of the various sects naturally shivered and became 100 times more careful towards this monster. After Lu Ming refined the last bit of pure yuan qi in his body, he immediately sunk his mind and felt the surging Fa Li that filled every part of his meridians. The strength of this Fa Li had even faintly exceeded the limit of what his body could contain, causing his meridians to feel a faint stabbing pain. This was also the result of him consuming half of the spirit peaches and finally pushing his cultivation to the consummate realm. However, he discovered that the medicinal power of the remaining half of the spirit peaches was quickly dissipating. He made up his mind and spent another 3 to 4 days to consume another 20 spirit peaches. As for the remaining spirit peaches, they all withered and became inedible, so he had no choice but to throw them all away. Although the quantity of this newly increased Fa Li was huge, in terms of purity alone, it was far superior to the Fa Li that was increased by the consumption of medicinal pills. After all, the spirit fruit and spirit grassland that could increase Fa Li were completely different from the flesh and blood of monsters. Almost all of them were born from the essence of heaven and earth. The purity of the yuan qi contained in them was far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Once it was transformed into Fa Li, the impurities mixed in it were almost negligible. Of course, this kind of Fa Li increasing spiritual item had such an effect and did not cause any side effects. Naturally, in the outside world, it had been harvested completely by cultivators. Until now, there were very few left in the outside world. Once a normal cultivator found it, most of them were reluctant to directly consume it. Instead, they gave it to alchemists to use as materials to refine other more precious medicinal pills. The effect of increasing Fa Li was actually secondary. After all, a spirit grass that increased Fa Li could save a cultivator a few months of bitter cultivation. However, a rare medicinal pill with other uses could sometimes help one break through a bottleneck or save one's life. Lu Ming once again felt the extremely abundant Fa Li in his body and secretly calculated the time. It seemed that there were only a few days left until the 1.5-month deadline. It was about time for him to leave for the secret realm's entrance. As Lu Ming thought about this, he immediately stood up and strode out of the tree hole. Looking left and right at the surroundings, he immediately made a hand sign with one hand. Pung! The white-boned scorpion drilled out from the soil under his feet and affectionately used its front claws to touch Lu Ming's pants. Lu Ming faintly smiled and bent down to stroke the front claws of the white-boned scorpion. Then, he patted the leather pouch on his waist and a multicolored light rolled out, sucking the white-boned scorpion back into the pouch. Soon after, he took out a compass-like object from his bosom and carefully looked at the route marked on it. Then, he put it away and stamped the ground with one foot on the branch of a large tree. His body moved and he lightly floated into the distance. 6 hours later, Lu Ming, who was leaping forward from branch to branch, suddenly let out a softy sound and stopped moving forward. After looking around, he floated down from the top of the branch. Not far from where his 2 feet landed, there was a large monster corpse that was over 2 meters tall. Its fur was glossy and its 4 limbs were extremely thick. It was actually a brown bear. Moreover, it was lying face down on the ground with blood dripping from its body, as if it had not been breathing for a long time. Lu Ming circled around the brown bear's corpse twice and looked around at the large trees that seemed to have been pushed down by a huge force as well as the messy footprints nearby. Suddenly, he lifted his leg. Pung! The giant bear's corpse was kicked over, revealing a large, bloody wound on its neck and the sinister expression it had before it died. Lu Ming's eyebrows couldn't help but furrow. His eyes flashed and he suddenly bent down to pick up an item from one of the bear's thick paws. Impressively, it was a light purple-red scale. Serpent scale. After Lu Ming used his mental energy to scan it, his heart immediately shivered as he cried out. He had personally seen the scarlet serpent that day and had some impression of its aura. Thus, he was able to recognize it at a glance. However, the aura of this serpent scale is slightly different from what I remember. Moreover, it is much weaker and cannot be compared to the one I saw that day. Lu Ming carefully sensed it again and began to have some doubts in his heart. It was easy to understand why the aura had become weaker. After all, this serpent should have been heavily injured. However, why was there a hint of familiarity in the different parts of the aura? However, without waiting for Lu Ming to think too much, his expression suddenly changed. His entire body abruptly bent backwards at an unbelievable speed. So, a serpent claw covered in purplish-red scales attacked wildly from behind, piercing through the place where his chest had originally been with a flash. Lu Ming's posture did not change, but his entire body swayed and actually slid over 100 feet away at an astonishing speed. Only then did he stand up straight again and look at the opposite side with a mixture of shock and anger. He saw that where he had originally been standing, a half-serpent monster with a head full of scarlet hair, a body covered in purple scales, and a serpent tail on its back was currently looking at him coldly with a pair of demonic eyes. However, from the sliver of surprise in its eyes, it was obvious that this monster was also quite surprised that its attack had missed. Scarlet serpent. That's not right. Senior sure. When Lu Ming saw this half-serpent monster, he was naturally extremely shocked. However, after carefully examining the monster's face and finding it to be somewhat familiar, he cried out involuntarily. However, the half-serpent monster in front of him clearly had no intention of reminiscing with Lu Ming. Suddenly, its body moved and it disappeared from where it stood with a blur. Lu Ming was a person with rich battle experience. When he saw this, his heart sank, but an azure short sword appeared in his hand with a flash. At the same time, his body spun around and he wildly slashed out in all directions. Immediately, multiple streaks of azure sword chi swept out in all directions. Pooh! The faint red shadow appeared 30 feet away from Lu Ming. It raised a dragon claw and crushed a sword chi flying towards it. Then, with a fierce glint in its eyes, it suddenly stomped its foot and pounced in front of Lu Ming. It opened its arms and was about to hug Lu Ming. Get lost! How could Lu Ming dare to allow the monster in front of him to close in on him? With an angry roar, a black rope instantly shot out from his sleeve, causing the scarlet dragon monster's oncoming momentum to slightly halt. Following this, the cyan short sword in his hand became a blur, and in one breath, 3 streaks of sword chi shot out at an unbelievable speed. Bang! 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 At such a close distance, the 3 streaks of sword chi all struck the monster's body. However, a scene that almost made Lu Ming's eyeballs pop out appeared. Although the monster, which had a face similar to Shi Chuan, took 3 large steps back when the sword chi struck it, other than 3 faint white marks on the scales on its chest, no blood flowed out. Not only that, Lu Ming's 3 slashes seemed to have enraged the half-dragon monster. With a low roar, scarlet flames surged out of its body. With another roll, it transformed into a wall of fire that surged forward. At the same time, the monster's body swayed again, and with a blur, it disappeared in the flames. Lu Ming's pupil shrank. He did not see any movement, but his body slid backwards again. At the same time, the azure short sword in his hand suddenly disappeared. Following this, he waved his hands, and with a loud chi-chi sound, a dozen or so wind blades flashed and shot out in all directions. A muffled pung sound rang out. After one of the wind blades shattered, the half-dragon monster's body immediately flashed and reappeared. However, with this delay, the surging wall of fire flashed close to him. With another roll, it seemed that Lu Ming would be submerged within it. However, at this moment, Lu Ming shook his wrist and a copper bracelet on it gave a loud wing-wing sound. An incomparably clear tiger head appeared and a white sound wave rushed out, creating a large hole in the wall of fire. With his current FA cultivation, the power of the tiger's bite bracelet had already been completely and thoroughly displayed by him. Following this, with a twist of his body, he transformed into a shadow that shot out of the hole. With another flash, he appeared like a ghost in another place 100 or so feet away from the half-dragon monster. This time, Lu Ming did not wait for the half-dragon to attack again. He patted the leather pouch on his waist as if he was facing a great enemy. A black cloud rolled out and the white-boned scorpion appeared on the ground out of nowhere, blocking in front of him. He then formed a hand sign with one hand and countless green threads wildly flashed on the surface of his body. As his face twitched slightly, the green threads transformed into a glistening, emerald green vine armor, protecting most of the vital parts of his body. Following this, the air in front of him flashed with azure light and densely packed wind blades appeared. With a shake of his sleeve, they transformed into a dozen or so azure lights that shot towards the half-dragon. Following this, Lu Ming's two hands came together and separated again. Another enormous wind blade faintly appeared, but it slightly trembled and did not shoot out. The monster was already enraged that it had failed twice in a row. Now that it saw that its opponent had taken the initiative to attack it, it became even more furious. With a twist of its body, it pounced forward, leaving behind a series of afterimages. After a series of chaotic clangs, the wind blades blocking in front of the monster were all shattered by the two blurry claws. Following this, its body slightly paused and it planned to pounce at Lu Ming again. However, at this moment, a light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. With a shake of his arm, the enormous wind blade shot out with an explosive sound. The half-dragon monster only saw an azure light flash in front of it and the enormous wind blade arrived in front of it at an astonishing speed. Even if it wanted to dodge with its abilities, it was already too late. It could only helplessly move its two arms and cross them in front of its chest. Boom! A loud sound rang out. The half-dragon monster's body shook and it staggered back 7 or 8 steps before finally stabilizing its body. Following this, droplets of dark green blood dripped down. The two arms that the dragon had used to block in front of its body split open with a long and thin wound. However, after a flash of red light, the wound quickly contracted and healed, as if it had never been injured. Seeing this, Lu Ming could not help but be greatly shocked. This monster was actually able to block the enormous wind blade with its bare hands. It seemed that normal attacks would not be able to harm it. Just at this moment, the half-dragon monster was completely enraged. With a sudden blur of its body, it actually transformed into 3 identical phantoms. With another movement, they transformed into 3 scarlet-red shadows that pounced at Lu Ming. Without even thinking, Lu Ming raised his hand and 3 wind blades shot out with a flash. Poo, piu, piu. With 3 muffled sounds, the 3 wind blades all struck the scarlet shadows, but they were all repelled at the same time. At this moment, Lu Ming could not help but be slightly startled. In this moment of delay, the 3 scarlet shadows had already closed in on him with a blur. However, their bodies suddenly paused and they each opened their mouths, spitting out 3 purple-red fireballs. At first, the fireballs were only the size of a fist, but after flying a foot or so, with a tone, they became the size of a wheel. Before they actually struck Lu Ming's body, a wave of scorching heat had already engulfed him. Lu Ming's face darkened and the cyan short sword in his hand suddenly appeared. With a slight wave, he slashed out 6 cyan-colored sword cheese in one breath. After a few hung sounds, the 6 sword cheese each landed on the 3 enormous fireballs. They only caused them to slightly pause before disappearing without a trace, like a clay ox entering the sea. The 3 purplish-red fireballs were still coming at him with a menacing momentum. Seeing that the situation was not good, Lu Ming's body immediately moved, and with a blur, he shot to the side. Since he was unable to block it, he naturally would not foolishly stand there and forcefully resist it. As for the white-boned scorpion in front of him, it had already sunk into the ground. However, what happened next caused Lu Ming to be shocked. With a hong long long sound, the 3 enormous fireballs unexpectedly changed directions and continued to roll forward after him. This time, Lu Ming's face really changed. Only now did he realize that although the 3 blurry scarlet shadows were standing in their original positions without moving, they each raised an arm and pointed at something in the air. It was as if they were controlling the 3 enormous fireballs. Lu Ming gave a low grunt and twisted his waist. After fiercely stomping on the ground with one foot, he suddenly changed directions and shot towards the 3 scarlet shadows. The 3 fireballs naturally made a turn and followed closely behind him. Courting death. Seeing this scene, the 3 scarlet shadows did not have any intention of dodging. Instead, they simultaneously opened their mouths and emitted an extremely cryptic sound. Then, they lowered their arms and opened their mouths again. 3 slender purple shadows flashed and disappeared in a flash. They rushed towards Lu Ming's neck from different directions. The speed was so fast that even Lu Ming could not imagine it. Lu Ming was greatly shocked and frantically shook his head. However, he could only barely dodge 2 of them. The third one flashed and struck the layer of emerald green vines that protected his neck. Unexpectedly, it was an incomparably slender purple-red tongue. Pooh! Although the vines counteracted most of the tongue's power, it still pierced through. Just as it was about to pierce into Lu Ming's neck, it was suddenly blocked by a layer of faint yellow glyphs. It was Lu Ming who had instantly activated the glyph armor that he was wearing. Taking advantage of this opportunity, his arm became a blur and he grabbed the long purple-red tongue. However, he immediately felt pain in his palm and fresh blood flowed out. The long purple-red tongue was actually covered with countless sharp flesh thorns. Caught off guard, Lu Ming's hand was immediately pierced and blood flowed out. Looking at the small holes in his palm, they were all black and purple. Shockingly, these flesh thorns were all extremely poisonous. However, even so, Lu Ming did not even blink and had no intention of letting go. Instead, he moved the short sword in his other hand and a green light flashed, cutting the long purple-red tongue in half. One of the 3 scarlet shadows immediately let out a shrill scream. The other 2 scarlet shadows became a blur and dissipated into specks of red light. Just at this moment, the 3 purple-red fireballs behind Lu Ming lost control and exploded with a boom. A surging sea of fire swept out in all directions. A stern expression flashed across Lu Ming's face and he actually ignored the flames behind him. Instead, his body leaped up and he closed in on the half-dragon monster. The short sword in his hand moved again and 6 or 7 streaks of azure sword light shot out. At the same time, the sound of something tearing through the air rang out from his sleeve and the long black rope shot out. Although the half-dragon monster felt an incomparable pain in its mouth, when it saw this scene, it immediately shook its shoulder and wanted to use its speed to dodge Lu Ming's attack. However, just at this moment, 2 pu-pu sounds rang out from under its feet and 2 huge pincers shot out like lightning. They caught the monster by surprise and just happened to clamp down on its 2 calves. At the same time, the sound of something tearing through the air rang out and a dozen or so black lines shot out from the soil. In a flash, they pierced through one of its thighs. Seeing this, the half-dragon monster was naturally shocked. Luckily, it was abnormally confident in the defensive strength of its body and did not care about the dozen or so black lines. Instead, it abruptly lifted its leg and forcefully pulled the white-boned scorpion out of the soil. Subsequently, it lifted its other leg and stomped at the white-boned scorpion. Just at this moment, a dozen or so muffled pung-pung sounds rang out and the black lines all fiercely struck the monster's thighs. However, they all bounced off and only left behind a dozen or so shallow holes. The half-dragon monster only felt a slight pain on its thighs and did not care about it. It forcefully stomped the white-boned scorpion into the soil, causing it to let out croaking sounds. However, it was unable to escape from under its foot for a while. Just at this moment, Lu Ming's attack quickly arrived in front of it. However, the monster only raised its two arms horizontally in front of its body, intending to forcefully block all of the attacks. In the end, a few streaks of sword chi flashed and transformed into balls of azure light that chopped at its two arms. Its body trembled as it retreated a few steps and its two arms could not help but slightly open up. Just at this moment, the black chain blurred and shot towards his chest like a venomous snake, fiercely stabbing into it. The monster was not even afraid of the sword chi released by the spirit weapon, so how could it be afraid of the attack of a mere soul-shackling chain? It was too lazy to even move. It only raised its chest slightly and planned to send the black chain flying. When Lu Ming saw this, a strange expression appeared on his face. His body suddenly moved, and he shot backwards. At the same time, he patted his chest with his other hand, and a hazy shield of light appeared in front of him, protecting him as he fell into the sea of fire. Before the monster had a chance to think about anything else, the front end of the black chain shuddered slightly, and 3 black beads shot forth before striking the monster's chest in a flash. The half-dragon monster was shocked. It wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. The 3 beads rotated on the spot before abruptly exploding in a flash. Without a sound, the 3 red balls of light appeared and merged into one with a flash. They transformed into a scarlet-red sun that rose wildly and instantly engulfed the half-dragon monster. At this moment, a loud rumbling sound came from the blazing sun, circles of red shock waves crazily spread in all directions. Everywhere it passed, the nearby ground was forcefully flattened. At the same time, under the unbelievably high temperature, all of the nearby plants were instantly turned into ashes. The sea of fire that Lu Ming was in was instantly extinguished by this shock wave. Lu Ming, who was hidden within, only madly poured his fa li into the black shield of light in front of him. However, even like this, he was only able to hold on for the time of a few breaths. With a crisp ga-bing sound, faint white cracks appeared on the surface of the shield, and it looked like it would not be able to hold on any longer. Luckily, after the sun, which was not far away, released its power once again, it could not hold on any longer. After a few wild flashes, it suddenly disappeared into thin air. Only a blurry, charred figure was left in its original position. There was also a faint smell of meat. The half-dragon monster seemed to have been roasted by the sun just now. Seeing this, Lu Ming's heart relaxed slightly. The 3 black beads that had been shot out by the soul-shackling chain were the scarlet flame beads that Zhu Qi had given him that day to protect his life. He had spent a lot of effort to hide the 3 scarlet flame beads in the soul-shackling chain and used them unexpectedly. As expected, his sneak attack had succeeded. Every single one of these beads had the power of a spirit master's attack. With 3 of them together, the power could be imagined. Even if the half-dragon monster had a shocking defense, it would not be able to take it. However, even if it was like this, Lu Ming did not really have the intention to relax. Immediately, the cyan short sword in his hand spun quickly and it became a cyan full moon that flew up. With a sharp cry, it suddenly fell on the head of the charred monster in the distance. To him, with the scariness of this half-dragon monster, unless he cut it in half, he could not be careless. In the next moment, his premonition actually came true. Pung! A silver chain suddenly flew out from the body of the seemingly unmoving scorched black monster. With a fierce strike, it sent the cyan full moon flying. Demon-subduing chain. Once Lu Ming saw the true appearance of the silver chain, his expression immediately changed. Just at this moment, the scorched black monster suddenly raised its head and let out a long, mournful howl. The silver chain suddenly blurred and wildly danced in the air, firmly protecting him. Following the movement of the monster's hands and feet, a piece of black skin that was about to be cooked broke apart inch by inch, revealing a body of pure white and smooth flesh. In an instant, the monster stood there completely naked. Other than a pair of strange horns on its head and a purple-red tail behind it, the other parts of its body were shockingly no different from a normal human. After the scales disappeared, its facial features were exactly the same as Sichuan's. "Senior Shi." After Lu Ming's expression changed a few times, he asked with rapt attention. However, when Sichuan raised his head and looked at him, the pupils of his originally normal-looking eyes suddenly became thin and long again. Subsequently, he let out an evil grin and a scarlet-red flame rolled out from the surface of his body, condensing into purple-red scales again. In an instant, he once again transformed into the half-dragon monster. Lu Ming sucked in a breath of cold air. He finally confirmed that the monster in front of him was indeed Sichuan. No, it should be said that only a part of the body was Sichuan's. Its soul should have long since ceased to exist. Otherwise, it would not have been so indifferent towards the way he had addressed it. However, this strange dragon had suffered such heavy injuries, yet it could recover in an instant. This was truly troublesome. After all, the attack from the 3 scarlet flame beads could be counted as his most powerful attack. If this was still not enough to kill the opponent, then he probably did not have many methods left. Lu Ming thought deeply in his mind, but the movements of his hands did not stop in the slightest. He only commanded the cyan full moon to crazily attack the monster in front of him. However, the demon-subduing chain was extremely mysterious. It actually transformed into a silver python that tightly protected the half-dragon monster, blocking all of the attacks from the cyan moon sword. Seeing this, Lu Ming looked at the silver chain, then looked at the half-dragon monster that was still standing in its original spot without moving. After thinking quickly, he suddenly had a thought. So even though you have reconstructed your body, you are still in a weakened state. Right now, you are unable to move at all. Lu Ming suddenly let out a loud yell with an expression of joy. Immediately, his 2 hands quickly formed a hand sign, and the cyan full moon immediately let out a clear cry as it rushed into the sky. 3 layers of inscriptions flashed on the surface of the moon and it began to spin crazily in the air. Eerie azure light immediately began to radiate from the full moon, and it began to expand rapidly. Seeing this, a sliver of fear appeared in the eyes of the half-dragon monster below for the first time. The silver chain that circled around it let out a hum and began to grow longer inch by inch. At the same time, the silver light it emitted became even brighter. Pung! A white-boned scorpion suddenly jumped out from the ground and directly pounced at the half-dragon monster. While it was still in the air, it suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a ball of purple mist. The stinger on its back moved and transformed into a dozen or so black lines that shot out. However, in the next moment, the silver chain suddenly transformed into a silver light that blocked in front of it. No matter if it was the purple mist or the stinger attack, they were all forcibly blocked. Following that, a shadow of the chain shot out like lightning from the silver light and forcefully sent the white-boned scorpion flying. The white-boned scorpion somersaulted a few times in the air before landing heavily on the ground. After shaking its head, its body actually trembled and was unable to immediately stand up. No wonder it was like this white-boned scorpion had previously been fiercely stepped on by the half-dragon monster with its foot. Following that, it was slightly affected by the scarlet flame bead. Now that it had received this attack, it had indeed received quite a heavy injury. In this short period of time, the cyan full moon in the sky had already become the size of a wheel. The dense, cold light emitted from it even caused the half-dragon monster below to reveal a trace of unease. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes flashed slightly and he immediately changed his hand sign. Dots of blue light condensed in front of him and a large amount of cold air followed. A sparkling and translucent icicle quickly appeared in front of him. At the beginning, it was only a foot long, but after a few breaths, it had become 7 or 8 feet long and was still growing. The fierce expression on the monster's face changed and it suddenly let out a low roar. Its 2 hanging hands actually trembled and slowly clenched into fists. Seeing this, Lu Ming's pupils slightly shrank. Without hesitation, he loudly yelled and pointed at the air with one finger. The cyan full moon let out a long cry as it descended. At the same time, his other hand suddenly slapped the huge icicle in front of him. Immediately, a cold light flashed and the icicle that was over 10 feet long transformed into a blurry blue light that shot out. At the same time, the white-boned scorpion that was originally crawling on the ground suddenly fiercely struck the ground with its tail and once again transformed into a shadow that pounced at the half-dragon monster. Seeing this scene, an ominous glint appeared on the half-dragon monster's face. With a sharp hiss, all of the scarlet hair on its head stood up and a huge scarlet-red dragon head appeared behind it with a flash. The huge dragon head suddenly opened its mouth wide and charged at the white-boned scorpion, spitting out an invisible sound wave. When the white-boned scorpion came into contact with the scorpion, its body immediately froze in the air. Immediately after, it was fiercely sent flying by the huge force. The long silver chain dancing on the monster's body suddenly became a blur. Under the crisscrossing of the chain, it transformed into a huge silver net that headed toward the cyan full moon. The cyan full moon aggressively entered the huge net and immediately began to spin crazily, emitting an unpleasant sound of metal rubbing against each other. Just at this time, a blue light flashed in the distance and the huge icicle had also arrived in front of the monster. The huge dragon head gave a low roar and spat out a scarlet-red pillar of fire from its mouth, which coincidentally collided with the huge icicle. When the scarlet-red pillar of fire and the icicle collided, a sharp si-la sound immediately rang out. After the blue light and scarlet flames rolled and interweaved, a white misty hurricane immediately rose into the sky. At the same time, two different auras interweaved and violently swept out. At this time, the silver net in the sky began to show signs of being unable to endure under the crazy rotation of the cyan full moon. Countless cold lights flashed and the huge silver net began to violently tremble. In some places, the light quickly dimmed. Seeing this, the half-dragon monster's pupils slightly shrank. The dragon head on its back suddenly let out a long roar and with a blur of its body, it transformed into a huge creature that was over 100 feet tall. Suddenly, it opened its mouth and swallowed the cyan moon and silver net in one gulp. Seeing this, Lu Ming naturally jumped in fright. However, he immediately reacted and formed a hand seal with one hand, spitting out the word explode. Hong! The cyan full moon suddenly exploded in the mouth of the dragon head. With a flash of dense cold light, over 100 streaks of cyan misty sword chi violently swept out. The huge silver net and the huge dragon head immediately began to flicker wildly. In an instant, a muffled sound rang out as the sword chi pierced thousands of holes into the net. Immediately, a portion of the sword chi flashed with a cold light and directly slashed at the half-dragon monster below. Just at this time, a fierce light flashed in the eyes of the monster below. Suddenly, its two arms became a blur and turned into countless claw shadows that clawed at the sky. It had actually finally recovered its ability to move. A series of continuous booms rang out. A large portion of the sword chi was destroyed by the scarlet-red claw. Even if there were a few that landed on the body of the half-dragon monster, they were all withstood by it as if nothing had happened. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly when he saw this. Only then did the half-dragon monster turn its head towards Lu Ming and let out an evil laugh. Its two legs moved as if it wanted to walk over. But something unexpected happened. The half-flood dragon monster had just taken a step when its legs suddenly went soft and it stumbled. If it wasn't for its quick reflexes, it would have fallen to the ground. However, its face was shrouded in a layer of faint black gas. The dozen or so tiny holes on the monster's thighs had all turned purplish black. The white-bone scorpion's poison finally took effect. This was still because its half-dragon body had an extremely high resistance to poison. Otherwise, if someone else were to be poisoned by this poison, they would have started to act up a long time ago. When Lu Ming saw this, he was naturally overjoyed. Without saying anything, he pointed at the void in front of him and made a hand seal with one hand. Pung! The remaining half of the huge icicle in the white-hot and cold hurricane actually exploded. The cold air suddenly flourished and with a flash of blue light, another small icicle that was half a foot long shot out like lightning. With a flash, it arrived in front of the half-dragon monster. This attack was clearly out of the monster's expectations. However, it gave a low roar and its remaining arm became a blur. It grabbed the icicle that was close to it and exerted force with its 5 fingers, about to crush the icicle. However, at this moment, a so sound came from the tip of the icicle and a green light shot out. With a flash, it pierced through the center of the monster's forehead. Then, with a spin, it entered one of its ears like lightning and shot out from the other ear. After the half-dragon monster gave a miserable cry, the sinister expression on its face instantly froze. With a putong sound, its body fell limply to the ground. From its forehead and ears, black blood flowed out with a goo-goo sound. There was a hum in the air and the huge silver light faded, turning back into chains that fell down. The huge dragon head let out a cry and also turned into specks of red light before dispersing. As for the green short sword, under the control of Lu Ming in the distance, it immediately spun around and once again turned into a green moon that chopped downwards. With a flash of cold light, the half-dragon monster on the ground was split into two by the cold light. It seemed that this time it really could not be more dead. Only then did Lu Ming let out a long breath. With a wave of his hand, the green full moon once again turned into a short sword and shot out. On the other side of the air, a green light flashed and a thin, dark green needle also shot back. It was the green shadow needle. In the previous battle, the icicle technique that Lu Ming had used was not only the mother and child icicle that very few people had seen, the action of casually slapping the huge icicle had also silently slapped the green shadow needle into the child icicle. Only then was he able to grasp the opportunity and use the needle to pierce through the vital points of the half-dragon monster in one move. Otherwise, no matter how strong the green shadow needle was, if it were to attack other areas that were covered in scales, it would only be able to lightly injure the monster and would not be able to kill it. Now that Lu Ming saw that the monster had truly died, he naturally relaxed. After putting away the two totems at the same time, he sat down on the ground and quickly took out a pill to swallow. Afterwards, he sat down cross-legged and started to adjust his breathing. In this intense battle, not only did he use all of his trump cards, he had also used up 80 to 90% of his FA. This was the result of his cultivation rising to the level of a peak spirit apostle. If he had met this half-dragon monster earlier, he would have used up all of his FA in the middle of the battle and would have waited helplessly for death. After the time it takes to eat a meal. When Lu Ming's complexion became slightly better, he did not delay any longer and stopped using his technique. Standing up, he walked over to the corpse of the half-dragon. After all, this place was not a place to stay for long. If someone else came over and saw the corpse of the half-dragon, it would most likely cause a mess. In his current weakened state, he really couldn't withstand another high-intensity battle. Two guagua sounds came from the ground to the side. It was the white-boned scorpion lying powerlessly on the ground. Its entire body was covered in wounds and the green flames in its eyes were dim. It seemed that it did not even have the strength to walk over. Lu Ming laughed bitterly and patted the leather bag at his waist with one hand. Immediately, a black cloud rolled out and shrunk the white-boned scorpion into the bag. As a ghost, feeding the white-boned scorpion normal pills would not have any effect. Luckily, the cultivating soul bag had a large amount of yin qi. As long as it was slowly nourished by the yin qi in the cultivating soul bag, it would slowly recover. Afterward, he walked a few steps to the side of the half-dragon's corpse. He first picked up the demon-subduing chain that was quietly lying to the side and carefully examined it. He saw that although this totem had been madly slashed by the cyan moon sword with all his strength, its surface was still silvery and smooth. Not a single sword mark was left on it. Lu Ming was overjoyed and immediately put this item away. This totem was personally given to Shichuan by Gue Ruchuan. Although he would most likely have to hand it over after leaving, there would definitely be other rewards. Soon after, Lu Ming's eyes flashed and landed on the half-dragon's seemingly empty corpse. His eyebrows slightly creased. The monster's clothes had long since been completely burned. Even if it had a summer handkerchief and other items, it would most likely have been turned to ashes by the power of the 3 scarlet flame beads. However, when it was reconstructing its body, he noticed something else. With a thought, Lu Ming suddenly bent down. With a move of his hand, he grabbed one of the monster's arms and quickly stroked it from top to bottom. When his finger suddenly touched a bulging object, joy immediately appeared on his face. With a shake of his sleeve, the cyan short sword appeared with a flash and slashed at the bulging area. Pooh! Black-colored blood spurted out. Lu Ming sliced off one of the monster's arms and quickly slashed a few more times. Finally, he used the tip of his sword to lightly pick out a soybean-sized, sparkling, and translucent snail that gave off a faint milky white light. It was the sea race's treasure, the summer conch. This item was a natural spatial item. After the scarlet dragon killed the Lan siblings, it naturally would not let it go and directly took it away. It also casually pressed it into the flesh of its arm. Under normal circumstances, this item was covered by its scales and clothes, so it was naturally impossible for anyone to discover it. However, in the previous battle, the monster's clothes and scales had all been turned to ashes. When it was reconstructing its body, Lu Ming's sharp eyes saw the slightly protruding area on its arm. Now that he had used the short sword to cut it open, he had indeed discovered the summer conch. Although Lu Ming did not know what the conch in his hand was, since the scarlet dragon had so cautiously put it away, its value naturally would not be low. He turned it over and over in his hand and examined it a few times, but did not find anything out of the ordinary. He then lightly shook it and found that it was light as a feather without any weight. His eyes could not help but slightly narrow. After thinking for a bit, Lu Ming suddenly put the conch next to his ear. As a result, a surprised expression immediately appeared on his face. He actually instantly heard the abnormally clear sound of ocean waves from the conch. Moreover, each sound was louder and more urgent than the one before, as if he was in the middle of a raging sea. After a while, he took the conch away and played with it a few more times. Finally, he slightly moved the Fa in his body and poured it into the conch bit by bit. Not long after, the conch immediately began to wildly flash and began to expand. At the same time, dense silver inscriptions began to appear on its surface. Seeing this, Lu Ming's heart was naturally slightly shocked. However, the Fa in his body did not stop and he took the opportunity to use his mental strength to explore the conch. In the end, he actually found a simple incantation that had been imprinted on the inside of the conch's entrance. Lu Ming was greatly astonished and after a slight hesitation, he silently used the incantation. With a pu sound, a white cloud rolled out from the conch. A pile of items appeared on the ground in front of him. Impressively, there were a dozen boxes of different sizes, 3 items, and a scarlet rubber shell that was only a few feet long but was completely intact. Seeing this, Lu Ming was stunned at first, then he became overjoyed. He hurriedly injected Fa into the conch and used his mental energy to lock onto a short crystal blade on the ground. Immediately, the conch trembled slightly and with a flash of white light, the short crystal blade disappeared without a trace. It really is a spatial item. I didn't think that the Scarlet Dragon would actually have this kind of treasure on it. It is worthy of being a crystal-level monster that has lived for who knows how many years. Lu Ming muttered with a face full of excitement. Naturally, he didn't know that this Sumeru conch was also taken by the Scarlet Dragon from the Sea Race siblings. He didn't think that it would all benefit him now. At this time, he once again silently chanted the incantation and used his mental energy to explore the Sumeru conch. Only then did he clearly see that there was a space that was only a few feet long and not too big. But even so, Lu Ming was extremely satisfied. After all, this item was different from the Sumeru handkerchief. The items inside did not have any weight. Moreover, in the current situation, this Sumeru conch would be of great use to him. Lu Ming once again tried to take out the short crystal blade that he had just put inside and spat it out into his hand. Using his finger to slightly touch it, he discovered that this blade was a low-tier totem with 6 layers of restrictions. His eyes flashed as he looked at the other 2 items on the ground. He put away the crystal blade in his hand and with a wave of his hand, he sucked them into his hand. One was a long, slender, blood-colored blade and the other was a light blue token that was imprinted with exquisite patterns. These 2 items both emitted a faint light. It was obvious that they were also totem-level items. However, when he injected his magic power into the 2 items to examine them, he was surprised. The blood-red long blade was a low-grade spirit weapon with only 1 restriction, but the token had 18 layers of inscriptions on it. Impressively, it was a top-grade mid-grade spirit weapon that was only a step away from a high-grade spirit weapon. Lu Ming was secretly shocked, but no matter how much he poured his Fa into the token, other than making the light more dazzling, there were no other effects. It seemed that although this totem was extraordinary, it most likely required some special techniques to activate it. Lu Ming was filled with regret. He shook his head and put the 2 totems into the Sumeru conch. For the current him, just 1 spirit weapon of the same type was enough. The translucent dagger and the blood-colored saber didn't have as many restrictions as the Cyan Moon, so he naturally didn't have any intention of switching to another one. However, when he looked at the Sumeru conch in his hand and thought for a bit, he shook his sleeve and took out the demon-subduing chain. With a shake of his sleeve, he also put it into the Sumeru conch. Now that he had a spatial item that could store items, he naturally gave up on the idea of handing it over. After all, the demon-subduing chain was different from the other blade and sword-type totem weapons. It was still very useful. Not only that, he also took out the Sumeru handkerchief and the box that contained the metal essence resting soil. He also stuffed them into the conch. As for the other items, he had no intention of touching them. In the following time, Lu Ming casually picked up a jade box from the ground. After opening it, there was a small silver flower that was about an inch tall. Its entire body emitted a pure spiritual energy. Silver night grass. He immediately recognized the origin of the spirit herb in the box. It was a rare and unusual spirit herb that was an essential supplementary ingredient in refining many types of pills. Soon after, he opened a few other boxes. Surprisingly, the items inside were all spirit items that were not less valuable than the silver night grass. These items were naturally the most valuable spirit items that the Scarlet Dragon had found from the bodies of the various sect disciples that it had killed. Among them, there was even a golden ginseng that was as thick as an arm. This was a true 1,000-year spirit herb. Even if a spirit master of the liquid level were to consume this item, his FA would probably immediately increase by a large amount. In his joy, Lu Ming naturally used the Sumeru conch to store this 1,000-year spirit herb and a few other useful spirit herbs that he had picked out. As for the remaining boxes, he used the Sumeru handkerchief to wrap them up. As for the dragon's skin, he circled it a few times and used his finger to knock on it a few times. In the end, he confirmed that this item was indeed left behind by the Scarlet Dragon. He naturally planned on keeping it for his own use and similarly used the Sumeru conch to store it. At this time, Lu Ming looked at the corpse of the monster again. The scene of Sichuan personally receiving the new disciples flashed through his mind and he could not help but let out a light sigh. He did not know what this senior Shi encountered in the secret realm for him to end up being possessed by the Scarlet Dragon. This half-dragon monster's FA was only at the Spirit Apostle realm and half of its flesh was from Sichuan. Naturally, it would not have any effects to speak of. Thus, without any hesitation, Lu Ming formed a hand sign with one hand and several scarlet-red fireballs shot out. They transformed into rolling flames that submerged the dragon's corpse. The monster's corpse immediately became charred black within the flames and looked like it was about to turn into ashes in a moment. However, at this time, the flames suddenly rolled up and surged towards a certain part of the monster's corpse. After a few wild flashes, there was not even a trace of a flame left. Seeing this, Lu Ming naturally jumped in fright. After hastily retreating a few steps, a green light flashed in his hand and the green short sword appeared in his fingers out of thin air. Could it be that this Scarlet Dragon has not truly died? He could not help but think in shock. Pung! A certain part of the half-dragon's charred black corpse suddenly bulged and something actually flew out from it. Lu Ming looked closely and cried out involuntarily. Flying head! This thing had disheveled hair, black lips, scarlet eyes, and exposed fangs. It was the powerful demon that was second only to the 9 infants in the rumors of the 9 infants faction. For some unknown reason, this demon had always been hiding within the monster's body. Now that the monster had died, it slowly flew out. As for the flames from before, it was obvious that this demon had absorbed them. However, when Lu Ming saw this demon, he secretly complained. The nervousness in his heart was not any less than when he saw the half-dragon ghost revive. He had personally witnessed the strength of this flying head on the arena that day. Now, he only had 20 to 30% of his FA left. No matter if it was his mind or body, he was extremely tired. Now that he was facing this demon, the result could be imagined. Luckily, when the flying head flew out, it did not immediately charge at Lu Ming. Instead, after landing slightly, it opened its mouth and started tearing at the monster's corpse on the ground with large mouthfuls, as if it was wolfing down the food. Seeing this, Lu Ming's heart was slightly at ease. His upper body did not move, but his lower body silently slid backwards. At the same time, the Sumeru conch in his hand slightly dispersed and a long silver chain appeared on one of his arms. This demon-subduing chain was an item that could restrain this demon. Although he was not familiar with how to use it, taking it out might be able to make this flying head a little afraid. However, in the next moment, Lu Ming immediately regretted it. The flying head that had originally been silently tearing at the corpse suddenly stopped eating when the long silver chain appeared. At the same time, it turned around and looked fiercely at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression changed. Without any hesitation, his body moved and he transformed into a shadow that flew backwards. The flying head let out a sharp whistle and suddenly transformed into a rolling black gas that chased after him. The cyan short sword in Lu Ming's hand shook and 3 streaks of cyan sword chi rolled out. Pu, pu, pu. The 3 streaks of sword chi cut into the black gas and disappeared without a trace, as if they did not harm the demon at all. Within the black gas, there was a chi sound and dense black silk shot out. It was the long hair of the flying head. Its speed was so fast that in a blur, it had all appeared behind Lu Ming. Lu Ming was greatly shocked. Suddenly, his sleeve shook and a light cyan glyph shot out. It was the glyph that he had obtained from the Firestorm Way female disciple that ambushed him. Although he did not know how powerful it was, under the situation where he did not have much Fa, he could only use it to deal with it. The glyph buzzed as it crashed into the dense long hair. In the instant that it was riddled with holes, it suddenly exploded with a flash. Boom! A loud sound rang out. A violent power that contained 2 different attributes, wind and fire, spread out. Under the interweaving of the wild wind and fire, it immediately transformed into a pillar of wind and fire that shot into the sky. It then crazily spread out. Even though the flying head was abnormally fierce, when faced with this scene, it could only retract its hair. The direction of the black gas that it transformed into suddenly changed, and it actually made a circle around the pillar of wind and fire. However, in this moment of delay, it had already escaped hundreds of feet away and plunged into the trees of various sizes. The flying head let out a sharp whistle and the speed of the black gas that it transformed into suddenly increased. It actually did not have the slightest intention of giving up and continued to chase. Immediately, the 2 of them, one in front and one behind, ran over a dozen miles in one breath. Lu Ming's advantage was that his body was incomparably light. Under the buff of the light body technique, he could jump several feet away with a slight push in his legs. After the flying head was wrapped in the black gas, it actually did not seem to have a physical body. It did not dodge or avoid the trees at all. It only charged forward and directly penetrated through the trees. The distance between the 2 of them actually did not increase, but instead became closer and closer. Suddenly, the black gas behind him exploded with a muffled sound. The flying head that should have been hiding within actually disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming's heart sank and his footsteps suddenly stopped. He also stopped on a branch of a large tree and took a deep breath. Threads of green light appeared on the surface of his body again, and a brand new rattan armor covered his upper body. Although he had used up too much of his mental energy due to the intense battle and the rush of running just now, causing his head to ache faintly, he still forced himself to look around without stopping. He had been careless just now and didn't see what kind of ability the flying head had used to conceal itself. However, it was definitely nearby. This could not be fake. Under these circumstances, he naturally could not continue to escape without a care for anything else. Otherwise, if he ran right into the opponent's trap, he would not have any chance to turn the situation around. At this moment, Lu Ming really hoped that other sect disciples would rush over. As long as they could help him hold back the flying head, he would have a way to escape. However, this hope was obviously dashed. At this moment, there was not even the slightest sound of birds or beasts, let alone people appearing in the surroundings. There was only the light rustling sound of the wind blowing through the trees. Lu Ming suddenly stomped his foot and his body immediately shot up into the sky. At the same time, hundreds of black hairs shot out from the trunk of the tree he was previously at without any warning and pierced through his previous position. However, just as Lu Ming shot up into the sky, a strange laugh suddenly came from above his head. A cloud of black gas actually appeared and after spinning and condensing, it transformed into a ferocious flying head. However, when it opened its mouth, an incomparably large, pitch-black mouth appeared out of thin air and viciously bit downwards. Lu Ming was shocked and without thinking, he raised his hand and a few fireballs immediately shot out. However, with a few pu sounds, the fireballs actually did not explode when they fell into the large mouth. Instead, they dimmed and dispersed. However, with this moment of delay, Lu Ming twisted his waist and his body shot downwards. Pung! When Lu Ming stood steadily on the ground, his face darkened. A green light flashed in his hand and the short sword immediately disappeared without a trace. At the same time, the silver chain on his arm moved and transformed into circles of chained shadows that began to dance around his body. Since the cyan moon sword could not deal with the flying head, he simply put it away. After all, with his current Fa and mental strength, he could only control one totem. Although this demon-subduing chain had not been refined before and it was very difficult to control, he could only gamble on it. At this time, the flying head had already opened its large mouth and whistled downwards. At the same time, a black light flashed on a nearby tree and a strand of long hair shot out. After a flash, it disappeared into the flying head without a trace. Lu Ming's face darkened and he formed a hand sign with both hands. Immediately, an enormous scarlet-red fireball appeared out of nowhere. At the same time, the silver chain on his body let out a clear sound and transformed into countless chained shadows that shot towards the large mouth in the sky. Under the wild dance of the silver chain, a dozen or so heads were instantly destroyed. However, even more heads surrounded Lu Ming and flew into the sky. As they flashed, they transformed into even more heads. Lu Ming's face turned slightly green. Before he could think of a way to break through, all of the flying heads suddenly swung their heads and a loud sound broke through the air. Countless black hairs transformed into densely packed black lights that shot towards him from all directions. Lu Ming gave a cold snort and suddenly threw the enormous fireball in his hand into the air. Then, he formed a hand sign with one hand and the silver chain danced wildly in a blur. It formed a layer of faint silver wall around his body. In the next moment, the silver wall trembled and immediately, an explosive sound like rain hitting a fence came from a certain direction. Lu Ming's body shook slightly and he could not help but take half a step back. However, his eyes lit up and he suddenly stared at a head shadow in a certain direction. At the same time, he spat out the word, "Go." Immediately, the enormous fireball in the air actually made a wing sound and shot towards the flying head shadow. Seeing this, the man's face showed a trace of ferocity. With a pu sound, he suddenly transformed into a cloud of black gas and disappeared. At the same time, the other flying head shadows that filled the sky also disappeared in a flash. A light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes and he pointed a finger at the enormous fireball. He spat out the word "explode." Then, the silver chain suddenly shook and also transformed into a silver light that shot out. Boom! A loud sound rang out. The enormous fireball exploded on its own in the air and transformed into dozens of egg-sized fireballs that shot out. They densely covered a radius of more than 100 feet. Pung! A fireball exploded in what seemed to be empty space and caused the flying head to stagger out. At this moment, a silver light flashed. The demon-subduing chain had already arrived in front of it as if it had been waiting. After a blur, it transformed into countless shadows that fell down and actually tied up the flying head tightly. Seeing this, Lu Ming was overjoyed and suddenly pulled the other end of the chain. Immediately, the demon-subduing chain trembled and pulled the tied-up flying head in front of him. Then, without hesitation, he flipped his hand and 3 yellow glyphs appeared between his fingers. His arm moved and he slapped the man's head with lightning speed. At this moment, something unexpected happened. The flying head that seemed to be unable to move suddenly grinned strangely when it saw the glyph stick to its head. With a muffled sound, it transformed into a cloud of black gas within the layers of silver chains. After a blur, it pounced in front of Lu Ming and with another flash, it escaped into Lu Ming's body. The rattan armor on Lu Ming's body seemed to be unable to stop this demon at all. This scene happened as fast as lightning. Even Lu Ming was unable to react in time. When his body froze and he understood what was going on, his face became pale and bloodless. A few rumors about demons who loved to devour the souls of living beings flashed through his mind. Even so, Lu Ming could not just wait for death. He suddenly clenched his teeth and quickly formed a hand sign with one hand, about to use Fali to force the flying head out of his body. However, at this moment, his spirit sea suddenly became hot. Then, with a pu sound, a cloud of black gas actually shot out from his body. After spinning and condensing, it once again transformed into a man's head. However, at this moment, the flying head's face was full of fear. Its eyes stared blankly at Lu Ming's face. Suddenly, with a pu sound, it fell to the ground with its entire body trembling. It buried its face deep into the soil and let out si sounds. It did not dare to raise its head again. Seeing this, Lu Ming naturally became even more startled. However, after a quick thought, he suddenly shook his sleeve and 3 yellow glyphs shot out with a flash. In the end, under his serious gaze, 3 pung 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 sounds were heard. The 3 glyphs turned into 3 light nets and exploded, covering the flying head. However, the flying head continued to tremble with its face down. It had no intention of dodging at all. At this moment, while Lu Ming's heart relaxed, he was really puzzled. However, with such a good opportunity, he naturally could not miss it. After his expression changed a few times, he suddenly sent a finger into his mouth and bit it. Then, he started chanting. Since the Nine-Infant faction used controlling demons as their trump card, as a disciple of the faction, although he had not practiced any related cultivation methods, he had seen some simple methods to control and subdue demons in many books. He had also memorized quite a few of them. He used the finger that he had bitten to draw repeatedly in the air. Immediately, glyphs formed by the essence of blood slowly appeared in the air. Then, under the urging of Fa Li, with a spin, it transformed into a small, bloody glyph formation. Lu Ming gave a low shout and both of his hands formed a sign. Immediately, the blood-colored glyph formation slowly flew towards the flying head. The flying head seemed to also feel the glyph formation flying over and finally raised its head from the soil. However, its face still had a fearful expression and did not move at all. The blood-colored glyph formation flashed and disappeared into the flying head's brow. Then, the flying head let out a cry and a pained expression appeared on its face. Then, a bloody light appeared on its forehead and a faint, unknown glyph appeared. At the same time, Lu Ming felt his mind tremble. It seemed as if he could actually communicate with the mind of this demon. Lu Ming was overjoyed and knew that he had succeeded. Although the secret technique that he had just used was not too complicated, it was the most stable one when it came to controlling demons. Once it was successfully used, even an existence like the Nine-Infant could only be controlled by others. However, the prerequisite for this technique was that the person who used it had to do it in one go and the demon that was being controlled would not actively resist. Otherwise, there was almost no chance of success. He only took the risk because he saw that the flying head was acting so strangely. He did not think that he would actually be able to subdue this demon. Otherwise, he could only escape as far as he could while the effect of the glyph formation was still in effect. Lu Ming's face was full of joy as he tried to communicate with the flying head a few more times. He could clearly feel the connection between him and the restriction imprint on the flying head. After confirming that there were no more problems, he formed a one-handed sign and pointed at the air. After a muffled sound, the 3 light webs collapsed in a flash. After the flying head blinked its eyes, it meekly and slowly rose into the air. Lu Ming tried to control the flying head to fly up and down a few times and let it fly around him a few times. Only after he made sure that there were no mistakes did he finally relax. He didn't dare to stay in the same place any longer. He immediately left with the flying head. Half a day later, when Lu Ming, who was breathing and resting in a tree hole, opened his eyes again, the Fa Li that he had used up was almost completely recovered. The flying head, on the other hand, had been quietly guarding the entrance of the tree hole ever since it started to adjust its breathing. It was as if it had not moved at all. Seeing this, Lu Ming was very satisfied in his heart. However, the fact that this demon had suddenly allowed him to subdue it was naturally in the future. It was a pity that he had not cultivated a secret technique that was similar to the spirit communication technique to communicate with the mind of a demon. Other than being able to vaguely feel that this demon was extremely respectful towards him and being able to order it to do some simple things, he had no way of understanding the reason behind it. It seemed that he could only wait until he returned to the sect and find a secret communication technique to cultivate before he could find the real reason. As Lu Ming sized up the well-behaved flying head, he thought like this. However, this flying head also belonged to Shi Chuan, so it would be inconvenient to reveal it in front of others. As Lu Ming thought about it, he used his consciousness to communicate with the flying head. After giving a few simple instructions, he patted the leather pouch at his waist. Immediately, a black cloud rolled out and sucked the flying head into it. Although the soul-nurturing pouch was normally used to store ghosts, it could also allow the flying head to temporarily stay in it. Once he left, he would find a special pouch that was used to cultivate demonic creatures, and this matter would be easily resolved. Lu Ming sat cross-legged in the tree hole and rested for a while. When he felt that there were no longer any problems with his body, he stood up unhurriedly and walked out. There were only a few days left until the secret realm's entrance closed, so he didn't dare to delay any longer. His body floated up the tree and shot off into the distance like an arrow. Because he didn't need to pay attention to any spirit creatures on his way back, his speed was naturally different from when he first came. Of course, in order to be careful of possible ambushes, he naturally couldn't travel at full speed. But just like that, he only spent a day to traverse a large portion of the forest. Unexpectedly, the entire journey was safe and sound, and there were no incidents of anyone ambushing or intercepting him. At first, Lu Ming felt that it was a little strange, but after thinking about it carefully, he came to a realization. Right now, it was very different from 2 days ago. Seeing that the deadline was approaching, most of the remaining disciples had probably gathered near the secret realm's entrance. Naturally, under normal circumstances, there wouldn't be anyone ambushing others. He just didn't know what the situation was like on the other side. Were the disciples of the various sects fighting each other, or were they mutually wary of each other and maintaining a balanced situation? Just as Lu Ming was thinking, suddenly, a loud rumbling sound came from a certain direction. It was as if there was an enormous creature that was rushing toward him at lightning speed. Lu Ming was slightly startled, and his body naturally stopped on the tree branch. His eyes narrowed as he looked toward the source of the sound. He saw that a large tree had suddenly been pushed to the side, and from behind it, a huge black ape puppet that was 30 feet tall rushed out. After a few shakes, it suddenly stopped below the tree that Lu Ming was on. Then, a surprised voice sounded from within the giant ape's body. "Junior Bai, it's you. What a coincidence. So it's Brother Tai." Lu Ming looked at the familiar giant puppet and replied with a smile. Right at this moment, a square window suddenly appeared on the abdomen of the giant ape puppet, and a round male face was revealed. It was the 9 enchantment sect disciple, Tai Yu, whom he had first met after entering the central region of the secret realm. Haha, I knew that with Junior Bai's quick-wittedness, there wouldn't be any problems in the center of the secret realm. Sure enough, he was safe and sound. Seeing that Junior Brother Bai is also planning to go to the exit, why don't we go together? Perhaps something would happen in the following journey. We can also help each other a little. Tai Yu suddenly said with a serious expression. All right. Since our sects have already formed an alliance, it will be safer for us to travel together. Lu Ming quickly thought about it and agreed without any hesitation. Great. With Junior Bai accompanying me, I won't have to hide in this big guy's body to travel. Hearing this, the round-faced young man was overjoyed. He immediately used some unknown method to make a tunnel split open in the abdomen of the puppet and slid out. What, did Brother Tai always use this puppet to travel? Hearing this, Lu Ming couldn't help but be slightly surprised. One has to know that even though he had never learned puppet techniques, he knew that constantly controlling a puppet would definitely consume FA and mental energy, let alone such a large puppet. That is indeed the case. Ever since I was ambushed by a Hall of Blood disciple in the forest, I felt that staying in this big guy's body would be safer. However, this guy is too cumbersome. After traveling for such a long time in one go, even I can't take it anymore. Tai Yu sighed and said with a face full of helplessness. So that's how it is. Looks like Brother Tai's mental energy is strong. I'm afraid that even among your sect's disciples of the same generation, you are one of the best. Hearing this, Lu Ming replied thoughtfully. I had a few fortuitous encounters in my early years, which is why I have my current mental energy. However, if we were to really talk about rankings, within the 9 enchantment sect spirit apostles, I can only be ranked 3rd. Tai Yu laughed as he replied. 3rd? But the other 2 are. Hearing this, Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. Because of his talent in doing 2 things at once, his mental energy was naturally more than double that of a normal spirit apostle. However, if compared to the other person, he was probably still lacking. Now that he heard Tai Yu say that there were 2 other people in the 9 enchantment sect whose mental energy was even higher than his heart naturally shivered. One of the 2 people is naturally Senior Yun. Back then, when Senior Brother Yun chose to cultivate his cultivation method, other than his main cultivation method, he also cultivated a high-level cultivation method from the sect that could strengthen one's mental strength. Every time he cultivated a layer, it would greatly increase his mental strength. Unfortunately, the requirements to cultivate this cultivation method are extremely harsh. Adding up everyone in the sect, there are probably only 2 or 3 people who barely have the conditions to cultivate this cultivation method. As for the other person, his identity is a bit special, so I can't tell you. Taiyu replied with a smile. Senior Yun, I also met him at the center of the secret realm, but I didn't see that his mental energy was this strong. Lu Ming's eyebrows slightly furrowed. Senior Yun prefers body refining techniques. Anyone who sees the way he fights with others will unconsciously overlook the strength of his mental energy. Taiyu replied with a smile. That is indeed the case. Lu Ming nodded his head, obviously agreeing with this statement. At this time, Taiyu made a hand sign with one hand and had already turned the giant ape puppet into a black ball. He then put it away and released a seemingly light mantis puppet. With a sway, he rode on top of it. Lu Ming looked at the familiar-looking mantis puppet, and after conversing with Taiyu for a bit, the two of them continued on their way. One was still jumping between the branches like a ghost, while the other was flying on the ground. A day later, in the underground cave outside of the secret realm, 6 crystal-level experts were still sitting cross-legged on the stone platform, silently activating the tools in front of them to maintain the stability of the secret realm's entrance. However, the other liquid-level experts nervously looked at the faintly flashing white ball of light in the air from time to time. Calculating the time, today was almost the last day of the agreed deadline. However, up until now, not a single disciple had walked out. This naturally caused a majority of the people in the cave to feel a bit uneasy. After another hour, the seemingly calm white ball of light suddenly began to flash violently. At the same time, there was a faint rumbling sound coming from within. Someone is coming out. It was unknown who said it with surprise. Everyone's gaze swished as they all stared at the white ball of light. A few of the crystal-level experts who originally had their eyes closed also instantly opened their eyes. A burst of 5-colored light swept forth, and 6 humanoid figures appeared on the ground nearby at the same time. After everyone's gaze swept over, they discovered that these 6 people were the disciples who had entered the secret realm before. Furthermore, each sect had at least one person among them. Everyone couldn't help but have different expressions. Huinyang, what's going on? Could it be that everyone has gathered over there? Roughly how many people are there? The barbarian ghost sect leader couldn't help but take a step forward and hurriedly asked one of the girls. Reporting to sect leader Martial Uncle, the remaining people have indeed gathered together. There are about 25 or 26 people. Qian Huinyang hurriedly bowed and replied. 20 or so people, so only a small half of them have returned. This is only a natural secret realm. How could so many people have died? When the Firestorm Way leader heard this, his expression couldn't help but change slightly. This secret realm doesn't seem to be purely a natural secret realm. We encountered some accidents inside. Qian Huinyang hesitated for a moment before replying honestly. Accidents? These words caused the barbarian ghost sect leader and the others to frown slightly. However, in the following time, the higher-ups of the other sects simply called the disciples of each sect in front of them and asked them about some matters that they were concerned about. The results were naturally both happy and sad. When the barbarian ghost sect leader found out that Lei Zhen, Feng Chan, and the others had all gone missing, his expression naturally became somewhat gloomy. However, when he heard that Gao Chong was fine and that half of the people had survived, his expression became slightly happy again. Just at this time, the white ball of light in the sky once again emitted a rumbling sound. Shockingly, there were more disciples being transported out from within. When Lu Ming opened his eyes and woke up from his dizziness, he discovered that he had once again appeared in the huge cave where he had left from. As for the barbarian ghost sect leader, Taoist priest Zhang, and the other higher-ups of the various sects, they were divided into groups. In front of them were the disciples of the various sects that had been transported out. Moreover, their expressions were extremely serious. After a slight hesitation, Lu Ming walked with large strides towards where the barbarian ghost sect leader was. 2 days ago, when he and Taiyu had rushed to the vicinity of the secret realm's entrance, the situation there was unexpectedly calm. The disciples of the various sects had actually gathered together as early as 1 or 2 days ago and had simultaneously set up camp near the entrance of the secret realm. Because of this, the disciples of the various sects, under the fear, had instead set up a temporary agreement that no one was allowed to make a move near the entrance. Otherwise, the other sects would all make a move together to punish them. Just like this, Lu Ming and Taiyu easily returned to their own group. After waiting until the last day, when no one else had returned, the various sects had each sent a disciple back together. The entire process was unexpectedly abnormally smooth and there was not the slightest bit of trouble. At this time, after Lu Ming walked over, he greeted the barbarian ghost sect leader and Daoist priest Zhang before respectfully standing to the side with his hands behind his back. Beside him, Yang Gan and Qian Huinyang impressively already stood there. Very good, you have all done well. For you to be able to safely return from the secret realm is already considered to have done a great service for our sect. This time, our sect being able to have 5 people survive is already much better than the other sects. The barbarian ghost sect leader first nodded at Lu Ming before revealing a trace of a smile and speaking to everyone. Qian Huinyang and the others naturally said that they didn't dare. At this time, the secret realm's entrance rang out again. Finally, the last few people appeared in the cave in a flash. Among them was an arrogant youth wearing the barbarian ghost sect's clothing. It was Gao Chong. When Lu Ming saw him clearly, a cold glint flashed through his eyes. When the barbarian ghost sect leader saw Gao Chong, the last bit of worry in his heart immediately disappeared. He immediately beckoned for him to come over. Greetings to Master Zhang. Gao Chong walked a few steps over and immediately bowed. Stand up. I am relieved that you are fine. The barbarian ghost sect leader waved his hand and said happily. This is all thanks to Master's kindness in nurturing me. Otherwise, I'm afraid I really wouldn't have been able to walk out alive. Gao Chong said very respectfully. When the barbarian ghost sect leader heard these obedient words, he was naturally very satisfied and let him stand to the side. Gao Chong immediately moved and stood among the disciples. When Lu Ming saw this, he intentionally or unintentionally looked at him. However, the current Gao Chong had his head lowered as if he didn't see Lu Ming at all. Lu Ming's eyebrows slightly raised and he expressionlessly withdrew his gaze. Previously at the secret realm's entrance, Gao Chong had gathered with the others a day earlier. However, when he saw Lu Ming appear in front of him safe and sound, his expression naturally became extremely ugly. However, at this time, in front of the other sect members, even if the two of them wanted to get rid of each other, they couldn't attack each other. The two of them naturally felt that it was a pity that they met in the secret realm. Otherwise, no matter who disappeared from the world, the elders of the sect wouldn't look into it. Once they left the secret realm, no matter who wanted to get rid of each other, it would probably be an extremely troublesome matter. At this time, Spirit Master Zhang also asked about the other people's whereabouts with great concern. However, when Yang Qian, Jiao Lan, and the other disciples heard this, they naturally looked at each other and didn't know how to reply. Lu Ming's expression didn't change and he didn't have the slightest intention of speaking. However, after Gao Chong hesitated, he said that Feng Chan was killed by a monster that looked like Shi Chuan in front of him. What? You're saying that Feng Chan was killed by a monster in one move? Moreover, this monster looked exactly the same as Shi Chuan. Did you see it clearly? Is that monster really Shi Chuan? The barbarian ghost sect leader furrowed his brows. Reporting to Master, this disciple is also not very clear. If one were to say that this monster was senior brother Shi Chuan, his strength was extremely strong, and his attacks were as fast as lightning. It really didn't seem like senior brother Shi Chuan's strength. If he said no. But his appearance and figure are extremely similar to the previous Shi Chuan senior. Gao Chong hesitated for a moment before replying like this. Junior Zhang, what do you think of this matter? The barbarian ghost sect leader turned his head and asked Spirit Master Zhang. From Martial Nephew Gao's words, there should be 2 possibilities. Firstly, the one who killed Martial Nephew Feng was a demonic beast that was extremely proficient in transformation techniques. Furthermore, Martial Nephew Shi, who had disappeared, might have already died at its hands. That was why it was able to transform into Martial Nephew Shi Chuan's appearance. Secondly, after Martial Nephew Shi Chuan entered the secret realm, he encountered something. His strength greatly increased and he lost his mind. That was why he crazily attacked a fellow sect member. However, I feel that it is more likely the latter. Don't forget that Martial Nephew Shi Chuan still had a flying head with him. Could it be that this demon lost control and suffered a backlash that caused it to lose its nature? Spirit Master Zhang muttered to himself for a moment before speaking in a serious manner. Yes, there are only these two possibilities. I originally didn't approve of Junior Gui giving the flying head to a spirit apostle disciple to use. Even with the assistance of the deep-sea cold light iron's demon subduing chain, it was still a bit too forceful. The barbarian ghost sect leader nodded his head and spoke somewhat gloomily. Forget it. No matter what, the matter of Shichuan and Feng Chan being killed can already be confirmed. As for Duan Kenzu, hunting, and Leizhen's whereabouts, although we don't know, it is unlikely that they are fine. I also don't know if they will be able to walk out of the secret realm in the remaining time. Spirit Master Zhang spoke with some regret. That's true, especially Martial Nephew Lei. He has a 9 lightning vein body and is also Junior Lei's nephew. If he really died inside this time, I don't know how to explain myself when I return. The barbarian ghost sect leader sighed as he spoke. Senior sect leader doesn't need to worry too much. No matter what is said, for us to be able to have half of our disciples walk out of the secret realm is already a pretty good result. Even the ranking of the trials this time might be able to obtain a good result. Spirit Master Zhang consoled. I hope so. Right now, there is still half a day's time before the secret realm's entrance closes. All of you should first find a place nearby and have a good rest. Once the secret realm's entrance closes, all of the sects will examine the rewards from this time's secret realm. The barbarian ghost sect leader nodded his head and spoke to the other disciples with a serious expression. Lu Ming and the others naturally bowed in agreement. Then, they each found a place and sat down cross-legged. Yang Gan, on the other hand, was stopped by the barbarian ghost sect leader. Together with Spirit Master Zhang, they found another corner and inquired in detail about some of the things that happened in the secret realm. This time, the three of them used the sound transmission technique to converse, so the others naturally couldn't hear anything. Only Yang Gan's gaze continuously flickered behind his mask, while the barbarian ghost sect leader and Spirit Master Zhang's expressions gradually became abnormally serious. After a while, the barbarian ghost sect leader waved his hand and allowed Yang Gan to leave first. Then, he began to converse closely with Spirit Master Zhang. However, this time, the two of them only talked for a few sentences before ending their conversation. Soon after, the barbarian ghost sect leader moved and walked towards the stone platform that martial ancestor Yan was on. Then, he approached him and said a few words in a low voice. After the gray-robed old man heard this, his expression immediately changed slightly. The same scene seemed to occur at the same time in the other sections. Even in front of the fusion sect's Murong Xian, there was a fusion sect disciple who had entered the secret realm earlier who walked forward and quickly reported something. After the fusion sect's crystal-level cultivator heard this, his face instantly became extremely ugly. After his gaze flickered a few times, he suddenly opened his mouth. Fellows, I'm sure you've all heard about the appearance of the ancient giant demon's hand in the secret realm. If I'm not wrong, this isn't a natural secret realm at all. Instead, it's a sealed space that was specially created by the ancient Almighty to seal the ancient giant demon's shattered body. Although it's reasonable to say that this giant demon's hand can't escape from this space. However, just in case, I suggest that we immediately close the secret realm's exit. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, it's not something that our sect or country can bear. Instead, the entire Yunchuan continent will encounter a great calamity. Murong Xian's voice wasn't loud, but it was clearly transmitted into the ears of every person in the cave. When the higher-ups of the various sects heard this, their expressions all changed. As for the majority of the normal disciples, they were completely confused. They didn't know what the ancient giant demon that Murong Xian was talking about was. However, Lu Ming's heart moved slightly and he couldn't help but engrave the words ancient giant demon in his heart. However, there might still be disciples that haven't come out yet. After all, we promised 1.5 months. Right now, there's still half a day left. Master Lingyu's eyebrows creased as he replied. Fellow Lingyu, comparing a few spirit apostle disciples and the ancient giant demon, is there a need to say who is more important? Furthermore, our sect's most outstanding Lan siblings also haven't come out. Don't I also have to make a sacrifice? Fellow Lingyu, what do you think? Morong Xian snorted and said a few words before asking Nunling Yu sure. Since it involves the matter of the ancient giant demon's seal, we can't be too cautious. Even if there are disciples that haven't come out, I'm sure they can understand our actions. I also agree that we should immediately close the entrance. Nunling Yu narrowed her eyes and actually agreed with an icy tone. The remaining 4 people looked at each other. Among them, the blood-robed male and Qi Yang nodded their heads in agreement. Although the other 2 did not say anything, it was obvious that they agreed with this. Seeing this, Morong Xian's expression immediately relaxed. Without wasting any more words, he formed a hand sign with one hand and waved his other hand at the huge golden cauldron below the entrance. A wing sound rang out, the huge cauldron immediately shrunk in a flash. With another blur, it became a few inches in size and shot back, directly disappearing into Morong Xian's sleeve. As for Nunling Yu and the other 5 people, they stopped the Fali in their bodies. Immediately, the discs in front of them all shook and shattered into pieces. They also stopped adding Fali to the entrance of the secret realm. Just like that, the entrance of the secret realm in the air only flashed wildly a few times before it disappeared with a rumble in the air. Seeing this, Lu Ming felt a slight chill in his heart. Luckily, he had arrived at the entrance a day earlier. Otherwise, if he had arrived at the last moment, he would have been trapped alive in there. It seemed that in the future, anyone's promises could only be taken at face value and could not be believed to be true. The other disciples of the various sects naturally all had different expressions. Alright. Since the entrance of the secret realm has already closed, we can now let the younger generation take out their harvests and also arrange the ranking of this trial. Nunling Yu slowly said after seeing that the entrance of the secret realm no longer existed. Our fusion sect does not need to participate in matters of ranking. I still have some matters to attend to, so I will take my sect and leave first. Morong Xian's eyes slightly flashed as he suddenly stood up and said. Wait. Why does fellow Morong need to leave in such a hurry? Although your sect's harvests do not need to participate in our Dexian Kingdom's trial ranking, why can't you let us see what your sect has harvested? Master Ling Yu raised his eyebrows and immediately spoke to stop Morong Xian. Fellow Ling Yu, what do you mean by this? I've already exerted all the strength I should have exerted. Could it be that with fellow status, you want to go back on your word? Hearing this, Morong Xian's face immediately darkened. Fellow Morong has misunderstood. Although our sects cannot compare to the fusion sect, we are not at the point where we would break our promise. However, don't you think that we should at least find out which sect has the Scarlet Dragon in their hands? It won't be too late to leave after that. Marshal Nunling Yu indifferently interrupted. So you fellows are suspecting that my sect's disciples obtained the Scarlet Dragon. What a huge joke. Don't say that I just asked and the Scarlet Dragon did not fall into their hands. Even if it is true, do you have any objections? Morong Xian snorted and said bluntly. If the Scarlet Dragon really fell into your sect's hands, we will naturally congratulate you. However, the crystal-level Scarlet Dragon Essence blood is an extremely important item to us. No matter which sect obtains it, us old fellows are willing to use items of equal value to exchange for some. Nunling Yu's eyes flashed and said calmly. If this Scarlet Dragon were to fall into the hands of your sect's disciples, I would also be able to exchange it for some essence blood. When Morong Xian heard this, he rubbed his chin with his hand and laughed. When the others heard this, their expressions changed slightly. Qi Yang revealed a thoughtful expression and did not express any opinion. Of course. However, I must personally inspect your sect's disciples. Nunling Yu, Ling Yu, and the others secretly communicated a few words and nodded their heads seriously. Okay, then it's settled. Morong Xian agreed without hesitation. As a result, the higher-ups of the various sects immediately brought the disciples that came out of the secret realm to the stone platform where the crystal-level experts were. Sect by sect, check your gains from the secret realm. Xianxia, our Heavenly Moon sect will go first to save some people from wasting time. Nunling Yu's gaze swept over the remaining 6 disciples of her sect and her expression relaxed as she spoke. The Heavenly Moon sect was the only sect that had more disciples than the Barbarian Ghost sect. It was no wonder that they were the #1 sect in Dexian country. Their strength was indeed the best among the other sections. As for the other sects, the fusion sect had the same number of disciples as the barbarian ghost sect, 5 people. The 9 Enlightenment sect had 4 disciples, while the Hall of Blood and the Firestorm Way each had 3 disciples that came out of the secret realm. It was no wonder that it was like this. The Hall of Blood and the Firestorm Way were both sects that focused heavily on offense, and their survival abilities were slightly weaker. On top of that, these 2 sects were the ones that lost the most disciples when the gigantic hand suddenly showed its might. As such, the number of people would naturally be at the bottom. The upper echelons of the 2 sects also had expressions of bad luck on their faces. Clearly, they were very dissatisfied with the performance of their disciples. Yes, Grandmaster. The Xianxia that Nunling Yu spoke of was impressively the woman surnamed Zhang, who was full of heroic spirit. After that, she walked a few steps to the empty space in front of Ling Yu Nun and took out a summer handkerchief wrapped into a small package from her sleeve. Then, she muttered something and lightly shook it on the ground. Pooh! Immediately, a large pile of jade boxes of different sizes and some ores appeared on the ground. However, the most eye-catching among them were the 2 large spirit eggs that had rolled to the side. Huh? What kind of demon bird's egg is this? When Nunling Yu saw the egg, she was somewhat surprised. Reporting to Grandmaster. This is the iron-feathered eagle's spiritual egg. I spent a lot of effort to get it. Zhang Xiaonyang bowed as she replied. The iron-feathered eagle is a spirit bird that has the potential to cultivate to the liquid level. You have done very well. These 2 spirit eggs will be given to you to incubate first. I will instruct the sect to do everything it can to help you cultivate them. Nunling Yu's face revealed a trace of happiness as she spoke. When the others saw this, they all had different expressions. Fellow Ling Yu, you are so fond of this disciple. Could it be that she is the disciple with the sword communication spirit body? Qi Yang's eyes narrowed as he stared at Zhang Xiaonyang a few times before suddenly asking with a smile. That's right. This child Xiaonyang does not only have the sword communication spirit body. Her talent in the path of sword cultivation is also 1 in a million. It can even be said that she is not below junior Tian Mei. It is normal for me to be fond of such a disciple. When Nunling Yu heard this, she replied indifferently. What? This means that in the future, this girl may become an existence that stands shoulder to shoulder with us. The crystal-level cultivator from the Hall of Blood was also somewhat moved. Although he also knew about the sword communication spirit body, he did not think that an existence like Nunling Yu would really value a spirit apostle disciple this much. I don't know how many hardships we have suffered to advance to the crystallization period. If we don't pass one of the trials, we may die many years ago. I can only say that this child has a sliver of hope. Ling Yu raised her eyebrows and said. That's already an impressive evaluation. It seems that your sect is really full of talents. Our sects are far inferior. Master Ling Yu clicked his tongue. You must be joking. Not to mention anything else, there are probably many disciples standing here whose natural endowments aren't inferior to Xiaonyang's. For example, the Earth Spiritual Pulse disciple from the Barbarian Ghost sect. His cultivation speed is so fast that I'm afraid we couldn't even compare to him in the past. Let's not talk about anything else, but entering the liquid level in the future is something that is almost certain. Marshal Nunling Yu seemed to casually glance at Gao Chong from the Barbarian Ghost sect. It was obvious that Gao Chong, who possessed an Earth Spiritual Pulse, had long since entered the eyes of the other sect's higher-ups. At most, Gao Chong's cultivation speed is a bit faster than normal disciples. In terms of fighting ability, how can he compare to your sect's sword cultivators of the same level? When Martial Ancestor Yen heard this, he couldn't sit still and hurriedly responded with a yawn. When Martial Nunling Yu heard this, she faintly smiled and didn't say anything. But when the other crystal-level cultivators heard this, most of them looked deeply at Gao Chong. At this time, the other Heavenly Moon sect disciples also took out their harvests one by one. The things piled up were obviously a bit less than Xiaonyang's. At this time, each sect sent out a liquid-level cultivator to count the spirit medicines in the jade boxes and convert them into spirit stones according to a certain standard. In the end, the 6 Heavenly Moon sect disciples' harvests had a value of 1,800,000 spirit stones. Just the 2 spirit eggs alone could be exchanged for more than 400,000 spirit stones. It must be known that to a sect, a liquid-level cultivator was naturally the backbone of the sect. Moreover, the lifespan of a spirit bird was far beyond that of a normal cultivator. If it was nurtured well, it could protect the sect for thousands of years. Moreover, once a spirit bird matured, its flying speed was not something a normal spirit boat could compare to. It was enough to complete many tasks that cultivators could not complete. Therefore, the spirit eggs of spirit birds had almost never appeared in the market of the kingdom of Dexian. The estimate of 400,000 spirit stones was most likely an underestimation. If it wasn't so, Xianxia would not have cooperated with Xianxia to kill these spirit birds even though she knew that the iron-feathered eagles were not easy to deal with. When the other sect disciples heard the final conversion of spirit stones and trees, many of them sucked in a breath of spirit chi. Such a large sum, even for a sect like the Heavenly Moon sect, was enough to cover 2 to 3 years of expenses. Not to mention the spirit grasses and spirit medicines here, some of which were priceless outside and could not be bought even if one wanted to. But when the crystal-level cultivators heard this number, most of them frowned slightly. Compared to the harvest from the secret realm that they had previously discovered, this amount was not enough to make them happy. Seeing this, Nunling Yu's eyes flashed and she asked Zhang Xionyang and the other disciples of Lu Ming, "What, did you not see that scarlet dragon?" Reporting to martial ancestor Ling Yu, "We do not know where that scarlet dragon is hiding. Although we specially searched for it, we did not find any trace of it." After the Heavenly Moon sect disciples looked at each other, Zhang Xionyang immediately represented the others and respectfully replied, "Forget it, since you did not find it, it means that your opportunity has not arrived. Take out everything you have. Fellows, if you are not at ease, you can use your divine sense to see if there are any other summer handkerchiefs or storage glyphs hidden on their bodies." Hearing this, although Nunling Yu was slightly disappointed, she did not show it on her face. Instead, she slowly looked at Zhang Xionyang and the other disciples again before closing her eyes and speaking slowly. Hearing this, Morong Xian and the other crystal-level cultivators did not hold back and really used their divine senses to sweep over Zhang Xionyang and the others. Afterwards, they all nodded their heads and did not say anything else. Following this, under Master Ling Yu's indication, the 4 disciples of the 9 Enlightenment sect came up to display their harvest. The spirit medicines and spirit grasses that the first 3 people brought up were obviously inferior to the Heavenly Moon sect's harvest and naturally could not be compared to Zhang Xionyang's. However, when one of the Hall of Blood's liquid-level cultivators picked up a light yellow gourd from Senior Yun's harvest with some suspicion, he pulled out the cork and lightly sniffed it. His expression immediately changed. "This is spirit wine, and it is a natural spirit wine that is not low in quality. Martial Nephew Yun, where did you get it?" the middle-aged man from the Hall of Blood hurriedly asked. When the others heard this, there was an uproar. The higher-ups of the sects that were in charge of inspecting the harvest immediately surrounded them and also inspected the spirit wine in the gourd with astonishment. Reporting to martial uncles, this disciple plundered this from the nest of a monster ape. It must have been brewed by them. The black-faced youth's expression was calm as he bowed and replied, "That's no wonder. Monster ape-type monster beasts do indeed like to brew some spirit wine to drink. This spirit wine is extremely pure. After drinking it, not only can it quickly recover Fali, it also has an inconceivable effect on the body. It is far from the normal spirit wine sold in the market outside. As for the price," the Hall of Blood's liquid-level middle-aged man said in praise. Following that, he discussed with the others in a low voice and directly gave a high price of 150,000 spirit stones. It must be known that this spirit wine could instantly recover a large amount of Fali. Even for a liquid-level cultivator, it was very useful. After all, no matter who met a strong enemy, exhausting their Fali was a very common thing. If one was not careful, it would not be strange for them to directly die. If one had this gourd of spirit wine, it would naturally be equivalent to having an extra life. Not to mention that this spirit wine had other additional effects. Therefore, a price of 150,000 spirit stones was considered fair. However, when Lu Ming, who was not far away, heard these words, he came to a sudden realization. It turned out that the person who had raided the monster ape's nest before him was this 9 enchantment sect's senior. In this way, the final harvest of the 4 9 enchantment sect disciples barely reached 1,000,000 spirit stones. This number made Master Lingyu snort, and he was obviously not very satisfied. However, after the Hall of Blood, the Firestorm Way disciples took out their harvest and counted it. Lingyu's expression eased up a bit. This was because the harvest of these two sects' disciples was not as good as the 9 enchantment sects. Among them, the Firestorm Way had the least, only obtaining 700,000 spirit stones. As for the Hall of Blood Xianxia, because he also took out an iron-feathered condor spirit egg, his harvest rose to around 900,000 spirit stones. The faces of the Hall of Blood's crystal-level cultivator and Qi Yang naturally became ugly. In this way, in the blink of an eye, only the Fusion sect and the Barbarian Ghost sect were left. Seeing this, martial ancestor Yan coughed lightly. The Barbarian Ghost sect leader immediately understood and let Lu Ming, Yonggan, and the other 4 disciples go forward. Lu Ming had already tried using his mental strength to scan the Sumer conch. He had also learned from the half-dragon monster and hid it in the flesh of his arm. However, when he really had to face the inspection of a crystal-level cultivator, he was slightly nervous. However, he did not show it on his face. He only went forward and took out his Sumer handkerchief and shook it slightly. A large pile of items that were clearly much more than what Yonggan and the others had immediately appeared on the ground. This caused the Barbarian Ghost sect leader to let out a soft ha sound. Even martial ancestor Yen could not help but look at Lu Ming. The amount of resources that he took out was only second to Lu Ming's. Moreover, on top of the pile of items, there was also a light yellow gourd. As for the others, their harvests were clearly much less than the 2 of them. Seeing this, Gao Chong naturally felt very depressed. If it were not for the fact that he, Feng Chan, and the others could not defeat the lion-tiger beast and wasted so many days, how could his harvest be this little? One of the higher-ups of the Hall of Blood who had already experienced this immediately went forward to inspect the contents of the light yellow gourd on Yonggan's side. He then said with a trace of surprise, "This is also a gourd of spirit wine, and its quality is exactly the same as the gourd from earlier. It should be from the same place. Senior, this spirit wine was indeed found by me and Brother Yun in the nest of those monster apes, and we each took half." Yonggan replied respectfully. "And, if that's the case. In that case, there was no need to appraise the spirit wine. It was worth 150,000 spirit stones. Does anyone else have any opinion?" The condensation period cultivator asked the others after thinking for a while. The others naturally nodded in agreement. Next, the group of people began to inspect the piles of resources on the ground. Because there weren't many resources, Gao Chong and the other 2's harvests were checked. They didn't even amount to 200,000 spirit stones. It couldn't even compare to the harvests of the normal disciples of the other sect. But what was surprising was that the water yuan lotus that Callan had obtained from killing the 3 demonic beasts at the center of the secret realm did not appear among these items. It was unknown whether she had directly swallowed it and eaten it, or if she had some other way of storing it. 350,000 spirit stones. 380,000 spirit stones. Yonggan and Lu Ming's harvests were also converted into spirit stones and counted. The result was that Lu Ming had 30,000 more spirit stones than Yonggan, who had a gourd of spirit wine. This result clearly stunned the Barbarian Ghost sect leader and the others. With this, although the harvests of the 5 Barbarian Ghost sect disciples were far from the Heavenly Moon sect, they were still above the 9 enchantment sect. It was no wonder that this was the case. The items in the dozen or so jade boxes that Lu Ming had obtained from the half-dragon monster were all extremely rare and precious spirit items. Even though a single item was far from being able to compare to the gourd of spirit wine, if 7 or 8 of them were added together, it would be a level higher than the spirit wine. Spirit Master Zhang, who participated in the count, went up to inspect Lu Ming's harvest again. Finally, he had a trace of excitement and nodded to the Barbarian Ghost sect leader, indicating that his calculations were correct. Seeing this, the Barbarian Ghost sect leader was naturally overjoyed. Martial ancestor Yan heard this and asked the Barbarian Ghost sect leader with a smile, "What is this child's name and who is his master?" "His performance in the secret realm this time was not bad. When we return, we must reward him." Reporting to Martial Uncle, "This child is called Bai Tsung Tian and is the new disciple of 9 Infant Mountains Junior Zhong. This child's performance this time was beyond Martial Nephew's expectations. When we return, the sect will definitely reward him generously. Seeing that even his own martial ancestor was interested in Lu Ming, the barbarian ghost sect leader hurriedly followed his tone and replied. At the same time, he quickly decided that when he returned, he would instruct Gao Chong to not get entangled with the outer sect disciple called Mu Ming Zhu anymore. At worst, he would just exchange for another human cauldron. Martial ancestor Yan heard this and nodded his head in satisfaction, not saying anything more. As for Gao Chong, when he heard the number of Lu Ming's harvests, his face turned slightly green. He was very clear in his heart that although he was doted on by the barbarian ghost sect leader, with the contributions that Lu Ming had made, his plan of relying on the sect's power to force Lu Ming would most likely be impossible to realize. Of course, if he could advance to Spirit Master, everything would naturally be different. After thinking this way, Gao Chong immediately made the decision to go back and think of all possible ways to advance to Spirit Master before anything else. At this time, martial ancestor Yan, as usual, had the other crystal-level experts use their divine senses to scan the bodies of Lu Ming and the other disciples to see if they had hidden anything. Although Lu Ming had a few single-use storage glyphs on him, he had naturally taken them out earlier and let the others check that they were empty. But even so, when the suffocating divine senses swept over his body, he couldn't help but feel his heartbeat quicken a few times. It was a good thing that these crystal-level divine senses carried a huge spiritual pressure, so the other disciples didn't perform too well. If he was really the same as usual, it would instead seem a bit abnormal. When all the divine senses were withdrawn and the other crystal-level experts didn't display any abnormalities, Lu Ming finally felt at ease. Since our sect's disciples didn't obtain that scarlet dragon. Fellow Morong, did your fusion sect's disciples really not see it? The crystal-level expert from the Hall of Blood couldn't help but ask Morong Xian. Humph, your sect's disciples didn't see that scarlet dragon, but my sect's disciples must see it? Or does fellow Xueling think that my sect's disciples will lie to me? Morong Xian heard this and rolled his eyes as he spoke. Hee, why are you two quarreling? Won't we all know the result in a while? Brother Morong, why don't you let your sect's disciples take out their harvests? Qi Yan laughed and tried to smooth things over. The rest of you, take out your harvests as well. Don't leave anything behind to avoid any misunderstandings. Morong Xian's face was gloomy, but he still turned his head and shouted at the fusion sect's disciples. When the 5 fusion sect disciples heard this, they naturally responded respectfully. They took a few steps forward and each took out their summer handkerchiefs. After the time it took to eat a meal, Ling Yu, Qi Yang, and the others all had ugly expressions. The fusion sect's disciples also had harvests as large as 1,000,000 spirit stones, but there wasn't even a trace of the scarlet dragon. Ever since the disciples of the various sects came out of the secret realm, these crystal-level experts had noticed that none of the disciples did anything to hide their harvests. After all, the cavern was only this big. Any crystal-level expert's divine sense was enough to cover every inch of the cavern. With the scarlet dragon's unique aura, even if a scale was taken out of the Sumeru space, it wouldn't be able to hide from them. Cough, it seems that our sect's luck isn't good. No one actually encountered that scarlet dragon. This is truly a miscalculation. Master Lingyu sighed as he spoke. It might not necessarily be that no one encountered it. I'm just afraid that if we encountered the dragon's disciples, we might end up in its hands instead. Morong Xian coldly laughed as he spoke. What's the point of saying this now? Since no one obtained that scarlet dragon, this actually saves us some trouble. This means that our opportunity has not arrived. Martial Ant Lingyu said expressionlessly. The others could only remain silent. That's right, the ranking for this trial has been released. Does anyone else have any objections? Martial Ancestor Yan's eyes flashed a few times as he slowly asked. It seems that Brother Yan is very satisfied with your sect's ranking for this trial. Since we have already said that this trial will be decided by the harvests, there is naturally no reason to go back on our words. What do the other fellows think? Martial Ant Lingyu laughed and asked the others. To this Martial Ant Lingyu, the Hall of Blood strength had developed extremely quickly in recent years and was already a threat to the Heavenly Moon sect. Naturally, she was happy to suppress them. Anyways, the trial only determines the rankings for these few years. Next time, our Hall of Blood will definitely take back our original ranking. Although Xueling's expression was gloomy, he clearly acknowledged the results. Since the Hall of Blood, a sect second only to the Heavenly Moon sect, did not have any intention of breaking their promise, Master Lingyu and the others naturally would not go back on their word. Thus, Martial Ant Lingyu immediately announced that the trial's results were valid. As for the future changes in the control of resources that would be brought about by the change in rankings, it was naturally not something that the crystal-level experts had to worry about. Naturally, the higher-ups of the various sects would find another time to discuss in detail. Half a day later, the sound of air breaking rang out from within the suppressing dragon lake. A large bone boat rose into the air and carried Lu Ming and the others towards the barbarian ghost sect. Half a month later, the entire barbarian ghost sect was in an uproar. Almost all of the disciples knew that a disciple from the sect had revealed his talent in this time's life and death trial and had actually obtained the second ranking. All of the disciples who participated in the trial became known to everyone in the sect. However, the person that was discussed the most was not Yonggan, the eldest senior of the sect, but rather Lu Ming, the newly emerged core disciple. After all, the news of the life and death trials in the secret realm had already spread. As a new disciple of the top 10 disciples, Lu Ming's gains in the secret realm were even greater than Yonggan's. This naturally attracted countless envious gazes. However, when Lu Ming returned to the Nine Infants Mountain with the barbarian ghost sect leader, other than going to see Gui Ru Quan and the other two once, he immediately returned to his residence and did not come out. This naturally caused many people who wanted to build a relationship with him or had other ideas to be greatly disappointed. Currently, Lu Ming was sitting cross-legged in the room. His two hands were constantly forming hand signs as he quickly refined a silver chain that coiled around his arm. At the same time, black gas rolled around his body and one could faintly see black tentacles dancing around. After an unknown amount of time, he let out a long breath and released his hand sign. The black gas on his body was sucked back into his body. Then, he patted the silver chain and layers of inscriptions immediately appeared in the air. There were impressively 17 inscriptions. Seeing this, Lu Ming could not help but smile. Although this demon-subduing chain was only a middle-tier totem, the inscriptions on it were clearly different from the other totems he had seen before. It was almost several times more complex and mysterious. Furthermore, the entire chain was incomparably tough. Even if he used the Cyan Moon sword to cut it, it would not leave a single mark. Furthermore, there were faint traces of strange coldness emitted from the chain. It seemed that this item was definitely not as simple as a middle-tier totem. Otherwise, how could it control the flying head? When Lu Ming thought about the matter of the demon, his expression slightly changed. Once he returned to the sect, he naturally went to the Secret Techniques Pavilion on the mountain and specially found some books related to demons to study them again. After he finished reading, he finally understood how lucky he was to be able to subdue the flying head that day. In the history of the Nine Infants faction, there were people who tried to subdue the flying head at the Spirit Apostle stage. However, they all ended up having their blood sucked dry and died. Back then, Shi Chuan was only able to forcefully control this demon because he relied on Gui Ru Quan and the others to help him suppress it. In addition, he had the demon-subduing chain, which had a special restraining effect on demons. In essence, it could not be considered as truly subduing the flying head. According to the records in the ancient books, the so-called devils were actually extremely evil creatures born from negative energy such as filthy qi. They were originally invisible and had no body, somewhat similar to evil spirits and demon souls. However, through various means such as devouring each other, they gradually became stronger and had a body. And because the growth of the demons was uncertain, they naturally had all sorts of strange appearances, with all sorts of shapes and sizes. However, some types of demons were still relatively common and often appeared in front of people. That was why they were given names and were divided into 9 ranks according to the cultivator's strength. A Tier 1 demon was about as strong as a beginner spirit apostle. Second-tier demons had the strength of a middle spirit apostle. A third-grade demon would have the strength of a peak late spirit apostle. A fourth-grade demon would have the strength of the early stage of the condensation period. Fifth-grade eyebrows were equivalent to the strength of a liquid middle stage alchemist. In this way, when it came to a Tier 9 demon, it could fight with a crystal-level alchemist at the peak and not be at a disadvantage. Of course, after the strength of these demons greatly increased, they could still advance to a higher rank. However, at that time, their forms and names would naturally be different. And according to the description in the ancient books, the Flying Head was a Tier 4 demon, while the most powerful Jiaoying in the barbarian ghost sect was a Tier 7 demon. And the Jiaoying had actually evolved from the Flying Head. When Lu Ming saw these records in the ancient books, he was naturally shocked and confused. Although the Flying Head had performed very well in the secret realm, it did not have the strength of a liquid-level alchemist no matter how he looked at it. And between the Flying Head and the Jiaoying, there was a gap of 2 whole ranks. The former could actually evolve into such a terrifying existence like the latter. However, all of this was naturally not something he could figure out before he cultivated the relevant secret method and could completely communicate with the Flying Head. And naturally, he would not be stupid enough to directly ask Gui Ruchuan and the others about this kind of question. Otherwise, once they knew that the Flying Head and the demon subduing beasts had fallen into his hands, they would most likely demand them back. And to him, these 2 items were good items that could greatly increase his strength. Strong strength was the fundamental guarantee for a peaceful life. Naturally, he would not want to return them. When Lu Ming thought of this, he could not help but think back to the situation where he was summoned by Gui Ruchuan and the others. When the 3 of them knew that Shichuan was unable to walk out of the secret realm and that Lu Ming had shown in the life and death trials, even surpassing Yang Gan in the end, the expressions on their faces were abnormally complicated. However, on the whole, they were naturally happy. After all, with Lu Ming's performance this time, it was enough to let the Jiaoying side walk out of the bottom of the sect. The 3 of them said a few words of encouragement to Lu Ming and rewarded him with a few pills on the spot. They also hinted that they would help him get back the 10th of the rewards from the sect, so that he did not need to worry about this matter. When they were in the cave at the entrance of the secret realm, the resources that the disciples handed over, along with the Sumeru handkerchief, were all taken away by the barbarian ghost sect leader. As for the 10th of the rewards and other things, they naturally had to return to the sect for a discussion before giving them out. Hearing this, Lu Ming naturally thanked them profusely. However, he did find a few secret techniques that could communicate with demons. However, most of these techniques could only be learned by Gui Ruchuan and the others personally. Therefore, he could only turn his attention to a secret technique called demonic heart method. This secret technique could be considered a technique that could communicate with demons and could barely be considered a type of mental secret technique. After using it, not only could it communicate with demons, it could also protect one's mind to a certain extent, allowing one to avoid a certain degree of mental secret technique attacks. This kind of secret technique that was perfect for both sides was something that normal people naturally did not have the qualifications to learn. Thus, they could only spend a certain amount of contribution points in the scripture pavilion to learn the cultivation method. Currently, he had no contribution points on him, so he naturally put this matter aside for now. In the next few days, he could only wait for the sect's reward to arrive while he was busy refining the demon-subduing chain. For normal spirit apostles, because they were not spirit masters, they were unable to condense their consciousness and could only control one totem at a time. However, for Lu Ming, because he had the talent of multitasking, he could control 2 totem at the same time effortlessly. In this way, when he faced an enemy, he could control the Cyan Moon Sword and the demon-subduing chain at the same time. Presumably, there would be very few people below the Spirit Master level who could be his opponent. As for the Jade Shadow Needle, because the number of layers was too low, under normal circumstances, it could only be used as a trump card. When facing an enemy, its effect would not be too great. Just as Lu Ming was thinking, a pleasant female voice came from outside the room. "Junior Bai, are you there? Master Gui is summoning you up the mountain. It seems that the sect's reward has arrived." Lu Ming felt that the voice was somewhat familiar. After thinking for a while, he came to a sudden realization and hurriedly opened his mouth to reply, "Is that Senior Gu outside? I'll come out now." As soon as he finished speaking, his arm shook and the silver chain that was wrapped around it immediately shot out like a snake and disappeared into his sleeves. At this time, he stood up and pushed open the door to walk out. Outside the courtyard stood a beautiful and voluptuous girl. It was Gume Shan, the girl who attracted a lot of attention in the 9 infant faction. "Junior Bai, I haven't congratulated you yet." Haha, Junior has done a great service for the sect and our 9-infant faction. Your future will definitely be limitless. Who knows, Master Gue might even directly promote you to the eldest senior of our faction. Once the girl saw Lu Ming walk out, she immediately giggled and spoke. Her attitude was actually quite intimate. Lu Ming was slightly startled at first, but immediately reacted with a smile and politely replied, "Senior, you must be joking. This time I was only able to make a small contribution by luck. How could I be compared to the other seniors? Junior brother Bai, what you're saying isn't very sincere. You're so young, yet you treat people like an old man in his 70s or 80s. This is a little too boring." Hearing what was said, Gumei Shan blinked her eyes and had a somewhat disapproving look on her face. After Lu Ming smiled, he didn't say anything else. Gumei Shan had no other choice but to glare at Lu Ming before taking the lead and flying towards the peak of the mountain. Lu Ming formed a hand sign and followed closely behind her. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, he appeared in the main hall of the 9-infant mountain. In that hall, other than Gue Ruquan, Martial Ant Zhong, and Zhu Qi, the spirit poison faction's Taoist priest Zhong was also sitting there. This disciple pays his respects to master and martial uncles. Lu Ming first bowed towards Martial Ant Zhong before bowing towards the others. From today onwards, you may rise. This time, we called you up because your rewards have already been distributed. Furthermore, it was personally delivered by Martial Uncle Zhong. Martial Ant Zhong's gaze towards Lu Ming was extremely amiable. This was not surprising. Not long ago, she had accepted Lu Ming as a direct disciple. Now, he had already made such a great contribution to the sect and the 9-infant faction, causing her to gain a lot of face. Martial Ant Zhong's heart was incomparably satisfied. She also unconsciously felt a bit of affection towards Lu Ming. This time, our sect's disciples who participated in the Secret Realm trials have gained a lot of face for our barbarian ghost sect. I'm sure that the sect leader and the others won't be too stingy with their rewards. Gue Ruquan said to the middle-aged Taoist priest with a smile. Senior Gue must be joking. Martial Nephew Bai is a disciple that Martial Uncle Yen specifically mentioned to reward. How could the sect leader not reward him generously? Don't worry, according to what I know, Martial Nephew Bai's reward is probably not inferior to Martial Nephew Yang's. The middle-aged Taoist priest replied seriously. If that's the case, I will first thank the sect leader on behalf of Tsong Tian. When Martial Ant Zhong heard this, her face revealed a bit of happiness. Hee, it won't be too late to say thank you words after Martial Nephew Bai has seen the rewards. The middle-aged Taoist priest laughed as he spoke. With a flip of his hand, the middle-aged spirit master took out 2 palm-sized jade boxes and handed them over to Lu Ming with a smile. After Lu Ming expressed his thanks, he received the jade boxes with some anticipation and opened them on the spot. One of the jade boxes contained a jade bottle that was as black as ink. The other jade box contained a light silver token with the word spirit engraved on it. This is... Lu Ming couldn't help but reveal a puzzled expression. After Gue Ruquan saw this, he smiled slightly and began to explain. Martial Nephew Bai, these 2 items are necessary for you to break through to the Spirit Master realm in the future. If you want to use contribution points to exchange for them, you can forget about it unless you have at least 10,000 contribution points. This black jade bottle contains pure aura chi. If you want to condense aura into cultivation chi, cultivate your own cultivation chi to protect your body and advance to Spirit Master. This item is indispensable. As for the other token, it is a token to enter the sect's spirit pool. Since it is a silver token, it means that you can enter for a month. So that's how it is. Thank you, Martial Uncle Zhong. Lu Ming was overjoyed when he heard this and carefully put away the 2 items. Junior Zhong, these items are all rewards for participating in the life and death trials. They don't really match the generous rewards you speak of. Zhu Qi interrupted with a smile. Junior Zhu, don't be anxious. Other than these items, there are naturally other rewards. Martial Nephew Bai, as an additional reward, the sect will also give you 3,000 contribution points and a chance to enter the Ancestral Hall to comprehend the Walls of Shadows for 1 night. The middle-aged spirit master said calmly. What? A chance to comprehend the Walls of Shadows for 1 night. This time, Gue Ruquan and the other 2 were shocked. Among them, Marshal Ant Zhong cried out involuntarily. Senior Gui, you also know that the walls of shadows left behind by the 16 martial ancestor doesn't have much energy left. If it weren't for Marshal Nephew Bai and Marshal Nephew Yang's great contributions in this large competition, Marshal Uncle Yen definitely wouldn't agree to Sect Leader Senior's request for 2 chances. Spirit Master Zhang said with a hint of envy. By the side, Lu Ming was completely baffled by what he heard. He completely did not know what this so-called walls of shadows was. However, since Marshal Ant Zhong did not mention the first 3,000 contribution points, it was clear that the value of the latter far surpassed the former. Looks like this time, the sect leader has really heavily rewarded the 2 of them. The walls of shadows had always been personally managed by Marshal Uncle Yen. According to the rules, only when a disciple advanced to a spirit master could an exception be made to go and comprehend it for a night. With regards to the walls of shadows, when Junior returns, you should personally tell Marshal Nephew Bai about it. Don't waste this opportunity. After the shocked expression on Gui Ruchuan's face disappeared, he spoke to Marshal Ant Zhong with a serious expression. That is only natural. I will naturally explain the matter regarding the walls of shadows to him in detail. Song Tian, come to my place tonight, I have other things to say to you. Now take out your identity card and let Marshal Uncle Zhong transfer 3,000 contribution points to you. Marshal Ant Zhong nodded with a serious expression and instructed Lu Ming. Hearing this, Lu Ming nodded his head repeatedly. He took off his identity card from his neck and handed it over to Marshal Uncle Zhong. The middle-aged Taoist priest took out a short golden stick from his bosom and tapped it a few times on the plate before returning it to Lu Ming. He said, the things in front are all rewards from the sect to you. The combined reward from the life and death trials is 1/10 of the resources you brought out from the secret realm. Now, the sect will give you 2 choices. One is that no matter what kind of spirit item you bring out from the secret realm, we will leave behind 1/10 of it. If there are some items that cannot be separated, they will be converted into spirit stones of equivalent value. The other choice is to completely convert these resources into spirit stones and give them to you. Moreover, the price will be around 10% higher than the current market price. My personal suggestion is to advise Marshal Nephew Bai to choose the latter. After all, the spirit medicines and ores in the secret realm are mostly things that the sect urgently needs. Only with the power of the sect can they be used to their full potential. Secondly, if these spirit items are left in your hands, it may attract some unexpected trouble. Humph, don't tell me that there are people within the sect who have designs on my disciple? Marshal Ant Zhong coldly snorted when she heard this. That's not necessarily the case. However, if it's someone outside the sect, it's hard to say. In addition, Marshal Nephew Yang and a few others will also choose spirit stones. If it's only Marshal Nephew Bai who chooses spirit medicines, I'm afraid it won't be too good. The middle-aged spirit master bitterly laughed as he replied. Forget it, since Marshal Brother Zhang has already said so, then let Marshal Nephew Bai also choose spirit stones. Gui Ru Quan slightly creased his eyebrows and said the same thing. Since Marshal Brother has said so, I have no objections. Song Tian, what do you think? Marshal Ant Zhong sighed and asked Lu Ming. This disciple will naturally listen to Master's instructions. Lu Ming replied without the slightest bit of hesitation. Very good. Here are the 42,000 spirit stones that have been exchanged. Marshal Nephew Bai, please count them. Hearing this, the middle-aged spirit master's expression relaxed and he took out a cloth bag from his bosom and threw it over. Lu Ming raised his hand and caught the bag. After opening it, he saw that among the 20 middle-tier spirit stones, there were 4 milky white spirit stones that were like warm jade. Their surfaces were incomparably smooth and they emitted an astonishing amount of spirit chi that far surpassed middle-tier spirit stones. These are high-tier spirit stones. This was the first time that Lu Ming had seen spirit stones of this level. His eyes couldn't help but light up, and after looking at them a few more times, he also put away the cloth bag. Good, this matter has been settled. I will take my leave first. At this time, the middle-aged spirit master stood up with a smile on his face and said his goodbyes. Gui Ru Quan and the other 2 naturally stood up to send him off. However, when they turned back, Lu Ming also tactfully said his goodbyes. When Lu Ming's figure disappeared from the large door, Zhu Qi withdrew his gaze and suddenly sighed. What a pity. If we could use spirit stones to exchange for Marshal Nephew Bai's spirit medicines, we could have used our own spirit stones. Why would we have to hand them over to the sect? I have seen the spirit medicines that Marshal Nephew Bai brought out from the secret realm. Among them, there are quite a few that are very useful to us. Even if it is only a tenth, we might have the opportunity to use them to break through our current bottleneck. Forget it, the spirit medicines that Marshal Nephew Bai brought out this time are indeed very rare. Martial Ancestor Yan and the sect leader will not allow them to secretly flow into the sub-factions. However, on the other hand, if the sect really digests this batch of resources, we might have the opportunity to obtain some benefits from it. Hearing this, Guiru Quan shook his head and said, I hope so. However, this time, because of Marshal Nephew Bai's performance, our 9-infant faction can be ranked in the top 5 of the sub-factions. This way, in the next few years, the resources that our 9-infant faction will receive from the sect will at least double that of before. We can also let out a big sigh of relief. It is a pity that Marshal Nephew sure did not walk out of the secret realm. Otherwise, our faction's ranking might have improved. Zhu Qi suddenly mentioned Sichuan again. Since he participated in the life and death trials, it is extremely normal for people to die. This can only be said that Sichuan's luck was not good enough. However, this time, he also lost the flying head. This is a bit of a pity for Junior Zhong. This flying head was originally planned to give it to Junior Zhong to use after it recovered its strength. Hearing this, Guiru Quan's face became a bit gloomy, but he spoke to Marshal Aunt Zhong with a bit of apology. It's fine. This flying head was heavily injured in the past. In addition, it has been sealed for so many years. Its strength has long fallen below the liquid level. If we wait for it to recover on its own, who knows how long it will take. Otherwise, we would not dare to take the risk and give it to Marshal Nephew Sure to use. Marshal Aunt Zhong said indifferently. No matter how much this flying head's strength has fallen, it is still a 4th-grade demon. Furthermore, it has the potential to advance to become a 9-infant. How could it be as easy as you say it is? How about this, when we get back, Junior Zhu and I will try to remove the seal on the ho-ho. Although its strength is slightly inferior to the flying head, it is still a 4th-grade demon. However, to remove the seal, I'm afraid that it will take a bit of time. Also, when subduing it, Junior will have to take quite a bit of risk. Guiru Quan hesitated for a moment before speaking to Marshal Aunt Zhong. What, Senior is willing to give this demon to me? Hearing this, Marshal Aunt Zhong's spirit was roused. This is not a question of whether or not I am willing. Now that our faction has walked out of the valley with great difficulty, the 3 of us, as seniors, must quickly increase our strength. Only then can we truly maintain our current ranking. In our sect, the only person who has the ability to control a 4th-grade demon, other than me, is you, Junior. The reason why I wasn't willing to give this ho-ho to you before was because I was afraid that your cultivation was not high enough and you would be harmed instead. Guiru Quan explained with a bitter smile. Senior, don't worry. With my current strength, although I can't say that I am 100% certain of subduing the ho-ho, I am at least 70% certain. Marshal Aunt Zhong replied with a light smile. Junior's confidence is naturally the best thing. Alright, regarding Marshal Nephew Bai's matter, Junior has to take care of it. Although we are not optimistic about his potential to become a spirit master, after all, he has done a great service for our sect and our faction. Junior should encourage him a bit more. Zhu Qi said from the side. Senior Zhu doesn't need to say this. I also know what to do. Marshal Aunt Zhong replied without thinking. At night, Lu Ming once again left his residence and returned to the top of the mountain. He directly arrived in front of a pavilion with an elegant environment. Before he could go forward and knock on the door, Marshal Aunt Zhong's faint voice came from within the pavilion. Has Song Tian arrived? Come in directly, I have already removed the restriction at the door. Yes, master. Hearing this, Lu Ming's heart trembled. After respectfully replying, he pushed open the door of the pavilion and walked in. In the hall of the first floor of the pavilion, Marshal Aunt Zhong was holding a white book in her hands as she sat on a chair. She looked like she had been waiting for a long time. Lu Ming naturally went forward and bowed before respectfully standing to the side. Very good, you have come rather early. The reason I called you here, other than to remind you about the walls of shadows, is to discuss the matter of advancing to a spirit master. We can all see that you must have obtained some other benefits in the secret realm. Your cultivation has increased by quite a bit compared to before you entered the secret realm, to the point where your Fa-Li is emitted and you are unable to control it as you wish. Marshal Ant Zhong said gently. Master is wise. I have indeed eaten a batch of spirit fruits in the secret realm and my Fa-Li has already increased to the perfection realm. However, once these spirit fruits are plucked, their effects will continuously fade and I am unable to bring them out of the secret realm. Lu Ming hastily replied. There is no need to explain this. Whatever benefits you obtain in the secret realm are all your own opportunities. As your elders, we and the sect will not question you about this. This is something that all the sects tacitly agree on. After all, when you participate in the life and death trials, the chances of you dying are extremely high. However, with your current situation, it is best to wait a bit longer and let your newly obtained Fa-Li completely stabilize before attempting to break through to the Spirit Master realm. Marshal Ant Zhong waved her hand as she spoke. Many thanks for Master's guidance. I know what to do. Lu Ming relaxed slightly and said respectfully. Alright, I will discuss the matter of breaking through to the Spirit Master realm with you in a bit. First, I will talk to you about comprehending the walls of shadows. Before this, have you ever heard of this treasure? Marshal Ant Zhong asked unhurriedly. Reporting to Master, this is the first time I have heard that the sect has such an item. Lu Ming blinked his eyes as he replied. Yes, this is also very normal. Our sect knows of the existence of the walls of shadows. Aside from us and the other elders, there should not be more than 10 people who know about it. Furthermore, everyone has been given a gag order beforehand. After I explain the matter of the walls of shadows to you in detail, you are also not allowed to tell anyone else about it. Otherwise, you will be punished by the sect's rules. Marshal Ant Zhong said with a serious expression. Yes, I understand. Hearing this, Lu Ming's heart trembled. Okay, I will first tell you about the origin of the walls of shadows. This item was originally an unknown stone in the deep sea. Later, it was fished out by the sea race and fell into the hands of the Sixteen Martial Ancestor. It was said that the ancestor had once secluded himself for several years for this object before finally figuring out the function and origin of this object. He especially found the most famous formation master of the Yunchuan continent at that time to inscribe a set of extremely mysterious restrictions on this stone. Then, he left this wall in the secret room where he usually cultivated and no longer took it out to show it to others. It wasn't until a few hundred years later, when the 16 martial ancestor's life was about to end, that he gathered all of his disciples in front of him and publicly explained his history and the true use of the walls of shadows. When Marshal Ant Zhong reached this point, her words slightly paused. The martial ancestor's origin and the use of this walls of shadows? Lu Ming revealed a puzzled expression. Correct. According to the martial ancestor, he was actually a disciple of a large sect from another continent. Only because of some special reasons did he end up in the Yunchuan continent and was unable to return to his original sect. Thus, he could only establish a new sect here. This was how our barbarian ghost sect came to be. The martial ancestor was restricted by the sect's oath and was unable to pass on his true teachings to the disciples of the sect. What he had previously passed on was only a few other small methods that he had obtained. However, the martial ancestor's time was truly approaching and he was unwilling to bury his entire life's teachings. Thus, he created this walls of shadows. The martial ancestor used the walls of shadows and a special restriction on it to leave behind a few of his secret techniques and cultivation methods. In the future, if the disciple is fated, he can comprehend a few things from this walls of shadows. Thus, the martial ancestor did not break the oath he made back then. You should now understand the value of this walls of shadows. Marshal Ant Zhong said seriously. So the martial ancestor was a person from another continent. However, Master should have comprehended this walls of shadows before. Did you gain anything? Lu Ming was shocked for a while before blurting out. According to the sect's rules, this walls of shadows can only be controlled by the person with the highest cultivation within the sect. Furthermore, according to the rules that the martial ancestor left behind, unless a disciple becomes a spirit master or makes a great contribution to the sect, no one else has the right to comprehend this wall. This is because this walls of shadows is a consumable item. Every time you activate it to look at it, it will use up some kind of energy within it. When all of the energy is used up, this treasure will also collapse and disappear. After so many years, the energy within the wall will definitely not be much. As for when it will collapse, that is something that only the heavens know. Perhaps you and Yanggan will look at it and it will disappear in the next moment. That is also a very big possibility. When I advanced to become a spirit master, I did indeed look at this wall for a night. However, other than seeing a few blurry shadows flash past on the surface and feeling refreshed the next morning, I did not gain anything. When your martial uncle Zhu looked at it that year, he also had a similar result. However, after your martial uncle Gui looked at it, he had some comprehension and solved a big problem he had with his cultivation at that time. As for the other people in the sect, they all had similar results. The majority of people are like me and can only see a few indescribable shadows on the wall. A small portion of people are able to obtain a few words and solve some problems with their cultivation method or cultivation. Since the day the walls of shadows was passed down, there were only 3 or 4 people who had comprehended a complete set of cultivation methods from it. And the secret techniques and incantations they had obtained were all included in the supreme secret techniques of their respective sections. Only a few people in each generation could learn one of them. Even the so-called 3 great sect guarding secret techniques of their respective sects could not be mentioned in the same breath. Therefore, when the time comes, how much benefit you can obtain from the walls of shadows will all depend on your own luck. Martial Aunt Zhong cautiously explained to Lu Ming. Lu Ming was naturally a bit startled when he heard this. However, after thinking for a bit, he couldn't help but ask, since there are so many seniors that have looked at the walls of shadows and there are people who have gained something from it, there should be some pattern to follow. This is what I am going to give you next. After so many people have looked at it, there is no pattern to speak of, but there are a few publicly recognized methods that can increase the chances of comprehension for those who look at the walls of shadows. You should remember these methods well. First, before looking at the walls of shadows, it is best to maintain your body and mind at their best condition. If you are a bit more sincere, you can even bathe and abstain from eating for 3 days in advance. Second, Martial Aunt Zhong seriously explained to Lu Ming a few of the rumored methods that were very useful for looking at the walls of shadows. Lastly, if you really do obtain some cultivation method from the walls of shadows, there is no need to let the other people in the sect know before you have successfully cultivated it. Martial Aunt Zhong paused slightly at the end. What she said caused Lu Ming to be startled. Why is that? He asked in surprise. Because in the past, there have been many people who have experienced chi deviation when looking at the walls of shadows. Instead, they obtained specious cultivation methods and were unable to cultivate them. Therefore, no matter what comprehension you have on the walls of shadows, no one will immediately question you about it. That is, until you can prove its value and are willing to hand it over to the sect. Of course, in exchange, you can also learn another cultivation method or secret technique from the walls of shadows from the sect. Martial Aunt Zhong explained in such a manner. So that's how it is. Thank you for your guidance, Master. After hearing this, Lu Ming came to a sudden realization. Okay, the matter of the walls of shadows will end here. Now, I should talk to you about breaking through to Spirit Master. How much do you know about liquefying true yuan and condensing it into cultivation qi? Martial Aunt Zhong nodded her head and changed the topic. I have seen a bit about liquefying true yuan from a few ancient records. It seems that only when the true yuan in the spirit sea completely changes from a gaseous state to a liquid state can one's fa li increase by more than 10 times, can one become a spirit master. As for condensing aura into cultivation qi, it is a method of liquefying true yuan. Only by dissolving pure aura qi into one's true yuan can one turn the true yuan from a gaseous state into a liquid state and automatically produce cultivation qi. Cultivation qi is also the most obvious sign of a liquid-level cultivator. After thinking for a bit, Lu Ming roughly explained everything he knew. Yes, although you didn't say much, it was very incisive. It can be seen that you put in a lot of effort beforehand. However, Do you know what pure aura qi is and how many types it can be divided into? After hearing what was said, Martial Aunt Zhong's face revealed a trace of a smile as she spoke. This? I really don't know. Lu Ming hesitated for a bit before replying honestly. Pure aura qi should actually be called earth aura qi. It is originally a special kind of aura qi that is born from the ground and has many inconceivable special effects. It can also be divided into hundreds and thousands of different types. Dissolving true yuan and compressing Fa Li is only the general effect of all pure aura qi. Therefore, if the pure aura qi that is dissolved is different, the cultivation qi that is formed will also be different and will have completely different effects. After some cultivation qi is formed, its defensive power is much stronger than normal cultivation qi. Some cultivation qi has the effect of corroding other cultivation qi from the day it is formed. There are also some cultivation qi that has a huge amplification effect on certain types of spells. According to what I know, there is even a type of heaven-defying cultivation qi that can slowly and automatically purify Fa Li. It has the inconceivable effect of assisting in cultivation. Martial Aunt Zhong explained seriously. Lu Ming was naturally dumbstruck after hearing this. Although there are many types of pure aura qi, the amount of pure aura qi that can be found in this world is extremely small. Also, once it is used up, it will take at least 1,000 years for new pure aura qi to be formed. Moreover, the pure aura qi that has a strong effect after being condensed into cultivation qi is naturally even rarer. The places that can give birth to pure aura qi are usually called aura pits. When our sect selects a mountain sect, most of them will be directly built on top of some aura pits. This is the only way to ensure the long-term prosperity of the sect. Martial Aunt Zhong explained. If that's the case, then our barbarian ghost sect also has an aura pit. Then the pure aura qi that Martial Uncle Zhang gave us during the day was. When Lu Ming heard this, he suddenly understood. That's right. It is because there is an extremely large aura pit here that our barbarian ghost sect chose to establish our sect here. The pure aura qi that the sect previously rewarded you with was also taken from this aura pit. However, this pure aura qi is the most common type of Yinwu pure aura qi. The symbol qi that is formed after it is condensed is only slightly thicker and can be used to injure the enemy with a bit of cold energy. Other than that, it does not have much effect. Even so, after so many years, the amount of pure aura qi that is produced in our sect's aura pit will not be too much. Therefore, when a disciple reaches the peak spirit apostle realm, unless their talent is exceptional, their branch can directly request for a portion of pure aura qi from the sect. Other people can only use a large amount of contribution points to exchange for their own pure aura qi. Only then can they obtain a chance to break through to the Spirit Master realm. This is also because the life and death trials are extremely dangerous. That's why the sect directly gave you the pure aura qi as a reward. Martial Aunt Zhong replied with a slight smile. After Master's explanation, I finally understand. This means that if I were to find other types of pure aura qi outside, I would be able to condense a better symbol qi. Lu Ming's thoughts quickly turned as he asked. Of course that is possible. However, this hope is very slim. Do you know how many spirit stones a portion of Yinwu pure aura qi can be sold for outside? Martial Aunt Zhong first nodded her head but then shook it. I hope Master can give me some pointers. Lu Ming was startled as he asked. It requires 30,000 spirit stones and under normal circumstances, it is impossible to buy. As for the slightly better pure aura qi, the price would increase by a few times. This is a very normal thing. After all, there are too many cultivators that need pure aura qi. Furthermore, if one fails to break through to the Spirit Master realm, they will need to find another portion of pure aura qi. In addition, when trying to break through to Spirit Master, if one could absorb 1 or 2 portions of pure aura qi, the success rate would increase slightly. Thus, it is easy to imagine the power of this item. Martial Aunt Zhong explained. 30,000 spirit stones. Lu Ming didn't pay attention to the rest of the price at all. His face was already full of a bitter smile. In this way, the spirit stones he obtained from the life and death smelting trials that he risked his life to obtain were just enough to buy another portion of Yinwu true baleful qi. With his current talent, he probably wouldn't believe it if he said that he could definitely break through to the Spirit Master realm in one try. This price is already very cheap. After all, who knew how many loose cultivators and older disciples of various sects were willing to risk their lives for a chance to become a spirit master? Alright, I'll stop talking about the pure aura chi here. Next, I'll tell you a few other things that you need to pay attention to when breaking through to the spirit master realm. First of all, cultivators under the age of 30 had the highest success rate in breaking through to the spirit master realm. If you exceed this age limit, it can't be said that you won't be able to break through to the spirit master realm. However, your spirit chi, meridians, and other aspects of your body will be completely different from before. The possibility of success will indeed drop to an extremely low level. In addition, whether or not you can liquefy your true chi is greatly related to the purity of your fa li. After all, if your fa li is pure to a certain degree, it will naturally be much easier for your true chi to liquefy the pure aura chi compared to others. This is also why your martial uncle Gue and I tried our best to not let you use pills that increase fa li and instead let you cultivate your fa li step by step. Apart from some special spirit medicines and spirit fruits that are formed from the essence of heaven and earth, directly consuming them will increase your fa li to an extremely pure level. However, if you consume too many pills or the flesh of monsters, it will greatly hinder your ability to break through bottlenecks in the future. When the time comes, it will be too late for regrets. After all, if you spend more than half of your time purifying your fa li, the amount of time you spend will easily exceed the age limit of 30. Martial Aunt Zhong said to him with a deep meaning. When Lu Ming heard this, his face couldn't help but reveal a trace of awkwardness. It was obvious that his master still believed that the reason why he was able to cultivate so quickly was because he had previously consumed some pills that increased his fa li. In addition, even if you don't become a spirit master before the age of 30, you don't need to be too depressed. You only need to imagine that our sect has thousands of spirit apostles, but there are only 30 or so spirit masters. From this, you can see how difficult it is to advance. It is practically 1 in 100. Even if it is a genius disciple like Yang Qian and Gao Chong, I'm afraid that no one can say for sure that they will become a spirit master. It is just that their chances are much higher than others. In the history of our sect, there have been some genius disciples that were looked upon favorably by the elders of the sect, but were never able to advance to the liquid level and could only spend the rest of their lives as spirit apostles. In the past, our sect even had a crystal level senior. He only had the opportunity to break through to the liquid level at the age of 30. From then on, his cultivation rose rapidly until he finally became a senior like martial ancestor Yan. Martial Aunt Zhong comforted Lu Ming with a few words. Many thanks for master's words. I will definitely keep them in mind. Lu Ming replied respectfully. Very good. In addition, if you want to break through to the liquid level, other than the two most important conditions, there are a few other aspects that you cannot ignore. For example, when breaking through to the spirit master level, you absolutely cannot be disturbed. At the same time, the thicker the yuan qi of heaven and earth, the better. Martial Aunt Zhong nodded her head and explained in detail to Lu Ming a few other things that he needed to pay attention to. Lu Ming naturally memorized each and every one of them in his heart. An hour later, Martial Aunt Zhong finally told Lu Ming everything that needed to be said before letting him leave. On the morning of the second day, Lu Ming left his residence and went to the scripture pavilion. He used his newly obtained 1,000 contribution points to exchange for the demonic heart method. Afterwards, he went to the gray market and bought a bag of average quality to store demon creatures from a disciple. This bag naturally could not compare to the cultivating soul bag, but it was still better than letting the flying head and the white bone scorpion squeeze together every day. In the following month, Lu Ming did not go anywhere else and focused on cultivating the new method. After all, the situation when he subdued the flying head was too strange. Every day that he did not understand the reason behind it was another day that he could not be at ease. Although the demonic heart method required a high amount of contribution points, cultivating it was extremely simple. In a short amount of time, Lu Ming had quite a bit of success in cultivating it. According to what was mentioned above, it was enough for him to communicate with the demon's mind. Thus, on the morning of this day, after he had rested his spirit, he patted the newly purchased leather bag with one hand. Immediately, a cloud of black gas came out of the bag and rolled out, condensing into the flying head. The flying head originally had a fierce expression on its face, but when its eyes turned and saw Lu Ming, it immediately became incomparably docile. With a move, it obediently flew in front of Lu Ming and lay on the ground motionlessly. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly and without saying anything, he quickly formed a hand sign with his two hands. Immediately, black gas rolled out of his body and at the same time, hand signs shot out from his fingers, disappearing into the man's head with a flash. At this time, Lu Ming's 5 fingers separated and, with a blur of the black gas, pressed onto the top of the flying head's head. He then slowly closed his eyes. In the next moment, the blood-colored glyph on the flying head's forehead began to flash wildly and its eyes became vacant. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes. Only then did he remove his palm from the top of the flying head's head. What's going on? What do you mean by seeing another powerful master in the master's body? Lu Ming muttered as he stared at the flying head, but his face was full of bewilderment. The technique he had just cast should have been very successful, but the result of communicating with the demon's mind, other than feeling that the demon was full of reverence for him, he only received this half-understood reply. Lu Ming furrowed his brows and thought for a moment. He was a little unwilling to give up and cast the technique again to communicate with the flying head's mind. However, this time, he only received the same answer. Fortunately, after casting the technique twice, he completely understood why the flying head, a 4th-grade demon, only had this little bit of cultivation. This demon had actually been heavily injured in the past and had been sealed ever since. It had only recently regained its freedom, which was why it had become so weak. However, as a result, Lu Ming was overjoyed. In this way, as long as this demon could recover its previous strength, he would immediately have an additional liquid-level helper. However, it was a pity that during the communication just now, he did not receive a specific method to recover from the demon's injuries. From what it said, it seemed that other than sleeping for a long time to slightly improve injuries, there were a few other strange terms that he had never heard of before, let alone the question of how to help. It seemed that this matter could only be discussed in the future when there was a chance. Thinking like this, Lu Ming formed a sign with one hand and pointed at the flying head. With a ping sound, the demon turned into a black gas and disappeared into the leather bag. In the remaining time, Lu Ming thought hard about the meaning of the flying head's message. However, it was a pity that this matter had no head or tail. After thinking hard for a period of time without any results, he could only put it to the back of his mind with a bitter smile. Then, after thinking a little more, he took out a silver plate and a black porcelain bottle from his sleeve. These 2 items were naturally the token that allowed him to enter the sect's spirit pool and the Inwu pure aura qi that was bestowed upon him. Lu Ming played with these 2 items in his hand and sank into deep thought. According to his original plan, as long as his cultivation reached the perfection realm, he would naturally immediately attempt to break through to the Spirit Master realm. After all, the earlier he could become a Spirit Master, the earlier he could truly establish himself in the cultivation world. However, after hearing Marshal Antjong's words, Lu Ming could not help but hesitate. He was very clear that even though his Fali was purer than the average disciple, with his 3 spiritual pulse talent and the dark bone method of unknown origin, his chances of breaking through to Spirit Master would not be high. According to what his master had said at the end, one of the things he had to pay attention to when breaking through to Spirit Master was that every time he failed to break through a bottleneck, his spirit sea would be greatly damaged. Even if he had pure aura qi, he would not have the chance to break through a second time within 7 to 8 years. Because of this, he became even more hesitant. After all, according to what Spirit Master Zhong had said, there were a few methods that could increase his chances of breaking through to Spirit Master. Moreover, even if he was lucky and successfully broke through in one try, the Inwu pure aura qi that the sect had given him was too ordinary. If he really used it to condense it into cultivation qi, it would definitely affect his future strength. However, at the same time, he had greatly offended Gao Chong, the Earth Spiritual Pulse disciple. If he became a Spirit Master early, his future days in the Barbarian Ghost sect would not be easy. On the surface, Gue Ruchuan, Spirit Master Zhong, and the others would definitely protect him. However, if Gao Chong secretly gave him a hard time, he would not be able to handle it. However, if he rushed to break through to Spirit Master, his situation would be many times worse than it was now if he failed. While playing with the item in his hand, Lu Ming's mind spun quickly as he silently thought about everything, weighing the pros and cons. If he could wait a bit longer, he could completely prepare 1 or 2 portions of pure aura qi and spend a large amount of money to buy a few supplementary pills that would help him break through bottlenecks. Or, he could simply take the risk and wait a few more years to let the mysterious bubble purify the Fa Li in his body once more. Looking at the upper limit of his magic power in the Great Perfection realm, he should be able to withstand the next absorption of the mysterious bubble. After another round of purification, the purity of the Fa Li in his body could be increased again. At the very least, it would increase his chances of breaking through by 10 to 20%. If he had a few more years, it would be more than enough for him to find more suitable pure aura qi. As for Gaocheng becoming a spirit master first, there was no harm in accepting a long-term sect mission from the sect that required him to leave for a few years. These kinds of missions were usually relatively simple, but the contribution points they gave were truly astonishing. The only troublesome thing was that the chi of heaven and earth and other supplementary items needed to cultivate during the execution of the mission could not be compared to those in the sect. It would greatly delay one's own cultivation. Therefore, most inner sect disciples under 30 who were determined to become spirit masters weren't willing to accept this kind of mission. But all of this was not a problem for him. Right now, his spiritual energy was already at the realm of perfection. There was no need for him to train and increase his spiritual energy. Therefore, no matter how bad the training conditions outside were, he could completely ignore them. On the contrary, during this period of time, he could use all of his time to slowly purify his Fa Li. Then, when the mysterious bubble burst, he would purify his Fa Li once more. This would allow his Fa Li to be purified to an unbelievable degree, giving him a higher chance of breaking through to Spirit Master. After thinking for a long time, Lu Ming finally found a solution. He gritted his teeth and made a decision. If I really have a few years of time, it seems like I can go and explore that secret. With my current strength, it can't be said that I don't have to worry about anything when I go to that place, but it should be more than enough to protect myself. Also, the matter of the Bai clan and Uncle Qian should also be resolved. Lu Ming muttered, a faint trace of coldness appearing on his face. Not mentioning the previous 2 matters, with his current identity of having made a great contribution to the sect, he really didn't need to care too much about the matter of using the Bai clan's name to impersonate someone. Even if the sect found out about this matter now, they wouldn't punish him too harshly. But this matter couldn't be dragged on any longer. Otherwise, no matter how great the contribution he made to the sect was, after a long time, it would fade away. Lu Ming carefully thought about his future plans again. When he felt that there really weren't too many problems, he let out a light breath and suddenly patted a protrusion on his other arm. With a pu sound, a bloody hole appeared and a milky white mini conch squeezed out. It was the summer conch. Lu Ming grabbed the object and placed it in his palm. After carefully examining it a few times, he suddenly laughed and muttered to himself. Summer conch. I didn't think that this object would actually be a space treasure of the sea race. I don't know how it ended up in the hands of that scarlet dragon. Whatever, no matter what, it still benefited me. With regards to the origin of this object, he had finally found out about it after looking through the records these past few days. Naturally, he was extremely happy in his heart. Next, Lu Ming took out a glyph from his body. After waving it in the air, it transformed into a thin, misty white light barrier that enveloped everything within a few dozen feet. Then, he used a hand sign and the summer conch expanded. The silver inscriptions on the surface of the conch lit up and a white light rolled out. A jade box and a scarlet dragon skin that was a few feet long immediately appeared in front of him. With a wave of his hand, the jade box immediately trembled and steadily fell into his hand. Only then did Lu Ming open the lid, revealing a ball of light golden clay inside. It was the golden essence resting soil. He carefully took the item out of the jade box, and after examining it carefully, he put it back with a pensive look on his face. This golden essence resting soil was worth several 100,000 spirit stones. It could be said that the treasure in his possession was second only to the scarlet dragon skin. However, he had not thought of how to deal with this object yet. After all, if this kind of treasure were to be sold through normal channels in the market, it would naturally be impossible. he had heard people talk about it before. There were some markets that would hold auctions regularly. Normally, they would not investigate the identity of the owner and their reputation was quite good. If he really wanted to exchange it for spirit stones, this would be a good choice. If it really didn't work, he could even consider taking this object to the rumored sea race market. If his luck was good, he might be able to exchange it for something he needed. Lu Ming thought like this. With a flash of the summer conch in his hand, the jade box was once again put away in a white light. Following that, his gaze turned and landed on the scarlet dragon skin. Similarly, he made a grabbing motion with one hand and the object flew over lightly, landing in his two hands. Lu Ming moved his finger and slowly slid it across the flood dragon's shell. He could clearly feel the hardness of each and every one of the scales. Compared to the value of this object, the golden essence rusting soil paled into insignificance. A complete piece of crystal-level flood dragon skin, he believed that in most of the Yunchuan continent, he might not be able to find a second piece. Unfortunately, this object could not see the light of day, let alone take it out to be auctioned. Even if he took it to the sea race market, the barbarian ghost sect and the other large sect would immediately receive the news. They would immediately suspect all the disciples that left the secret realm and would angrily investigate the matter. In this way, as long as these crystal-level cultivators hardened their hearts and used some soul-searching methods, he could not guarantee that he would be able to keep this secret. For these crystal-level cultivators, although this scarlet dragon skin was precious, what was more important was the dragon's essence blood that could help them greatly increase their FALI and break through bottlenecks. How could he have these things? If they really investigated him, then it would truly be a matter of life and death. Even if he had a mouth, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. Once Lu Ming thought of these possibilities, even if he had a strong heart, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. He immediately made up his mind that as long as he didn't have the ability to protect himself in front of these crystal-level cultivators, he would never take this skin out to show others. However, for a treasure like the scarlet dragon skin, even if it wasn't refined by a weapon refiner, its defense would still be heaven-defying. Normal spirit masters wouldn't be able to penetrate it. If he really had this kind of treasure and didn't use it a little, it would be a bit of a pity. Thinking like this, Lu Ming's gaze repeatedly searched the dragon shell in his hand. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and fell on the tiny scales that were flashing with red light. Although the entire dragon skin couldn't be taken out to show others, these scales could be put to good use. Without any hesitation, he flipped his hand and the cyan moon sword appeared in a flash. Without hesitation, he lightly flicked one of the scales on the dragon's shell. Pooh! A scarlet scale that looked like a grain of rice immediately bounced off the dragon's shell. The moment it flew out, it actually flashed with a red light and expanded by more than 10 times, becoming the size of a thumb. Seeing this, Lu Ming's heart was filled with joy. The short sword in his hand flashed repeatedly, and in one breath, he had flicked off over 30 scales from the dragon's shell before stopping. Subsequently, he picked up one of the scarlet scales and lightly flicked it with his finger. The cyan moon sword in his hand flashed again and directly sliced at the scale. Dang! The cold light receded and the cyan moon sword actually bounced off the scale, unable to cut it in the slightest. Lu Ming was even more overjoyed. He immediately put away the short sword and took off his shirt. Then, he took off the glyph armor that was basically scrapped and placed the scale against the skin of his chest. Afterwards, his eyebrows furrowed slightly, obviously not too comfortable. However, Lu Ming obviously didn't care too much about this. After thinking for a while, he stood up and rummaged through a wooden chest in the corner of the room. He actually found a piece of unknown animal skin that seemed to be abnormally soft. He draped the beast skin over his body and similarly placed the scale on the beast skin. After swaying his body a few times, he finally revealed a satisfied expression. Lu Ming then found a slender beast tendon from the chest. Once again, he flashed the cyan moon sword and actually began to quickly and skillfully slice at the beast skin. After a while, the beast skin had been carved into a simple shape. Then, Lu Ming put away the short sword and grabbed the beast skin. His other hand grabbed the beast tendon and gave it a slight shake. So. After the beast tendon trembled, it immediately became incomparably straight. Then, a faint black gas curled around it, and it immediately began to quickly shuttle around the edges of the beast's skin like a spirit snake. In the time it took to take a few breaths, Lu Ming had snapped the remaining beast tendon. Then, he grabbed a corner of the beast's skin and gave it another shake. Impressively, it had become an extremely simple and crude leather armor. Although the appearance of this leather armor was a bit strange, it protected the heart, abdomen, and other vital areas. Lu Ming put it on his body and gave it a try, revealing a satisfied expression. This method of making simple leather armor was naturally a skill that he had learned while living on Savage Island for many years. He didn't think that after not using it for so many years, it wouldn't be completely wasted. Next, Lu Ming tore off the beast's skin from his body and grabbed a scale with one hand. His other hand shook his sleeve, and a green light shot out. After circling around him once, it obediently landed in his hand. It was the jade shadow needle. Lu Ming's fingers moved, and after tightly grabbing the jade shadow needle, he took a deep breath and used the needle to stab the scarlet-red scale that he was holding tightly in his other hand. Immediately, an ear-piercing sound came from the scale. Only the tip of the needle and the scale could be seen flashing with a green light, as if it was drilling into fine steel. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, there was a pu sound, and the jade shadow needle finally pierced through the scale. Lu Ming grinned and shook his slightly sore fingers. Only then did he use the beast tendon to pierce through the hole on the scale. Then, he stuck it tightly to the beast's skin and began to sew it. After a while, the scale was tightly fastened to the beast's skin. Lu Ming used his fingers to lightly pull a few times. After seeing that the scale didn't fall off, he revealed a satisfied expression. Just like that, for the rest of the time, Lu Ming used the jade shadow needles to pierce through those scarlet scales one by one. Even though these scales had already chosen the thinnest part of the flood dragon's skin, it still took him quite some time to pierce through each scale. Several hours later, when Lu Ming sewed the last scale onto the beast's skin, a simple and crude scale armor appeared before his eyes. This leather armor was very different from normal scale armor. The only difference was that the scales were denser in some of the vital areas. The rest of the armor only had a few simple scales. It wasn't that Lu Ming didn't want to use more dragon scales, but if there were too many scales on his armor, it would definitely affect his mobility. After all, this was not a real armor refined by a weapon refiner. These scales had not been specially processed, so they could not shrink and shrink freely. Even so, Lu Ming was very satisfied with it. He believed that with the protection of this leather armor, even if he had an extra life in the future, even if he met a strong enemy, it would be more than enough to save his life. However, the aura of the flood dragon still had to be removed. Otherwise, if he went out, many people would be able to feel the aura of the scarlet flood dragon. Coincidentally, he knew of a type of spirit liquid that could remove the aura of demonic beasts. This spirit liquid was very simple to make. As long as he found a few simple herbs and mixed them together, it could be easily made. Sometimes, there were even people in the gray market who directly sold the spirit liquid. It looked like he would have to make another trip to the gray market tomorrow. As Lu Ming thought of this, he immediately stored the leather armor and the scarlet flood dragon's skin into the summer conch. Then, with a shake of his sleeve, the light barrier around him shattered inch by inch. He then closed his eyes and began to breathe in and out. The next morning, when he returned from the gray market, there was an additional bottle of spirit liquid in his hands. This was also because his luck was not bad. When he went to the market today, there happened to be a disciple selling the spirit liquid. However, when he excitedly flew back to Nine Infants Mountain, a gray cloud suddenly appeared in another direction and flew directly toward where he was. Lu Ming was startled and immediately stopped in midair. Then, he focused his attention on the gray cloud. In the end, a flash of understanding appeared on his face. "Junior Bai, long time no see. You really are a busy person right now. It is not easy for us to go to Nine Infants Mountain to see you. We have all been blocked by your sex patrolling disciples." The person who had come flashed a few times and flew near Lu Ming. She then spoke with a sweet smile. It was actually Mu Yunxian. "Senior Mu must be joking. It is only because I have just returned and there are some things that I need to take care of first. That's why I told the patrolling disciples that if anyone came to visit, they should temporarily delay them." Lu Ming cupped his hands and replied apologetically. So that's how it is. This is not surprising. Junior's name has shaken the entire sect and you must have gained a lot in the secret realm. Naturally, you will be a bit busier. However, this time I have an important matter that I need to tell Junior a thing or two. Does Junior Bai have the time right now? Hearing this, Mu Yinxian looked at Lu Ming with a complicated expression before slowly speaking. Senior, there is no need to be so polite. How about this? This place is a bit eye-catching. Let's go down and talk in detail. Lu Ming gave a slight smile and replied without thinking. Mu Yinxian naturally did not have any objections. Thus, the two of them descended on a pile of rubble below. Junior Bai, did you know that a few days ago, Dao Ming was brought back to the Mu clan by my elder brother? Mu Yinxian opened her mouth and said something that caused Lu Ming to be startled. What does senior mean? Lu Ming's smile disappeared as he asked. Looks like Junior really doesn't know about this matter. Do you know that after Gao Chong returned from the secret realm to the sect, he immediately went into seclusion? I heard that he was preparing to break through to the spirit master level. After he went into seclusion, the sect leader did not allow Mu Mingzhu to enter Blood Transformation Mountain again. He also directly sent a message to the Mu clan and exempted Mu Mingzhu from labor. This was half banished back to the Mu clan. Mu Yinxian's eyes flashed as she spoke. Hearing this, Lu Ming did not reply, but his eyebrows slightly furrowed. Junior, don't worry. Even if Gao Chong really wants to break through to the Spirit Master level, he will not be able to complete his preparations in a short period of time. I estimate that it will take at least 3 to 4 months, or at most half a year before he can truly attempt it. Moreover, the entire process of transforming Yuan into liquid will take at least a year. Mu Yinxian gave a slight smile as she spoke. I naturally understand this logic. However, Senior Mu did not look for me just to tell me about this, right? Lu Ming asked calmly. Of course not. Even if I don't say these things, I believe that Junior will find out soon enough. What I want to tell you is that not long after your Bai clan found out that you became one of the top 10 disciples of the sect, they took the initiative to set a wedding date for you and Mu Mingzhu. It will happen half a year later. Mu Yinxian gave a bitter smile as she spoke. What? Set a wedding date? Your Mu clan agreed? This time, Lu Ming's expression really changed. Originally, my elder brother was still a bit hesitant, but after hearing about the matter of you participating in the life and death trials, he immediately agreed. Furthermore, the two clans quickly sent wedding invitations to the clans that they were on good terms with. To tell the truth, after you became one of the top 10 disciples of the sect, I originally thought that your Bai clan would break off the engagement. After all, with your current status in the sect, having Mu Mingzhu be your dual cultivation companion is indeed a bit too much. The Bai clan could definitely find another female disciple with a spiritual pulse to be their daughter-in-law. However, I didn't think that your clan seemed to be even more anxious than our Mu clan to set a wedding date. Junior Bai, is there some hidden reason behind this? Mu Yinxian asked with a slightly strange expression. Hidden reason? Of course there are some. As for the specifics, it's not convenient for me to tell Senior right now. However, from the looks of it, I have no choice but to return to the Bai clan. After Lu Ming heard this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He could only maintain a calm expression on his face as he replied. Since it's not convenient for Junior to tell me, then I won't force you. However, I only want to know one thing from Junior. Will you really marry Mu Mingzhu? Mu Yinxian was silent for a moment before asking seriously. Probably not. After all, the person that Lady Mingzhu wants to marry isn't me. I also don't have too many feelings for your niece. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed for a moment before replying indifferently. I understand. That's really a pity. I originally had high hopes for your marriage with Mu Mingzhu. However, regarding the wedding date, I can't persuade the Mu clan too much. You can only rely on Junior Bai to solve it yourself. Mu Yinxian wasn't too surprised when she heard this. She only let out a light sigh. Alright, it's naturally the best that Senior Sister can empathize with me. Also, I'm afraid that I will have to leave the sect for a period of time. Senior Mu, please take care of yourself in the future. It's getting late, so I'll be going back first. When Lu Ming saw that the girl was so calm, he was a bit surprised. However, he nodded his head and said his goodbyes. Mu Yunxian naturally didn't stop him. She watched as Lu Ming summoned a gray cloud and flew toward the nine-infant mountain. At this time, the girl also rose into the air and flew in another direction. This time, she only flew a short distance before landing on the edge of a small forest. Yunxian, how was it? Did Junior Bai agree to marry Mingzhu? A youth with a cold expression walked out of the forest and asked with some concern. It was Du Hai of the Balefulin faction. As expected, Junior Bai really won't marry Mingzhu. Mu Yunxian immediately replied with a bitter smile. What, Bai Tsong Tian thinks that his status in the sect is different. He actually dares to do something like breaking the marriage. When Du Hai heard this, he was a bit angry. This cannot be blamed on Junior Bai. This marriage was originally forced on him by our two families, and he never said anything about marrying Mingzhu into his family. If it were you, I'm afraid that you wouldn't be willing to marry a girl who already has someone else in her heart. Moreover, this woman's identity and status are no longer suitable for me. Mu Yunxian shook her head as she replied. Even so, this marriage was agreed to by her father. No matter what, the Bai family has to give us an explanation. Du Hai snorted as he replied. With Junior Bai's current position in the sect, I'm afraid the entire Bai clan will have to rely on him. Whether or not this marriage is called off will be decided with a single word from him. Moreover, speaking of this matter, I actually owe Junior Bai a lot. After all, if I didn't forcefully drag Mingzhu's matter onto him, I wouldn't have forced him to leave the sect and hide from Gaochong. Mu Yunxian replied with a bitter laugh. What, Junior Bai wants to leave the sect? This time, it was Du Hai's turn to be shocked. That's right. Our junior is a smart person. He knows that once Gaochong becomes a spirit master, he won't be able to fight back if he stays in the sect. That's why he is preparing to leave. Mu Yunxian said with a bit of seriousness. That's true. However, if this happens, Junior Bai's cultivation will probably be delayed. He should have just become a late spirit apostle not long ago. If he wants to cultivate until he can break through to the spirit master level, I'm afraid it will take a few more years. Du Hai's expression changed a few times before he spoke slowly. Yes, that's what I think as well. However, even if Junior Bai's cultivation is enough, with his 3 spiritual pulse, the chance of him becoming a spirit master is still very small. If he fails to break through to spirit master, Junior Bai can't stay outside forever and never return to the sect. When that time comes, it will be the worst. Mu Yunxian sighed. If that's the case, Junior Bai's situation isn't as optimistic as I thought. No wonder you don't care about him breaking off the marriage. However, this way, it won't affect Mingzhu, right? If Junior Bai breaks off the marriage, will Gaochong go find Mingzhu again after he comes out? Du Hai nodded his head and asked another question. Don't worry about this. When Mingzhu returns to the Bai clan, even if she doesn't marry Junior Bai, I will urge my brother to immediately find another marriage for her and get her married as soon as possible. Once that Gaochong becomes a spirit master, unless he really doesn't care about his face, he won't do something like snatching someone else's wife. Hearing this, Mu Yunxian suddenly laughed coldly and said. So that's what Yunxian is planning. That's not a bad idea. However, does that Gaochong really have such great confidence in breaking through to Spirit Master in his seclusion this time? Everyone actually thinks that once he comes out of seclusion, he will definitely advance to the spirit condensation realm. Du Hai muttered to himself before suddenly asking a question. The scariness of an earth spiritual pulse is not something that disciples like you and I can understand. But since the upper echelons of the sect believe so, it is most likely true. At the very least, there should be a 70 to 80% chance of success. Mu Yunxian thought for a while before replying. I have a 70 to 80% chance of becoming a spirit master and advancing to the liquid level. TSK, if you and I can also reach this step, our lifespans will also be greatly increased. A trace of envy flashed across Du Hai's face. With your talent, you might have a chance in the future. However, I have been stuck at the middle spirit apostle for many years. In this life, I definitely do not have any hope. Hearing this, Mu Yunxian's expression darkened. Seeing this, Du Hai's heart was filled with regret. He hurriedly went forward to embrace the girl's fragrant shoulders and said a series of comforting words. Only then did Mu Yunxian's mood improve a little. The two of them continued to chat about a few more things before rising into the air and flying away from the forest. After Lu Ming returned to Nine Infants Mountain, he immediately landed in his own residence and entered his room. He tore open a glyph. Immediately, a light flashed and a layer of light barrier appeared once again. Lu Ming sat cross-legged inside the light barrier and began to silently ponder the contents of what Mu Yunxian had told him previously. The Bai clan actually knew that he had already become one of the top 10 barbarian ghost sect disciples. Under such circumstances, they still dared to arrange the marriage between him and Mu Mingzhu as an established fact. It seemed like either the Bai family's patriarch and the Bai family's eldest young lady had a screw loose in their heads and thought that they could tie him to the Bai family, or something else had happened in the Bai family that he didn't know about, forcing the Bai family to do this. Comparing the two, Lu Ming felt that the latter was more likely. However, this matter did not matter. No matter what happened between the practitioner clans, Lu Ming was confident that with his current strength, he would be able to resolve it. Originally, he had planned to completely resolve the Bai clan's matter after leaving the sect. The other party had given him a good excuse. After Lu Ming had fallen into his trap, he put this matter to the back of his mind. He reached into his bosom and immediately took out a small bottle that was a few inches tall. He then stood up and found a large wooden basin in a nearby corner. With one hand, he formed a seal and pointed at the basin. Immediately, dots of blue light appeared in the basin. Balls of water appeared out of nowhere and became half a basin of clear water. Only then did Lu Ming remove the cap of the bottle and pour out a small ball of gray liquid. The instant it came into contact with the clear water in the basin, it emitted a pungent smell. At the same time, the clear water became unusually mixed. Seeing this, Lu Ming's face revealed a satisfied expression. Only then did he slap his arm and take out the summer conch again. Then, he muttered an incantation and poured Fali into it. A moment later, the Sumeru conch immediately flashed with a white light and the dragon scale appeared in the wooden basin. Lu Ming's two hands moved and pressed the leather armor directly into the murky liquid. Then, he withdrew his arms and closed his eyes to the side to adjust his breathing. After a full 6 hours, he finally opened his eyes. With a movement of his arm, he took the leather armor out of the wooden basin. His other hand formed a seal and balls of clear water appeared out of nowhere, washing away all of the murky liquid on the leather armor. A strange scene appeared, following the disappearance of the pungent smell. The aura of the scarlet dragon on the scales on the leather armor also disappeared with a swoosh. Under these circumstances, even if someone saw the armor with their own eyes, they would definitely not be able to connect such a simple and crude armor with the scarlet dragon scale. Naturally, Lu Ming was overjoyed. After pouring a wave of Fali into the leather armor, hot air immediately came out of the leather armor. In an instant, the originally wet armor became dry and warm. Next, he unceremoniously took off the outer layers of clothing and put on the leather armor. Then, he put it on again and stood up to move his arms and legs. After feeling that there was nothing wrong with it, he was naturally very satisfied. The next day, Lu Ming went to the duty hall and spent some contribution points. After applying to leave for a period of time, he immediately quietly left the sect and headed straight for the nearest Weizhou market. Time passed day by day like this. After a month, when Lu Ming returned to the sect, travel-worn, the two totems in the Sumeru conch that he had no use for had surprisingly turned into several tens of thousands of spirit stones. Only the light blue token of unknown use was left. At the same time, the leather pouch at his waist that originally contained the flying head was replaced with an abnormally exquisite black leather pouch. From the appearance of the black gas that faintly seeped out of the pouch, it was clearly a treasure that was not inferior to the cultivating soul pouch. In his bosom and the Sumeru conch, there were many more glyphs, pills, and other consumables. These items had cost him close to 10,000 spirit stones. This time, after Lu Ming returned to his residence, he first rested for a few days before going to the duty hall early in the morning. In the hall on the second floor, Lu Ming stood under the mission crystal monument. His gaze continuously swept across the 10 or so missions that seemed to have been hung for a long time. He seemed to be a bit hesitant. Although he had purposely chosen an extremely early time, there were still 7 or 8 disciples who had come to receive missions. Moreover, it was obvious that there were people who recognized Lu Ming. In their shock, they couldn't help but whisper to their nearby companions. In a short amount of time, all of the disciples knew Lu Ming's identity. Immediately, gazes of admiration, respect, and all sorts of other things gathered on his body. Lu Ming naturally felt these burning gazes. He suddenly turned his head and his eyes flashed as he swept his gaze over these disciples. When these disciples met Lu Ming's gaze, they only felt a slight chill run through their bodies. They immediately turned their gazes away in shock. At this time, Lu Ming once again turned his head back. He still stood in front of the crystal monument and muttered to himself in silence. Now that the sect had issued these missions for him to leave the sect for a long period of time, he could only consider 3 of them. The first was that the barbarian ghost sect had recently received a spirit stone mine from the Hall of Blood and needed a few inner sect disciples to guard it for a few years. The other was the Mountain Rippling Monastery, which belonged to the barbarian ghost sect at the border between the Dexian Kingdom and the Xianxia Kingdom. The original monastery master was nearing the end of his life and needed a new disciple to take over his position. The last mission was in the capital of the Dexian country, Xianxia. A supervising disciple representing the barbarian ghost sect had suddenly disappeared and cut off all contact with the sect. Thus, a new supervising disciple was needed to take over his duties and find out where the supervising disciple was. Of the 3 missions, the first one was undoubtedly the easiest. Since the Hall of Blood had taken the initiative to hand over the Spirit Stone mine, then before the next large competition, they would naturally not send anyone to harass them. If he were to become a guardian disciple there, he would be able to spend the next 4 years in peace. But in this way, his plan to settle his own matters and collect pure aura chi would most likely be ruined. Any spirit apostle could take on this position. The second mission was a bit risky. After all, the sect of the Dexian Kingdom and the Xianxia Kingdom had been enemies for a long time. Although there were no large-scale battles between the 2 countries, it was a common occurrence for cultivators from the 2 countries to fight at the border. But in comparison, if he could take on the position of the monastery master of the Mountain Rippling Monastery, then he would have a high position. As long as he carried the name of the barbarian ghost sect, not only would he have a large number of subordinates, it would not be difficult for him to dominate an area. And if he were to take on the position of the monastery master, then even if Gao Chong became a spirit master, he would not be able to openly deal with him for a while. Of course, with this position being so popular, the requirements for the disciple were also extremely high. Not only could the disciple be a late spirit apostle, but they also needed to hand over a large amount of spirit stones to the sect every year. Otherwise, not only would they not be able to keep their position, they would also be severely punished by the sect. As for the last mission, Lu Ming's eyes focused on this mission and revealed a thoughtful expression. The last mission was the riskiest. This was because Xianxia was a place where dragons and snakes mixed together. Moreover, the sects had an agreement with the Dexian country's royal family that Xianxia, as the capital of the country, was not under the jurisdiction of any other sect. Furthermore, those above the liquid level were not allowed to take a step into the city. In order to ensure that this agreement was carried out, each sect could only leave one supervising disciple in Xianxia to supervise each other and see if the other sect was suspected of breaking the agreement. However, it was also because of this that Xianxia became a paradise for loose cultivators and foreign cultivators. There were even some evil cultivators and defectors who would change their identities and enter Xianxia. Some even formed gangs and hid there. As a result, the supervising disciples of the various sects in Xianxia naturally became a thorn in the eyes of certain people. They would often be attacked or assassinated. There were even cases where a few supervising disciples in the sect died within a year. This kind of matter naturally made the various sects furious. After teaming up to sweep through Xianxia a few times and killing all of the evil cultivators and murderers, the supervising disciples no longer dared to openly appear in Xianxia. Instead, they simply changed their identities and hid in Xianxia. As a result, the safety of the supervising disciples of the various sects was greatly guaranteed. However, even so, being a supervising disciple in Xianxia was still an extremely dangerous position. It was normal for one to die every 2 years. Very few people were able to complete the entire 4-year term and leave unscathed. Of course, for such a dangerous mission, the rewards given by the sect were naturally shocking. Once the 4-year term was over, there would be a shocking reward of over 10,000 contribution points. This was enough to exchange for a portion of pure aura chi. However, the requirement for this position was that one had to be at least a middle spirit apostle. After all, the main duty of a supervising disciple was not to fight with others, but to monitor the movements in Xianxia. The reason why Lu Ming was so interested in this mission was because the location of the mission was the same place as the secret in his heart. Moreover, as a supervising disciple, not only could he move around freely, once he entered Xianxia, even the sect would not be able to find out what was going on. Although Xianxia was said to be a place where evil cultivators ran amok, it also had the most famous black market in the entire Dexian country as well as some extremely secretive grey auctions. Treasures that even spirit masters would be tempted by would often appear there, and it was possible that the pure aura chi that he needed would appear there. As for the danger of being a supervising disciple, he was confident that as long as he changed his identity and was more careful, his identity would not be exposed. Moreover, with his current strength, as long as it wasn't a spirit master, normal spirit apostles wouldn't be able to do anything to him. On the other hand, the first and second missions were too restrictive, which was not conducive to his later plans. Lu Ming's thoughts spun quickly. After weighing the pros and cons of these missions, he finally made a decision. He immediately walked toward the stone platform to accept this mission. What? Junior Bai wants to accept Xuanjing's supervising disciple 4-year mission. The attendant behind the stone platform could be considered someone that Lu Ming knew, but after hearing this, his mouth couldn't help but widen and his face was full of shock. What, does this little brother not meet the requirements? Lu Ming asked with a smile. That's not it. However, with Junior Bai's current status, there is no need to accept this kind of mission. Although Junior is strong, if you really want to go to Xianxia, it will still be very dangerous. The middle-aged attendant couldn't help but remind him. The risks of this mission are clearly stated on the mission board. No problem, I believe that I can still deal with these things. Lu Ming naturally wouldn't go back on his words because of this, so he lightly insisted. If Junior Bai wants to accept this mission, then I, as your senior, will not stop you. However, this supervising disciple position is not normal. After accepting this mission, you will have to go see Master Lei of the Celestial Arcanum sect. Master Lei is responsible for supervising the communication between the disciples of the Celestial Arcanum sect. If he feels that you don't meet the requirements, then you will not be able to accept this mission. Also, information about the previous supervising disciple and the token that represents their identity can only be obtained from Master Lei. Hearing this, the middle-aged attendant took over Lu Ming's identity token and used a short stick to poke it a few times before speaking. Thank you, Senior, for reminding me. I will go to Marshal Uncle Lei's place now. Lu Ming took back his identity nameplate and thanked him in realization. Thus, in the remaining time, he turned around and left the duty hall. He summoned a grey cloud and headed straight for Heaven's Arcanum Mountain. After a short while, he was stopped by 2 patrolling disciples at the foot of Heaven's Arcanum Mountain. Junior Bai wants to see Master Lei? These 2 disciples were not weak spirit apostles and had obviously participated in the large competition. They immediately recognized Lu Ming, but after hearing his request, they still revealed a troubled expression. What, is Master Lei not in the mountain right now? Lu Ming naturally asked with confusion. That's not the case. It's just that Master Lei has not been in a good mood recently and doesn't easily see guests. One of the Heaven's Arcanum Mountain disciples hesitated before replying. Oh, if that's the case, then I'll have to trouble you 2 seniors to pass on the message. Just say that I have accepted the supervising disciple's mission and have come to see Master Lei. Hearing this, Lu Ming relaxed a bit and still spoke politely. Haha, if it was someone else, us 2 brothers would not dare to do such a thing and risk offending Master Lei. However, Junior Bai has done a great deed for the Celestial Arcanum Mountain. Perhaps Master Lei will let you off the hook. The 2 Heaven's Arcanum Mountain disciples looked at each other and one of them replied with a smile. Hearing this, Lu Ming naturally gave his thanks again. Thus, one of the Heaven's Arcanum Mountain disciples flew to the top of the mountain while the other person curiously asked Lu Ming about what happened in the secret realm. Naturally, Lu Ming told him half-truths and half-lies about what he saw in the secret realm, allowing the Heaven's Arcanum Mountain disciple to listen with great interest. In the end, after the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the reporting disciple flew down and said to Lu Ming with a smile on his face, "Junior Bai's face is indeed big enough." Once Master Lei heard that it was Junior Bai who wanted to see him, he quickly agreed to see him. Hearing this, Lu Ming was naturally overjoyed. Thus, in the remaining time, he followed this Heaven's Arcanum Mountain disciple and flew to the top of the mountain. Compared to Nine Infants Mountain, Heaven's Arcanum Mountain's terrain was much steeper. Many places were simply steep cliffs and normal mountain paths were basically impassable. Some of the outer sect disciples could only hold on to long ropes in order to continue climbing up the mountain. In the air, Lu Ming curiously sized up these outer sect disciples before looking towards the top of the mountain. After a while, he and the Heaven's Arcanum Mountain disciple landed in front of a silver palace at the top of the mountain. Directly above the palace's door, there was a huge signboard with the words Heaven's Arcanum written in gold. Behind the silver palace, one could vaguely see many pavilions of different sizes. Master Lei is already inside, Junior Bai can go in by himself. I still need to continue patrolling the mountain, so I won't be accompanying you anymore. Arriving here, the Heaven's Arcanum Mountain disciple turned around and said with a smile. Thank you, Senior, just do what you need to do. Lu Ming bowed and thanked the disciple again. Following this, the Heaven's Arcanum Mountain disciple made another hand seal and flew down the mountain. Lu Ming tidied up his clothes and calmly walked through the door. The entire palace was about 500 to 600 feet wide, and in front of a chair at the end of the palace, there was a tall man wearing a black robe. His back was facing Lu Ming as he looked at a decorative silver sword hanging on the wall. His motionless body gave off the feeling of being as steady and dignified as a mountain. Disciple Bai Song Tian pays his respects to Martial Uncle Lei. After Lu Ming walked to the front, he immediately bowed deeply and greeted. However, the black-robed man only raised his head to look at the huge sword on the wall, as if he didn't hear anything. Lu Ming secretly grinned, but he could only maintain his bowing posture and continue to maintain his respectful expression without moving. Time slowly passed by, and the two of them remained in a motionless state like statues. The entire palace was also silent. After the time it took to eat a meal, the black-robed man's shoulder moved slightly and he finally turned around. It was that Martial Uncle Lei. Spirit Master Lei expressionlessly sized up Lu Ming a few times before sitting down and saying indifferently, Lu Ming, not bad. As expected of a disciple who was able to amaze the world with a single brilliant feature, willpower is indeed not bad. However, if you only rely on willpower, you won't be able to walk out of the secret realm alive. Martial Uncle Lei is right. This disciple's luck was not bad to be able to safely escape from the secret realm. Once Lu Ming heard that this Martial Uncle Lei's tone was somewhat unfriendly, his heart skipped a beat, but he still maintained a respectful tone as he replied. Your luck was not bad. If that's the case, then my nephew Lei Zhen's luck was not good, and that's why he couldn't walk out of the secret realm alive. Hearing this, Martial Uncle Lei's face suddenly darkened. I wouldn't dare, this disciple definitely wouldn't dare to think that way. Lu Ming sighed in his heart, but he still maintained a humble expression as he replied. Humph, if we were only talking about strength, my nephew's lightning attribute chi method would definitely not lose to any of the top 10 disciples. However, he was not among the 5 people who walked out of the secret realm alive. This makes me very curious. Just how much strength do you, the disciple with the highest evaluation, have? Master Lei's eyes narrowed as he coldly spoke. Humph. That's right. Martial Uncle Lei means. Lu Ming furrowed his brows and couldn't help but ask carefully. It's very simple. I've been in a bad mood these past few days and need to find someone to test my moves on. I don't care what you've come to me for this time, but if you can't take my next attack, then scram back to where you came from. Martial Uncle Lei's face became stern as he shouted. Hearing this, Lu Ming's expression changed greatly. After a while, he finally laughed bitterly and said, Martial Uncle must be joking with Martial Nephew. Is Martial Uncle joking with Martial Nephew? With Martial Uncle's cultivation, how could Junior possibly receive it? Don't worry, I will not use Li above the level of a spirit master in this attack. If you don't want to accept it, I won't force you. You can leave now and act as if you never came looking for me. Master Lei said coldly after hearing Lu Ming's words. Hearing this, Lu Ming's heart trembled. He naturally understood that the never came looking for me meant that he would not agree to any of the following requests. Thus, after thinking quickly for a few times, he slowly straightened his body and said with extreme seriousness, "Since Martial Uncle must test my abilities, then I will be so bold as to ask Martial Uncle to make a move." Hee, very good. That's more like it. As long as you can take this attack of mine and be fine, no matter what you want me to do, I will agree to it first. Spirit Master Lei said with a chuckle. With a movement of his arm, he suddenly used a finger to slowly point at Lu Ming. Seeing this, Lu Ming did not dare to be careless and quickly formed a hand sign with one hand. Countless black gas surged out of his body and turned into countless tentacles that danced wildly. At the same time, he patted his chest with his other hand. Immediately, 3 dots of black light appeared with a flash and a hazy light shield appeared in front of him. At this moment, a faint electric light flashed on Master Lei's finger and a seemingly thin electric thread shot out from the tip of his finger. In the next moment, it turned into a huge electric python that was as thick as the mouth of a bull and pounced at Lu Ming. Before the electric python pounced over, there was already a burnt smell in the air. Without thinking, a green light appeared in Lu Ming's hand and the cyan moon sword appeared in an instant. With a blur, he slashed out 3 streaks of sword chi. His other hand merely drew a line in the air and 6 green wind blades appeared at the same time. With another flash, they shot out with a chi-chi sound. After a few muffled sounds, several wind blades hit the body of the electric python. However, other than causing it to freeze for a moment, they dispersed with a crackling sound. At this time, 3 streaks of green sword chi joined together and struck the body of the electric python. Following a resounding boom, the two exploded in midair at the same time. The green sword chi and the silver lightning arc instantly intertwined. However, after a sudden clap of thunder, the lightning arc tore the green sword chi apart amidst the wild flashes. The remaining lightning then struck the black light shield in front of Lu Ming in a flash. Lu Ming's expression changed. He raised his arm and pressed his 5 fingers on the light shield. At the same time, the Fa in his body surged out. But even so, the black shield of light only lasted for 2 breaths of time before it shattered with a crisp sound. However, at this moment, the remaining arcs of lightning had shrunk to the size of a thumb, while the black chi protecting Lu Ming's body transformed into a series of shadows that danced wildly in the air. Following another thunderclap, the remaining arcs of lightning and all of the tentacles were destroyed in a flash. Lu Ming's face couldn't help but turn pale. It was obvious that the series of actions just now had consumed a lot of his Fa. However, he had still managed to block Spirit Master Lei's attack. Not bad, you do have some ability. No wonder you dared to provoke Gaochong for a woman. You have passed this time. Tell me, what do you want from me? Spirit Master Lei saw this scene and his expression relaxed slightly. Instead, he spoke with some praise. Thank you, Martial Uncle Lei. This disciple has actually accepted the position of supervisor of Xinjing. That is why I have come to see Martial Uncle. Hearing this, Lu Ming's heart relaxed. However, he still didn't dare to be impolite and spoke respectfully. Xinjing supervisor? This position is extremely dangerous and troublesome. Since you have accepted this task, it seems that you don't plan on breaking through to the Spirit Master realm in the near future. If this is the case, leaving the sect is not a bad decision. Otherwise, if Gaochong succeeds in breaking through to the liquid level, your days in the sect will not be too easy. Spirit Master Lei was not too surprised after hearing Lu Ming's words. Instead, he nodded and spoke. Then Martial Uncle Lei has agreed to my request. Naturally, Lu Ming asked with joy. You were able to block one of my attacks. As long as you are careful, you should be able to protect yourself in Xinjing for a few years. However, if you really want me to agree to your request, you must agree to one of my conditions. Spirit Master Lei thought for a moment before speaking. Martial Uncle, please speak. As long as I can do it, I will try my best. Lu Ming was stunned for a moment before he quickly replied. It's very simple. After you go to Xianjing, help me with a small matter. Before I became a spirit master in the past, I owed an old friend a great favor. Now, this old friend has long passed away, but his descendants have moved to Xianjing. However, they seem to have run into some trouble recently and have sent people to help me through the token I left behind. However, you should also know of the agreement between the sects in Xianjing. As a high-ranking member of the sect, I naturally cannot break the rules and personally go to Xianjing. As for the disciples by my side, they either have other matters to attend to or their FA cultivation is not enough. I am also not at ease if they go to Xianjing. Therefore, if you take up the position of Xuanjing's supervising disciple, help me solve the problem of my old friend's descendant. Spirit Master Lei said slowly. So that's how it is. Martial uncle, please be at ease. As long as it is within my abilities, I will definitely help Martial uncle repay this favor. After hearing this, Lu Ming thought for a moment before agreeing without hesitation. Very good, I also look favorably upon your abilities. This is the token for the Xianjing supervising disciple and some information related to this position. The information of the previous supervising disciple that disappeared is also included. Take it back and take a good look. Also, from the moment you receive this token, you must rush to Xianjing within 3 months to fulfill your duties. Otherwise, you will be severely punished by the sect. Spirit Master Lei nodded and took out a square white jade token and a jade slips from his sleeve, handing them over. Yes, I will definitely rush to Xianjing within 3 months. Lu Ming immediately received the items from the two and said with a serious expression. If there is nothing else, you can leave first. I still want to have some peace and quiet. After Master Lei finished speaking, he leaned back on the chair and closed his eyes. He actually really did not pay attention to Lu Ming anymore. Although Lu Ming felt it was a little strange, after bowing, he still respectfully left the Silver Hall. Senior Lei, do you really plan on giving the position of Xuanjing's supervising disciple to Martial Nephew Bai? If Gao Chong becomes a spirit master, he may hold a grudge against Senior because of this. At the side of the hall, a figure flashed and a graceful figure walked out from behind a pillar. Looking at the pretty appearance of a 20-something-year-old, it was the spirit master of the Dancing Ghost faction, Lin Xiaoyu. Junior Lin, I know that you also want to recommend a disciple for this position. However, the previous supervising disciple of Xianjing was also a person of outstanding ability. How could he disappear without any warning? It can be seen that the waters in Xianjing are getting deeper and deeper. Does Junior really think that the disciple you recommend is more suitable than Martial Nephew Bai? Spirit Master Lei opened his eyes and glanced at the pretty girl, only answering the first part of the question. That's true. This disciple of mine is also approaching the end of his life at 30 years old. In order to obtain a portion of pure aura qi, he decided to go to Xianjing and fight. However, since Senior Lei is more interested in Martial Nephew Bai, then just pretend that I never mentioned it. On the other hand, because of the matter with the child Lei Zhen, Senior has been staying on the mountain these days and has not even attended the sect leaders' regular meetings. I'm afraid that isn't very good. Lin Xiaoyu said with a slight smile. It seems that Junior Lin's recommendation of a disciple is secondary. You were ordered by the sect leader to persuade him. Spirit Master Lei said with a light snort. In the sect, only you and I have the best relationship. If the sect leader didn't let me come, who else could he let come? Lin Xiaoyu replied without the slightest surprise. Then Junior Lin, please go and tell Senior that I am fine. Although the death of Lei Zhen has put me in a bad mood, it is not to the extent of delaying the proper business of the sect. After all, if I really didn't want to, I could have stopped Lei Zhen from entering the secret territory. Since I lost the bet, I naturally have to bear all the consequences. The Lei clan will not fall because of the death of a genius disciple. Spirit Master Lei said indifferently. Good, as long as Senior says so. Then I will go and tell the sect leader. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoyu's face lit up. That's right, what does the sect leader think of the matter between his favorite disciple and Martial Nephew Bai? Seeing that the girl was about to leave, Spirit Master Lei opened his mouth to ask this question. Senior brother sect leader did mention this to me once, but because this matter involved senior brother Gui and senior sister Zhong, it wasn't appropriate for the sect leader to directly interfere in this matter. Thus, he could only chase the female disciple who caused the conflict back to her clan. The rest of the matter can only be left to take its natural course. Lin Xianyu furrowed her brows as she spoke. Humph, it seems that no matter how much Martial Nephew Bai has contributed to the sect leader still intends to side with his own disciple. What do you mean by letting nature take its course? If Gao Chong becomes a spirit master in the future, Martial Nephew Bai wouldn't even have the slightest ability to resist. Spirit Master Lei heard this and said with a snort. Cough, the sect leader is indeed in a difficult position regarding this matter. After all, with Gao Chong's talent, it is almost certain that he will become one of us. He might even have a chance of becoming a crystal-level cultivator in the future. Although Martial Nephew Bai has contributed greatly to the sect has given him all the rewards that should be given to him. However, his 3 spiritual pulse talent is a little too low. Even if he has the body of heavenly intelligence, if he doesn't become a spirit master, he won't have much of a future. The sect leader can't possibly suppress a future strong person of the sect for the sake of a spirit apostle disciple. Therefore, what the sect leader is doing now is already the limit of what he can do. Right now, letting Martial Nephew Bai lead the sect is a good thing. Maybe after Gao Chong becomes a spirit master, he will quickly throw the grudge between the two of them to the back of his mind. The woman surnamed Lin said seriously. If it was the Gao Chong from 3 years ago, I might believe it. With his current temperament, forget it, I don't want to get too deeply involved in this matter either. However, if Gao Chong really has any complaints against me because of a small matter like the supervising disciple, do you think I would care? Master Lei coldly laughed as he spoke. With Senior's position in the sect, even if Gao Chong really becomes a spirit master, he will still be well behaved in front of you. But then again, the reason why Gao Chong's temperament is so different from before is partly because of himself, but the other half is because he has practiced the core cultivation method passed down by the sect leader. Although this cultivation method is extremely mysterious and can build an extraordinary foundation at the spirit apostle stage, it has a very overbearing effect on one's temperament. Only when one becomes a spirit master and passes the human cauldron stage will they slowly recover. As for the new human cauldron, the sect leader is already looking for one. Lin Xianyu explained with a smile. Junior, you don't need to explain any more. What Gao Chong will become in the future has nothing to do with me. Even if he can really become a crystal-level cultivator in the future, I will most likely no longer exist by then. It's getting late, Junior Lin, you should also leave the mountain. I really need some peace and quiet. Spirit Master Lei waved his hand and said coldly. Seeing this, Lin Xianyu could only laugh bitterly and leave. Returning to his residence, Lu Ming was currently playing with the square supervising jade tablet in his hand. Not only were there exquisite spirit inscriptions on the edges of the jade tile, the word Overseer was engraved on one side and the words Barbarian Ghost Sect was engraved on the other. Furthermore, after slightly injecting FALI into the jade tile, 6 different colored inscriptions would immediately appear. This item was actually a low-tier totem. But when Lu Ming saw the strange appearance of the item in his hand, a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. This item looked extremely similar to the light blue token tablet that he had obtained from the half-dragon ghost, except that its grade was far inferior. If that was the case, then the light blue token was a token that represented some sort of identity. However, why would it appear on the half-dragon monster? Even though Lu Ming's thoughts were constantly changing, he never would have thought that a sea-race person would appear in the secret realm. Furthermore, after being killed by the half-dragon, the token tablet very coincidentally fell into the hands of the sea-race person. After playing with the token for a while, he took out the jade slips and stuck it to his forehead. Then, he began to use his mental strength to check the contents. After a quarter of an hour, Lu Ming put away the jade slips, and his expression became serious. Who would have thought that Xianjing would be more complicated than I had imagined? Even foreign races have appeared here. However, since I've already made preparations, there's naturally no reason for me to shrink back now. After muttering a few times, he quietly pondered for a long time before putting away the token and jade slips. He formed a hand seal with both hands and closed his eyes to adjust his breathing. 3 days later, in front of a valley behind the main peak of the Barbarian Ghost Sect that had been designated as a forbidden area, Lu Ming stood at the entrance with a serious expression. On a pile of hay not far away, there was a snow-white leopard cat that was half a meter long. Its body was curled into a ball and it was snoring loudly. After an unknown amount of time, the sound of footsteps could be heard from within the valley. A yellow-clothed boy that seemed to be only 11 or 12 years old actually walked out. As soon as he walked in front of Lu Ming, he said with a smile, "Senior Bai, Martial Ancestor has already allowed you to enter the valley to comprehend the walls of shadows tonight. However, during the day, you still need to wait outside the valley. When night comes, I will bring you to the walls of shadows to observe." "Many thanks, Junior. I will wait nearby for a while." Hearing this, Lu Ming was overjoyed. After giving his thanks, he immediately found a large tree near the valley and sat down cross-legged. Since he planned on not returning to the barbarian ghost sect for a few years, he naturally couldn't let go of the opportunity to comprehend the walls of shadows. Thus, after resting for a few days, he went to the forbidden area where Martial Ancestor Yan's group was located and requested to comprehend the walls of shadows for a night. However, it was a bit of a pity that Lu Ming originally wanted to pay his respects to this Martial Ancestor Yan, but he didn't seem to have any intention of meeting a spirit apostle disciple alone. He only let the boy guard the valley agree to his request. At this time, the yellow-clothed boy sat down next to the snow-white leopard cat and directly pressed his body against the beast's furry body. Not long after, he actually fell into a deep sleep. Seeing this situation, Lu Ming was secretly amazed. The leopard cat gave him an extremely dangerous and oppressive feeling. However, the yellow-clothed boy didn't seem to have a high cultivation level. For the two of them to be able to interact so intimately was truly an unimaginable matter. However, Lu Ming also quickly collected his thoughts and closed his eyes, beginning to cultivate. Time slowly passed. When the sky was finally about to darken, the boy, who had slept soundly for an entire day, finally turned over and climbed up from the leopard cat. After stretching his waist lazily, he smiled and called out to Lu Ming, "Senior Bai, it's about time. I'll lead you to the walls of shadows. However, when we enter the valley later, Senior must follow closely behind me. Otherwise, if you activate the restriction that Martial Ancestor personally laid down, it will be very troublesome. Of course, Junior just needs to lead the way." Hearing this, Lu Ming immediately opened his eyes and replied as he stood up. Although the boy in front of him looked very young, he gave him an extremely strange feeling. Naturally, Lu Ming didn't dare to slight what the boy said. Soon after, the boy brought Lu Ming along a white stone path into the valley. However, he still left the snow-white leopard cat to guard the valley. On both sides of the small path, there was a faint gray fog. Within the fog, there were many trees, mountains, and other things. However, if one focused and looked closely, they would feel that these things were completely black and couldn't be seen too clearly. Lu Ming followed the boy and vaguely passed through a pond and a dense forest. After a few turns, they arrived in front of a perfectly straight cliff. At the very bottom of the cliff, there was impressively a green stone door wrapped in a faint white light. The boy raised his hand and took out a token from his bosom. After lightly waving it in front of the stone door, a silver light immediately shot out and disappeared into the stone door in a flash. After a moment, the white light on the surface of the stone door immediately buzzed loudly. After flashing wildly a few times, it disappeared into thin air with a pu sound. "Senior, remember, you only have one night. Tomorrow morning, when the stone door's restriction disappears again, you must come out from inside. Also, Martial Ancestor has already activated the walls of shadows. After you enter, you can directly observe it. However, remember one thing, this walls of shadows is our sect's treasure. You must not touch it with your hands. Otherwise, if there is even the slightest bit of damage, you will be severely punished by the sect." The boy turned his head and spoke with an extremely serious expression on his face. "Junior, don't worry. How would I dare violate the rules?" Lu Ming also replied seriously. Hearing this, the boy nodded his head in satisfaction. He took a step forward and slowly pushed open the stone door. Then, he turned around and said please to Lu Ming. After taking a deep breath, Lu Ming walked through the stone door with large strides. As soon as he entered, the stone door behind him immediately closed on its own. At the same time, there was a flash of light on the surface and the white light that had disappeared once again returned to normal on the stone door. After Lu Ming shook his head, he carefully examined his surroundings. At this moment, he was astonishingly in a stone room with over 30 rooms. The ground and 4 walls were all made of white rocks that looked extremely hard. In the middle of the room, aside from a blue crystal wall that was similar to a screen, there was only a light yellow praying mat in the corner. Apart from this, there was nothing else. Lu Ming's expression changed and he immediately walked over to the crystal wall. Then, he slowly walked around it a few times. This crystal wall was not very large. It was only 20 to 30 feet wide and only a foot thick. However, when he looked at it, he immediately felt that his eyes were filled with a light blue light. When he wanted to look more closely, he immediately felt a strange feeling of dizziness. After a slight shock, Lu Ming hurriedly closed his eyes to block his gaze. When he felt slightly better, he once again opened his eyes. At this time, he no longer looked at this wall of shadows. Instead, he walked a few steps to the front of a nearby stone wall and continuously looked up and down. On this stone wall, there were surprisingly many strange scratches of different depths. Moreover, some of them were straight, some of them were curved, and some of them were strange like words but not words. They covered almost the entire stone wall. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and used his finger to touch the scratches and symbols. Only then did his gaze sweep over the other 3 stone walls. At this time, he could clearly see that the other stone walls actually had the same strange scratches. They all looked exactly the same. These scratches were naturally left behind by the people of the barbaric ghost sect who had previously comprehended the walls of shadows. Most of them were left behind by these people who had suddenly comprehended something from the crystal wall. They were afraid that they would instantly forget, so they conveniently left behind these scratches and markings nearby. Of course, the majority of these people did not gain anything in the end. However, even if it was like this, it still gave a lot of inspiration to the people who comprehended the walls of shadows later on. This was also the main thing that Martial Aunt Zhong mentioned when she warned Lu Ming about the walls of shadows. Lu Ming did not hold back and immediately spent an hour to hurriedly memorize everything that was carved on the stone walls. He then closed his eyes to consolidate his memory before walking to the corner. He grabbed the praying mat and threw it a few feet away from the crystal wall. Only then did he unhurriedly sit cross-legged. At this moment, just like how he usually cultivated, he placed his hands on his knees, raised his Fa Li, and slowly injected it into his eyes. Then, he stared at the crystal wall with his eyes wide open and stared at it without end. After the time it takes to eat a meal, although Lu Ming's eyes were still flashing with a bright light, the 2 sides of his face had become dark red. Beads of sweat began to roll down his forehead and there was even steam coming out of his back. Suddenly, Lu Ming let out a low shout. The bright light in his eyes disappeared and his eyelids quickly closed. Only then did the expression on his face relax. He let out a long breath and muttered, "What a powerful walls of shadows. It actually has a bewitching effect. If it wasn't for my mental strength being strong enough, I really would have fallen into it and been unable to extricate myself." However, aside from this, what exactly do those blurry shadows represent? End of chapter 160. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.